Chapter 1. The Beast-Eared Maidens in the Snow. Hey, are you alright? The ice god is about to unleash his fury if you don't wake up soon. You'll be frozen solid. In the midst of a snow-laden expanse, Su Yuan lay quietly in the snow, surrounded by four exquisitely beautiful maidens, tightly wrapped in furs, who were anxiously calling out to him. Fox 9, should we carry him away? If we don't find shelter soon, we might all be buried here. In a daze, Su Yuan heard their voices. With great effort, he opened his eyes, and through the haze of his vision, he could see snowflakes drifting down before him. Beer, it's so cold. Su Yuan suddenly remembered that he had been climbing a snow-capped mountain. Yes, it seemed there had been an avalanche, and he had been engulfed by the snow. Lioness, he's awake. Struggling to prop himself up, Su Yuan realized that sleeping in such a place could be fatal. Rubbing his head, he inquired of the maidens surrounding him. Did you save me? No, we found you here when we arrived. By the way, why were you lying in the snow? You could have died. With a wry smile, Su Yuan replied, I had the worst luck encountering an avalanche. Thankfully you all. Before he could finish, he was struck with astonishment at the sight of the four maidens before him. Their bodies were enveloped in brown furs, with their legs and arms tightly wrapped as well. Most strikingly, atop their heads were two furry beast ears. Is this some kind of cosplay? Who, in their right mind, would engage in such antics in this frigid place? Who are you? The petite, gray-haired maiden among them squatted down, her adorable face pale, evidently suffering from the biting cold of the snowy landscape. We are from the Red Fox tribe. Not long ago, we were attacked by the Black Sheep tribe, and now we've become separated. Only the four of us remain. A hint of sorrow and disappointment flickered in the gray-haired maiden's eyes, while the golden-haired maiden beside her maintained a vigilant gaze. A tribe? Have I truly crossed over to another world? This peculiar attire, coupled with their speech in a language distinct from Mandarin, yet somehow comprehensible to him, made him question whether he was dreaming or had actually traversed realms. System? Shopping mall charged. Detecting host possesses level 1 authority. Now opening level 1 purchase items. Oh no. It appears there truly is a system I have indeed crossed over. Let's move quickly, stranger. Would you like to join our tribe and accompany us? If we fail to find shelter soon, we won't survive the ice god's wrath. The white-haired maiden glanced towards the horizon, where the darkened sky exuded an oppressive aura. Following her gaze, Su Yuan immediately understood the true nature of the ice god. A snowstorm loomed. The ominous appearance of the sky suggested that a fierce blizzard was brewing not far away. With no time to ponder the shopping system, Su Yuan quickly stood up, still clad in his climbing gear, a mountaineering backpack slung over his shoulder. Shall we go? Do you know where we can find shelter? The four maidens exchanged glances, ultimately directing their attention to the white-haired maiden in front of them. The silver-haired girl sighed in resignation. I truly do not know. We can only take it one step at a time. By the way, we are yet to learn your name. Along the path, the gray-haired girl energetically accompanied Su Yuan. Though petite in stature, she moved with remarkable agility and possessed an exceedingly cheerful disposition. I am Su Yuan, and what about you? I am called Cat Knight, for my spirit is particularly vibrant at night. So she's a cat girl. Her small gray ears appeared utterly adorable, though her cat tail was obscured by a leather skirt. Su Yuan instinctively glanced behind Cat Knight. I am Fox 9. My sister says I am the smartest in the tribe. The white-haired fox girl seemed slightly taller than Cat Knight, and her thick tail could not be contained by the leather garment, leaving it proudly on display. Hello, White Rabbit. Nearby stood a tall rabbit girl with perky ears and striking crimson eyes, though her frail demeanor seemed at odds with her long, elegant legs. Sure. And there was another lion girl at nearly 2 meters tall. Su Yuan could only gaze up to her chin, but he was fortunate to catch a glimpse of Shurshu's small round ears. Su Yuan, what race are you? Why can we not see your ears? Cat Knight moved closer, curious to lift Su Yuan's hair for a better look, but her height restricted her to merely touching his neck. Me? I am just an ordinary human. Human? What sort of race is that? Not just Cat Knight, but the other beast girls wore expressions of bewilderment as they regarded Su Yuan. Is there no humanity in this world? Or have they simply never encountered humans? Su Yuan had no intention of delving into that topic. Instead, he pointed toward the ominous storm clouds gathering in the distance, a blizzard. The ice deity is about to descend. We must swiftly seek shelter. Oh dear, hurry. Cat Knight does not wish to be frozen into an ice block. In such an expansive snowy wasteland, finding a sheltered cave was no easy feat. The five of them searched for several hours. But aside from shifting positions, the landscape remained unchanged. Woo woo woo. Is the white rabbit destined to perish here? I haven't even had my fill before meeting my end. Woo woo woo. Even Fox 9 appeared flustered, and the usually composed Sure seemed at a loss as well, her gaze turning toward Fox 9. Fox 9, is there truly no way out? I do not know. Without my sister here, I am at a loss. Observing the frazzled expressions of the four beast girls, Su Yuan sighed. Finding a cave would indeed be ideal, but if that proved impossible, he had his own plan. All right, from this moment forth, you four must heed my instructions. I can ensure your survival. The four beast girls turned their attention to Su Yuan, with Fox 9 expressing her skepticism. Su Yuan, do you truly have a solution? Indeed, I shall teach you how. Su Yuan began to scan the snowy expanse, noting that the blizzard had evidently persisted for some time. He retrieved an entrenching tool from the side of his mountaineering backpack. After the upper layer of loose snow was cleared away, the hardened layer of snow beneath had been compacted to an impressive density. With the soldier's shovel, a perfectly square snow brick was extracted. It seems we must temporarily construct an ice shelter to withstand the impending blizzard, Su Yuan contemplated. The quality of the snow brick might indeed suffice for their needs. He approached with the sizable snow brick, while the four beast girls looked on in confusion, uncertain of its purpose. Only Sure, with her keen eyes, remained fixated on Su Yuan's shovel, then glanced at the bone dagger sheathed at her waist. Later, I never mind. Sure, you will use the shovel to cut out more of these snow bricks for me. Initially intending to carve the bricks himself, he reconsidered upon realizing that the little beast girls were unfamiliar with constructing snow shelters. Thus, he entrusted the shovel to Sure, who appeared to possess the greatest strength among them. Is it truly for me? Sure, who had harbored a hint of wariness towards Su Yuan, felt her caution dissipate upon receiving the shovel. Her small ears perked up with excitement. Hurry, we must strive to complete the shelter before the divine frost descends. Only then can we ensure everyone's survival. Sure nodded, taking the shovel with determination. Aware of the grave situation, she gripped the tool and began to dig fervently into the ground. Her immense strength sent snowflakes swirling around her, and with a single thrust, she created a substantial pit. Before long, she returned, cradling a snow brick of comparable size. Chapter 2. Constructing the snow house. Su Yuan was left in a state of astonishment. Had he known, he would have opted merely to excavate a pit beneath the snow instead of building a snow house. However, upon further reflection, he realized that such an approach bore the risk of collapse, especially if Sure were to undertake the digging. Since there was still ample time, erecting a snow house seemed a safer alternative. What shall we do, Su Yuan? The remaining beast girls approached, seeking guidance. After a moment of contemplation, he instructed Cat Knight. You and the white rabbit should search nearby for branches. Fox 9, join me in constructing a circle with the snow bricks. Understood. I shall lead the white rabbit in the hunt for branches. Cat Knight replied eagerly. The white rabbit, wishing to remain behind, was tugged away by Cat Knight before she could voice her desire. Meanwhile, Fox 9 took the snow bricks from Sure and began to stack them, mimicking Su Yuan's technique. Won't a house made of snow be cold? Fox 9 queried, gazing curiously at the white circular structure they were assembling. Wouldn't it freeze us into ice blocks? Fear not. It will be quite warm inside. Sure, that should be sufficient. You can return now. As the trio gathered outside the snow house, the ominous clouds loomed ever closer, signaling the imminent arrival of a snowstorm. Where are Cat Knight and the others? Could they be in danger? Su Yuan worriedly scanned the surroundings. But the swirling snow obscured his vision, rendering Cat Knight and the others invisible. Not a chance. Although Cat Knight may lack combat prowess, she is remarkably swift. No one could catch her, Fox 9 reassured him. No sooner had she spoken than Cat Knight's exuberant voice echoed from the distance. I'm back. Cat Knight and the white rabbit bounced toward them, their hair dusted with snow. Even the white rabbit's small face wore a smile, albeit somewhat awkwardly. Her little belly was notably round, swaying as she walked. We found a plethora of fruits. We gathered some on our way back, Cat Knight exclaimed, depositing a hefty bundle of branches before pulling open the white rabbit's garment, causing numerous red fruits to tumble out. Have they frozen? Su Yuan ignored the fruits for the moment and gently placed his hand on the white rabbit's belly, which felt as frigid as ice. No wonder she seemed off earlier. So warm. The white rabbit felt the warmth emanating from Su Yuan's hand. Though his touch was not exceedingly warm, it was a welcome contrast to her ice-cold belly. Quickly, gather the fruits. The ice god approaches. As the distant blizzard whipped the snow into a frenzy, obscuring their vision, Fox 9 and Sure began collecting the fallen fruits. All right, let us retreat to the snow house. Despite her delicate appearance, the little rabbit had managed to endure what would be a challenge for many. With so many ice-like fruits resting upon her belly, she had nearly succumbed to the cold. One by one, the small beast girls squeezed through the modest entrance of the snow house, carrying the wood and fruits inside. As Sure prepared to enter, she returned the spade to Su Yuan, remarking, "This tool is quite sharp." The expression on Sure's face was one of reluctance. Yet she still handed over the engineering shovel in her possession, a tool far sharper than her bone knife. Such a keen weapon could likely only be found in the hands of substantial tribes. "All right, let us proceed," Su Yuan said as he accepted the shovel. Recognizing that it held additional utility at this moment, while Sure could derive little benefit from it herself. Sure's physique was notably more robust than that of the other beast maidens, particularly her ample bosom, which made her entry into the snow shelter somewhat challenging. "Su Yuan, could you give me a push from behind?" Sure's body was partially lodged at the entrance, emitting a muffled buzzing sound from within. "Is it still too small?" "Indeed. One should never judge by appearances. I had underestimated Sure's strength." Casting a glance at the raging blizzard on the horizon, Su Yuan hurried to the entrance of the snow shelter, where two long legs were still exposed. Though her thighs were wrapped in animal hide, her smooth, fair calves were visible. "So slippery," he remarked as he grasped her calves, feeling their remarkable smoothness, albeit chilled to the bone. And he noted the tension held within her legs. "I'm pushing with all my might." Su Yuan embraced her legs and urged her into the shelter. Relieved that she was not entirely stuck, as the other three beast maidens inside lent their assistance as well. Before long, they successfully pushed Sure inside. "Surely, we cannot seal the entrance with snow?" As he entered, Su Yuan did not fully immerse himself, keeping his upper body facing the shelter's opening, which could not be filled with merely a block of snow. Sure, could you spare me the animal hide wrapped around your thighs?" The interior was cloaked in darkness. But upon hearing Su Yuan's voice, Sure decisively untied the hide from her legs and extended her hand toward him in the dimness. When the hides reached Su Yuan, they still radiated warmth, causing his mind to momentarily falter at the sensation of her body pressing against his. "If I continue these thoughts, I might as well freeze solid," he thought, shaking his head as he affixed the two hides to the entrance with branches, while also covering half the opening with snow. "All right, Sure. Will you be all right? Won't you get cold?" "No worries, it's much warmer inside." As night fell, visibility within the snow shelter diminished, and the 5 occupants felt somewhat cramped. Su Yuan was uncertain who was pressed closely against him. Gurgle. I'm hungry," the timid voice of the white rabbit echoed in the darkness. Unable to see, Hu Jiao felt her way around and handed a fruit toward the rabbit. "Everyone, move to the back of the shelter. Mao Yi, pass me the branches and wood." Su Yuan, where are you?" "Over here." In the obscurity, 2 hands wandered, and Su Yuan suddenly brushed against something furry, which felt like a plush toy. "Ah!" a delicate voice exclaimed from within the snow shelter, and Su Yuan quickly withdrew his hand, realizing he had not recognized the voice earlier. However, this size bears some resemblance to a lion, yet the lion does not typically exhibit such a startled demeanor. "Su Yuan, I am coming." At that moment, Cat Knight approached Su Yuan, holding a twig in hand. This was not the time for contemplation. The immediate concern was to resolve the brightness issue, lest a blunder occur later, though the tactile sensation was rather pleasing. "All right, Cat Knight, please position yourself behind me." After acquiring the twig, Su Yuan snapped it into a small segment and retrieved a windproof lighter from his climbing backpack, despite not being a smoker himself. Fortunately, he had traversed this landscape during a mountaineering expedition. Otherwise, survival after the transition would have posed a greater challenge without such provisions. Wait a moment. Did he not possess a system? Never mind. That can wait until the current situation is addressed. After a brief search, Su Yuan finally located the windproof lighter nestled within the crevice of his backpack. As a spark ignited, he was able to discern the surroundings with clarity. Chapter 3. The cozy snow hut. Mao Yi nestled closely behind Su Yuan, nearly pressed against the edge of the snow hut due to the cramped space, while Sure sat in the middle, gazing in astonishment at the flickering flame. The furthest from Su Yuan were Hu Jiao and the white rabbit, the latter currently nibbling on a fruit, though her actions had come to a temporary halt. Su Yuan, are you a shaman? You can summon fire. Mao Yi exclaimed with great enthusiasm, her petite frame leaning against Su Yuan as she tightly wrapped her small arms around his neck. A shaman? I am no shaman. I merely utilized some tools, he replied, though he was unfamiliar with the role of shamans in this world. He could surmise that they were akin to tribal leaders or priests, though he wondered if true shamanic magic existed or if it was merely a form of pseudoscience rooted in reason. The four beast girls clearly did not believe Su Yuan's words, yet they said nothing further, casting concerned glances upward, with the fire now crackling. The temperature inside the snow hut had risen considerably, gradually thawing their previously frozen hands and feet. Su Yuan, will lighting a fire in the snow hut cause it to melt? Hu Jiu asked, her voice tinged with worry as she pointed to the ceiling. However, Su Yuan responded with a confident smile, do not worry, it will not melt. While the fire still burns, let us first attend to our meals. It had been 5 or 6 hours since Su Yuan had awakened, and he, like the four beast girls, felt a pang of hunger. Here, Su Yuan, have a red fruit. The white rabbit seemed to recognize the fruit, as she would not be eating it so casually otherwise. Su Yuan accepted it and took a bite. The fruit was cool to the touch, reminiscent of gnawing on a piece of frozen sugar cane, albeit one that was exceedingly sour. Nevertheless, the four beast girls savored it with delight. With some space cleared for the flames, Mao Yu could only curl up in Su Yuan's embrace, holding the red fruit as she munched away. How warm it is. The orange flames radiated warmth, and Mao Ye's cheeks flushed with a rosy hue as she gazed at the fire with a dreamy smile. Indeed, it is quite warm, Shirshir added. Leaning closer to the fire, Su Yuan noticed that without the animal pelts wrapped around her thighs, Shirshir's lower body was only partially covered by the fur, leaving her long, muscular legs crossed in the snow, an embodiment of wild beauty and strength. Shirshir, you can use my clothing to cushion yourself, Su Yuan offered. Although the temperature in the snow hut had risen significantly, the snow itself remained cold, and while it wouldn't cause frostbite, the chill was undoubtedly uncomfortable. No need. The snow hut is already warm enough, she replied. Indeed, it is warm in here. Thus, my clothing is perfectly suited as a cushion. Please, take it. Shirshir accepted the down jacket Su Yuan extended to her, unsure of the material's composition but finding it remarkably soft and comfortable to the touch. The temperature within the snow hut, bolstered by the presence of 5 individuals and the warmth of the flames, became remarkably cozy. Outside, a blizzard raged, with snowflakes accumulating in the crevices of the hut that Su Yuan had not yet filled. Shirshir placed her clothing underneath her, her legs crossed within her down jacket, instantly enveloped in a profound sense of warmth and comfort. Su Yuan, your clothing is so warm, she remarked, referring not to the down jacket beneath her, but to the thermal underwear Su Yuan wore. Miao Miao nestled against Su Yuan's chest, nuzzling the warm fabric. Come on, everyone, let us eat quickly. The flames will soon extinguish, Miao Miao urged. The which she had brought would last no more than half an hour, and the group promptly began to gnaw on the icy, sour red fruits. With only a dozen fruits available, they barely sufficed for the group's needs. Su Yuan was not particularly fond of these tart berries, consuming only 2 before ceasing, while the white rabbit and Huliu had similarly modest appetites. The remainder was devoured by the seemingly petite Miao Miao and Shirshir. If our tribe knew how to build snow huts, we would have been bullied by the members of the Black Sheep tribe to the point of losing our way, Shirshir lamented. After finishing their meal, the flames still flickered, and Su Yuan engaged in light conversation with the little beast maidens. The small Miao Miao cradled in his arms brought great comfort. Curling up like a kitten, as Su Yuan gently stroked her little head, he inquired of Huliu and the others, why does the Black Sheep tribe bully you? Previously, our Red Fox tribe lived out in the wild snow plains, when suddenly the Black Sheep tribe appeared from nowhere and attacked our home without a word. Then the shaman led us into battle against them, but their shaman was formidable and we could not prevail, thus we had to abandon our home. Moreover, that shaman from the Black Sheep tribe was excessively cruel, capturing many of our tribesmen. The shaman led us into the icy wilderness, but when we encountered the wrath of the ice god, we became separated from the rest of our tribe, Huliu recounted. Su Yuan listened, surprised. And after tossing a twig into the fire, he curiously asked, is their shaman truly that powerful? Indeed, not only is their shaman strong, but their hunting leader is also exceptionally skilled. Even Shirshir cannot match her prowess, Huliu responded. Her words brought a rare flicker of disappointment to Shirshir's resilient face, suggesting that the Black Sheep tribe indeed possessed greater strength than these little beast maidens. Do not worry, one day we shall reclaim what is rightfully ours. Su Yuan reassured the little beast maidens. The small cat girl in his arms lazily commented, with such a warm snow hut. There is little need to fight for that place. It's merely a hollow stone, and when the ice god is angry, it becomes unbearably cold. The little jerky I had saved was swept away by the ice goddess winds. Indeed. All the beast maidens felt that this snow hut was far more comfortable than their previous home. However, their current objective was not to reclaim their homeland, but to locate the others from their tribe. As the flames gradually dimmed, the white rabbit anxiously pointed at the fire, exclaiming, "The flames are about to go out. It is of no consequence. I can still ignite the fire. If it extinguishes, so be it. It is best that we all retire early. Should the weather be fair tomorrow, we shall embark on a quest to locate the main body of the Red Fox tribe." Su Yuan has already begun to consider himself a member of the tribe, for it was these few little beast girls of the Red Fox tribe who roused him from slumber. Otherwise, had he continued to sleep in this dismal place, he would likely have frozen into an icy block amidst the blizzard. Indeed, tomorrow we shall seek out everyone. Su Yuan gathered the charred remnants of the wood and piled them in the corner. The little cat girl, Cat Knight, had already drifted into a gentle slumber. After a day filled with activity, she too found herself succumbing to the embrace of night. Good night, everyone. Though the conditions were somewhat arduous, the group settled down to rest. Lioness, concerned for Su Yuan's comfort against the chill of the night, turned her body and offered half of her clothing as a cushion for him. In this manner, her legs served as a support, albeit in a rather peculiar position. With a slight tilt of his head, Su Yuan could rest against the curve of her knees. Cat Knight also nestled close, and Su Yuan chose not to disturb her, merely adjusting his curled form to allow her to rest against him. She was but a small weight, akin to cradling a plush toy as he gradually drifted into slumber. Good night, dear friends. Chapter 4. The Mall System, setting off towards the east. In the early morning, Su Yuan felt a wave of suffocation, a dampness enveloping his chest, accompanied by a surge of warmth. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself still engulfed in darkness. The feline, Shirshir, had unknowingly shifted, her sturdy legs tightly wrapped around Su Yuan's neck, her rear pressing against his chest, while the little cat, Yi, nestled snugly in between. Indeed, cats seemed to possess a liquid-like quality. Despite the cramped quarters, Yi appeared to be sleeping soundly, even tucking her head into Su Yuan's garment. Gently shifting Shirshir's legs aside, Su Yuan finally glimpsed the light. Through the snow-brick walls, he could discern the figures of several individuals within the cozy snow hut. Fox 9 was cradling a white rabbit, while Shirshir clutched at Fox 9's legs, the beast skin shoes that once adorned Fox 9's feet nowhere to be found. It felt surreal. Who would have imagined sharing a space with these enchanting beast maidens? A smile graced Su Yuan's face. These beast maidens were undeniably beautiful. One could only wonder if this world had long abandoned the genes of unattractiveness, or if these particular maidens were mere exceptions. Ah, the system. Resting his head on Shirshir's leg, using her calf as a pillow, a blue panel appeared before him, visible only to his eyes. Host, would you like to activate Level 1 Mall? This system seemed somewhat lacking in intelligence. Su Yuan silently willed it to activate, and instantly, a shopping interface materialized before him. Lighter, 30 points, matches, 5 points, flint, 1 point, standard compressed biscuit, 10 points, ham sausage, 6 points. After a cursory glance at some of the items, Su Yuan's gaze fell to his own points, a notably clean and simple number, 0 system. How can I acquire these points? And how does one upgrade them all? Trading items can yield points. The rarer the item, the more points earned. Transactions can be made 10 times a day. The system mall upgrades in accordance with the level of civilization and development brought by the host. Trading items? That seemed manageable. However, the advancement of civilization was a long-term endeavor. The evolution of civilization on Earth took countless years. How could he, as an individual, achieve such progress in a fleeting moment? Thus, it was best to not dwell on this for now. Su Yuan glanced around, finding little of value for trade, until he recalled Shirshir's beast skin shoes. Of course, this was merely a test of the system's points. He had no intention of genuinely trading away Shirshir's footwear. He reached behind him, fortunately finding nothing obstructive, and soon his hand brushed against Shirshir's foot. The beast skin shoe was easily removed, and Su Yuan soon discovered the peculiar vine that bound it, quickly freeing the shoe. The footwear appeared somewhat worn and lacked adequate warmth. In such frigid weather, one would expect frostbite from wearing such shoes. It was astonishing how resilient the beast maidens of this alternate world were. System, how many points is this worth? The dilapidated wolf fur shoes, valued at 5 points, were surprisingly worth no more than a box of matches. It appeared that the system's trading points were not as stringent as one might expect. Otherwise, even exchanging for a pack of compressed biscuits would have been fraught with difficulty. Would the host like to trade? No trade, Su Yuan replied, discarding the shoes aside. Having understood the system's functions, he felt an urge to venture out in search of something of value. At that moment, a languid voice emerged from the snow hut. The first to awaken was Lioness, evidently disturbed from her slumber by the commotion of shoe removal. Has the ice god departed? After rising, she did not retract her feet until she noticed Su Yuan also getting up. The other beast girls gradually stirred awake, while only the little cat, Yi, had tucked her head inside Su Yuan's clothing, seemingly oblivious to the dawn that had broken, concerned that her drool might dampen his clothes. Su Yuan had no choice but to rouse Yi forcibly. Wait here while I take a look outside. Dressing in his down jacket, he crawled to the entrance of the snow hut. After a night of blizzards, the entrance had already been buried, with the white snow piling up before the hut's mouth. With no other option, Su Yuan retreated, having retrieved the 2 frozen beast fur leg bindings. He then extracted a shovel from his backpack. After a considerable effort, he managed to excavate a small hole at the entrance, through which sunlight streamed in, accompanied by flurries still dancing in the air. The ice god has departed. We can venture out now. Exiting was not as cumbersome as entering had been. Upon Su Yuan's repeated insistence, Lioness wielded the shovel, clearing a large opening behind the snow hut. Well, we must seek news of the tribe. We cannot linger here indefinitely. We can build another snow hut when we rest tonight. The beast girls looked longingly at the dismantled snow hut, and after some comforting words from Su Yuan, he reluctantly abandoned the small structure. Fox 9, Cat Yi, and I will head out to hunt. Would you like to rest for a bit? Lioness unsheathed her bone knife, her long legs completely exposed to the snow, and Su Yuan could sense a slight tremor in her thighs. Fortunately, the 2 beast fur leg bindings had warmed sufficiently in Su Yuan's down jacket, allowing Lioness to don them again with greater ease. Let us go together. We all need to gather information about the tribe. It is prudent to hunt while we travel, Su Yuan proposed, as waiting here seemed a waste of time, and the vast, snowy expanse posed the risk of them becoming lost if they strayed too far apart. Indeed, Cat Yi concurred, believing it would be better for everyone to act in unison. Last night, she had enjoyed the most comfortable sleep. Though her gray hair was somewhat matted from the warmth of being tucked inside Su Yuan's clothing, leaving her drenched in sweat without waking. Well then, let it be so. The small tribe of 5, led by Su Yuan, possessed little of value to carry away. After securing his mountaineering backpack, they embarked on their journey. His sister had advised that should they lose their way, they could orient themselves by observing the direction of the rising sun in the morning. Fortunately, they were not entirely aimless in their search. Hu Jio's sister had provided her with a reliable directional cue. The sun rises in the east at dawn, making it relatively simple to ascertain their bearings. However, a thought crossed Su Yuan's mind. What if this planet was not Earth? What if the sun rose in the west? Or perhaps it rose alternately from both the east and west. Nonetheless, he decided to trust his sister's words, believing there must be some truth to them, despite his ignorance of the principles followed by these little beast girls. Thus, they set forth. After enduring a night of fierce blizzards, their spirits lifted considerably, especially with Su Yuan's presence, which instilled in Hu Jio and the others a sense of confidence in overcoming any obstacles they might encounter. Cat Knight, too, had grown more affectionate towards Su Yuan compared to the previous day, frequently darting beneath his arm or clinging to his back like a koala. It is said that once a kitten recognizes someone by scent, they become particularly clingy. This phenomenon appeared to apply to Cat Knight as well, as she had evidently accepted Su Yuan's scent as her own. Chapter 5. The commencement of systematic trading. Alas, I find myself overwhelmed by hunger. Why can I not discover even a single fruit? After traversing for approximately 3 hours, the sun now hangs high in the azure sky. The little cat, Yi, languidly clings to Su Yuan, while the other beast girls occasionally emit soft growls from their empty stomachs. Oh, if only we had saved a few fruits from last night. The white rabbit bears a sorrowful expression, its upright ears drooping, transforming from an adorable creature into a dejected one. Please wait here for a moment, Su Yuan said, feeling hunger gnaw at him. Since yesterday, he had consumed only 2 fruits. Regrettably, his backpack was filled with tools, and the small pouch containing food had seemingly vanished. The only edible item he possessed was a box of chocolate drink powder, meant to replenish his energy, but he lacked a vessel to prepare the drink. Su Yuan, are you going hunting? Lioness inquired, observing Su Yuan's departure. She grasped a bone knife and followed suit. Yet in this frigid wilderness, the presence of animals was scarcely discernible. No, I am merely seeking something useful. You all rest for a moment, Su Yuan replied as he surveyed the pristine expanse of the snowfield, now rendered even more desolate following the blizzard. Fortunately, a barren tree trunk stood not far off. This should be worth some points, he mused. The trunk, approximately the size of a bowl, was stripped bare save for a few branches, protruding about 3 meters above the snow. Su Yuan resolutely retrieved his entrenching tool. Even Lioness's tattered beast-hide shoes were valued at 5 points. Thus this trunk could not possibly be worthless. Thud! The entrenching tool struck the trunk, creating only a slight indentation. Without a moment's hesitation, he called out, Lioness, could you come over here? Lioness's previous display of strength attested to her formidable power, far surpassing that of Su Yuan. And thus he refrained from attempting to prove his own prowess. Su Yuan, what is it? She queried. Lioness, could you assist me in felling this tree? Su Yuan handed the entrenching tool to her, but Lioness gazed at it with a pained expression, hesitating to act. To her, using such a sharp instrument to chop would seem a wasteful endeavor. All right, Lioness, it is not as fragile as you think. Only by cutting down this tree can we hope to procure something to eat. Understood. Lioness acknowledged the urgency of their situation, tightening her grip on the entrenching tool before striking the trunk. Crack! The immense force she exerted cleaved a gash into the trunk. It appeared that with a couple more strikes, the tree would be severed. Adjusting her stance, she summoned her strength and, with one decisive blow, the trunk splintered apart. How astonishing! Could Lioness be of the bear folk? Su Yuan pondered, noting that her petite ears bore no resemblance to bear ears. Rather, they resembled a pair of golden lion ears, befitting her name. Su Yuan, here, Lioness said, her expression tinged with concern as she regarded the entrenching tool. Although her previous 2 strikes had not damaged it, the blade was now somewhat dulled. Sure, take this item. Later, I will explain how to use it. With the resources acquired from the system, Su Yuan no longer fretted over the mere 100-point engineer shovel, thus he allowed Sure to keep it. Thank you, Su Yuan. I will take great care of it. A radiant smile graced Shure's face as she carefully secured the engineer shovel at her waist, displacing the bone knife from its previous position. Sure, may I see that bone knife? It's crafted from wolf bone, but it's not as sharp as this shovel. Sure handed the bone knife to Su Yuan. She preferred the shovel over the knife, which could only pierce with its pointed end. With a swift swing, she could sever an enemy's head with ease, even more effectively than with the bone spear she had previously wielded. System, evaluate the value of these 2 items. Wolf bone knife, 20 points. Snow yew tree, half 75 points. This tree is quite valuable indeed. Half of it is worth 75 points. Realizing he could exchange for sufficient points, Su Yuan decided against trading Shure's bone knife, which she had honed to a fine finish, resembling a work of art. Transaction for this half snow yew tree. Transaction successful. Earned 75 points. In an instant, the snow yew tree on the ground vanished, leaving behind only an imprint, which left Sure astounded. Su Yuan Yu. Let us return first. I will explain everything to everyone. The ability to conduct transactions could not remain a secret for long, especially since he would be living alongside Sure and the others. Upon their return to where Fox 9 and the others were gathered, Su Yuan called everyone to assemble in a circle. I have significant news to share. Is it true that you are a shaman, Su Yuan? Cat Knight, evidently unwavering in her belief that Su Yuan was a shaman, leaned against him, her chin resting on his head. Actually, I can offer all manner of items as sacrifices to the celestial deity in return for rewards. The rarer the item, the greater the joy of the deity, and the more substantial the rewards bestowed. In moments of uncertainty, divine intervention prevails, yet one must not speak too soon. Just yesterday, he claimed he was not a shaman, attributing everything to the power of science, but the existence of the system was beyond scientific explanation. After Su Yuan finished speaking, the other beast girls stood as stunned as Sure, while Cat Knight excitedly embraced him. I knew it. Su Yuan is indeed a shaman, and a divine shaman capable of communicating with the celestial deity. Now our tribe possesses 2 shamans. Sure and the others were equally elated, the prospect of a divine shaman, one who could converse with the celestial deity and receive its blessings, was a privilege typically reserved for major tribes. Their modest tribe already garnered envy from wandering tribes for having a regular shaman, let alone a divine one. Even the white rabbit displayed a joyful smile. All right, this matter must remain a secret for me. Otherwise, I risk being captured by the malevolent tribe. Su Yuan spoke with a grave expression, while several small beast girls earnestly assured him that he must be a divine shaman who had escaped from some grand tribe. At that moment, they had already woven an epic tale filled with dramatic twists and turns in their minds about him. Now, I shall beseech the celestial beings for sustenance, so everyone, please take your seats. Upon hearing that Su Yuan intended to contact the deities, the beast girls promptly knelt in the snow, their hands reverently placed upon their heads. There's no need for such fervor, but never mind. Su Yuan chose not to disturb them. Instead, he focused his gaze on the system's marketplace. System, please display the food items available. Handsome instant noodles, 15 points, plump bread, 8 points, dog food gift pack, 30 points. Wait, is there even cat food? Su Yuan instinctively glanced at the small cat in his arms, thinking that since the cat girl was also a feline, she might enjoy eating cat food as well, perhaps? Chapter 6. The delectable delicacies. In the end, Su Yuan purchased 5 ordinary compressed biscuits for 10 points each, comprised of the following flavors: wheat fragrance, savory scallion, sweet and salty meat paste, sesame, and red date. Each person received one, and if anyone desired more, they could let him know. With 25 points remaining, he could acquire 2 additional biscuits if that were insufficient. He could venture out into the snow to gather the remaining half of the snow holly tree. What delightful aromas wafted through the air! Cat Knight's acute sense of smell immediately piqued her interest, causing her to drop her arms and fix her luminous gaze upon the few compressed biscuits in Su Yuan's hands. These are biscuits with 5 distinct flavors. Let us make do with what we have, he explained. Although Cat Knight was unfamiliar with these biscuits, her keen sense of smell indicated that they were delectable. Without hesitation, she seized the topmost wheat-flavored biscuit and took a bite. Before Su Yuan could finish his sentence, Cat Knight bit down, only to find her tiny canine teeth throbbing with pain, tears welling up in her small eyes. Slow down. These are quite hard. You must allow your saliva to soften them before taking a bite, Su Yuan advised, as he himself took a piece of the meat paste flavor. After such a prolonged absence of food, even the compressed biscuits tasted exquisite. Lioness also picked up a sesame-flavored biscuit, leaving the remaining 2 for Fox 9 and the White Rabbit. Learning from Cat Knight's earlier mishap, the Beast Girls cautiously licked their biscuits with their tongues, the sweet, fragrant flavors causing them to squint their eyes in delight. Cat Knight successfully bit into the small piece of compressed biscuit that had previously betrayed her, and as it dissolved with her saliva, it transformed into a fine powder that filled her belly. These are truly delicious, Su Yuan. I wish to sample the flavor of your biscuit. Shall we trade? Cat Knight implored, presenting the piece she had partially devoured before gazing at Su Yuan's equally nibbled meat paste biscuit with a pitiful expression. Her nose informed her that the flavor in Su Yuan's biscuit was superior, even detecting the scent of meat. Well, here you go. Cat Knight, devoid of any disdain, took Su Yuan's biscuit and bit into it, this time mindful not to crush it with her teeth. Su Yuan observed the biscuit that Cat Knight had tasted. It was no longer merely the wheat flavor, as this piece bore a hint of the essence of a small kitten. Naturally, it still tasted of wheat, yet under the influence of his imagination. He felt that this biscuit possessed an added flavor, quite delightful. As Su Yuan had just taken 2 bites, Fox 9 cast a glance in their direction, her expression mirroring Cat Knight's previous one. All right, here you go. The 5 compressed biscuits were exchanged among them, and by the end, Su Yuan had grown accustomed to the process, while the little beast girls simply remained curious about the different flavors. Cat Knight and Lioness favored the savory variants, while Fox 9 and the White Rabbit preferred the sweeter ones. The 5 compressed biscuits significantly improved everyone's spirits. When the biscuits became too dry, they scooped up handfuls of snow to wash them down. In a short while, they had finished the 5 compressed biscuits. Has everyone had their fill? Though not entirely satiated, I am no longer famished. Cat Knight licked her fingers, her demeanor suggesting she would gladly savor them clean. Soon, we shall offer some tributes to the divine, and in the evening, let us prepare a grand feast within the snow house. The thought of a sumptuous meal brought a spark of joy to the faces of Fox 9 and the others, and even the journey to seek out the tribe felt considerably lighter. Along the way, Su Yuan discovered 2 trees, yet regrettably, neither was a snow holly. The first would yield merely 120 points, while the second, being slightly larger, afforded an additional 10. Trading timber is not particularly lucrative, the rarer the item, the greater the points it can fetch. However, in this vast snowfield, Su Yuan found little else of value to exchange. As twilight approached, the group had traversed an unknown distance, the surroundings appearing somewhat improved from the stark white plains of before. At least they were no longer so barren. With each few steps, they encountered trees frozen into icy sculptures. The group paused beneath a tree with a trunk nearly half a meter in diameter. Su Yuan, I believe I am feeling a bit hungry again, Cat Knight murmured, rubbing her small belly, leaning against Su Yuan in a wan manner. Su Yuan glanced towards the horizon. The sky was clearing somewhat after the blizzard, but darkness would soon descend, bringing with it dangers that rivaled the tempest. Let us rest here for the night. Sure. You gather snow bricks, White Rabbit and Fox 9, you construct the snow house. I shall accompany Cat Knight to collect firewood. Under Su Yuan's guidance, Fox 9 and White Rabbit had quickly grasped the tasks at hand, particularly Fox 9, who understood immediately after Su Yuan's explanation. Fear not, we shall handle it. Fox 9 declared confidently, puffing out her chest and lifting her chin, evidently pleased with the responsibility entrusted to her. Come, Cat Knight. This grand tree spared them the need to venture far for firewood, but the trunk below was certainly unchoppable. The upper branches, however, could be entrusted to Cat Knight. System. Check the points for the iron axe. Iron axe, 80 points, let's trade. 80 points was acceptable, as this axe was not a mere disposable tool. It would be essential for future woodcutting, and even when dulled, it would serve better than the primitive bone axe of this era. Cat Knight. Take the axe and climb up to gather some branches. By the way, you can climb trees, right? Su Yuan, in his fixed mindset, assumed that a cat would surely be adept at climbing. Cat Knight eagerly nodded in affirmation. Leave it to me. I'm swift at climbing trees. Cat Knight weighed the axe in her hands. Unlike Sure, she exhibited no obsession with weapons. When she reached the tree trunk, she extended her hand behind her. Soon, a small gray tail emerged from above her fur skirt, catching Su Yuan's attention as he stood mesmerized by the sight of Cat Knight's skirt being tugged downward. So, the tail of the cat girl extends from her tailbone. Cat Knight shivered upon revealing her tail, then wrapped it around the iron axe, deftly using both hands and feet to leap onto the trunk. Wow, Su Yuan, there are so many fruits up here. Snow was shaken off the trunk, and the excited sounds of Cat Knight echoed between the branches. Then knock all the fruits down, and I shall catch them below. Su Yuan placed his mountaineering backpack on the ground, which contained merely a rope, a first aid kit, a toolbox, a bottle of sunscreen, and a packet of chocolate beverage mix. The remaining space was limited, yet there was still room to store some fruits. All right, I shall continue. I am tossing them down. After a soft rustling sound from above, a snow-white fruit was dropped. Su Yuan picked it up and examined it. It was an oval fruit, about the size of a palm, encased in a layer of frost, feeling exceedingly cold to the touch. System, how many points is this worth? Blue patterned snow fruit. 100 points. Wow. Is it really that valuable? Su Yuan was taken aback. Throughout his journey, he had encountered fruits before, but the one he previously found was worth only 5 points, and he had no desire to waste a trading opportunity for such a meager amount. Cat Knight, how many fruits can you knock down? Without haste to trade, he thought this impressive item might be a rare treasure, and he would inquire with Fox 9 and the others later. Yes, there are many more above. Once I gather these down, I will search further up. Chapter 7. The Snow Python. Upon learning the price of the fruit, the target shifted from branches to the blue-striped snow fruit. Su Yuan positioned himself beneath the tree trunk, awaiting the moment when Cat Knight would drop the fruit. Occasionally, a snow fruit would plummet from above, and after a few had fallen. Just as Su Yuan bent down to gather the fruits on the ground, a terrified cry echoed from the tree. Ah, Cat Knight. Su Yuan hastily glanced upward, and amidst the cascading snow, a figure plummeted down, landing squarely on him, pinning him to the ground. Fortunately, the snow cushioned the impact, so Su Yuan was not severely hurt. However, the small flat body of Cat Knight pressing against his face was quite painful, especially with the bristling fur of her beast skin attire. Su Yuan, are you all right? Cat Knight shook her dazed head, and, upon seeing Su Yuan beneath her, hurriedly helped him up. I'm fine. What just happened? What happened? Ah, run, Su Yuan. There's a giant snake in the tree. Without a moment's hesitation, Cat Knight scooped Su Yuan into her arms and sprinted toward Lion and the others, as the great tree behind them emitted a thunderous roar. Hiss! Peering over Cat Knight's shoulder, Su Yuan's heart raced in terror at the sight behind them. a massive white python, as thick as a water barrel, with blood dripping from its head. Previously, Cat Knight had struck the serpent with an axe, inciting its wrath, and now it writhed in pursuit of them. Thankfully, Cat Knight was agile, and despite carrying Su Yuan, she managed to reach Lion Lion and the others without losing speed. Lion Lion, Fox 9, help? A giant snake wants to eat us. Upon hearing the distress call, Lion Lion immediately set down the snow brick she was holding. The timid white rabbit covered her ears in fear, but still followed the two towards Su Yuan's location. Ouch! In her haste, Cat Knight stumbled over a snow brick recently cut by Lion Lion, causing Su Yuan to be flung away. Luckily, Lion Lion reacted swiftly, catching Su Yuan in her warm, comforting embrace, which brought him some relief. Su Yuan, Cat Knight, what happened? There's a snake, a giant snake. It's coming for us. Cat Knight hid behind Lion Lion, her ears drooping, clearly frightened alongside the white rabbit at the sight of the serpent. I'll go take a look. If there's a snake, perhaps we can procure tonight's meal. Lion Lion set Su Yuan down and brandished her entrenching tool as she walked toward the direction of the tree. However, the white python was even more eager. Before Lion Lion had taken 2 steps, the monstrous figure appeared before them, blood streaming down its face. Su Yuan noticed that it bore a fruit resembling the blue-striped snow fruit atop its head, from which the blood oozed. It seemed that Cat Knight, unable to pluck the fruit, had resorted to using her axe. Upon spotting Cat Knight, the giant python lunged forward in fury, but Lion Lion, standing resolutely in front, showed no hesitation as she swung her entrenching tool toward the serpent's massive body. Hiss! Even though the axe had dulled slightly from chopping wood, it still posed a challenge for the massive python. In an instant, the engineer's shovel struck the serpent, inflicting a shallow wound. Though minor, the injury only served to further incite the python's rage. It disregarded the agile Cat Knight and turned its attention to ensnaring Lioness. The python's formidable defense was evident. Su Yuan recognized that Lioness would find it difficult to subdue the serpent with just the engineer's shovel, as the few centimeters of blade could only inflict limited damage. This was a snow python, adept at camouflaging itself within the snow and using the fruit atop its head to deceive other creatures. Lioness, alone, would undoubtedly face considerable challenges. Fox 9 expressed concern, yet Lioness was the sole wielder of a weapon, aside from the bone dagger possessed by Su Yuan. Su Yuan, pass me the bone dagger. I shall assist Lioness. Observing Cat Knight's anxious demeanor, Su Yuan couldn't help but chuckle, though he readily complied and began searching for additional weapons in the shop. Given the nature of the bone dagger, it would likely only manage to inflict a few superficial wounds on the python. What weapon is suitable for the little Cat Knight? He pondered. System, filter for weaponry. Dow, 210 points. Iron shield, 230 points. Stone spear, 30 points. Steel claw set, 120 points. Eureka! Su Yuan promptly exchanged for a set of steel claws. While Cat Knight might not wield a blade adeptly, she certainly enjoyed scratching. This set of steel claws would be perfect for her. Cat Knight, don these and go scratch that enormous python, Su Yuan urged, pulling her hand to fit the steel claw gloves onto her. The black gloves extended sharp claws of 4 to 5 centimeters at the knuckles, glinting menacingly. Cat Knight was instantly captivated, bouncing with excitement at the sight of her new claws. How cool! And my hands feel so warm. Su Yuan swiftly tugged at her little tail, saying, enough playing. Hurry and help Lioness. Okay, I'm coming to assist you, Lioness. Cat Knight, blushing slightly, tucked her tail into her animal hide skirt and dashed towards Lioness, who was now entangled by the python around her legs. Yet, Lioness's strength was on par with that of the serpent, despite the python's attempts to constrict her limbs and immobilize her. Lioness managed to maintain a small space with her powerful legs. The taut muscles in her legs radiated strength, while a peculiar rune began to glow upon her brow. She swung the engineer's shovel with vigor against the python's body. The serpent hissed in pain, twisting its body with the intent to swallow Lioness whole. Just as she prepared to strike its head with the shovel, a shadow surged forward. Before the python could react, one of its eyes was pierced, and the excruciating pain caused it to relinquish its hold on Lioness, collapsing to the ground in a frenzy. Ha ha ha, Cat Knight, I am truly formidable. The cat gazed at the blood upon its steel claws, a weapon bestowed by Su Yuan that was truly a perfect match for it, far superior to the unwieldy bone knife it once clutched. Be cautious, it is not yet dead. Lion, ever vigilant, observed the giant python, which still had one eye fixed on the cat. Yet, the feline was relentless in its ambush, never granting an opportunity for a counterattack. In an instant, the cat leaped beside the colossal serpent, its steel claws carving 4 1-meter-long gashes into its flesh. How impressive! Indeed, Lion was equally astonished. Just as the cat reveled in its triumph, the python twisted its body and lunged towards her. "Ah, Lion, save me," despite having lost an eye. The serpent was no match for the two of them, and now, attempting to flee proved a formidable challenge. Lion fiercely grasped the python's upper jaw, bringing down her shovel upon its head. If one strike failed, she struck again, relentlessly hacking away 7 or 8 times, blood splattering everywhere, drenching her in its crimson. The cat, too, showed no mercy, raking at the beast with its steel claws from the side. With a thunderous crash, the python, its head and body cleaved open, finally succumbed, its tail, which had been entwined around Lion, falling limp. Chapter 8. Unlocking Special Items. Shirshir, are you alright? After the battle came to a close, the trio from logistics approached. Upon seeing Su Yuan, Shirshir stood there with a hint of sadness. What's wrong, Shirshir? Su Yuan initially thought she might be injured. But when he grasped her arm, he noticed her pained gaze fixed upon a broken entrenching tool in her hands. The entrenching tool is broken. After several fierce strikes, while an axe might have endured, this entrenching tool, purchased from a certain online store, could not withstand such intensity and had snapped into 2 pieces. "Ah, it's nothing. If it's broken, it's broken. Just tell me what weapon you desire, and I shall request another from the deity. As for this broken one, I'll simply return it," Su Yuan replied nonchalantly, as though the deity were merely a collector of discarded items, casually holding the fractured tool in his hand. "Broken entrenching tool, 5 points. Would you like to trade? 5 points for this useless item. What a waste of my attempts. System, could you not recycle this junk? If you refuse, I might find myself at a loss for words. Recycling is possible, but no points will be awarded. Recycle it quickly." In truth, the broken entrenching tool held some value for repurposing, given the harsh conditions of this primitive tribe. However, upon witnessing Shirshir's forlorn expression, he felt compelled to weave a little lie. Once the entrenching tool vanished, Shirshir's spirits lifted. And after glancing at the steel claws in Cat Knight's possession, she spoke again. "I would like another entrenching tool." This tall beast maiden had little experience with weaponry. Her previous use of the entrenching tool stemmed from the fact that it was her only option, now that she could exchange for weapons. Why did she still desire a mere tool? Reflecting on Shirshir's combat prowess, Su Yuan decided to trade 5 blue-striped snow fruits from his backpack, immediately exchanging them for a 1.6-meter-long saber. Refined saber, 575 points. Ah, the price is just right. Having exchanged it, I find myself with no remaining points. Fortunately, I still have 2 trading opportunities left today. I hope that Great Python proves to be worth something substantial. The 1.6-meter saber, with a single-edged blade, was as long as its handle. When he drew it, it stood taller than Cat Knight and was so heavy that Su Yuan required both hands to lift it. Shirshir, the entrenching tool is merely a tool, unsuitable for combat. From now on, you should wield this. As Shirshir accepted the saber, her tall stature made it appear quite fitting in her grasp, and she could effortlessly lift the weapon with just one hand. With a whoosh, Shirshir approached the great python, the saber slicing through the air with remarkable vigor. Although these beast maidens of the primitive society lacked knowledge of scientific techniques, their prowess in hunting and combat was undeniable. In contrast to Su Yuan, who struggled to shoulder the weight, Shirshir merely experimented with a few swings before quickly mastering the weapon. How impressive! At that moment, the expressions of the 4 onlookers were filled with astonishment, with Cat Knight particularly flabbergasted. Unable to close her mouth as she compared the steel claws in her hands to Shirshir's newfound weapon, clearly, they were not of the same caliber. Nevertheless, she still cherished her steel claws, for that blade towered over her considerably. With a decisive swing, she severed the head of the colossal python, the blood splattering over her, transforming her into a veritable blood-soaked warrior, reminiscent of a female Azura upon her return. "Thank you. I am truly fond of it," she said, wiping the crimson from her face. This was her first smile since the invasion of the Black Sheep tribe, radiating unrestrained joy. Previously, she had been engulfed in self-reproach. As an awakened warrior of the Red Fox tribe, she felt she had failed to vanquish the invaders of the Black Sheep tribe, leading to the dislocation of her own people. Now, if she could locate the others from her tribe, she would wield this horse-slaying blade to return and wreak havoc upon her enemies. As long as you enjoy it, twilight approaches. Hasten and gather snow bricks. Cat Knight, accompany me to retrieve the remaining fruits and chop some wood. Su Yuan extracted the medical kit from his backpack. If the blue-veined snow fruits were abundant, the space consumed by the medical kit would barely suffice. You all assist. I shall deal with this giant python. I can help too. A timid voice piped up from behind. The white rabbit, though intimidated by the serpent, approached nonetheless. Having often assisted in sewing garments back in the tribe, she proposed. We can use the skin of this great snake to make blankets. Fox 9 tiptoed and gently rubbed the white rabbit's ears, reflecting on how endearing the child was. Albeit excessively timid, it was hard to imagine how frightened she would have been had she fallen into the clutches of the Black Sheep tribe. Very well, White Rabbit. Join me in handling the great serpent. I shall sacrifice some parts to the celestial deities, and the remainder will be entrusted to you. Understood, she replied. Yet, as they stood before the giant python, the White Rabbit hesitated, meekly asking Su Yuan, could I borrow the bone knife? Observing her frail demeanor, he mused that a little teasing might induce a prolonged bout of tears. Answer me one question, and I shall grant you a knife, he proposed. Then, please ask away. With curiosity piqued, Su Yuan leaned close to her ear and whispered, White Rabbit, are your tails those round little fur balls? The White Rabbit's face flushed, her ears twitching erratically. And no, they are long and slender, though not as lengthy as cat knights, and they usually remain tucked. Oh, so they are not round little fluff balls. Su Yuan, not wishing to continue teasing her, retrieved 2 small boxes he had previously cleared out. The larger one was a medical kit he had yet to utilize, meticulously organized within, while the smaller one served as his personal toolbox, albeit filled with miscellaneous items. White Rabbit, these 2 boxes are yours from now on. This one contains knives, needles, threads, and various tools. Simply press this latch when you need to open it. Su Yuan intended to entrust the significant responsibility of guarding the tools to the White Rabbit. The little rabbit gazed at the exquisite small box, her eyes transfixed, and upon receiving Su Yuan's permission, she began to fiddle with it. There were still 2 opportunities for trading left today, so it was prudent to select items that were of no use. Su Yuan approached the serpent's head, where the blue-veined snow fruit-like bulge remained erect even after the giant python's demise. Detected rare item, blue-veined snake fruit, can be traded for 1,000 points or for 100 points. New special items added. Host, please choose the direction of trade. Is this truly a rare item? After exchanging so many resources earlier, he found himself with little remaining. Su Yuan glanced at the White Rabbit, who had become quite adept at skinning the giant python. White Rabbit, do you know what this fruit on the serpent's head is? The White Rabbit looked over, immediately recognizing the fruit, and exclaimed, This is the snow snake fruit. According to the shaman, consuming it may lead to poisoning. But there is also a very slim chance it could transform one into an awakened warrior. Awakened warrior? If such beings exist, could it be that the shamans of this world truly breathe fire and water? Su Yuan, are you unaware? The White Rabbit regarded him with innocent eyes. Yet she carefully elaborated, awakened warriors are exceptionally powerful within the tribe. Besides shamans, awakened warriors are of utmost importance. The strongest among them serve as the tribe's hunting leaders. However, awakened warriors are exceedingly rare. Our Red Fox tribe has only 2, Shur and Man. Moreover, during our escape, Man was captured by the Black Goat tribe. When discussing matters of the tribe, a hint of sadness clouded the White Rabbit's expression, and it seemed she was on the verge of tears. Su Yuan quickly intervened, offering comfort. Do not worry. Once we locate the tribe, we shall return to rescue them. Yes, I believe in you, Su Yuan. You are the divine shaman who can communicate with the gods. The White Rabbit's mood shifted rapidly, and once she regained her composure, she returned to her task. After gently rubbing the long ears of the White Rabbit, Su Yuan returned to the serpent's head. The other little beast girl showed no interest in this item, likely due to the exceptionally low chance of awakening it offered. Chapter 9. Preparing the snake meat feast. The probability of succumbing to poisoning far exceeds that of a successful awakening. Thus, there is no necessity to retain it. Exchange 100 points to unlock a new item. Transaction successful. New item available in the special section. Snow Serpent Spirit Liquid. Apple flavor 1,000 points. Note, consuming it slightly enhances strength for a duration of 3 minutes, during which the awakening probability is marginally increased, with no side effects. Can be exchanged for 3 bottles daily. 3 bottles daily for 1,000 points. What a trivial exchange. Despite this lamentation, Su Yuan still found it remarkably advantageous to trade a fruit with a high risk of poisoning for a spirit liquid that augments strength and bears no adverse effects. The only drawback was its somewhat exorbitant price, rendering him unable to purchase it at present. System, how many points for this serpent's head? Fresh snow serpent head, 380 points. A fair trade indeed. Since the serpent's head served little purpose now. Su Yuan opted not to investigate the value of other parts and proceeded to exchange the head with the system. Meanwhile, the agile rabbit deftly dissected a 6 to 7 meter long serpent, peeling off a bloodstained skin with ease. Su Yuan, the serpent's skin is excessively long. I intend to stitch it into a mat when we return, so we won't have to sleep on the snow tonight. Very well, I'll leave this to you. I shall go check on how well Fox 9 is constructing the snow house. Su Yuan gently ruffled the rabbit's little head, causing its ears to droop in delight. A look of comfort adorning its face. Alas, he refrained from touching the rabbit's tail. He was quite curious to see its length. Upon returning to the snow house, Su Yuan found that Fox 9, having practiced diligently, had crafted a much more exquisite snow house than the one he had assembled the previous day. Fox 9. There is no need for such intricacy. We shall depart tomorrow morning. I am still learning how to build a snow house. Once I find everyone, I will teach them. So I wish to practice as much as possible. Fox 9 placed another snow brick, meticulously refining the edges of the structure with her delicate paws. Perhaps you should use a knife for adjustments. Your hands must be freezing. Su Yuan grasped Fox 9's hands. Noticing that her palms had turned a vivid red from the cold, though her robust constitution had spared her from frostbite. It's all right. Thank you. Is this also a reward for your prayers to the deity? Initially intending to decline, Fox 9 gazed at her hands held by Su Yuan, and at the exquisitely crafted short knife. A sweet smile graced her lips. This little knife was unearthed from Su Yuan's toolbox, initially intended for peeling apples during his mountain excursions, but he had discovered that consuming them with the skin was more convenient. Thus it had been discarded in the toolbox. Indeed. Otherwise the clever Fox 9 might succumb to frostbite, and we would be unable to locate the tribe. Here, wear these gloves. Su Yuan adorned Fox 9's hands with a pair of white gloves. The delicate white gloves harmonized splendidly with her snowy ears and tail. This little trinket hardly requires many points. Had it not been for the need to reserve some for unforeseen circumstances, he could have equipped several beast girls with modern gear. Thank you, Su Yuan. I truly appreciate it. Although we have only known each other for 2 days, the affection of the beast girls towards Su Yuan has notably increased. Not solely due to his role as a shaman, but also because they perceive him as exceptionally intelligent and genuinely kind-hearted. Eager to lead them in search of the remaining members of the Red Fox tribe. I'm back. From a distance, Cat Knight bounced back with a small backpack. Seemingly famished, clutching a half-eaten blue-striped snow fruit. This fruit is delectable. You must all try it. Cat Knight placed her backpack on the ground, revealing nearly 30 blue-striped snow fruits, with the one she held having been warmed by her body, exposing its interior. The blue fruit bore several faint blue stripes and resembled an orange, but judging by the bite marks, it appeared unnecessary to peel. This is a blue fiber fruit. It tastes quite delightful. My sister brought some from other tribes for me to taste previously. Su Yuan, do give it a try. Fox 9 picked one up, exhaling to blow off the frost before presenting it to Su Yuan. Oh, thank you. The sight of the little fox puffing was utterly adorable, nearly mesmerizing Su Yuan. Typically, Fox 9 carried herself with an air of maturity, yet in this moment, she appeared remarkably endearing. Her small mouth forming an OAS, she blew on the snow fruit. Where's Lioness? I thought the snow house was ready. I haven't seen her. Cat Knight took a bite of the fruit, surveying the area for Lioness. She went to assist White Rabbit in cutting the snake meat. White Rabbit struggled to manage such a large serpent. Just as Fox 9 finished her sentence, Lioness returned, shouldering a machete with a skinned serpent hanging from it. White Rabbit followed closely behind, cradling a freshly sewn snake skin blanket, almost entirely concealed beneath it. Su Yuan, what shall we do with this snake? Such a large serpent cannot possibly fit inside the snow house. Su Yuan observed the large pit dug by Lioness and suggested, let us cut the snake meat into several pieces. We can eat here in the pit before returning to the snow house. Cat Knight, Fox 9. Gather some branches and place them in the pit, then flatten the bottom a bit. White Rabbit, please hurry and place the snake skin mat inside the snow house. The little beast girls sprang into action, while Su Yuan and Lioness began to process the snake meat. Naturally, the entrails were discarded, but they decided to keep the gallbladder, as such a sizable specimen should yield some points when sold. After their labors were complete, everyone gathered in the pit, eagerly anticipating as Su Yuan reignited the flames. How wonderful! Before my sister awakened as a shaman, we could only consume raw meat daily. Is Fox 9's sister a shaman of the Red Fox tribe? Su Yuan suddenly realized the intriguing background of this little fox. The elder sister of Hu Jio is named Chi Hu, and the names of tribes are generally derived from the names of shamans. If Su Yuan were to join our tribe, it could be known as the Su Yuan tribe in the future. The thought of using one's own name as a tribal designation makes Su Yuan feel as if he could scrape together a 3-bedroom apartment with his toes. How would he explain it to others? I am Su Yuan of the Su Yuan tribe, and you, sir, hail from which tribe? No. The Chihu tribe should retain its name. It is far too melodious to be casually altered. If a change must occur, it ought not to be transformed into the Su Yuan tribe. Su Yuan, let us hasten to roast some meat. I am quite famished, Cat Knight remarked, clutching a snow fruit in her hand. This little feline maiden was not merely hungry. She craved meat, her eyes fixated on the serpent meat, unable to look away. Today, we shall enjoy stewed meat to warm our bodies. Stewed meat? What is that? Several beast maidens expressed their confusion, yet they held a firm belief in Su Yuan. Little Cat Knight leaned closer to him, eager to observe what stewed meat entailed. System, please exchange for a ceramic pot, and then procure 5 wooden bowls. Oh, and also, a wooden spoon, Su Yuan requested. Under normal circumstances, he did not intend to engage in direct exchanges regarding the advancements of civilization. Perhaps teaching these little beast maidens how to craft pottery would be a gratifying endeavor? However, given the current necessity, finding clay in this frigid environment was no simple task. Thus, he had no choice but to resort to the system's marketplace for his needs. Chapter 10. Delectable Snake Soup. Gurgle, gurgle. Steam rose from the ceramic pot that Su Yuan had exchanged for 4 points, with the snow water inside already boiling. Oh, it's bubbling. Meow Knight exclaimed with palpable excitement. However, Hu Jio gazed curiously at the pot and the wooden bowl in her hands. She recognized the wooden bowl, knowing that the tribe used to carve a hollow in wood for drinking water. Yet, this small brown jar, unlike wood, was something she had never encountered before. Su Yuan, is this also an object used by the celestial being? Hu Jio had already been persuaded by Su Yuan to regard the broadsword, steel claws, and lighter as items utilized by divine entities. This? It is merely a ceramic pot. We could easily make one ourselves once we find some clay. I will teach you then, Su Yuan reassured her. Unable to conceal her curiosity, Hu Jio nodded calmly, though her furry tail swished excitedly behind her, betraying her intrigue. White Rabbit, may I borrow the knife? There was no need to trouble Lioness with such trivial matters as cutting meat. The snake meat had long frozen into solid blocks in the cold winter, making it relatively easy to slice. Of course, if it froze even further, it would require Lioness's brute strength to chop it. Chunks of snake meat, each about the size of a chicken egg, were neatly cut and tossed into the ceramic pot. After simmering for a while, a savory aroma wafted from the pot. System, please exchange for another bag of salt. 1 bag of salt, 250 points. Goodness, you're charging me 300 for salt that costs $4 or $5. You rogue. Su Yuan realized his system was not particularly intelligent, and understanding the rarity of fine salt in primitive society, he shifted his inquiry. What about a small spoon of salt? 1 spoon of salt. 1 point. Bring me 2 spoons. And by the way, how much for ginger and garlic? 1 clove of garlic. 3 points. 1 piece of ginger. 3 points. Hiss. Let us have 1 of each. After witnessing the exorbitant prices, Su Yuan was thoroughly impressed by the system's marketplace. As he added the exchanged salt, ginger, and garlic to the pot, the mingling scents of meat, ginger, and garlic soon filled the air. Even the White Rabbit, gnawing on a snow fruit, paused, unable to tear its gaze away from the enticing soup. A crystalline liquid dripped from the snow fruit, oblivious to the entranced rabbit. Su Yuan, I'm so hungry. Is it ready yet? Meow Knight could no longer contain herself. Had Su Yuan not been holding her, the little cat girl would likely have jumped straight into the pot. Patience, the meat isn't cooked yet. Just look at Lioness. She's not. Lioness, don't get too close. Your clothes are on fire. Fortunately, it was only a bit of fur that had singed, and Su Yuan managed to successfully restrain Lioness. He held tightly to both of the enchanting beast girls, feeling the bliss of embracing 2 beautiful companions, yet lamenting that his aim was solely to prevent them from getting too close to the fire. After simmering for over an hour, Su Yuan found himself unable to restrain the 4 little beast girls. He promptly picked up a spoon and tapped each of their heads in turn. I will serve each of you 1 by 1. If anyone misbehaves, you shall only have snow fruit for today. The 4 beast girls instantly arranged themselves like obedient children. extending their wooden bowls with a demeanor more compliant than that of preschoolers. The snake meat soup, having been stewed for more than an hour, was not overly tender, retaining a satisfying chewiness. As for the flavor, Su Yuan felt it paled in comparison to the beef stew he usually prepared at home. This is delicious. Is this what stewed meat tastes like? Su Yuan, will we have stewed meat again tomorrow? Cat Knight gazed at Su Yuan, her expression shifting to one of pitiful pleading when he did not immediately nod in agreement, causing the other beast girls to appear somewhat dejected. All right. If you all can contain your eagerness tomorrow, we shall have another meal. Yay. Tomorrow, I will definitely listen to Su Yuan. With a large pot of meat soup prepared, Su Yuan felt nearly full after finishing one bowl. Although the snake meat was rather ordinary, its satiating quality was remarkable, leaving him with a sense of boundless energy. He entrusted the remaining soup to the four little beast girls, with the usually modest-eating Fox 9 and White Rabbit each devouring 2 hefty bowls. I'm full, Su Yuan. Let us hurry back to sleep. Cat Knight's words, reminiscent of a wolf's hunger, prompted Su Yuan to mischievously ruffle her gray fur, leaving her already tousled hair even more disheveled. He pondered how one could bathe in such frigid weather. After a night of crowded sleeping, Cat Knight felt sticky from sweating. And although she didn't emit any odor, her head was no longer as pleasant to touch as before. Fox 9, how did you all bathe before? Bathed. Fox 9 thought for a moment, then nervously explained to Su Yuan, we used to wash in a river near the tribe. Those with weaker bodies would fetch water and wipe themselves with animal skins. The thought of bathing in the river at this temperature made Su Yuan shudder. In such weather, he would surely freeze into an ice block. Perhaps we should exchange for an iron bucket in a couple of days to heat water for bathing? As darkness enveloped the landscape, the group crawled out of the snow pit after finishing their meal. The ceramic pot, wooden bowls, and leftover snake meat were left beside the snow house, with little Cat Knight being the first to burrow inside. So warm and comfortable. The ground had already been lined with snake skin mats by White Rabbit. Although the skins did little to provide warmth, they were a significant improvement over the bare, icy ground. However, they could not light a fire this time. The others followed suit, and Fox 9's space was larger than the one previously occupied by Su Yuan. Hey, who is sitting on my tail? White Rabbit, my ears are crushed. Boo-hoo, all please don't tug on my tail. The snow house erupted into chaos, and Su Yuan lost track of who was who. Fortunately, everyone managed to extricate their tails, restoring some semblance of quiet. Why does this sensation feel so unfamiliar? As Su Yuan felt the figure nestled in his arms and rubbed his head, he realized that the ears were significantly longer than those of Cat Knight. The White Rabbit's ears feel slightly itchy. Hujio, please refrain from touching them any further. So it turns out to be a White Rabbit. I was wondering why the size seemed larger than last night. All right, it's time to sleep. We must rise early tomorrow. But what if I cannot fall asleep? The cat, Yi, appears quite lively, darting around the group like a loach. Even if I cannot sleep, I must still try. Su Yuan grasped the back of Ye's neck, sealing her with his arm. Su Yuan, I truly cannot sleep. Why not share a tale from your former tribe? The other beast girls listened intently in the darkness, equally intrigued by Su Yuan and the tribe he once belonged to. Ah, my tribe is vast, filled with many people, and none ever worry about food or clothing. Is there really a tribe where everyone has no worries about food or clothing? Su Yuan, your tribe sounds remarkable. Su Yuan gently stroked the cat's ears and smiled. Rest assured, once we locate the Red Fox tribe, everyone will also live without such concerns. Chapter 11. Totoro's Whispers. The following day, Su Yuan was the first to awaken in the snow hut, not by the gentle hand of nature, but rather due to the peculiar positioning of a certain feline. A beefskin garment had been lifted, and a diminutive belly, devoid of excess flesh, was pressing against Su Yuan's face, making it difficult for him to breathe amidst the sticky sweat that covered him. This little creature was anything but tranquil in its slumber. He gently lifted the slumbering Cat Knight, whose weight felt akin to a puddle of feline essence, collapsing limply onto him. Alas, such trials for an old hand like himself could easily lead to blunders. With no sign of the main party in sight, Su Yuan dared not take liberties with the small beast maidens. Any disturbance could spell disaster in this frigid wilderness. Moreover, he could hardly endure the sensation of being coated in sweat. Silently, he adjusted the beast skin attire of lion. For the restless night had not only been experienced by Cat Knight. Seizing the moment while the others remained asleep, he carefully set Cat Knight down and slipped out through the entrance of the snow hut. What a delight to have lived another day, a brand new dawn. Yet, oh dear, how cold it was. Su Yuan wrapped his garments tighter around him, The temperature difference between inside and outside the hut was stark, and the snowflakes that fell upon his neck sent a shiver down his spine. The accumulation of snow had thickened overnight. Even the snake meat and bowls left by the hut were now buried. First things first, he needed to gather food, lest the little glutton awaken and find it nearly midday. Cat Knight had seemingly dozed off at some point during the night, and it was quite the challenge to rouse her before 10 in the morning. Su Yuan dug out the remaining snake meat and firewood from yesterday. Crackling sounds filled the air as he prepared the meal. This time, there were fewer small beast maidens urging him on. The snake meat he simmered was tender and succulent, enhanced with fragrant mushrooms exchanged from the system's marketplace. Just as he was about to savor a taste, a small head beside him clamped down on his spoon, followed by a high-pitched wail. Ah, hot, hot, hot. The freshly prepared snake soup had burned the little shadow, yet she stubbornly refused to release her grip on the spoon. Let go, it's hot. Who are you, Cat Knight? Su Yuan initially thought it was Cat Knight drawn by the enticing aroma, but upon turning, he found a little girl with short gray-white hair, firmly attached to the spoon. The girl paid no heed to Su Yuan, continuing to bite down on the spoon until the soup cooled enough for her to swallow. Delicious. This is Gigi. Wow, the small beast maiden, with her eyes half closed in bliss as she relished the snake's soup, was abruptly lifted by her collar, her tiny frame even shorter than Cat Knight's. Let me go? I'm afraid of heights. Mommy, come save me. Gigi has been captured. Her cries did not summon her mother, but rather awakened several beast maidens within the snow hut. As Cat Knight approached Su Yuan, Gigi, the little beast maiden who had been calling out, immediately fell silent, her eyes wide with fear. How fragrant. Su Yuan, you made snake soup and didn't tea call for me. Is this about snake meat soup? Su Yuan looked at her with a puzzled expression. Could she not see the little beast girl in his arms? Su Yuan, what is going on? Fortunately, there was still a normal beast girl present. Fox 9, rubbing her somewhat drowsy eyes, curiously inquired about the little creature in Su Yuan's grasp. I don't know. I was preparing breakfast when this little one came over to steal some food, and I caught her. What? Stealing my snake meat soup? Cat Knight, still searching for her wooden bowl, rushed forward upon hearing Su Yuan's words. The little creature, startled, immediately nestled into Su Yuan's embrace, her small gray ears trembling. All right. Cat Knight, don't scare her. Which tribe are you from, and how did you end up in the frozen wasteland? Fox 9 understood well that most tribes resided in the snowy plains, as there were at least traces of wild beasts there, and with a stroke of luck, one might even find fruits. The frozen wasteland, however, was a place where ordinary tribes would not venture unless driven away or hunted. I'm called Gigi, and I'm with my mother and the others. We don't have a tribe. Vagrants? Yes. Upon hearing the word vagrants, Gigi's previously fearful expression turned utterly despondent. Without a witch's tribe, they were indeed vagrants, homeless and easily bullied by other tribes. Su Yuan discerned that this little one was not a threat, so he gently set her down, allowing the simmering snake meat soup to distract her from her sorrow. Can I have a bit more? I haven't eaten for 2 days. No way. This is mine. Cat Knight fiercely guarded her snake meat soup. She was quite generous towards Su Yuan and Lion, but she was not so kind to a stranger. Woo, your aura is so terrifying. Gigi seemed to be genuinely frightened of Cat Knight, immediately retreating behind Su Yuan. Surprisingly, she was not afraid of Lion, their strongest warrior, but rather of Cat Knight. Could it be that she resembled a little mouse? Gigi, are you of the mouse people? Su Yuan curiously patted Gigi's little ears, which she instinctively dodged, tilting her head away. Not at all. Mama says we are dragon cats. We are dragons. Dragon cats. Dragon cats are essentially rodents, which explains why Gigi was so frightened of Cat Knight. But was dragon cat not a term from an animated film in a previous life? Could this little one truly have some connection to dragons? You are a cat? Then what am I? Cat Knight glared at her. The little beast girl, though frightened, still peeked out to assert, I am a dragon cat. A dragon. Not a cat. All right. Enough of this nonsense. Today, I've prepared plenty of snake meat soup. If it's not enough, there's more snake meat over there for several more meals. Observing Gigi's impending tears, Su Yuan decided not to let Cat Knight tease her any further, as the others had already brought over their wooden bowls. Use mine. Su Yuan offered his wooden bowl to Gigi, steam still rising from the fragrant soup within. Upon receiving it, Gigi's face lit up with joy. Su Yuan, how do you plan to feed her? Since the truce has been established, Cat Knight has no intention of bullying Gigi. However, She finds it puzzling that Su Yuan is empty-handed. It's all right. I'm not particularly hungry, he replied. Early in the morning. He lacked the appetite for such a rich snake meat soup. If given the choice, he would prefer to indulge in a few blue-striped snow fruits, which are delightfully sweet and tangy, perfect for awakening the palate. Alternatively, he could redeem a decent breakfast from the Points shop, though this idea would hardly be cost-effective. No. If I don't eat enough, I'll be famished on the road later. At that moment, Cat Knight approached Su Yuan, offering him a piece of snake meat, bringing it to his lips. With the cat having made the gesture, Su Yuan had no choice but to open his mouth and accept the meat, inadvertently nibbling on her tiny paw in the process. Wow, Su Yuan, you can't eat my hand, Cat Knight exclaimed, genuinely believing that he had bitten off one of her fingers. Her tail fluffed up in alarm as she hastily attempted to retract her digit. Hee hee. I might just devour your finger. Chapter 12. The Wanderers tried. The little cat girl appeared genuinely frightened, her hands trembling as she dared not withdraw them, closing her eyes tightly. Well, in truth, the fingers of Cat Knight were far more delectable than snake meat. Is that so? Let me have a taste. Only then did Cat Knight realize that Su Yuan was teasing her. She brought her finger to her mouth and took a tentative taste. The lingering flavor of snake meat still present from her earlier foray into the soup. Indeed, observing Cat Knight licking her paws, Su Yuan could no longer contain his laughter. Upon witnessing his mirth, Fox 9 discreetly lowered her finger, which she had contemplated tasting. Gigi had never encountered anything so delicious. Since you treated me to food, you shall henceforth be my dearest friend. Clutching a wooden bowl, Gigi wore a contented expression, her small head resting against Su Yuan's side as she swung her short legs. So, can this friend allow me to pet your head? No. Just a little touch, okay? Cat Knight and her companions seemed quite fond of petting their own heads, yet Gigi was somewhat different. Whenever someone touched her head, her body would tense as if enduring a rigorous trial. By the way, what are your names? I am Gigi, and I live in a cave over there with my mother and others. Gigi pointed towards the direction of the sunlight. It was no wonder they encountered her today, for the path they traversed led directly to Gigi's encampment. I am Su Yuan, and this little kitty is Cat Knight, along with Lion, Fox 9, and White Rabbit. Gigi greeted each of them, her eyes widening in awe at the towering figure of Lion, who seemed like a giant to her. Her petite stature barely reached his chest. Once we have all had our fill, shall we set off? Gigi, would you like to accompany us? We are planning to head towards your camp. Yes, but may I take some leftover food back to let my mother and the others taste? There remained some meat soup in the jar, and Gigi gazed at Su Yuan with pleading eyes, momentarily forgetting her earlier hesitation about him touching her head. We will finish what remains, and there are still some meats over there. You can bring these back, and they will turn into ice. There was quite a bit of snake meat, and Su Yuan did not intend to carry it too far, as this would significantly hinder their pace. If they did not consume it today, he planned to trade it for points in the system's marketplace. If he could manage to bring it to Gigi's tribe for trading, he might acquire items of greater value. Lion, you take the snake meat with you. We shall first rest at Gigi's camp. If only there were a water source nearby, it would make bathing much more convenient. After finishing breakfast, everyone sprang into action. White Rabbit continued to tidy up the snake skin mat, and Su Yuan's toolbox while Lion carried the remaining snake meat. Cat Knight eagerly gathered the leftover bowls and jars, stacking them in a backpack containing blue-patterned snow fruit. Su Yuan retrieved the snake gall he had buried in the snow the previous day. System, please evaluate this. Snow snake gall, 300 points. 300 points? For such a large piece of snake gall, you charge me 300 points? Would you like to trade? Trade. 300 points is indeed a substantial gain. Su Yuan glanced around, pondering that with a few more points, he could exchange them for warm clothing for everyone. For now, the others, including Cat Knight, would have to endure some discomfort. In perilous situations, he would still need to spend points on essential items. Let us go. Gigi will lead the way. Gigi cheerfully trotted ahead, casting occasional glances back at the serpent meat that Lion was shouldering. The tribe had been without food for a long time, and bringing back such a large snake would surely delight her mother. At the very least, she could allow Su Yuan to ruffle her head. Gigi resolved within herself that for the sake of everyone's survival, a little head patting was a small price to pay. Even if it meant having her tail touched, she could accept that too. In her mind, Gigi envisioned a selfless heroism, thinking that if her mother were to know, she would surely be moved to tears. Humph. When we return, I shall call you a little fool. Meanwhile, at the base of a fallen tree, A black-haired warrior woman wielding a stone knife was fiercely battling a monstrous creature before her. The beast, towering at nearly 2 meters, was a green-furred wild boar. Its massive form covered in wild, unkempt fur, with enormous tusks jutting from its mouth. Hui, take the others and get out of here. I will hold it off. The stone knife barely inflicted wounds upon the green beast, its overwhelming strength forcing her to retreat step by step. Chief, if we leave, the children won't survive the night. Get out first. I will lure this beast away. It won't notice when we leave at night. We gripped her stone axe, gazing intently at the chief, but ultimately complied and slipped into the hollow of the tree trunk. Inside the trunk, which required them to crouch, were more than a dozen figures huddled together in fear, with 2 small ones being tightly protected. Everyone, follow me out. The monster outside is blocking our way. Hui, why not let the chief hide in here as well? That beast won't be able to fit. Hui resolutely shook her head. The creature had been starving for days. Without the chief to obstruct it, it would surely smash through the tree hollow. We must escape first. Once the creature realizes it can't find anyone, it will leave. We can return at night. Despite their fear, the group cautiously followed Hui's lead, inching toward the exit, while Ling had already been pushed against the trunk. Crack. Chief. Quickly, get away. Hui's heart raced as she saw Ling's stone knife shatter, panic filling her eyes as she mustered all her strength and charged toward the green monster. But before she could reach it, another green creature suddenly lunged from the snow. It's a trap. That beast intended to lure them out. As the other green monster opened its gaping maw, ready to devour Hui's body, Ling, disregarding her own safety, attempted to push past the creature to save her, only to collide with the tree trunk behind her. Chief, don't come over. Gray also noticed the runic light emanating from Long's forehead and immediately shouted loudly. Long understood Gray's intent clearly. If they were to leave, the creature would shatter the tree trunk, placing the others inside in peril. However, Gray's situation was dire. At that moment, Long was at a loss for what to do, just as Gray drew the stone dagger from his waist. Ready to confront the beast in a fight to the death, a shadow streaked past her body, accompanied by the creature's anguished cry. Ah, not far away. On the snowy ground, the green-haired wild boar that had previously aimed to maul Gray was now pinned to the earth, a remarkably long sword embedded in its flank. What is this? Mother. Long gazed into the distance, where her small daughter was rushing anxiously towards her, followed by a tall figure radiating the same runic light above her head. An awakened warrior? Chapter 13. The friendly etiquette of the tribe leader Shur hastily approached the fallen beast. Although his blade had pierced its body, the creature was not yet dead. It intended to rise and attack. With a swift motion, before it could fully get up, Shur seized the hilt of his sword and cleaved the monster in two. Meanwhile, Long's stone knife had been shattered by the creature, leaving her with no choice but to brace herself against the tree trunk with the beast's formidable tusks. In a contest of strength, she was no match for the towering creature, which stood over 2 meters tall. And even the massive tree trunk behind her was being slowly pushed back. Just then, a sword flew towards her, catching the attention of the great beast. Its companion had just fallen to that very blade, and without a moment's hesitation, it dodged the incoming weapon, thinking it could escape. Long grasped the sword embedded in the ground. With the runes on her forehead glowing and snowflakes swirling around her, she tightened her grip and struck, cleaving the creature's back in two. Blood and organs scattered across the ground, and after staggering a few steps, the beast ultimately collapsed, lifeless. What an impressive blade! Long examined the sword closely. The cold gleam of the blade sent a shiver down her spine, yet she found it hard to part with. However, before she could admire it for long, Shur quickly reclaimed it, for the sword was dear to him. Mommy. Gigi, frightened, buried herself in Long's embrace. The earlier scene had terrified her, and she had nearly feared the worst, relieved only by Shur's swift reaction. The others soon emerged, finding that both the leader and Hui were unharmed, which eased everyone's tension as they gathered closely together. Thank you for your assistance. I am Long there, leader. Su Yuan and the others arrived, and Long, eager to embrace Shur as a gesture of camaraderie between leaders, inadvertently pulled Su Yuan into the embrace. Although Long was not as tall as Shur, they were similarly matched in strength. Hello, I am Su Yuan, from the same tribe as them. Are you not their leader? Long inquired, surprised. In encounters between tribes, only the leaders exchanged embraces, and she had assumed Su Yuan was the leader when she saw him being pulled over by Shur. Well, not exactly a leader, Su Yuan replied awkwardly, not wishing to claim the title for the Chi Hu tribe as his own. Not exactly. Su Yuan is our shaman. Wowa. Mao Yi attempted to boast but was silenced by Hu Jiu, though it was already too late, as Long's brow furrowed in concern. A shaman? This person is actually a shaman. Long realized the significance of having a shaman in a tribe. Those without one often had to seek help from tribes that did. In an instant, she resolved to embrace Su Yuan once more with renewed warmth. The suffocating sensation enveloped her once again. Long lacked the thick wolf fur coats that Shirshir and the others possessed. Her leather attire merely concealed her abdomen and chest. Her arms were adorned with separately bound fur bracers, while her alluring collarbone was exposed, allowing Su Yuan to feel warmth against his face. Perhaps remnants of their earlier battle lingered, as fine beads of perspiration dotted her skin. Quickly release Su Yuan. Cat Knight urgently pulled Su Yuan away. Only then realizing her slip of the tongue, her gaze warily fixed on Long. However, being a chinchilla herself, Long showed no fear of Cat Knight. Gigi, on the other hand, cowered behind her mother, still displaying a hint of trepidation towards Cat Knight. Gigi, you foolish creature. Where on earth did you run off to? The leader has been searching for you. At that moment, Hui approached, seizing Gigi's ear, her tone rife with indignation, which promptly transferred Gigi's fear from Cat Knight to Hui. Another small, no, a large cat maiden. Su Yuan observed Hui, who was akin to Cat Knight. Yet her cat ears and hair were a deeper shade of gray. Her tail was also more voluminous, swaying freely behind her. I was wrong. No. I was not wrong. I was merely making friends. Gigi attempted to protest, then came to Su Yuan's side to introduce him. This is Su Yuan. His food is exceptionally delicious. The little one only remembered the snake soup and, before finishing the introduction, her eyes were fixated on the snake meat that Shirshir had left on the snow. They exchanged introductions, with Long's gaze unwaveringly fixed on Su Yuan, prompting Cat Knight to cling tightly to his arm like a small pendant. By the way, Long, have you noticed a tribe of about 40 individuals arriving in the icy expanse? Hu Jiu inquired about the Red Fox tribe, only to feel disappointment as Long immediately shook her head. Typically, Hui and I hunt in this area. We have not spotted any other tribes. Are you searching for yours? Yes, we became separated from our tribe. Hu Jiu, being astute, refrained from divulging the specific reasons to Long. How about resting with us for a while? As a token of our gratitude for your assistance? Sister Hu Jiu, why not stay? The tree hollow is quite warm. Look, the white rabbit has already gone inside. Gigi also urged Hu Jiu to stay, while the nearby white rabbit, drawn by the allure of the tree hollow, curiously followed the other members of Long's tribe inside. You should ask Su Yuan about that. Nowadays, Hu Jiu entrusted the decision-making to Su Yuan, and the collective gaze shifted towards him, who was crouched beside the corpse of the green monster. Let me see how much value this holds. Why are you all staring at me? Su Yuan had yet to complete his assessment when several dark shadows fixed their intense gazes upon him. Su Yuan, could you possibly stay here for a day? I still wish to savor that soup from this morning. Whispering softly in Su Yuan's ear, Gigi then steeled herself and declared, today. You may stroke my head for as long as you wish. Initially, Su Yuan thought Gigi was reluctant to part with him, but it turned out she was merely loath to forego the snake meat soup. With a mischievous grin, Su Yuan playfully ruffled Gigi's head, catching her off guard and nearly causing her to leap in surprise. Today could be a day of respite. After all, the quest for the tribe would not be accomplished in a mere day or two. He decided to take a moment to recuperate. His thoughts were currently fixated on the two green-haired wild boars. Traveling with such hefty creatures would undoubtedly pose a challenge. Upon hearing Su Yuan's words, not only did Gigi beam with joy, but Long also wore a subtle smile. All right, Cat Knight, you may go ahead and set your belongings down. Su Yuan, noticing Cat Knight still standing by his side, shifted his playful attention to her, prompting her cautious gaze to soften into a comfortable squint. Indeed, I understand. The little cat maid ultimately departed from Su Yuan's side to place her backpack and the assortment of items from the white rabbit together. Meanwhile, Su Yuan redirected his gaze once more towards the green-haired wild boar sprawled on the ground. Chapter 14. Is this how a small team is formed? You've disassembled a wild boar for me to sell? This morning I have already utilized one opportunity, and with 9 remaining, I must naturally select the most valuable. However, this wild boar does not belong solely to Su Yuan. Su Yuan, this is a green-haired pig. Its meat requires proper preparation before consumption, and its hide, once processed, provides substantial warmth. Having calmed the squealing creature, Long approached, assuming Su Yuan was unaware of the nature of this beast, and squatted beside him, pointing at the wild boar to elucidate. Commander Long, how do you intend to divide these 2 green-haired pigs? Logically, the one slain by Long should belong to her tribe. while the one killed by Lion would rightfully belong to Su Yuan, as he had previously contemplated. We can forego our share. But I would like to request something from you. Long steeled herself, kneeling before Su Yuan, her head bowed in trepidation. I hope that Su Yuan can become the shaman of our tribe. Ah, indeed, it is this matter. Su Yuan had previously noticed a subtle shift in Long's expression after she inadvertently let slip something during the cat night. What she meant was that if everything was to be given to herself, once he became their shaman, both wild boars would belong to her tribe. However, when Long raised her head, Su Yuan found himself at a loss for words. Before him stood a strikingly beautiful woman, exuding an aura of fragility, her gaze pleading. He hesitated, particularly struck by the weighty affection she seemed to convey. I cannot acquiesce to this request. But my companions and I intend to journey to the Red Fox tribe. If you wish, you may accompany us. Su Yuan had resolved to join H and the others in their expedition to the Red Fox tribe, unwilling to immediately decide to remain based on Long's plea. We can accompany you. We are wanderers, and can go wherever we must, as long as we can survive. Long recognized that in the frigid wilderness, their endurance was waning. The absence of a shaman meant their tribe had lost hope, and in the days spent in this icy expanse, they had failed to find sustenance. Then why not venture out of the icy wilderness? Long questioned. Conditions should be better across the barren snowfield. H had previously mentioned that the conditions in the barren snowfield were vastly superior to those in the icy wilderness, where they could hunt beasts and numerous fruit-laden trees awaited. Barren snowfield? Long appeared perplexed and quickly clarified. We escaped from the frigid land of death. The shaman merely guided us towards an escape. Land of death? Both individuals exchanged bewildered glances, and Su Yuan helped her to her feet. Let us discuss this within the tree hollow. Very well, shaman. I shall inform you of our circumstances in detail. Long led Su Yuan to a tree hollow, where a sizable cavity had been carved out of the massive trunk. And the beast women nestled within, some joyfully playing. Gray, you, and a few others handle the two green-haired pigs, then present them to Wu. Wu. Yes, I understand. Gray gazed at Su Yuan, her expression tinged with confusion. However, with Long's assurance, she felt reassured and excitedly called two individuals for assistance. Heliu, sure, Cat Knight. And White Rabbit, please come over. Su Yuan summoned them and conveyed Long's instructions. The group expressed no objections, leaving the decision to Su Yuan. Heliu, however, regarded Long with a skeptical eye and inquired, the land of death has never been known to harbor tribes. Did you say you hail from the land of death? Indeed. Long replied. According to the elder shaman, our ancestors originated from a vast tribe in a fertile and hospitable land. At that time, the tribe's shaman sought the divine relics left by the gods. However, after hundreds of years of searching, they found nothing, fearing punishment upon their return. Our ancestors established a tribe in this land of death. Helia narrowed her alluring eyes, continuing to question Long. What was the name of that great tribe? The elder shaman mentioned that the great tribe was called the Xinyuan tribe. So it is the Xinyuan tribe. Heliu's expression was one of astonishment. Su Yuan couldn't help but lean closer, whispering into her fox ears, what is the Xinyuan tribe? I've never heard of it. Observing Heliu's serious demeanor, Su Yuan playfully ruffled her fox head, bemused by her pretentious knowledge. Then why did you flee your former tribe? It was the directive of one of our shamans. The temperature in the land of death has been steadily declining, soon to be completely frozen, rendering it an uninhabitable realm of true death. We intended to leave the land of death, yet the warrior chief and the two other shamans remained steadfast in their beliefs. No one may depart until the divine relics are found. To save us, the shaman led our escape, but was captured in the process when the other two shamans and the chief opposed the plan. A tribe with 3 shamans, still residing in the land of death, left the others astonished. After all, the Red Fox and Black Sheep tribes each possessed only one shaman. If Long's tribe were to leave the land of death, they would likely secure a place in the frosted wilderness, perhaps even as a formidable tribe. After a moment of contemplation, Heliu agreed. All right, I shall promise on behalf of my sister, but with 2 conditions. First, you must join the Red Fox tribe, not merely become a subordinate tribe. Second, we have an enemy. Should you join us, you must stand with us against that tribe. Oh, the ultimate decision rests with Su Yuan, for he is our tribe's shaman, wielding the greatest authority. Long was now even more astonished. The seemingly unremarkable Su Yuan was actually the shaman. She immediately knelt again, paying her respects to Su Yuan. On behalf of all the wanderers, I acquiesce to your request. Along with the shaman, we are willing to heed your guidance. Well, although we have yet to locate the Red Fox tribe, I have already assembled a small team. However, Su Yuan remains unperturbed, as he can manage the rations for the dozen or so individuals. Among them is a warrior awakened like Shirshir. Yet, more crucially, he must teach these individuals to be self-sufficient, rather than relying on him to exchange items in the system marketplace to sustain them. Therefore, he must impart some essential skills to everyone. Now, rise, let us gather and enjoy a hearty meal, for we must continue our journey tomorrow. The afternoon has already arrived. Although the light still shines brightly, managing such a large group entails a greater endeavor. A fundamental step in becoming the leader of the tribe is to instruct them in constructing snow shelters. Chapter 15. The great leader requires his beast girl tribe. Ladies and gentlemen, I hereby announce a significant development. Outside the tree hollow, everyone emerged, their curious eyes fixated on Long. After our guiding shaman was captured, the tribe fell into disarray. However, a new shaman has arisen, and a new tribe is willing to embrace us. We need no longer fear that the frigid grip of the land of death will extinguish our lives. Nor must we worry about the scarcity of sustenance upon the snow-laden plains. From this point forward, all shall be imbued with hope. Su Yuan found himself perplexed by the nature of the shaman's profession, uncertain why it garnered such veneration among the tribes. Upon Long's conclusion, the gathered crowd erupted in jubilant cheers. Perhaps only the Red Fox could elucidate this for him, for that was the sole name of a shaman he had heard. As Su Yuan pondered this matter, he suddenly felt weightless. When he regained clarity, he found himself perched upon Long's shoulder. This unexpected elevation prompted him to grasp her ear tightly. Alas, before the celebrations could commence, Long was overwhelmed by an unexpected tingling sensation that coursed through her body from her ear, resulting in her collapsing into the snow, yet she steadfastly shielded Su Yuan. Woo-woo. I apologize. Shaman, it was unintentional. It seemed that even the mother of Shiji did not favor having her ears touched. After the fervor subsided, Su Yuan took charge, for the daylight still lingered, and he could not allow the young beast girls to remain in the tree hollow any longer. The hollow was merely covered by a hide, devoid of warmth, and though the crowd's presence provided some heat, it was exceedingly cramped, leaving no room for movement. Long. Accompany Lion to gather as many branches and logs as possible. The more, the better. Hui, you and Cat Knight dig a sizable pit nearby, ensuring the ground is visible. A few skilled hands should assist White Rabbit in disposing of the two green-haired pigs. The rest shall follow Fox 9 to construct a snow shelter. By the way, Long, what supplies does the tribe possess? Su Yuan had initially intended to trade some tools, but first, he needed to ascertain what remained within the tribe. Indeed, we have some supplies. Previously, a stone knife broke, but we still have 5 bone knives, 2 bone spears, and several hides and fruits. Long retrieved these resources from the hollow. The bone knives appeared somewhat rudimentary, yet they were considerably longer than the one Lion had gifted him. As for the food, the fruits were merely a handful, and should they fail to find further sustenance, it was conceivable that Long and her companions might perish amid the snow. Fox 9, can you lead everyone in building the snow shelter? The little fox seemed quite taken with this leadership task, confidently patting her chest as she declared, rest assured. I've mastered it. We shall complete the snow shelter before nightfall. Everyone busied themselves, while Gigi was still recounting the delicious meat soup they had savored that day, blissfully unaware of her companion's envious expressions before being lifted away. Su, Master Wu, may I inquire about any tasks you have for me? I assure you I can complete them. Really? Your task is simply to let me pet your head. Su Yuan smirked wickedly as he lifted Gigi and nuzzled her adorable little ears. Whoa, now that Su Yuan is the shaman of the tribe, Gigi must hold back. Otherwise, there will be no meat soup to enjoy at night. System, how much is this tree hollow dwelling worth? Millennial Snowwood, rotten 1,500 points. What? It's worth that much? Just as Su Yuan's excitement peaked, his expression shifted. For such a large tree, the snow cypress should easily be worth upwards of 3,000 points. However, trading is not an option at the moment. If you were to trade the tree house now and by night, Fox 9 fails to construct enough snow houses, everyone would have to sleep on the snow. Su Yuan, we've dug the pit. Cat Knight was the quickest. Even a single pit wouldn't take long to dig by hand, especially as there were 2 cats skilled in the task. Splendid. You two can go play now, or assist the White Rabbit with dissecting the wild boar carcass. With nothing else to occupy him, Su Yuan snapped some branches he had brought along and lit a fire. Shaman, what are you doing? Gigi observed as Su Yuan placed a ceramic pot over the flames, unbothered by the previous head pat, and leaned in closely, fixated on the pot. The snake meat soup had been prepared in that very pot. Could it be? Cat Knight, who had originally planned to lend a hand, also halted, her gaze glued to the ceramic vessel before Su Yuan. I'll prepare some chocolate to warm everyone up. Would you like some? Although these little beast girls were quite resilient against the cold, Su Yuan noticed several of them shivering in their thin clothing as they came out to help. Chocolate. It's drinkable. Upon hearing this, the two little beast girls immediately froze in place, and after a moment's hesitation, Gray decided to follow Su Yuan's lead and assist the white rabbit with the green-haired pig. Gurgle, gurgle. Su Yuan retrieved a small box of chocolate powder from his backpack. The quantity was limited, barely enough for 10 people, so without hesitation, he poured the entire contents into the ceramic pot. After all, with the system shop, this item was no longer a rare commodity. How delightful. The chocolate powder didn't require as long to simmer as the snake meat stew. After a brief stir with a spoon, Su Yuan scooped a spoonful to taste. The snake meat stew hadn't been cleaned thoroughly, and he could still detect a hint of saltiness amidst the sweetness of the chocolate, creating a peculiar sensation. Su Yuan. Cat Knight could hardly contain her anticipation, her eyes glued to the spoon in Su Yuan's hand. Wait, but aren't cats poisoned by chocolate? What about the little cat girl? What if she took a bite and collapsed? Cat Knight, just try a little bit. Unsure. Su Yuan dipped his finger in the spoon and offered a tiny amount to Cat Knight. Owl. As Su Yuan observed Cat Knight biting her own finger, curiosity compelled him to tease her gently. Fortunately, the feline's tongue bore no barbs. Otherwise, he would have certainly drawn blood. Indeed, his finger would have bled. How peculiar the taste was. Cat Knight appeared rather indifferent to the chocolate. After a brief taste, her interest waned. Nevertheless, Su Yuan remained fixated on her. Is there any discomfort in your body? He inquired. Cat Knight furrowed her brow, adopting a serious demeanor, just as Su Yuan and Gigi gazed at her with concern. Cat Knight, with a sigh, confessed, Yes, I'm hungry. How is it possible that you were hungry after consuming so much this morning? Su Yuan exclaimed. What kind of cat girl has 3 or 4 bowls of meat broth and nibbles on fruits along the way, yet finds herself hungry before nightfall? The most perplexing aspect was that despite such copious consumption, she showed no signs of growth. Perhaps it's because I walked too much, Cat Knight admitted, scratching her head in mild embarrassment. Let us prepare a meal once sure, and the others return. You should call everyone over to enjoy a bowl of chocolate to warm themselves first. Chapter 16. The Origin of Beast Ear Maidens. What is this? It smells delightful, Su Yuan remarked, detecting an intriguing fragrance in the air. He pondered whether cocoa beans existed in this world. Yet, even if they did, they would hardly flourish in this barren, snow-covered expanse where not a single tree could thrive. Let us each sip a warm bowl. Those in front may finish before the others continue. The little beast maidens bore no disdain for the drink, and neither would Su Yuan ever find fault with such a charming group of lovely beast maidens. What is this? Gigi, tasked with serving the chocolate mixture, was approached by another petite creature resembling her, though this one was undeniably adorable. With 2 perky ears and hair longer yet somewhat disheveled than Gigi's, she introduced herself. I am Songyi. My mother named me thus because the snow pine tree in our tribe sprouted leaves upon my birth. As Su Yuan affectionately ruffled little Songye's hair, a peculiar thought crossed his mind. He had never encountered male beast men. If this world was exclusively inhabited by beast maidens, how could they reproduce? Initially, he assumed his encounter with Hu Jio and the others was merely coincidental, yet upon arriving at Long's tribe, he still found no trace of male beast men. Little Songyi, do you know? He hesitated, realizing such inquiries might not be appropriate for one so young. Turning to the side, he caught the gaze of Hui, who, feeling his scrutiny, turned from the chocolate mixture. What is it? Hui asked, her curiosity piqued. Ah well, there is indeed something I wish to ask. Hui, how do you reproduce? Are there no male beast men? Male? Hui appeared bewildered by the term male beast man. Pondering for a moment before uncertainly inquiring, are you referring to those half-human, half-beast beings? Is it possible that this world harbors other half-beast species apart from the beast maidens? What are they? Hui struggled to articulate, sketching a figure in the snow beside her. The creature depicted had the head of a pig, yet bore a human form. This is a half-beast man. We, with our slight animalistic traits, are known as the Divine Gift Clan, while those humanoid beasts are referred to as beastmen. Su Yuan's confusion deepened as he gazed at Hui, eager for clarification. Could you elaborate further? Indeed. When I was young, I was taught that we differ from the wild beasts and beastmen of this world. They reproduce through mutual breeding to continue their lineage. However, our Divine Gift Clan requires merely to discover the divine gift fruit that grows on fruit trees. Upon reaching the appropriate age and consuming it, we can produce the next generation. Consequently, for many years, those beastmen have regarded us as outsiders and heretics, harboring deep-seated animosity towards us. Were it not for the awakened warriors and shamans among us, we would likely struggle against these beastmen. Upon listening to Gray's explanation, Su Yuan felt a cold sweat bead on his forehead. The sour red fruit he had previously consumed, along with the blue-striped snow fruit. Couldn't he possibly be what he feared, could it? Was he, perchance, in a predicament? Gray, what does the fruit bestowed by the gods that can bear offspring look like? The fruit appears red. Su Yuan sensed a slight discomfort in his abdomen. Could it be that he would end up like Yu Beiji and the others, pregnant due to the inadvertent consumption of that divine fruit? Goodness! What manner of absurdity existed in this ghastly world, where there were fruits of progeny? The red fruit was remarkably translucent, its interior revealing a vibrant red juice. This particular fruit was exceedingly bitter, typically avoided by beasts and animals. Thank heavens, Su Yuan finally exhaled in relief. He had narrowly escaped the prospect of a winter pregnancy. Gray, would you like to drink? A wooden bowl filled with chocolate mix was passed to Gray, who took a delicate sip, the sweet flavor causing her tail to wag with delight. Observing Su Yuan deep in thought with empty hands, Gray offered him her bowl. Thank you. In this frigid winter, it was indeed essential to consume some chocolate for warmth. Su Yuan took a sip from the bowl, grateful that Gray had ensured the chocolate was no longer scalding hot. Gray, the divine fruit must be quite rare to find, I presume? Gray shook her head. Actually, it's a matter of luck. Any tree could potentially bear divine fruit. Even those withered trees in this frigid land. In our former tribe, we cultivated 3 large trees, each yielding 2 to 3 divine fruits annually. If fortune smiled upon us, we could harvest 6 or 7 in a year. Fortunately, he had been born amidst a desolate snowfield, with the only fruit trees discovered being the red fruit tree found by Cat Knight and White Rabbit, as well as the blue-striped snow fruit tree. Had he been stranded alone in a forest, such a translucent and wondrous fruit would undoubtedly have been mistaken for a sacred item for enhancing cultivation, leading to unintentional consumption. Gray, we have returned. Just as Su Yuan felt relieved about avoiding the divine progeny fruit, Long and Lion rushed back, arms laden with a considerable amount of firewood. With several pieces secured to Long's back using the climbing rope Su Yuan had provided. Mother, come and taste the chocolate Gray made. It's delightful. And it warms the body after drinking. Upon seeing Long, Gigi joyfully ran over with a small wooden bowl. Long, after catching the bowl, did not hurry. First approaching Su Yuan's side. Gray, our wood collection went exceedingly well, and we even stumbled upon a newly sprouted fruit by the edge of an icy lake. No way. Just as I inquired, could the progeny fruit have fortuitously appeared? This blue witch fruit can assist you in enhancing your witch power. You should consume it promptly. Blue witch fruit? Initially, it was believed that Long had discovered a divine fruit, yet it turned out to be an entirely unfamiliar object. In Long's hand, a pale blue fruit emanated a faint glow. Detected rare item, blue spirit fruit, can be traded for 2,000 points. Or 200 points to exchange for a new special item. Host. Please select trading direction. To encounter yet another rare item brought a flicker of joy to Su Yuan's face as he grasped the blue spirit fruit. Long Lion. Quickly set down the firewood and take a sip of hot chocolate to warm yourselves. There was no necessity to consume the fruit, as he was not a true witch. Seizing the moment when Long lifted the wooden bowl, he exchanged the blue spirit fruit for a new special item. Transaction successful. New item available in special section. Blue spirit beverage, blueberry flavor 2,000 points. Note, consuming grants a slight source of life energy. With no side effects, can be exchanged for 3 bottles daily. Life energy? What could this possibly entail? There was an undeniable sense that this world was veering towards the realm of magic, reminiscent of the Western fantasy world he had known before his crossing, where there existed sorcerers known as witches and warriors referred to as awakened fighters. Chapter 17. The night of the tribe, the chocolate beverage invigorated all the beast girls, save for a certain feline who languidly lay upon Su Yuan's lap. Su Yuan, we have dealt with the green-haired pig, exclaimed the White Rabbit, her hands smeared with blood. Behind her, a few beast girls excitedly clutched the skin and flesh of the green-haired pig as they approached Su Yuan. Excellent, White Rabbit. Please allow them to rest for a while. I shall offer a portion as a sacrifice to the deity. But I am not tired yet. I will assist Fox 9 in building her shelter first. Though the White Rabbit appeared feeble, her mental fortitude surpassed that of the slothful cat. After setting down the carcass of the green-haired pig, she made her way towards Fox 9. System, trade these 4 pig tusks, 2 pig skins, and the prized possession of this wild boar, as well as the meat of this smaller pig. Su Yuan intended to utilize all 10 opportunities, for it was already evening, and leaving them for tomorrow would only reset them. Transaction successful. Gained 1930 points. Remaining points 2875. It seemed that the two wild boars had significantly fattened his score. With nearly 3,000 points at his disposal, should he encounter a horde of monsters or another tribe, Su Yuan could easily arm Long, Sure, Hui, and Cat Knight. Those wielding stone knives and axes would surely prove no match for the four of them. However, the immediate concern was to procure warmer clothing, as several small beast girls in the tribe were scantily clad in thin animal skins. Their bellies, arms, and thighs lay exposed, rendering them unfit for travel come morning. System. Filter suitable clothing. Down jacket. 500 points for coat. 380 points. Jeans. 400 points. Sneakers. 320 points. The garments priced over 100 points seemed rather impractical. A single wild boar skin was worth 400 points, yet could serve 2 to 3 individuals. Replacing the clothing with items that offered less warmth would still cost over 100 points. System. Switch to animal skin clothing. Simple processing will suffice, but it must be particularly warm. Bearskin jacket. 60 points. Bearskin leg wraps. 30 points. Sheepskin jacket. 50 points. Sheepskin leg wraps. 20 points. The options now presented brought Su Yuan much relief. A single pigskin could yield at least 20 pairs of sheepskin leg wraps. Though merely ordinary sheep and bearskin garments, the warmth provided by the fur of the mossy-haired pig could hardly be deemed superior. Woo! I am on the brink of starvation. Behold, my belly is utterly flattened. I have already digested the morning's meal. At this moment, Cat Knight began to fuss beside Su Yuan, lifting her animal skin clothing to reveal her tender, pale belly, deliberately sucking it in to display a pitifully emaciated form. Very well, you go and gather everyone to prepare for a meal. 4 or 5 in the snow hut will suffice. Understood, I shall summon them. Cat Knight immediately transformed into a picture of vitality, dashing off towards Fox 9 with haste, as the logs were split and the fire was kindled. By the time everyone gathered around, the previously timid flames had been fully ignited by Su Yuan. Cat Knight, I entrust you with an important task. Wash this ceramic pot clean using the melted snow nearby. Su Yuan had no desire to consume a broth flavored with chocolate, which would be far more distasteful than chocolate-flavored meat powder. This single pot surely would not suffice for Su Yuan's small tribe of over a dozen individuals. So he exchanged some salt to rub onto the chunks of meat, which were then placed over the fire to roast. Roasting meat posed no challenge for these small beast girls. Soon, the sizzling sound of meat on the fire filled the air, and the enticing aroma captivated even Long, who watched intently. The pot of snake and pork stew, enriched with bits of fragrant mushrooms and minced ginger and scallions, exuded an even more delightful scent than the simple aroma of meat. All right, we can begin. However, upon hearing Su Yuan's words, Long and the others remained still. Instead, Long presented the piece of roasted pork in her hand before Su Yuan, gently blowing on it before tearing off a piece and offering it to him. Which? Today marks the first day of your leadership in our tribe, as well as the first day of our food capture. This initial piece of meat should be tasted by you first. Cat Knight, who intended to partake, halted her actions, pondering if the large tribe had such numerous customs. She recalled that the Red Fox, which did not seem to have such a tradition. All right, everyone, let us eat. Su Yuan did not hesitate and took a hearty bite of the pork offered by Long. The mildly salty flavor of the pork was not particularly delicious, certainly inferior to the stew in the pot, but this roasted meat possessed a distinct charm of its own. How delectable! The witch has just cast a spell on the meat. I have never tasted such delicious flesh before escaping. Fool, have you ever eaten other meats in the cave? It seems not, but this meat must surely have been enhanced by the witch's magic. The beast girls chattered excitedly, passing around 5 small wooden bowls filled with food, their faces adorned with innocent, radiant smiles. Witch, thank you. As I fled the tribe, I pondered whether the old witch's command to lead everyone to perish in this desolate place was indeed the right path. Each time I witnessed everyone suffering from hunger, I felt an overwhelming guilt, believing that obeying the tribe leader's orders and remaining in this land of death was the correct choice. In the absence of a witch, as the soul-awakened warrior, Long bore the burden not only of her daily haunts but also of the lives of those who had escaped with her. Their struggles with illness and hunger were closely intertwined with her own. I feel unfit to be a leader. Which, may I entrust everyone to you? Long's expression was sincere. Her attention focused solely on Su Yuan, her eyes filled with hope. Rest assured, I will lead everyone to live well. You are not unfit to be a leader long. Did you not protect those who escaped so well? Su Yuan gently massaged the head of the alluring elder sister, her fluffy ears not as soft as one would expect. Yet the sensation was exceptionally pleasant. Rong, feeling slightly dazed from the caress, gazed at Su Yuan's warm smile, allowing her anxious heart to settle. With tears glistening in her eyes, she took a hearty bite of the roasted pork in her hand. It seemed that the witch she had come to trust was indeed a kind soul. Mother, come and taste the snake soup. I had some earlier, and it was absolutely delightful. At that moment, Gigi approached with a steaming bowl of soup. Her mouth agape in astonishment at the sight of Su Yuan petting Rong's ears. She recalled a childhood memory of Gray deliberately touching her ears while her mother slept, only to lose a significant tuft of fur from his tail. To her surprise, this time, under Su Yuan's gentle touch, there was no reaction at all. How vexing. Su Yuan must have forbidden ear touching, and thus, she would not allow mother to eat. Chapter 18. The Art of Fire by Friction. The evening's barbecue brought immense joy to everyone. A group of over a dozen could hardly finish a wild boar towering 2 meters high, alongside the remnants of a colossal python. As darkness enveloped the landscape, everyone retreated into the snow shelters they had constructed earlier. Will the snow houses truly remain warm? Some of the beast girls pondered, their curiosity evident as they gazed at Wu. While they had faith in Su Yuan, their innate inquisitiveness persisted. Rest assured, once we all settle in, the chill will dissipate. If you feel uneasy, you may bring a bit of fire inside, but do avoid placing it near the snow blocks, Su Yuan advised. And remember, extinguish it before sleeping. Otherwise, you risk igniting your tails. He glanced at the beast girls with particularly fluffy tails, imagining the chaos that would ensue should flames catch hold. As night descended, the sky was a canvas of vibrant orange hues along the distant horizon, a stark contrast to the muted shades once seen on Earth. This world possessed a striking beauty all its own. The star-studded sky mirrored that of Earth, though the radiant moon was absent from view. Su Yuan, hurry back and rest. We've prepared the mats. From a distance, the others had already burrowed into the snow shelters. Due to their inexperience, they had only managed to erect 3 shelters. However, clever Hu Jio realized that 3 was all they could manage, and thus expanded each one slightly. When Su Yuan entered the snow shelter, it was still shrouded in darkness. Everyone lay upon their mats, and apart from Shir and a few others, another figure had joined them inside. Wu, I shall protect you tonight. Indeed. Long was also present, and Su Yuan felt a twinge of exasperation at the thought of 2 imposing figures crowding the space further. I will protect you too, Shir added earnestly, feeling a sense of inadequacy regarding her care for Su Yuan, the revered shaman. They were accustomed to him managing every meal and lacking the grand customs of larger tribes. All right, you all should rest quickly. Tomorrow we must rise early, Su Yuan urged. Squeezing into a vacant spot, the surrounding scents were less than pleasant, a mingling of blood, sweat, and warm breath wafting onto him. Given the size, it was either Shir or Long, yet Shir's tail was not as fluffy, leading him to conclude it was indeed Long. To fulfill her protective duty, Long clung tightly to Su Yuan, pressing herself against the side of the snow shelter, embodying a physical shield for him. Rest assured, there are unlikely to be any dangers tonight. As Su Yuan reassured Long, his mind wandered. Today's encounter with the mossy-haired boar indicated that this icy wilderness was not as safe as it appeared. Without vigilance, they could indeed face peril. Thus, it was essential to devise some alert mechanisms to detect any potential threats while they slumbered. Under the soothing presence of Su Yuan, Long gradually closed her eyes. Since leading her kin to escape, she had not enjoyed a single restful night. Even in the hollow of the tree, she had to remain vigilant. Positioned at the outermost edge, ever watchful for wild beasts or tribesmen in pursuit. Within the snow shelter, faint sounds of snoring began to emerge. Another day in the snowy expanse had come to a close. With the advent of the system, I could swiftly guide these beast maidens in establishing a civilized society. He was not a master of knowledge. His understanding was meager, largely derived from personal interests or gleaned from videos online. To aspire to forge a new world's order with such scant knowledge was evidently an unrealistic endeavor. In slumber, Su Yuan dreamt of a vast tribe. It could hardly be termed a tribe anymore. In the grand city, houses were arranged in harmonious disarray, and various beast maidens lived joyfully within its confines. He found himself in the central house, surrounded by the likes of Lioness and others, while a fox spirit with a red tail playfully fed him grapes. Alas, this decadent revelry, this abhorrent feudalism. Yet why did the great fox's tail not feel as fluffy as he had imagined? Which, it is time to awaken. As dreams began to fade, Su Yuan realized he had overslept, holding onto Long's tail while she blushed, resting her arm beneath her head. My apologies for having been restless last night, Su Yuan sighed, feeling somewhat helpless. After several days in the delightful company of such enchanting beast maidens, he had not expected to dream of such indulgent imagery. Sigh, I must refrain from recklessness until I find stability. Wait, do they not require divine fruit for procreation? Does that imply? As he gazed at Long rising, her scant animal hide barely concealed her alluring figure. He decided it prudent to seek the main forces of the Red Fox tribe first. The snow shelter was so warm. Just last night, he had felt slightly overheated. Xiaogu, your tail pressed against me and made me sweat. Could you perhaps tuck it away next time? Eh? I was worried you would be cold, which is why I covered you with it. Oh, esteemed Witch Su, how remarkable you are. Previously, our tribe's witches could not manage this. Without returning to the cave at night, we would have frozen into blocks of ice. It seems we can endure even within an ice block. Long was right. Leaving the land of death was indeed the correct choice. If this continued, they would all freeze in the cave. The beast maidens in the snow shelter gradually awoke in small clusters. Without Su Yuan present, they were at a loss for what to undertake, resorting instead to idle chatter. While food lay quietly amidst the snowdrifts. First, I must teach them how to create fire. Su Yuan was not overly concerned about the method of igniting flames being learned. His greatest asset was not merely the ability to kindle fire or craft pottery, which was a skill slightly surpassing that of primitive man. If he could impart the technique of fire-making to all the beast maidens of the tribe, he found it inconsequential, at the very least. It would ensure the survival of more of their kind. As for cultivating formidable adversaries for himself, in the refined marketplace, could those beasts, possessing only rudimentary fire-starting skills, truly contend with the sharpest steel blades? Even those adept in the arcane arts, upon unlocking higher privileges within their system-S shop, could they withstand a bullet-S onslaught? Should the situation arise where the specialized items in the shop expand through one's diligent efforts, then when faced with scientific impasses, one may have no choice but to resort to the mystical. Long, summon everyone here. Cat Knight, please fetch some firewood. Cat Knight, under the impression that a meal was imminent, eagerly gathered all the leftover firewood from the previous day, drawing the group's attention. Today, I shall teach you a method to ignite fire. Once mastered, you will all be able to create fire independently. Upon hearing Su Yuan's words, the beast girls buzzed with excitement. Such an extraordinary notion could only be believed when articulated by him. Which, are you going to teach us flame sorcery? Questioned Song Yi, who felt rather inept, still struggling to master the art of hunting. Little Song Yi began to worry, and although Ji maintained a facade of calm, her twitching ears betrayed her inner turmoil. Chapter 19. I too have the potential to become a shaman, fear not. Kindling a fire is not an arduous task. In a moment, I shall demonstrate for all, and then Hu Jio may have her turn. Su Yuan selected 2 somewhat thicker branches from the pile of firewood that Cat Knight had brought. In the frigid winter, these frozen hardwoods were far from ideal for friction firemaking. However, the core within could certainly be put to use. Before long, Su Yuan had prepared 2 pieces of wood, placing some shavings atop them. The onlookers observed intently as, once the wood had been carved in such a manner, he placed the shavings in the small groove and began to rotate the stick. Su Yuan demonstrated for quite some time. Although the principle was straightforward, the execution was far more challenging. With so many beast maidens watching, he steeled himself for the task. From the shavings, wisps of white smoke began to rise. As the smoke expanded, Su Yuan promptly added more shavings and directed his breath towards the burgeoning ember. It ignited. The fire truly blazed. This must be the power of a shaman. Yet, the shamans of the tribe employed much simpler methods. Fool, surely, the shaman wishes to impart their craft to us. Every time Grandmother Bai employs her magic, it is shrouded in mystery. Even as Su Yuan kindled the flame, the beast maidens attributed it to his shamanic prowess. He moved the fire aside and retrieved 2 more pieces of wood. Hu Jio, it is your turn to try. The little fox, unlike the others, was not daunted. Upon receiving Su Yuan's request, she approached with a contemplative expression and took the short knife from his hand. She carved the wood, placed the shavings, and then twisted with vigor. Her execution was even more fluid than Su Yuan's, though her excessive force caused the stick to snap. Su Yuan, I understand now. Hu Jio exclaimed, observing the charred shavings, though she remained perplexed as to how such rotation could ignite the wood. Once she procured another stick, she adeptly followed Su Yuan's method and successfully kindled the flame. Good heavens, we can indeed create fire ourselves. Can we also procure fire from the celestial gods? Would that be considered theft of the divine flames? This is the shaman's guidance. It surely has the blessing of the celestial gods. Shaman, I wish to try as well. Su Yuan recognized that explaining the concept of friction to these young beast maidens would yield little benefit. Instead, theological notions would resonate more deeply with them. Alas, the path ahead is long and arduous. With Hu Jiu leading by example, enthusiasm surged among the others to give it a go. However, suitable firewood was scarce, and only 3 or 4 maidens managed to attempt it. Long succeeded effortlessly in creating fire. Having inquired about Su Yuan's technique, the stick must be spun rapidly. The faster the better. Su Yuan then witnessed Long's hands blurring with motion. Very well, when time permits, you may all try again. Let us break our fast, for we must continue our journey. Su Yuan interrupted the eager attempts at fire-making, and upon hearing the mention of food, the beast maidens, still captivated by the fire-making process, were drawn to the prospect of a meal. Shaman, may we still consume that enchanted food from yesterday? The little beast girl referred to the salt that had been added to the roasted meat, although it was unclear how they typically supplemented their sodium intake. The flavor was undoubtedly superior to the processed, snow-white table salt. Certainly, let us quickly prepare the fire. In the early morning, the remnants of yesterday's snake meat had been completely devoured, leaving only a small portion of the mossy-haired boar meat. With the formation of a small troop, many items could now be shared and carried away. Long, please distribute these animal skins to everyone. Those without leg bindings and arm guards should make use of them first. Su Yuan had not forgotten the beautiful beast girls who were freezing in the cold wind. He handed over several bearskin garments, crafted by the system, to her. Thank you, Shaman. In truth, we do not feel very cold while hiding in tree hollows. But we are about to set off, are we not? Su Yuan insisted on giving the bearskin garments to Long, observing the supple bearskin leggings in his hands. Long gritted her teeth. It was only the second day, and this new shaman had already sacrificed so much for her kin. Shaman, I understand. While everyone was busy packing, Su Yuan approached the large treehouse, still mindful of the 500 points he had in mind. Since they were all departing, the grand tree should not go to waste. At that moment, Long and the others had already gathered their belongings, standing quietly not far away, awaiting Su Yuan's return. White Rabbit, what is the shaman doing? Gigi asked beside the White Rabbit. Fox 9 spoke too earnestly, and Lion was not particularly fond of conversation. As for Cat Knight, she was too timid to join in, thus forming a friendship with the White Rabbit instead. Su Yuan is praying to the celestial deity. He intends to offer the tree hollow where you reside as a sacrifice. Will the celestial deity truly desire our treehouse? Rest assured, the celestial deity requires all manner of things. Even Gigi's tail fur could be a worthy offering. Cat Knight quietly approached the two, causing Gigi to hastily clutch her little tail and hide in her mother's embrace. System, initiate the trade for this great tree. Transaction exceeds the trading range. Would you like to increase the transaction count to facilitate the trade? To think that an increase was necessary, how frustrating. How many must I add? Su Yuan casually complained, yet did not contest the system's decision. Otherwise, he could place his hand on the ground and possibly trade the entire planet. One time, let us proceed with the trade. With a total of 2 trading opportunities, averaging 750 points per transaction, it was indeed a reasonable exchange. Transaction successful. Gained 1,500 points. As Su Yuan's hand touched the sprawling giant tree, it vanished instantaneously, leaving the little beast girls astonished and pleased by the miraculous spectacle. How powerful the shaman is, possessing such diverse magical abilities. Grandma Shaman Bai can only conjure 2 spells, and she cannot even grant us the ability to start a fire. Observing the bewildered expressions of the beast girls, Su Yuan pointed towards the sun and declared, "Let us go. It is time for our departure. By the way, Hu Jiu and Long, do you know what a witch truly is? Or how one might become a witch?" Along the way, Long learned from Hu Jiu that Su Yuan hails from a colossal tribe in the east. Just how vast is it? According to her description, even the great tribes of their ancestors pale in comparison. My sister mentioned that witches are chosen by the gods. She herself was blessed by the divine at birth to become a witch. However, I was not yet born when my sister came into the world, so my understanding is limited. The two of them possessed scant knowledge about witches, yet from the general descriptions, it became evident that the vocation bore a striking resemblance to the mages known to Su Yuan. Not only do they wield elemental powers to conjure flames and ice, but some can also accelerate the growth of plants or heal injuries. What astonished Su Yuan the most was that certain witches could even aid warriors in awakening their latent abilities. Yet, the probability of such occurrences is rather low, and one must endure immense pain. If one considers it this way, Su Yuan mused that witches are not particularly extraordinary. In fact, he believed he could also be a witch, kindling fire from wood, crafting ice from saltpeter. Moreover, he could assist beast girls in their awakening. And he even had the delightful apple-flavored spirit liquid of the snow serpent, sweet and devoid of any suffering. Chapter 20. Snow wolves, let us rest here for the night. Everyone, please set up the snow shelters for our evening respite. Sure. You and your companions continue your search for firewood, while the rest of us will prepare dinner. After a long day's journey, as night drew near, Su Yuan found a densely wooded area to halt, making it easier for Sure and her group to gather firewood. The team organized themselves efficiently. There was still a substantial amount of pork left, sufficient for the 10 or so members of the troop to feast for several more days. However, Su Yuan found himself somewhat weary of the constant meat consumption. Conversely, the young beast maidens were quite delighted. Su Yuan discarded the remnants of the fruit he had devoured and opened the system shop. Being endowed with a system, one could not live in such dire straits. Yet, after much deliberation, he reluctantly settled on a cabbage worth 15 points. After all, his grand aspirations remained unfulfilled, and the beast maidens of his tribe were still enduring harsh conditions. He could not squander frivolously for the sake of mere satiation. Tonight's preparations were swifter than before. As darkness enveloped the land, Hu Jiao and the other beast maidens had already erected 4 snow shelters. What is this? When Sure and her companions returned, everyone gathered around the fire. Since learning to kindle flames, these young beast maidens were eager to try it themselves. At this moment, Ji emerged from beside Su Yuan, curiously peering at the remarkably fresh cabbage resting on his lap. This is cabbage, which will be added to the meat soup shortly. In the snowy expanse, green vegetables were a rare sight, especially in this frigid wilderness, where even some trees succumbed to the frost. Aside from the grass roots hidden beneath the snow, the only remaining greenery was the frozen leaves clinging to the trees. The roasted meat was seasoned with salt, while other spices could be omitted. A touch of salt was necessary to prevent muscle weakness later on. The cabbage was chopped and stewed together with the pork in the pot. And soon the roasting meat began to sizzle, releasing an enticing aroma. Just as everyone prepared to indulge in their feast, a mournful howling reached Su Yuan's ears. The alert Sure and Long immediately rose to their feet. That is the call of wolves, Long quickly deduced. Such sounds were emitted only by wolves lying in wait to ambush their prey. Indeed, as Su Yuan scanned the surroundings, he spotted several pairs of glowing green eyes lurking in the distance. Everyone, take cover by the fire. Hui, protect him. The snow wolves dared not approach. Yet their hunger compelled them to remain, prowling in the snow near the flames. After giving her orders, Long unsheathed a bone knife, preparing to confront the wolves. Long, Sure, do you have confidence in dispatching those wolves? Su Yuan, observing the pairs of green eyes, was struck by a different notion, and he quickly restrained the 2 eager individuals. Not a problem. I can handle them alone, Sure declared, brandishing her sword with resolve, unwavering in the face of the pack of snow wolves. Rest assured, witch, there are still a few unawakened warriors in the tribe, and with the flames present, those snow wolves dare not charge forward. The 2 were puzzled by Su Yuan's intent. So he pointed at the prowling snow wolves and directly inquired, can you capture them alive? Capture alive? Although still uncertain of Su Yuan's meaning, Long nodded resolutely. There were only 5 snow wolves opposite them, with her and the awakened warrior Sure, along with Gray and 2 unawakened warriors from the tribe. They had an equal footing of 5 against 5. We hold the advantage. It's feasible, witch, but please exercise utmost caution. Su Yuan felt some trepidation. He promptly accessed the marketplace. Although he could not exchange for more sabers, a simple iron shovel was not prohibitively expensive. System, please filter for several iron shovels. A wooden handle will suffice. Do not deceive me. Iron shovel, 70 points. Refined iron shovel, 150 points. Large shovel, 80 points. Luoyang shovel, 50 points. Spatula, 30 points. Why on earth are Luoyang shovels and spatulas appearing? Do you see the situation? Are these items of any use? Su Yuan gazed in disbelief at the absurd system and decisively selected 5 large shovels, each approximately 1.5 meters in length, with wooden handles. Their assembly was exceedingly straightforward. Should the wooden handle break, one could simply find another piece of wood to whittle down for continued use. Long, you all take these. Sure. Do not use your saber, just use this to knock them down, but prioritize your safety. If danger arises, it is permissible to kill them, just to not get injured. With only those few wolves to contend with, Su Yuan was not overly concerned about Shir and the others. After all, if a serpent of such girth could not threaten Shir, these snow wolves were hardly a match. Nevertheless, to be prudent, he allowed them to act freely. Surviving would prove invaluable, while turning the fallen into wolf fur coats would not be without merit, and it would also provide a change of flavor. The group accepted the large shovels. Though not as heavy as the saber, Shir swung her shovel with remarkable vigor. Long and the others were astonished to see Su Yuan produce several large shovels seemingly out of thin air, though they were aware of some aspects of his identity. The sheer impact of the moment was undeniably shocking. What was particularly striking was that Su Yuan had not even uttered a prayer. He merely stood still, and divine providence bestowed upon him these items, all while his expression remained somewhat grim. I understand. The group took hold of the large shovels. In the tribe, tools of this nature were primarily fashioned from special beast bones or crafted from suitable stones. Observing the sharp iron shovels now in their possession, they resembled children who had just received new toys, curiously toying with them. Everyone, one each, swiftly bring them down. Remember, the witch must remain alive. Without hesitation, Shir charged directly at the snow wolves, and the others followed suit. Once they stepped out of the reach of the flames, the pack of snow wolves launched their attack. Oh whoa! As the snow wolves charged forth, Su Yuan finally discerned their true nature. Compared to the wolves of his past life, these creatures were significantly larger. Their coarse white fur disheveled and wild. System, prepare the torches, he commanded, taking precautions. Should any danger befall Long and the others, he would immediately exchange for torches to drive away the pack of snow wolves. As for the remainder, he had no intention of allowing them to survive. I shall assist as well. Those little wolf cubs cannot hope to catch me, Cat Knight declared, stepping forward. Were it not for the disturbance caused by the snow wolves, she would have already begun her meal. All her frustration was now directed at these creatures. Then take the iron axe and strike them, Su Yuan suggested. If Cat Knight were to confront the snow wolves with her steel claws, it was likely that a mere few swipes would leave those beasts severely wounded. Chapter 21. I have a comprehensive plan on the battlefield. The accumulation of snow rendered movement somewhat cumbersome. However, the snow wolves, upon failing in their leaps, struggled for quite a while after tumbling into the snowdrifts. Suddenly, a snow wolf, baring its fangs and charging ferociously at Lion, appeared ravenous, intent on severing Lion's throat in a single bite. Yet, as it approached, it was swiftly struck down by a shovel, leaving it momentarily dazed, though it did not bleed. Before it could regain its footing, the hefty shovel descended once more, this time aimed at its flank, eliciting a pitiful howl. Awoo! The snow wolves facing Lion and Long were hardly a match for them. Within a few swift moves, they were dispatched into the snow, finding it challenging to rise again in such a short span. Meanwhile, Hui was not to be outdone. With a swift motion, she seized the shovel that had been clamped by a snow wolf and flung it skyward. This was a weapon granted to her by the shaman, and she was determined not to let it be damaged. Bang! Snowflakes erupted as the snow wolf was rendered unconscious, its mouth stained with blood from the shovel it had clutched. Oh no, is it dead? Hui, concerned, approached cautiously and breathed a sigh of relief upon discovering the snow wolf was still breathing. Had she failed to fulfill the shaman's request, she could scarcely call herself an awakened warrior. The battle persisted for several minutes, and the remaining two beast girls managed to subdue the snow wolves. In this awkwardly mobile snowy terrain, the long-handled weapons proved immensely advantageous, coupled with the Cat Knight striking the heads of their foes with an axe. The battle soon reached its conclusion, prompting jubilant cheers from the tribe. Shaman, we have brought these creatures. Su Yuan, observing the returning individuals, affectionately ruffled their hair. And several little beast girls, mistaking his gesture for a blessing, squinted with joy. White Rabbit, bring over that large rope from earlier. We shall bind these creatures and discuss matters upon their awakening tomorrow. Two of the snow wolves lay unconscious, while the remaining three appeared rather listless. Su Yuan intended to let them endure hunger for another night. Training dogs is a protracted endeavor, and he wished to see how long these creatures could maintain their pride under such circumstances. If all else fails, he would resort to boiling them into wolf meat soup. The victory in battle uplifted the atmosphere within the tribe, with the flickering firelight illuminating the smiles of each individual. These primitive beast girls sought but simple pleasures: a full belly, warm clothing, and a peaceful existence. The addition of more snow huts alleviated the crowding experienced the previous day. Yet Su Yuan's situation remained unchanged, as several beast girls still desired to share a snow hut with him. Fortunately, Fox 9 had anticipated this, ensuring that their hut was larger than the others. thus avoiding the previous day's congestion. The following day, Su Yuan's delightful dreams were abruptly interrupted by an urgent need to relieve himself. Cat Knight had been restless throughout the night, and with Long and Fox 9 sandwiching him, his mind had wandered into fanciful thoughts. Oh, you all are awake? The snow wolves outside have also awakened, now languidly lying down, gazing at the scattered snowflakes around them. It seems they must have struggled after waking up last night. However, Su Yuan's climbing rope is made of nylon, as the owner assured him, boasting an ultimate tensile strength of at least a ton. How could they, bound in such a manner, exert a force exceeding 1 ton? Alas, the wolves lowly whined at Su Yuan, as if they were about to pounce on him and tear him to shreds at any moment. Did you not have your fill of being beaten yesterday? Su Yuan struck one wolf on the head with a shovel, immediately diminishing its fierce gaze. These creatures possess a higher intelligence than ordinary wild wolves. After receiving a blow, they quickly grasped the current situation. I am the prey, while they are the hunters. If they dare to act ferociously before me, the meat on the rack shall be replaced. Oh, surprisingly clever. Who would have thought that the beasts in this world possess a modicum of intelligence? Observing the subdued snow wolves, Su Yuan noted that they resembled the magical creatures of a fantasy realm, with these beings representing the threats to humanity. Yet, the ancestors of these wolf-like monsters faced a tragic fate. Last night, they had nothing delectable to consume, but instead endured a session of CPR, with one having devoured a dragon fruit. The residue of dragon fruit juice still lingered at the corner of its mouth, evoking a sense of pity in Su Yuan, signaling that it was time to take the next step. While he was unfamiliar with training wolves, he had certainly observed ample techniques for training dogs. First, a gentle approach with the dragon fruit, and if that fails, perhaps a more assertive method. Su Yuan's sinister grin induced fear among the 5 snow wolves, causing them to huddle together. Their disheveled fur offered no sense of security. Rather, the looming shadow before them evoked a chilling dread. I offer you a choice. Either submit to me or become a luxurious wolf fur coat. The snow wolves appeared perplexed by Su Yuan's intentions, indicating that a dog training approach was indeed necessary. Thus, he retrieved the leftover roasted meat from yesterday and placed it before the 5 wolves with a stick. I said you could eat, did you hear that? As soon as he set the meat before them, the 5 wolves unhesitatingly lunged at it, each taking a bite. Bang! 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 With 5 swift blows of the shovel, the wolves instantly recoiled. Within seconds, seeing the roasted meat extended towards them again, they eagerly lunged forth once more. Bang! For more than 10 minutes, he continued this exercise, awakening even the beast women resting within the snow hut, who now curiously watched Su Yuan's antics. What are you doing, shaman? Long, while adjusting her beast skin jacket, hurried over upon noticing Su Yuan's proximity to the wolves. It's nothing. I'm training dogs. Once they are obedient, they can assist in hunting. Training dogs? Shaman, do these wild beasts truly heed our commands? Historically, the norm has been to encounter wild beasts and hunt them down. Long had never heard of taming such creatures, yet she recalled tales from the old shaman of their tribe, who spoke of larger tribes using magic to control the movements of beasts. Could this be the shaman's magic that tames wild animals? It merely appears somewhat edible. At this moment, the snow wolves have also become quite astute. Even when the morsel is placed right before them, these creatures remain reticent. Su Yuan tore a piece of meat into his small chunk and presented it. Eat, he called out repeatedly, and only then did one cautious snow wolf, eyeing the meat at the corner of its mouth, gingerly consume the roasted flesh. After several iterations, the snow wolves grasped Su Yuan's intention. They could only eat when commanded to do so, and if they failed to heed, they would face reprimand, should they be obstinate. The punishment would be even harsher. In a bittersweet intertwining of joy and suffering, the snow wolves, after enduring days of hunger, were finally able to enjoy a hearty meal, albeit with a slight ache in their heads. Long, lion, from now on, these 5 snow wolves shall be entrusted to you. Shortly, I shall provide you with chains. Should they act unruly, do not hesitate to kick and strike them. While eating, you are to drop the food on the ground. And only when you shout eat are they permitted to indulge. If they dare to snatch, continue to discipline them, ensuring they learn their lesson. Su Yuan gazed upon the 5 snow wolves, unveiling a wicked scheme of sustenance and guardianship. Thus, the first dog of this otherworldly planet came into existence. Chapter 22. The Traces of the Red Fox Tribe. Su Yuan, I wish to raise a snow wolf too. After breakfast, the group continued their journey. Mount I, gazing at the 5 snow wolves tethered by leashes, clung to Su Yuan's arm in a playful manner. Think carefully. If you adopt them, You'll have to manage their meals. I recall that your appetite is quite substantial. Then I shan't keep them. Su Yuan, could you perhaps employ your sorcery to control some that eat less? Su Yuan cast her a sidelong glance. Training dogs was merely a skill he acquired in his previous life, and these snow wolves were relatively intelligent. Bang! Nearby, a snow wolf, snarling at Ji was struck on the head with a shovel by Long. Unlike Su Yuan's earlier attempts, Long had exerted considerable force, causing the snow wolf to whimper and cradle its head. What if I control Ji and you take care of her from now on? Forget it. I won't keep her. Ji eats more than I do. It suffices for me to tend to my own stomach. Maonai was prone to fleeting interests. Once her curiosity waned, her enthusiasm diminished, though she remained consistently eager when it came to meals. Su Yuan, is this method of taming snow wolves sorcery? At that moment, Hu Jiao approached Su Yuan. Having witnessed her sister's sorcery, she noted the stark difference between it and Su Yuan's earlier actions. Moreover, she discerned some insights from his behavior. Of course not. Allow me to provide you with an analogy. One day, when you're exceedingly hungry and I capture you, I'll give you a beating. When it comes time to eat, unless you have my permission, you dare not move. Only with my approval may you partake. After several repetitions of this, would you prefer to return to the days of hunger, or would you rather obey my commands and enjoy daily meals? This compliance test can be effective on moderately intelligent beings. Currently, the reason Shur and the others were leading those snow wolves was that they had yet to be thoroughly tamed. Once they were completely obedient, even leashes would become unnecessary. I understand now. This is akin to how victorious tribes assimilate the defeated after warfare. Hu Jiao, perceptive as ever, quickly grasped Su Yuan's abstract analogy. She had heard her sister mention that the treatment of tribes post-conflict bore resemblance to Su Yuan's handling of the snow wolves, initially confining them in cages and allowing them to starve for a few days. Only upon their willingness to submit would they be released, becoming either laborers or warriors for the tribe. Su Yuan, could you perhaps let me try one of the snow wolves next time? Hu Jiao's eagerness to learn reignited as she grasped Su Yuan's hand with both of hers, her face alight with hope. Very well, but snow wolves are perilous. Let us find some gentler beasts first. After 5 more days traversing the snowy expanse, the previously consumed mossy-haired boar meat had been depleted. And it seemed Su Yuan's luck had also run dry, yielding only a few fruits over the past days. The best day saw Maonai capturing 2 snow hares in the snow, which provided just enough meat to stew for everyone's meal. Certainly, the white rabbit refrained from eating, as the beast girl seemed to harbor some reservations about consuming creatures of her own kind. According to the white rabbit, it was not that she was incapable of eating them. Rather, the thought of it caused her considerable discomfort, a feeling that would linger for several days before dissipating. Although the food supplies were nearly depleted, Su Yuan remained unconcerned. As he wandered and gathered, his points had already surpassed the 10,000 mark. With just 10 points, he could exchange for 1,000 portions of compressed biscuits, a rather extravagant method of sustenance. To satisfy hunger, more economical staples such as potatoes and wheat were available. Non-cultivated potatoes were priced at 50 points per 100 pounds, while cultivable potatoes cost an astounding 5,000 points per pound, which, we have discovered signs of habitation ahead. As Su Yuan was idly perusing the marketplace, a few industrious little beast girls hurried back, clearly agitated. Signs of habitation? Did you see any figures? Inquired a small beast girl with short brown hair, her movements remarkably agile, having previously climbed a tree to gather fruits with greater dexterity than a cat. No. I climbed the tree but saw no one in the vicinity. Let us go. Lead us to take a look. Su Yuan urged, accompanied by Fox 9 and the others. As the little beast girl pointed to a large boulder covered in snow, where the once smooth surface had been excavated into a substantial pit. Fresh snow had not yet fully obscured the ground, and as Su Yuan dug around, he uncovered some charred wood, and, more importantly, traces of blood. It's my sister's. After searching around, Fox 9 sniffed the frigid air and discovered numerous supplies buried in a nearby snowdrift. These are the items we brought when we escaped. This stone axe was even polished by Lion. Lion, too, was somewhat excited, examining the stone axe closely, and the expressions of the group turned grave. Which? The blood is already congealed, but the snow is deep. They must have been gone for at least a day. Long assessed the depth of the surrounding snow and estimated the time since the red foxes had departed. The presence of blood indicated that their situation might be dire, to the extent that they abandoned such resources. Su Yuan, what should we do? Even Fox 9, despite her intelligence, spoke with a quiver of despair, grasping Su Yuan's hand in uncertainty. Let us take these supplies and hasten our pace. Distribute the animal skins among everyone, as we will likely need to travel through the night. Which, these supplies are too heavy. Carrying them would delay us considerably. Perhaps a portion of us should proceed ahead while the remainder brings the supplies at a slower pace. Long suggested, eyeing the considerable weight of the items, which included more than just animal skins. There were also numerous stone axes, bone knives, and even some dried provisions. No, if the red foxes encountered wild beasts, splitting up could lead to danger. I have my own methods for managing the supplies. Su Yuan had no intention of wasting time. Nor did he wish to leave Shir and the others to face dangers alone after their departure. System, procure a wooden sled. I can craft one on the spot. Should you overcharge me, I shall curse you with inevitable glitches. Ordinary wooden sled. 10 points. Very well, I shall purchase this. Su Yuan completed the transaction for the wooden sled, leaving the onlookers perplexed regarding his intentions with the wooden board. Long. Gather everyone and load all the supplies onto this sled, then secure them with ropes. Long, bewildered, accepted the sled, although she was unaware of Su Yuan's plan. Her only task was to execute his instructions. Chapter 23. The remnant. So that's how it is, Su Yuan, you are indeed quite clever. As they set forth on their journey, Hu Jio and the others began to comprehend Su Yuan's intentions. The sled was being pulled by a petite beast girl, which previously required the effort of 2 individuals to move, but now could be effortlessly dragged along with a simple tug on the rope. Su Yuan, could you procure one for me as well? I too wish to sit atop it. Miao Yi gazed longingly at the supplies sliding along the sled, immediately fixating her hopes on Su Yuan, her large eyes resembling those of a beggar cat. All right, I shall grant your request, but do exercise caution. The sled, costing merely 10 points, was not exorbitantly priced, and it might prove useful when encountering the Red Fox tribe again. Thus, Su Yuan promptly exchanged for one from Miao Yi. Yes, I shall go ahead and scout the path for everyone. The supplies still required someone to pull them. So Miao Yi lay down on the sled and found a stick to push against the ground. Perhaps due to her petite stature and relatively lightweight, she managed to propel herself forward in this manner. Hu Jio, by 2. This is so much fun. Ah. Before Miao Yi could finish her exclamation of joy, the sled tilted forward and careened down the slope, her shrieks echoing through the snowy expanse. Ha ha ha. A mischievous grin spread across Su Yuan's face. He had already noticed the downhill slope ahead. However, the incline was not steep, and there were no obstacles in the way. Therefore, Miao Yi would merely receive a lesson by tumbling into a mound of snow. Be cautious while going downhill. Try to hold on to the supplies and avoid rushing down like Miao Yi. The beast girls behind were nearly startled by Miao Yi's screams. But once they saw her tumble into the snow and emerge unscathed, they regained their composure. Ha ha ha, this is too entertaining. Below, Miao Yi landed in a grove of trees blanketed in white snow, the skeletal trunks long dead beneath the frosty cover. Cough, cough, cough. At that moment, Miao Yi suddenly heard a faint coughing sound, and her senses sharpened. She quickly retrieved the steel claws hanging at her waist. Cough, cough, cough. Cautiously, Miao Yi stowed away the sled and climbed onto a tree branch. The previous sound had been faint, but she was certain she hadn't misheard. After surveying her surroundings, she quickly spotted a figure lying beneath the tree trunk, its body concealed beneath a thick layer of snow, with only a pale face visible above the surface. Catbai. Upon recognizing the face, Miao Yi immediately leaped down from the tree and hurried towards the figure. After clearing away the snow, she finally discerned the individual beneath. Beneath the heavy furs lay a white-haired cat girl, weakly leaning against the trunk. Her complexion was devoid of color, and her lips bore a hint of bluish purple. Tears streaming down her face, Miao Yi desperately peeled back the furs. Catbai's body was icy cold, and the blood seeping from her chest had already congealed. Catbai, please wake up. Su Yuan, quickly, save Catbai. At this moment, the frantic cries of Cat Knight alerted Su Yuan to the gravity of the situation. He hastily exchanged for a sled and swiftly descended. You all follow behind. I will investigate. Although Rong felt a surge of panic, Su Yuan was already sliding down the slope, prompting her to retrieve the sled she had previously positioned under the supplies. Pui, instruct everyone to bring down the supplies. I will ensure Wu's safety. Just as she was about to glide down, Shir grasped her waist, and the two of them tumbled down awkwardly without direction. What happened to Cat Knight? After landing, Su Yuan disregarded the snow clinging to him and hurried towards the sound, where he found the weeping figure rushing to embrace him. Su Yuan, quickly save Catbai. She is on the brink of death. Cat Bai? Su Yuan's gaze fell upon the white-haired kitten girl lying beside a tree trunk, her ashen face reflecting an alarming state. Quickly, fetch some firewood from the supplies. The little white cat was already delirious, her eyes closed as she mumbled incoherently. Su Yuan hastily picked her up. So cold. The icy garments felt like blocks of ice, and Su Yuan quickly stripped away the simple hide clothing. A scratch marred her ample chest. This is bad. She's losing blood and warmth. She's about to perish. Without a moment to spare, he draped his down jacket over Cat Bai, enveloping her small frame, leaving only her petite calves visible. The biting cold of the snowy expanse sent a shiver through him, and he promptly donned another layer of hide for himself. Tucking Cat Bai's legs against his abdomen. Ah, so frigid, he exclaimed. System, do you possess any warming items? Electric heater, 800 points. Electric blanket, 300 points. Air conditioner, 2,100 points. Damn it. If I had electricity, I wouldn't be asking you. Do you have anything that doesn't require power? Hot water bottle, 30 points. Fire pit, 60 points. Fine, you're of no help. Go play? By the time he returned to reality from the shop interface, he noticed Cat Bai's complexion deepening into an ominous shade of blue. This is dire. She's suffering from oxygen deprivation. In such a state, Cat Bai's respiratory cycle had become erratic. He needed to perform artificial respiration to maintain her oxygen supply, followed by CPR to sustain blood circulation. Su Yuan never anticipated that his first kiss would be with a beautiful white cat girl, but there was no time for hesitation. He leaned down, positioning his lips against Cat Bai's pale ones. Wu, what has transpired? Meanwhile, Shishir and Rong arrived, witnessing Su Yuan kissing a girl in his arms. Had this occurred on Earth, an alarm would have been raised. Cat Bai? Shishir recognized the little kitten girl in Su Yuan's embrace, prompting him to turn his head. Rong, you all dig a pit here, and prepare branches alongside Cat Knight. There is no time left to employ the primitive method of friction fire. Instead, he retrieved a lighter from his pocket and handed it to Long. Simply press this button, and flames will emerge. Hurry and ignite the fire once you can. Su Yuan did not allow the Cat Bai any significant recovery of oxygen. After speaking, he promptly resumed his efforts to save Bai. The main force descended from the rear, and the flames in the snow pit gradually flickered to life beside Su Yuan. The little cat girl in his embrace began to show signs of response. White Rabbit, bring over the white box from the climbing backpack. With her body warming up and her heartbeat gradually resuming, the next step was to address the scratches on her chest. Fortunately, prior to their ascent, he had attended a few lessons on wound suturing, and the medical kit contained the necessary suturing needles and thread. Although he had never stitched such a large wound before, under the current circumstances, he had no choice but to steel himself for the task ahead. Chapter 24. A journey through time. Too early. Such a breathtaking scene did not stir any emotions within Su Yuan. Instead, he felt a tinge of anxiety as he meticulously stitched the wound on the chest of Cat Bai. Fox Jiao, accompanied by others, had erected a wall of snow around them, while a pot of meat soup simmered in the flames. The stitching process proceeded relatively smoothly, although he encountered a minor issue when he reached the upper part of the wound, requiring him to brace his wrist to continue the suturing. Within the medical kit, he found some antibiotics and, after administering the medication to Cat Bai, he finally breathed a sigh of relief, resigning their fate to the whims of chance. After warming the animal hide, he covered her with it, declaring that everyone would rest here for the day. The sky had already darkened. He initially intended to travel overnight to catch up with the Red Fox tribe, but due to these unforeseen circumstances, they had to halt their journey. Shishir, Long, refrain from foraging for food tonight. We are unaware of the whereabouts of that creature that attacked the Red Fox tribe. It would be best for everyone to stay together. But, Wu, we only have some fruits left. Su Yuan retrieved the dried meat that the Red Foxes had left behind, assuring them that if they were frugal, it would suffice to satisfy their hunger. Of course, they could not rely solely on meager rations, so Su Yuan promptly exchanged 50 pounds of potatoes, costing merely 25 points. Had these items not been cumbersome to carry, he would have opted for 100 pounds outright. I shall handle the potatoes, you all reheat the dried meat. The system had not entirely forsaken them. Each potato he exchanged was larger than a fist and miraculously free of dirt, forming a small mound on the snow sled. Wu, what is this? Cat Yi, still tending to Cat Bai, approached Su Yuan upon noticing the mound of potatoes, her instincts suggesting these were delicious provisions. These are potatoes. Take out the bone knives and cut them into small pieces to place in the clay pot. The clay pot could not accommodate many potatoes alongside the dried meat. So the remainder had to be roasted directly by the fire, filling the air with an enticing aroma in no time. Please eat first. I will check on Katbai. Su Yuan carried a bowl of potato meat soup to Katbai, who was swathed in a down jacket and had regained her body temperature. Although her forehead felt somewhat warm to the touch, she had a fever, uncertain if the medication he had administered would be effective for the beast women of this world. He realized he would have to seek out the red foxes and implore them to use their shamanic powers to heal Katbai. Water. As Su Yuan examined Katbai's temperature, a faint, raspy voice reached his ears. Katbai, with her eyes still closed, stirred her lips slightly. Su Yuan quickly lifted her, bringing the bowl of potato meat soup to her lips. The enticing aroma caused Katbai's ears to twitch, and she struggled to open her eyes. What enchanting eyes! Su Yuan marveled at the pale blue of Katbai's irises, reminiscent of a vast azure sea. And in her gaze, he detected a hint of confusion as she looked at him. Katbai, you have finally awakened. The cat, Yi, set aside the fragrant potato and hurried to Su Yuan's side. Cat, Yi, how did you end up here? After we got separated, we encountered Su Yuan, who was indeed a powerful shaman. He was the one who saved you just now. Katbai turned her gaze to Su Yuan, her pale face reflecting gratitude. Thank you, shaman. Now, drink the broth first. Without further inquiry, Su Yuan brought the fragrant soup to Katbai's lips. So delicious. After savoring a small taste, Katbai immediately drank it eagerly, having previously subsisted on mere palm-sized jerky during their flight from the tribe. After downing 2 bowls, she felt a semblance of recovery and finally noticed the beast girls nearby, gazing at her by the fire. Katbai, what happened to Chi Hu and the others? And why were you left here? Upon seeing Hu Jio, Katbai's expression turned to one of alarm as she attempted to rise from Su Yuan's embrace. The shamans are in danger, and this is not a safe place. Everyone, hide quickly. Katbai, do not panic. First, clarify the situation. Once they managed to soothe Katbai's anxiety, she sat up and recounted the events that had transpired. After getting separated from Hu Jio, Chi Hu had led them towards the sun. Recently, when the ice god had raged, they had to take refuge beneath a large rock. However, yesterday, a group of snow demons attacked the tribe. After Chi Hu led everyone to fend them off, they unexpectedly encountered a snow monster. I, having sustained serious injuries, could not flee and thus hid here. This is not merely hiding. Su Yuan discerned the sorrow in Katbai's heart. It seemed she had concealed herself to avoid being a burden to others. But now was not the time for such concerns. He furrowed his brow and inquired of those beside him, what are snow demons and snow monsters? Shaman, snow demons are creatures that inhabit the snowy plains. They are small and unafraid of the cold, often moving in groups of dozens. As for the snow monster, I have not seen it myself. But the old shaman spoke of it as a robust creature, covered in fur, typically found in caves. My goodness, these must be magical beasts. It appears I have indeed crossed into a world of swords and sorcery, albeit at a rather premature juncture. Let us all rest together tonight, and the 3 of us will take turns keeping watch. If magical beasts from this realm of swords and sorcery were to appear, mere stone knives and axes would surely be inadequate defenses against them. Shaman, there is no need for such worry. The snow demons fear flames, and the snow monster is wary of bright light. Indeed, had it not been for Chi Hu's fire magic, we would not have escaped. Katbai continued her explanation, noting how the snow demons dared not approach the flames, but the firewood collected by the tribe would not last long. Thus, they had no choice but to flee with the others from the tribe. Very well, let us not allow the flames to extinguish tonight. Lions, please proceed to chop some trees nearby. As night fell, the delectable taste of potatoes somewhat alleviated the beast girls' fears of the snow spirits and monsters. After indulging in their meal, they nestled together in small groups, drifting off to sleep. The 5 snow wolves, initially apprehensive of the flames, now cozily nestled close to the warmth they provided. However, they were somewhat dissatisfied with their meal, as a carnivorous snow wolf found itself consuming potatoes. Were it not for the strict supervision they were under, guided by Su Yuan, the beast girls maintained a particularly stringent control over them. Neglecting to eat would result in a couple of reprimanding taps. Thus, they could only consume their meal with reluctant tears. Chapter 25, Images for reference the following day. Katbai had considerably recovered, peacefully resting within the confines of her down jacket. In the middle of the night, she was administered medication once more, and her fever had nearly subsided. It appeared that the medicine was indeed effective for the beast girls of this other world, with results manifesting quite noticeably after just one night. Throughout the night, while keeping watch over one another, no traces of the snow spirit or the snow monsters were detected. although the woods were occasionally filled with faint rustling sounds. Long, could you please release me? I am finding it difficult to breathe. Despite the haphazard construction of the snow shelter, with merely a few animal skins draped over the top, the presence of a fire and the company of a dozen individuals ensured that the temperature remained bearable. Su Yuan was closely guarded by Long and Shi, leaving him drenched in sweat throughout the night, most notably because these two were among the most formidable of the beast girls. I apologize, Wu. It was not my intention. As dawn broke, there was no need for Su Yuan to instruct the beast girls on food preparation. They eagerly began roasting potatoes. Having only consumed a single meal of the soft and fluffy delicacy the previous day had piqued their interest. Su Yuan approached Catbai. Observing that the wound beneath her down jacket had ceased bleeding and was healing rapidly, her once icy body now restored to a normal temperature. Su Yuan. As the down jacket was opened, a gust of cold air roused Catbai from her slumber, and the scene was one that could easily provoke imagination, prompting Su Yuan to halt his actions. Wait a moment, this is peculiar. Was he not akin to a doctor tending to a patient? Why then did he feel a sense of embarrassment, as if he had been caught? Ahem, Catbai, you seem to be recovering well. Are you able to rise and move about? Catbai, unfazed by her complete exposure, gradually propped herself up, although her chest wound had improved significantly. Excessive blood loss left her legs feeling somewhat unsteady. I'm fine. I can walk. Catbai remained concerned about the others in the tribe and did not wish to trouble Su Yuan. However, after taking a few steps, her legs gave way, and Su Yuan caught her in his arms. Never mind, I shall have Cat Yi assist you in walking shortly. Su Yuan decided against allowing Catbai to overexert herself. Today, it was imperative to catch up with Chi Hu and the others. Otherwise, if they were to fall prey to the snow monsters, it would be too late. While traveling, Cat Yi played the role of a human cart driver, enthusiastically pulling the sled. Each time she accelerated, Catbai would be startled. Cat Yi, if you continue to act up, I shall not permit you to sleep beside me. Catbai, bracing herself against the sled, glanced at Cat Yi with a hint of annoyance, yet her usual threat seemed ineffective today. Higi, Cat Yi can sleep next to Su Yuan too. Catbai, your threats no longer hold sway over me. Time to speed up. The cheerful banter of the two lifted the spirits of the tribe, alleviating their fear of the snow monsters compared to before. Long, what kind of weapon would you like? If we encounter the snow monsters, it will be necessary for you and Shi to protect everyone. In the present day, the tribe is severely lacking in warriors. He must equip the only 2 awakened fighters, while the rest will have to wait until stability is achieved. The abundance of supplies proves cumbersome to transport. Although there are a dozen individuals in the tribe, it would be unreasonable to expect a petite beast girl like Shi Ji to carry goods taller than herself. Is anything permissible? A glimmer of hope shone in Long's eyes as she gazed at the broadsword that Shi bore, a cherished item of hers, which had not been wielded since the last occasion when she effortlessly felled a bristleback boar with a single strike. Is that a bit unwieldy for you? Su Yuan mused, aware of Long's desire for Shi's formidable sword. However, the weapon's requirements were rather stringent. Shi possessed far greater strength than Long, without considerable force. One could only rely on skill to wield the broadsword, a skill that Su Yuan himself lacked. Long hesitated, pondering for a considerable time before concluding that the large iron shovel in her possession was indeed practical, lightweight, and exceedingly effective when striking the head of a snow wolf. Well then, I shall use this, she decided. This isn't a weapon per se, but let me think it over. It was overly challenging for these beast girls, accustomed to stone axes and bone knives, to choose a weapon. As Su Yuan journeyed onward, he accessed the system mall. System, list all lightweight bladed weapons. Watermelon knife, 160 points. Refined cleaver, 300 points. Culinary knife, 120 points. Paper cutter, 20 points. Nail clipper, 12 points. Refined twin blades, second blade at half price, 450 points. The system seemed to be malfunctioning. What sort of weapon could a nail clipper be? Wait, what was this about half price? Upon noticing the phrase half price, Su Yuan quickly realized that 2 blades at 450 points meant a single refined blade would only cost 300 points, the same as the cleaver. Very well. I shall purchase them at this limited time offer. Opportunities to exploit the system are rare. After much contemplation, Su Yuan decided to acquire the 2 refined blades. However, when they materialized in his hands, his expression darkened immediately. Damn it, the image in the mall resembled a cleaver, yet in reality, it turned out to be so diminutive, the length of the blade handle barely reaching my arm. It seemed that the system mall, too, indulged in the notion that pictures were merely for reference, with reality as the true standard. Long, this weapon is for you. I prayed for it from the divine, though I am uncertain if it suits you. Thank you very much, Long replied, accepting the twin blades. The weight of these blades was far lighter than that of the broadsword, and sure, upon glancing at them, dismissed them as trivial. Such small daggers were beneath her notice. Indeed, the beast girls of this world are natural-born warriors. Shortly after handing the twin blades to Long, she quickly grasped the general method of usage. Additionally, she adeptly demonstrated the use of a single blade, while the other was given to Hui, who, with Su Yuan's consent, gleefully brandished the short knife in her hand. In truth, one could easily exchange for another weapon. However, observing Hui's exuberant enthusiasm as he followed Long to familiarize himself with the new armament, he refrained from calling out to him. This sight left the accompanying snow wolves trembling in fright. The earlier strikes with the hefty shovel had been insufficient to slay a wolf. Yet this blade could cleave a notch into a tree trunk, and thus it could surely carve a wound upon a wolf's head. As night approached, the group needed to continue their journey, and now was the time to consume a bit more, without concern for a shortage of provisions. In the early evening, Su Yuan addressed the tribe, noting that they had begun to discover an increasing number of traces left by the red foxes on their path, indicating that the two parties were not too far apart. At this moment, Fox 9 and her companions yearned to sprout wings and soar directly to the Red Fox tribe. But alas, they were all terrestrial beast maidens, a feat only achievable by the winged folk among them. Chapter 26. The Red Fox Tribe. Fox C. Have those snow spirits followed us? At the foot of a mountain in the snowy plains, a girl with a red tail leaned against a giant rock, her complexion pale. Surrounding her were several beast girls huddled by a flickering campfire. Red Fox, the snow monsters have been provoked by that group of snow spirits. They intend to lure the snow monsters here, and they are already on their way. Those despicable beings. The expression on Red Fox's face darkened considerably. During the ambush by the Black Goat tribe, she had led her tribe in retreat, but in the chaos, her younger sister and a few others had gotten separated. Red Fox, there is another matter. Catbai is missing. What? When did this happen? Yesterday, according to Xiaomi and the others. Catbai disappeared while trying to protect them from an attack by the snow spirits. Red Fox's visage grew even grimmer, her teeth biting into her lip as her hands clenched into fists. I must go back to find her. Red Fox, there are snow spirits behind us. And the snow monsters are close behind. There is no way back. The corners of Red Fox's mouth bled from her biting, and if she were not the tribe's leader, she would have wept openly. With over 50 members, they had already lost more than 10 to capture and 4 were missing, leaving only 30 behind. And now, with one less, she felt utterly helpless. Let us rest in the cave ahead, then we'll confront those snow spirits and circle around the mountainside. Xiaoman, take the others to look for food and timber nearby. Though she longed to confront the snow spirits head-on, reason dictated that the fighting capability of her tribe could not withstand such a desperate fight. As a leader, Red Fox could not afford to act on emotion. She wiped the tears from her eyes and continued to lead the remaining members toward the foot of the mountain not far ahead. Shaman. These are the remnants of the snow spirits. The group led by Su Yuan discovered a small white sphere resting on the ground, emitting a faint blue glow against the snow. If it weren't for Cat Yi and the others' keen eyes, this ping-pong-sized orb would have gone unnoticed in the snow. Detected rare item. Snow Spirit Core can be traded for 800 points or for 80 points. Unlock special items. Host, please choose a trading option. It was a rare item, even cheaper than the Snow Serpent Liquid. Su Yuan curiously examined the unremarkable white orb and inquired, what is the purpose of this item? Shaman. This Snow Spirit Stone is used to craft a shaman staff, but only some elder shamans know how to create them. My sister cannot craft a shaman staff either. But this item can typically be collected and sold to larger tribes, so it is merely an energy orb for a magic staff, since it serves no other purpose. There is no need to keep it, especially since I am not an actual shaman. Trade for 80 points, then, system. Transaction successful. New products can be viewed in the special section. Shueya brand tea beverage ginger flavor 800 points. Note, consuming it offers protection from cold for 3 hours without side effects, limited to 3 bottles per day. No wonder it is cheaper than the Shueisha Spirit Liquid. It merely provides a defense against the cold. This item is even subject to a limit. However, Su Yuan remained unfazed. Even knowing the items that could be unlocked by the core of the Shueyao, he would still opt to unlock them, as it is prudent to be prepared for any eventuality. Moreover, he was a collector at heart. The mere sight of something unlockable without acting upon it felt particularly awkward. If there were Shueyao stones, his sister and the others should not be far behind. The group's spirits lifted at this thought, as the sky gradually darkened. Finding Chi-Hu and the others before sunset would spare them the trouble of traveling at night. Chi-Hu, the Shuiyao are drawing nearer. Outside the cave, the tribe members casually nibbled on some jerky. They had previously been forced to abandon some supplies, and having escaped, they carried little with them. Now, they had only a few pieces of snow hare meat obtained during their flight, alongside some overly sour fruit. Chi-Hu sat quietly by the fire. But upon hearing Husi's news, she immediately rose and called into the cave, "Everyone, gather your things and leave this place." The cave was small, barely accommodating 10 individuals. And Chi-Hu instructed some of the elderly and young beast women of the tribe to take refuge inside. Just as preparations for departure were underway, an unwelcome guest appeared at the foot of the mountain, a creature with white fur standing nearly 2.5 meters tall. A bear. Chi-Hu. Spotting the white bear with a piece of beast flesh dangling from its mouth and its small eyes blankly staring at the crowd, froze in place. No wonder the cave was so empty. The owner must have gone out to eat. At that moment, Chi-Hu felt on the verge of breakdown, as a series of unfortunate events unfolded one after another. Xiaoman, Husi, block this creature. The white bear, equally enraged by the intruders in its home, dropped the meat from its mouth and roared at Chi-Hu and her companions with red eyes. Xiaoman, a bear woman, bore some resemblance to the white bear. However, in terms of strength, her smaller frame would struggle against the massive bear. There were still about 7 unawakened warriors in the tribe, but they needed to protect the others, leaving only the 3 of them to confront this formidable foe. Flame. Chi-Hu produced a bone talisman engraved with a flame symbol from her bosom. Lacking a staff, she could only utilize the talisman to cast her magic. In an instant, a fireball the size of a head struck the charging white bear squarely on the face, causing it to howl as it burrowed into the snow to extinguish the flames. Xiaoman seized a bone club taller than herself from the supply she was organizing. Its uneven surface and sharp edges soon stained with the bear's crimson blood as she struck. Roar. The white bear, infuriated, rose and lunged wildly at Xiaoman, its paw cracking the bone club with a series of deep fissures. Alas, my weapon is broken. Little man felt a pang of sorrow. Yet upon seeing the crowd protecting her from behind, she gripped her bone club tightly and struck again at the white bear. Behind her, Foxy held firmly onto a stone spear as fate runes began to manifest on her forehead. Originally, there were 3 awakened warriors in the tribe. One had been captured, and another had gone missing. Now, she was the sole survivor, and her palm began to sweat around the spear. Whoosh! In an instant, the spear pierced through Little Man's head and embedded itself in the chest of the white bear, the terrifying force causing the creature to stagger backward. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Just as she reveled in the thought that her strike had severely wounded the bear, familiar voices echoed through the swirling snow in the distance, and a flurry of snow-white figures emerged. Damn it, I didn't expect those fiends to appear so swiftly. Red Fox glanced at the tribe members hiding behind her and instantly made a decision. It was already too late to flee. Everyone would have to fight those adversaries. Chapter 27. The great battle beneath the setting sun. The footprints ahead are abundant and fresh. As night approaches, the golden glow of the sunset bathes the snowy expanse, and Su Yuan and his companions hasten their pace upon noticing the distinct tracks in the snow. There are numerous tiny footprints, alongside the massive prints of a colossal beast. It seems that the snow spirits and monsters have already caught up with the Red Fox and her companions. Su Yuan realizes that they are perilously close to the snow monsters, yet their presence remains elusive. These tracks likely lead in pursuit of the Red Fox. Lion, Cat Knight. Let us press forward. Rong, you take the others and follow the direction of the footprints at a steady pace. But Rong, deeply concerned for Su Yuan, wishes to accompany him, but he promptly halts her. Everyone's safety is paramount. Do not worry, I shall be fine. Here, take this. Fearing that Rong and the others may not withstand unforeseen dangers, Su Yuan exchanges for an alcohol burning bottle from the system marketplace, a hefty purchase at 600 points. Should peril arise, ignite the fabric with the lighter I've given you, and throw it at the enemy without hesitation. Remember, ignite it and throw it immediately. Su Yuan feels a particular trust in Rong. During their week of acquaintance, she has consistently followed his guidance without deviation. I understand. I will swiftly catch up to you. Fox 9 and the White Rabbit also wish to follow, but their combat abilities fall short, and Su Yuan reassures them to stay behind. The 3 swiftly make their way toward the direction of the footprints, and with the path cleared by those ahead, the snow is less treacherous for them. Cat Knight, finding Su Yuan's pace too slow, decides to carry him on her back as they race forward. Why do you press so closely? The red fox commands her tribe to retreat into the cave, flames flickering protectively before them, deterring the snow spirits from advancing. Why? Someone provided us with substantial resources to capture you. The snow spirits, diminutive and frail, possess sharp ears and stooped postures, adorned with a tuft of white fur from the back of their heads to their spines. Black sheep? That wretch is relentless. The red fox cannot fathom why he is so fixated on capturing her, especially after they have already taken her homeland. Yet he still refuses to relent. Very well. This fire may hold us at bay, but it cannot hinder the larger creatures behind us. The leader of the snow spirits eyes the flickering flames, fearful yet resolute. They harbor a profound dread of fire, as it spells certain doom for them. However, as long as their core remains intact, they can resurrect after death. A trait that drives the snow spirit leader to lure the snow monsters at any cost. Words are futile. Today, even if I must perish, I shall obliterate you. The red fox unleashes another torrent of flames, yet the opposing leader of the snow spirits remains unmoved, as another snow spirit lunges forward from behind. The flames instantly struck the snow demon, reducing it to a mere puddle of liquid in an instant, leaving only the core of the snow demon upon the snow-covered ground. How much magical power do you possess? Do you truly believe that mere flames can annihilate us completely? As long as the Heartstone remains intact, we merely endure a slumber of a day or two. At that moment, the setting sun illuminated a colossal figure not far away. A being with white fur obscuring its features, moving heavily on its 2 feet. Hehehe, your great friend has arrived. The Crimson Fox is not akin to the Snow Demon. The leader of the Snow Demon showed no concern for the demise of her kin. Yet she could not afford such indifference. Each fallen kin signifies an absolute death. Everyone, retreat into the cave and leave the supplies outside. The cave could barely accommodate a dozen individuals. Even with a concerted effort, around 7 or 8 would still be at the mouth of the cave. Which? You should retreat first. Sister Crimson Fox, we will hold the line outside. No one stepped back. The remaining weapons on the ground were picked up, and all stood resolutely against the impending snow beast. Boom. The snow beast's eyes glowed a fierce red as it grasped the fallen snow demon and devoured it. Yet, these creatures were frail and small, with hardly any flesh upon them. Once consumed, they transformed into stone-like cores within its belly, akin to having eaten nothing at all. The leader of the snow demons, along with her kin, sought refuge beneath a boulder, while the snow beast, after a couple of bites, paid no further heed to these meager, unsatisfying morsels. The next target was the white bear, who had been lurking nearby, seeking vengeance after sustaining injuries. Yet it had not anticipated the arrival of a more terrifying adversary. The snow demons themselves had not foreseen that a white bear was hiding amidst the snowdrifts. If the snow beast's attention were drawn to the bear, it might disregard the Crimson Fox and her companions. Roar. The white bear stood 2 heads shorter than the snow beast, even when upright, its height barely reaching the beast's chest. With a ferocious roar, the snow beast responded in kind, causing the accumulated snow in the mountains to cascade down from their peaks. Sister Crimson Fox, what shall we do? Now, retreating is not an option. Those snow demons are fixated on us, and remaining is equally perilous, for the injured bear is evidently no match for the snow beast. Preserve your combat strength. I will assist the bear, allowing them to weaken each other. The Crimson Fox aimed for the snow beast's head, launching a fireball that singed its white fur blackened. But at that moment, the beast had already engaged in a savage struggle with the bear. Both parties fought with ferocity. Despite the bear's smaller stature, it managed to inflict numerous wounds upon the snow beast, while the latter bore many charred marks. Eliminate that bear. The snow demon leader, unwilling to witness such a scenario, led several of her kin to confront the bear, while others directly obstructed the Crimson Fox's path. Damn it. These creatures are undoubtedly determined to capture me. The Crimson Fox found her fire magic rendered ineffective, and under the snow demon's harassment, the bear was no longer a match for the snow beast, which seized it and slammed it against the mountainside. A white bear, chuckling softly, could fetch a handsome price when the time comes. The snow demon leader, indifferent to the fallen bear, now set its sights on the red foxes. It must capture them before the snow monster could strike. Roar. Upon the bear's collapse, the snow monster redirected its fury towards the red foxes. Its charred form a testament to its wrath, disregarding even the barely breathing white bear. With a powerful swipe aimed at the cave entrance, it appeared that the flames on the ground were about to be extinguished. Xiao Man, clutching the nearly fractured bone staff, rushed forward. Prepare to perish. Xiao Man. The already cracked bone staff shattered under the force, and Xiao Man was sent flying, fortunately caught tightly in the embrace of Fox C. Chapter 28. Can I not use cheat codes? Leader, more individuals are approaching from behind. A snow demon, stationed at the rear, arrived to report to the chief. Oh? How many? 3. 3 people? Such a small number hardly warrants concern, the snow demon chief waved dismissively. In the current circumstances, it had little interest in the impending trio. Not far away, Su Yuan and his companions finally arrived, witnessing the encircled group. Cat Knight, filled with urgency, shouted, Sister Red Fox. Xiaoyi? Red Fox. Still tending to Xiao Man, turned sharply at the sound of Cat Knight's voice. In the distance, under the setting sun, the 3 figures stood amidst the snow. Don't come closer. Run away. Red Fox's warning did not deter Cat Knight and her companions. Equipped with steel claws, Cat Knight dashed towards Red Fox and the others. Block that creature. The snow demons, unwilling to let the snow monster be disturbed, surged toward Cat Knight. Their sharp claws aimed mercilessly at her. Get lost. Cat Knight's steel claws clashed with the snow demon's talons, severing them along with their arms in an instant. Before the pain could register, the black claw coverings pierced into their bodies. These were the snow demons, resembling Gollum from the Lord of the Rings, albeit with an additional tuft of hair that rendered them even more grotesque. Su Yuan recognized that he needed to prepare for the current predicament. Thus, he promptly accessed the system marketplace. System, provide me with some ranged weaponry. In a contest of strength against these primitive monsters, he knew he would be at a disadvantage. Yet, was it not permissible for him to employ a few cheat codes? Slingshot, 10 points, primitive wooden bow, 8 points, standard wooden bow, 200 points, refined wooden bow, 800 points, compound bow, 1000 points, refined compound bow, 3000 points, crossbow, 5000 points. Bow and arrow weapons were typically costly, and within the tribe, the concept of archery was virtually non-existent. No one had ever used such weapons, which is why Su Yuan had never considered them before. However, with the snow monster presenting such a large target, even with limited experience, he need not fret about missing. I'll take a compound bow and select some specialized arrows. Wooden arrow, 1 point. Iron arrow, 8 points. Tranquilizer arrow, 20 points. Toxic arrowhead, 20 points. The prices for the arrowheads were reasonable. Given their potentially disposable nature, exorbitant costs would necessitate him crafting his own arrows in the future. I'll take 10 tranquilizer arrows. Meanwhile, in the cave across the way, Cat Knight had already dispatched several snow demons and reached the rear of the snow monster, her sharp claws leaving bloody trails upon its back. Roar. The snow monster, initially indifferent to the presence behind it, found its movements increasingly frantic as the pain intensified, compounded by the obstacles posed by the fox spirit and other beast warrior companions. Sure, Su Yuan. Help. As the feline creature fell into the snow, it gazed up at the towering behemoth before it, fear prompting it to call out for assistance to the 2 individuals behind. Su Yuan. Su Yuan. Sensing the urgency in Lion's voice, promptly replied, take me over there and place me by the Red Fox. That way, my safety will be assured. He was not as valiant as he might appear. Those snow demons, despite their seemingly frail forms, would pose a formidable challenge if they decided to attack. Understood, Lion declared, gripping the horse-slaying sword in one hand while the other secured Su Yuan under her arm as she charged toward the snow monster. Any snow demon attempting to impede their progress was swiftly dispatched with a single stroke of her blade. Just as the snow creature was swiping at the rolling cap beneath it, Lion arrived in the nick of time, bringing her sword down upon the beast. Roar. The snow monster raised its arms in a futile attempt to shield itself, but the blade sliced through, inflicting a grievous wound that gushed crimson, far more painful than the minor scratches it had previously inflicted. Phew, saved at last. In a moment of urgency, Su Yuan was unceremoniously tossed over to the Red Fox, who caught him with remarkable agility, her ample bosom nearly sending him tumbling back. Are you all right? The beast maidens of the tribe regarded this individual, who seemed somewhat different from them, with curiosity. The Red Fox did not inquire further, but instead focused on Su Yuan, a green light emanating from her hand flowing into his body. Thank you. You must be the Red Fox. I am a friend of Fox 9 and the others. They're on their way here. Fox 9 and the others are safe. The Red Fox finally heard some good news after days of concern, her furrowed brow easing slightly. Well, we can discuss the rest once they arrive. Su Yuan chose not to linger in conversation, retrieving the compound bow he had previously exchanged for, lamenting that the system had not provided even a quiver despite the considerable points spent. 10 arrows lay scattered upon the snow. Lion, Cat Knight, step back. Lion, having blocked a powerful swipe from the snow monster, pulled Cat Knight aside upon hearing Su Yuan's call. The snow monster attempted to pursue them, but Su Yuan, trembling, drew back the relatively hefty compound bow, its draw weight exceeding his expectations. Damn, system, can you not offer a bow with a lower draw weight? Give me a bottle of snow snake essence. The moment the apple-flavored essence coursed through him, a wave of warmth enveloped his body, allowing him to fully draw the bow without struggle. Releasing the arrow sent it piercing into the center of the snow monster's rear, causing Su Yuan to involuntarily flinch. I didn't mean to. Roar. The snow monster's full attention shifted to Su Yuan, seizing the moment while the effects of the snow snake essence lingered. He readied and loosed several tranquilizer arrows. The impact was more pronounced than that of poison. The snow monster stumbled, its steps faltering. Arrows protruded from its chest, arms, and legs. Even as it yanked them out, several arrowheads remained embedded in its flesh. The crowd observed the snow beast's footsteps becoming increasingly erratic. As the final arrow pierced the creature's eye, it finally collapsed to the ground. Its solitary eye spun in confusion. The 200 points of tranquilizing effect were no trifling matter, leaving the Crimson Fox and her companions momentarily stunned. How formidable! What manner of creature is this? Lioness and her comrades rushed forward, witnessing the snow beast attempting to rise once more. The runes upon Lioness's forehead ignited once again as she gripped her broadsword tightly, aiming for its neck. Scalding blood splattered across the pristine snow, and the snow spirits behind them recoiled in sheer terror, retreating to the rear. Though they were immortal, it did not mean they could not be captured and confined indefinitely. Without the aid of their kin, they would be doomed to languish in perpetual darkness. Just as they prepared to flee, Long and others arrived on the scene, positioning themselves in front of the fleeing snow spirits. Kill her. Before the snow spirit leader could finish, a flaming projectile was hurled forth, landing with a resounding impact and erupting into fierce flames, even more ferocious than the fireballs conjured by the Crimson Fox. Chapter 29. Actions speak louder than words without the slightest hint of sorcery. A mere toss of the hand sent flames erupting beside the snow demon. At that moment, the snow demon leader felt a surge of frustration. How absurd were these newcomers? That such a massive snow creature could be decapitated in mere moments? Furthermore, had it not been for its concealment behind the snow demons, it too would have been reduced to a lifeless stone, lying quietly upon the ground. And yet it dared to flee? With ease. Roan's short blade severed the arm of the snow demon leader, leaving it utterly alone, while the rest of its brethren lay burnt to ash. Sister. Fox G rushed forward, her suppressed sorrow exploding into tears upon seeing her sister, enveloping Fox G in a tight embrace. Others emerged from the cramped cave, the corpse of the snow creature still a chilling sight, prompting some daring beast maidens to approach with curiosity. Look, this is the leader of those snow demons. Roan pulled the dismembered snow demon leader before Su Yuan. Despite being captured, the creature displayed no fear, instead wearing a defiant expression as if to say, if you have the ability, then kill me. This little creature was indeed peculiar. Why did you pursue the red foxes so relentlessly? Su Yuan found it difficult to believe that there were no ulterior motives at play. I may have failed this time, but I assure you, it will not be just me. More snow demons will come to hunt you down. The leader's gaze fixed on Su Yuan, a sinister grin spreading across its face. I eagerly await the day when you are captured and brought to your knees, the day of my resurrection. Impatience nodded Su Yuan. This creature was as cryptic as a riddle, and its appearance was grotesque, reminiscent of a repulsive troll, yet it bore an air of arrogance. Do you think you are invincible? Roan pressed the blade against its neck with a degree of force, but the snow demon leader remained unperturbed, mockingly gazing at Su Yuan. Our snow demon clan is immortal. We may be confined for a time, but when the others arrive, we shall be saved, while you rebels will inevitably perish. Immortal? That remains to be seen. Roan instructed, gather all the snow demon stones from the ground. A small fraction of the clan members brought by the leader lay within the belly of the snow creature, while others had perished earlier, leaving approximately 20 slain upon the snowy expanse. 800 each? That amounts to 8,000. What a fortune. Su Yuan's demeanor shifted to that of a villain as he held a snow demon core in his hand, his chilling laughter echoing ominously. Is this not one of your snow demon stones? What are you planning? The leader's mirth faded, its demeanor shifting as it observed Su Yuan's enigmatic air and the sinister grin that accompanied the heartstone of its kin. System, expedite the transaction. In an instant, the snow demon core was exchanged with the system, and only Roan and the others understood that this was a sacrifice of the snow demon's heartstone to the deity. Even the most formidable snow demons cannot rival the celestial beings. The sorcery wielded by the witch is exceedingly ruthless. Can you still sense the presence of your kin? The snow demon leader immediately became agitated. Just as Su Yuan had indicated, at the very moment the Heartstone vanished. It could no longer perceive the essence of that particular snow demon. Even when concealed by Su Yuan, it would have been detectable, yet now there was utterly no trace. As if it had been completely erased from existence. Su Yuan continued to make sacrifices, as these offerings were indeed the most valuable and highly advantageous for trade. Can we converse earnestly now? Why are those entities capturing shamans from various tribes? I implore you, you must spare me. The snow demon leader now believed that Su Yuan possessed the means to deal with them. Although the method remained a mystery, it understood that remaining silent would surely lead to its demise. Rest assured, as long as you divulge the truth, I will not lay a hand upon you. Su Yuan vowed, his menacing grin replaced by sincerity. This assurance allowed the snow demon leader to exhale in relief. These beastly maidens seemed to honor their word, proving more reliable than the half-beast men. Thus, it adopted a resigned demeanor and, after a moment of contemplation, elucidated. I have heard that a significant tribe beyond the snowy mountain range is capturing shamans from various clans, and that tribe has dispatched individuals to seek out us, the lost snow demons of the icy wilderness. We are merely acting on behalf of that tribe, lest they annihilate our kind. Capturing shamans? Has the medieval witch hunt commenced so early? This cannot be. Are we not still in a primitive society? Su Yuan, do not let this creature escape. Snow demons are notoriously treacherous, and its words are devoid of honesty. At this juncture, the red fox, having released its pent-up sorrow, approached the kneeling snow demon leader with a stern expression. I assure you, every word is the truth. Yet you previously mentioned receiving a supply of resources? This rendered the snow demon leader momentarily speechless, finally stammering an explanation. This is merely to ensure some material support for our endeavors. However, I swear, this matter is devoid of deceit. I gleaned this information from various tribes in the desolate snowfields, as it was relayed to me by their people. Su Yuan furrowed his brow, scrutinizing the snow demon leader. Although the explanation seemed plausible, it contradicted the earlier boastful claims. Is it attempting to pull a fast one? Though he had not uncovered the snow demon's true intentions, he had nonetheless grasped the unfolding situation outside, albeit with lingering doubts. For instance, why would that large tribe seek to capture shamans from others and subsequently release them? Moreover, the snow demon leader's strenuous efforts to capture the red fox could not solely be for the purported resources. There must be another underlying motive. Are you certain this is the case? Su Yuan's gaze bore into the kneeling snow demon leader, his expression devoid of warmth, utterly impassive. Gudong, I speak the truth. Despite this, the leader of the snow spirits steadfastly clung to her words, yet could not bear to meet Su Yuan's gaze. Very well. I have always been a man of my word. I shall not take your life with my own hands. Amidst the hesitation of the red foxes and the surprise of the snow spirit leader, Su Yuan sheathed his weapon and approached the corpse of the snow monster. By the way, Long, that creature is your responsibility. Once you are done, bring all the snow spirit stones to me. You are not true to your word. You are a demon. The leader of the snow spirits instantly broke down, her body thrashing in a futile attempt to escape Long's grasp. Alas, her petite form was no match for Long's strength, and with a swift stroke, her head was severed from her body, transforming her into a white core, her face etched with unwillingness and terror. System, does this snow monster possess any rare items? No rare items. Long-haired snow monster head, 500. Long-haired snow monster fur, 300. Long-haired snow monster skin, 700. Long-haired snow monster meat, 1,000. How disappointing. I expected something of greater value from this creature, this worthless long-haired snow monster. Su Yuan gazed at the snow monster with a hint of exasperation. Aside from the skin and flesh being worth a modest sum, its overall value paled in comparison to the core of the snow spirit, which at least yielded a rare item. Nevertheless, the value of this long-haired snow monster was not entirely insignificant, and as Su Yuan had several trades yet to utilize, he decided to trade the head immediately. The snow spirit core could be traded at any time, but leaving such a large corpse of the snow monster here was rather unsettling. Chapter 30. The Star Tribe Greetings. I am Long, an awakened warrior under the leadership of the shaman Su Yuan. After the matters settled down, the red fox finally met with me, receiving my tribe with great warmth. However, what astonished her even more was the revelation that Su Yuan, who had aided her, was indeed a divine shaman, an entity she had only heard of through the tales of Granny Shui. Thank you, she expressed, her demeanor shifting to one of restraint as she stood before Su Yuan, her fiery tail sweeping gently behind her. Well, I am not entirely certain if I am a divine shaman. It is merely a conjecture by Hu Jio and the others, Su Yuan replied. In response, the red fox shook her head, stating, Little Hu Jio has informed me that your ability to receive blessings from the celestial deity signifies that you are indeed a divine shaman. Is it true that all divine shamans can receive such gifts from the heavens? Su Yuan was perplexed. The resources he possessed were exchanged from the system's marketplace. Did all divine shamans have access to a similar system, or did they possess other means? Not precisely. The powers of divine shamans vary greatly. The elders of my tribe have told me that divine shamans can communicate with the celestial beings and receive blessings through prayer. I once witnessed a divine shaman in a great tribe who could beseech the heavens for rain and receive guidance to find sustenance from the earth. These do not seem particularly challenging, Su Yuan mused. Little Jio mentioned your willingness to lead Long into our tribe, but I cannot stand above you. I implore you to command the red fox. No, from now on, it shall be Su. Stop. Can we not simply call it the Red Fox tribe? Yet the Red Fox remained resolute. Hierarchy must be observed. I cannot take precedence over you, so I request your acceptance. Henceforth, the Su Yuan tribe shall heed your guidance. The fervent faith of the beast maidens in this world towards the divine was striking. Gazing into the unwavering eyes of the Red Fox, Su Yuan even found himself questioning whether, should he command her demise, she would perceive it as a sacrificial offering to the celestial deity. Very well. But let us not name it the Su Yuan tribe. Everyone in our tribe holds immense significance, each akin to a radiant star in the sky. From now on, let it be called the Star Tribe. Regardless of the name, please do not call it the Su Yuan tribe, he added, even fabricating a heartwarming tale to amend the awkward designation. Understood. I shall abide by your command, the Red Fox replied, a glimmer of joy in her eyes. The identity of a divine shaman was but a fragment. The essence of trust bestowed by Hu Jio and the others was paramount. Red Fox sister, the large bear has not perished. Just as they were deliberating, a small beast maiden rushed in from outside the cave, nearly tumbling to the ground in her haste. Is everyone unharmed? All is well. Sister Shur and the newly arrived elder sister have managed to capture it. Two individuals ventured outside. Where the white bear lay weakly against the mountainside, its body marred with numerous wounds still oozing blood. Not only could Shur and her companions easily dispatch it, but even Kenite could easily overpower it. What a massive creature! Su Yuan, intrigued, approached the white bear, while Long stayed close by, fearing that the beast might suddenly spring up and cause harm. Admittedly, this was somewhat of a challenge for the bear. The white bear whimpered softly, its tongue licking the wounds on its body, transforming its once pristine white fur into a crimson hue. Can you understand human speech? Su Yuan inquired. A live bear certainly holds more value than mere bear meat, provided it can comprehend our words. Huh? It seems this great white bear does not understand human language. Leave it to me. It should be able to comprehend what I say. Xiaoman stepped forward, her stature smaller than that of Long and her companions, her small ears resembling those of the bear before her. Then tell it that if it wishes to survive, it must heed my words. I assure it will be well cared for and fed daily. Obey, and all will be well. What is this beast language? It feels oddly familiar. Su Yuan thought, frowning as he focused intently on Xiaoman's figure. Strange as it may seem, the little bear had quite a perky rear. Unlike the other beast girls bundled up against the cold, her bare legs showed no sign of shivering, displaying remarkable resilience to the chill. Are you attempting to tame it? Chi Hu, understanding Su Yuan's intention, furrowed her brow and spoke. Without the power of enslavement, these wild creatures are difficult to control. Rest assured, no bear would refuse the offer of food and shelter. If that fails, well, Shur and the others are here too. By the way, you may simply call me Su Yuan from now on. It's cumbersome to be addressed in full, with more shamans in the tribe. It would be rather chaotic if one name elicited responses from multiple people. The white bear weakly nodded, previously fierce in its skirmish with Xiaoman. It now licked her palm, seemingly choosing to surrender. Su Yuan, do you require my assistance? Chi Hu offered, though uncertain of how Su Yuan planned to treat the bear. Chi Hu, you possess healing magic, correct? Indeed, but my magical energy has been significantly depleted. I fear I can only cast a spell or two now. Those wounds are quite severe and may be challenging to heal. Do not worry about the healing process, Su Yuan called out loudly to the tribe. White Rabbit. The little creature rushed over, urgency in its demeanor, its hands stained with blood. Evidently, it had been tending to the corpse of a snow monster. White Rabbit. Gather a few dexterous individuals. You learned how to stitch wounds when I mended Catbai's injuries, did you not? Huh, but I am somewhat afraid of hurting everyone. The white rabbit hesitated, recalling how it had appeared as though Su Yuan had been sewing animal hides rather than stitching wounds on living beings, which intimidated her. Do not worry, it is for the bear, and there is no risk of harm. Su Yuan pointed at the adjacent polar bear, her fear only intensifying upon seeing such a massive creature. What if she inadvertently hurt this behemoth? Would she be reduced to a mere pulp with a single swipe? Well, very well, I shall give it a try. The white rabbit rummaged through Su Yuan's medical kit and retrieved a total of 5 suturing needles. Just enough to summon 4 other little beast girls to accompany her. As for the possibility of the polar bear turning her into a rabbit puree, the little ones restrained the bear's limbs, informing it that they would assist in treating its wounds, leaving the creature no choice but to lie on the ground and howl. The red fox suggested, "Let us temporarily reside here for the time being. I have observed that the mountains are abundant with trees, and the dense foliage above promises an ample supply of wild beasts and fruits." Casting a glance upwards, the red fox noted the location's potential. However, it would be preferable if the cave were somewhat larger. With the tribe comprising 50 individuals, a typical cave could hardly accommodate such a multitude. Su Yuan, perhaps I should send Husi and others to explore the mountains, for I fear this cave may not suffice for our needs. Chapter 31. The Sacred Body of Archery. Is this truly effective? In the dead of night, beneath the snow-capped mountains, the beast girls were far from resting. They were fervently engaged in their tasks at the foot of the mountain. A few small beast girls had gathered around the white rabbit, their curious eyes wide as they watched her skillfully suture a wound with a needle as fine as their own fur. While her technique may not have been exceptionally professional, it was undoubtedly proficient from the perspective of sewing animal hides. Not far away, Fox 9 proudly demonstrated her house-building prowess before her sister. Although the red fox harbored deep doubts about the warmth of a house constructed from snow, it appeared that it might collapse at any moment. Do not worry, sister. We have been building snow shelters all along the way. There is absolutely no problem. Finding her sister, Fox 9 shed her earlier demeanor of a little adult. Her proud little face gazing up at the red fox as her deft hands placed the final snow brick into position. All right, everyone, follow my lead. The sky is getting dark. We must finish quickly to rest. Su Yuan found himself somewhat idle, amusing himself with another little fox in the tribe, or rather, a large fox. Hey, Su Yuan the shaman, if you keep petting my tail, I might lose some fur. Fox C's personality bore some resemblance to Lioness, yet she was not as aloof or taciturn. Instead, she resembled a capable, charismatic elder sister beside the red fox. At that moment, however, the elder sister fox's cheeks flushed slightly, as Su Yuan tugged playfully at her brown tail, sending a peculiar sensation coursing through her heart, leaving her feeling somewhat ticklish. My apologies, I got carried away. Fox C was present not at Su Yuan's request, but rather because the available firewood had been nearly consumed. The flames now needed to illuminate those working outside. The red fox, concerned that Su Yuan might struggle against the cold due to his lack of fur, had specifically asked Fox C to use her tail to keep him warm. Whether it was warm or not was not of paramount importance, however. Her tail's fur was exceptionally soft, making it difficult for Su Yuan to resist the urge to keep touching it. Had he known, he would have preferred to pet Fox 9 instead. The sight of little Fox 9, blushing while hugging her own tail, would surely be adorable. The mischievous smile on his face caused Foxy to instinctively shrink her tail in fear, but remembering the red fox's task, she drew closer to Su Yuan, draping her tail over him. Are you interested in the compound bow? Su Yuan, seated at the cave's entrance, felt a bit bored as everyone else busied themselves, some preparing food, others stitching wounds, and still others constructing snow houses, seemingly without requiring his assistance. His gaze wandered among the little beast girls until he noticed Foxy occasionally examining the compound bow beside her. Curiosity compelled him to ask, "Huh? Yes. I was quite intrigued when I saw you take down that snow monster from such a distance with several arrows," Foxy replied sincerely, recalling her astonishment at Su Yuan's remarkable skill. This is called a compound bow. In truth, you could also craft regular bows and arrows. Su Yuan wished to elucidate the concept of a bow to Husi, yet he found himself bereft of suitable materials. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon the fox tail draped over him. "Husi, may I pluck a strand of your fur?" Ah? Husi's thoughts did not traverse as swiftly as those of Su Yuan. One moment she was curious about the bow and arrow, and the next, she was confronted with the notion of someone pulling at her tail fur. You may do as you wish." Ah! A sharp pang coursed from her tail to her backside, prompting Husi to instinctively shield herself, while her tail reflexively swatted Su Yuan's face. "My apologies, Su Yuan." I did not intend for that to happen. No, I should be the one apologizing. Su Yuan was taken aback by the splendid condition of Huxi's fur. She had previously mentioned it would soon shed, yet it took considerable effort for him to extract a single strand. Behold, this fur serves as the string. If I draw it taut and release, it will indeed propel whatever rests upon it, will it not? Su Yuan aimed to clarify his explanation to Huxi, encouraging her to craft a bow and arrow herself, as transitioning from close combat to ranged combat in a primitive society would be a substantial enhancement. If you desire greater distance, one must utilize a more resilient material, such as the sinew of that snow beast, affixed to sturdy wood, then drawn to its limit. Huxi appeared to grasp Su Yuan's intent, utilizing the bowstring made from her tail fur to launch a small wooden stick. System: exchange for a wooden arrow. A one-point wooden arrow was of little consequence, and Su Yuan presented the newly exchanged arrow and composite bow before Huxi. Now, give it a try? Huxi hesitated momentarily before grasping the exquisitely crafted weapon that seemed fit for a deity. Hold the bow with one hand and position the arrow with the other. At that moment, Su Yuan felt a warmth that dispelled the chill. He released Huxi's tail and embraced her from behind, guiding her hands to manipulate the bow and arrow. There lies a tree. See if you can hit it. Su Yuan dared not aim towards the crowd, leading Huxi outside, where the trees on the mountain were faintly illuminated by starlight. Yes, maintain this stance and draw the bow fully. It must be said that these beast women possessed remarkable strength. While Su Yuan needed potions to fully draw his longbow, Huxi effortlessly reached its limit. No worries. Do not be anxious. Aim for the tree. Missing the first shot is entirely normal, right? Goodness. A resounding thud echoed from a tree on the mountainside, dislodging the snow perched upon its branches. Although the exact point of impact was obscured, the arrow had indeed struck. Huxi, however, was somewhat dissatisfied. Her awakened abilities enhanced her observation and speed, as she often gathered intelligence for the red fox. Thus, she discerned precisely where the arrow had landed. She had aimed for a branch on the trunk, yet it veered significantly off course, striking the tree's center instead. Nonetheless, she found the sensation of this weapon far more intuitive than that of throwing a spear. With the spear, she had to estimate the landing spot, whereas with the bow, she could directly observe the arrow's trajectory to ensure accuracy. Foxy demonstrated an astonishingly precise shot on her very first attempt, delivering it with remarkable swiftness. Truly a natural-born marksman. Is there a hint of suggestiveness in the dialogue? Fortunately, Foxy remained untainted, genuinely delighted by Su Yuan's praise. With a sense of fondness, she returned the composite bow to him, as that earlier arrow had not fully satisfied her desire to shoot. Tomorrow, Foxy, select those with keen observation skills. I shall teach you all how to craft bows and arrows and practice archery. The first bows must be fashioned by the beast maidens themselves. At present, the tribe is modest, and a few dozen bows will not require an excessive amount of points. However, as the tribe grows, there may come a time when my points cannot accommodate the needs, necessitating that the beast maidens address many matters themselves. As for Foxy, should she be unable to create a bow with significant draw weight, I can procure a high draw bow for her from the system's marketplace for immediate use. Chapter 32. Reluctant to remain an airman that night, everyone slept rather late, fortunate that no other incidents occurred. The trees brought by the lionesses illuminated the campfire. Notably, the red fox discovered that her sister, along with many beast maidens who had followed Su Yuan, were capable of igniting fire, leaving her astonished and believing that they had all received Su Yuan's blessing and become shamans. As dawn broke, the camp at the foot of the mountain had constructed merely 6 snow huts. The previous day's waning light had drained everyone's motivation, leaving some to sleep within the cave. Su Yuan did not enjoy a restful night, due to the insufficient number of shelters a red fox and a fox maiden had squeezed in, making even the slightest movement a tantalizing ordeal. The fellow named Cat Knight had audaciously questioned why Su Yuan's bodily structure differed from theirs in the dead of night, inciting a fury within him that made him wish to discipline the impertinent individual. Alas, the cramped quarters thwarted his attempts to retaliate, and he succumbed to a restless slumber. He needed to devise a means for bathing. Su Yuan felt the discomfort of his unwashed body after more than a week. Although he and T perspired excessively in the snowy expanse, he noticed a distinct change each time he awoke in the past few days. Su Yuan, I have selected 4 individuals with keen observation skills and considerable strength. Just as he was pondering the prospect of bathing, the fox maiden approached him, her mind lingering on the events of the previous night. A few adorable beast maidens trailed behind her, two with fluffy black ears and one with what appeared to be goat horns, her thick hair obscuring Su Yuan's view. The smallest among them had a head of brown hair streaked with vibrant colors, and her tail resembled a snake, albeit not as thick. Take everyone to find some sturdy trees, and bring back the snow monster tendons that the white rabbits prepared yesterday. The tribe had enough individuals to attend to other matters. And Su Yuan promptly assigned tasks, as the others began to awaken and busy themselves with their respective duties. Su Yuan, our food supplies may not suffice. We must venture up the mountain to seek more. The Red Fox had calculated their rations early in the morning. After previously losing some provisions, their supplies were already scant. And with the addition of over 10 newcomers, plus the tamed snow wolves and the injured white bear Su Yuan had spared, the tribe's mouths to feed had surpassed 50, rendering their remaining food inadequate for long. Isn't there plenty of snow monster meat? Su Yuan recalled not trading for the flesh of the snow monster the previous day, only parting with its enormous head. The flesh of the snow monster is inedible, it is cursed. There were those who suffered from severe stomach pains for days after consuming it, nearly succumbing to agony. Cursed? Su Yuan found it hard to believe. Even in a world where magic existed. After all, who would be so petty as to curse the meat of a monster? Yet, since the Red Fox recounted such an occurrence, Su Yuan reluctantly abandoned the notion of utilizing the snow monster meat. Very well. Instruct Long and the others to take the snow wolves and scout the vicinity to see if they can capture some wild beasts. Su Yuan, wishing to alleviate the pressure on his companions, continued, if we cannot catch any, it matters not. I can offer the meat of the snow monsters as a tribute to the celestial beings in exchange for sustenance. The tribe immediately sprang into action. After finishing their breakfast, Su Yuan sought out Lioness, intending to explore the nearby vicinity for any new discoveries. Upon hearing this, Cat Knight promptly joined them, and the trio made their way towards the opposite side of the mountain where Long and the others were ascending. With the urgency of their journey dissipated, Su Yuan began to appreciate the snowy landscape. The mountain where the Star Tribe had established their camp was not isolated. From this vantage point, he could see an expanse of undulating peaks. Lioness, have you been to this place before? Both Lioness and Cat Knight shook their heads. The frozen wasteland was quite distant from the icy expanse. Here, food was scarce, the weather frigid, and there were occasional outbursts of the ice deity's wrath. Only for essential reasons, or in dire circumstances, would tribes venture into such perilous territory. Grandma Snow said this place is far too dangerous once you enter. It is all too easy to become lost, ultimately succumbing to hunger or freezing to death. Thus, in our youth, we only dared to roam near the frozen wasteland. Ah, the frozen wasteland. Su Yuan longed to return there, perhaps even to travel to lands where warmth prevailed, to gaze upon the snowy mountains, or to ponder what lay beyond their peaks. Would there be winged beings among the aerial folk? Might there be elves with pointed ears? Or perhaps, on some distant isle in the vast ocean, he might encounter a striking dragon maiden adorned with wings and a tail? For now, these musings were mere daydreams. He needed to stabilize the tribe, train archers, and once they had recuperated, return to the frozen wasteland. What large tribe can consume the smaller tribes nearby that I? Su Yuan cannot? At this moment, gazing at the vast, desolate expanse of snow, Su Yuan felt a surge of ambition. Perhaps he could lead the beast maidens of this planet and establish a mighty empire of beast maidens, just as he envisioned his glorious future. Cat Knight, who was leading the way, suddenly let out a cry and promptly fell to the ground. What happened? The two rushed over, but as they stepped onto the same spot, Lioness nearly lost her footing as well, while Su Yuan remained balanced. Is there an ice lake here? Su Yuan crouched down, brushing aside the snow to reveal a hard ice layer that replaced the previous dark soil. A few knocks revealed shadows swimming beneath. Su Yuan, it's so slippery here, Cat Knight exclaimed. They were clad in fur shoes, which provided decent warmth, yet their grip on the snow was not as reliable as Su Yuan's. Cat Knight, have you ever eaten fish? Fish. Cat Knight's ears perked up in excitement, only to quickly lose interest as she lamented, but Su Yuan, the water here is far too icy. Even Lioness would freeze solid if she went in. Fear not, I have other methods. Lioness, create a hole here. Su Yuan's desire to fish was rekindled at the sight of the shadows beneath the icy surface. The fish in this otherworldly ice lake had never been caught before. Beneath this frozen lake, countless fish have thrived for years, and I cannot revert to my former state of being utterly unproductive. System, procure a fishing rod for me. Wooden fishing rod, 30 points. Glass fiber fishing rod, 500 points. Carbon fiber fishing rod, 600 points. Bamboo fishing rod, 45 points. Special threaded steel fishing rod. 1,000 points. What the devil? A fishing rod costing 1,000 points. Wait, did you just say threaded steel? Su Yuan scrutinized the images in the system store, captivated by the unique hue of the threaded steel, which possessed an unrefined yet striking aesthetic. It was indeed a fishing rod forged from threaded steel. Is this truly an item available in a basic store? Is this threaded steel intended for angling sharks? Su Yuan, I have carved the hole. Beside him, Lion swiftly created. A hole? Su Yuan glanced over at Lion, only to find that it could scarcely be called a mere hole. A massive pit with a 2-meter diameter had been smashed into the ice, with cracks radiating from its perimeter. Lion, perhaps you should step back a bit, lest you tumble into the icy depths. Chapter 33. The Summoning of the Steel Bar Master. A few minutes later, the three of them sat upon the icy surface adorned with animal pelts. In Su Yuan's hand, a bamboo pole dangled over the hole, with a fishing float bobbing gently atop the water. Su Yuan, is this truly feasible? Are the fish really that foolish? Cat Knight, munching on a piece of bread, kept her gaze fixed on the hole. If a small dried fish were to tumble down from the mountain right now, would you consume it? Absolutely. That would surely be a divine gift. Upon uttering these words, Cat Knight felt a twinge of unease. Was this not akin to Su Yuan dangling baited hooks beneath the water? If she were to eat the small fish, she would be the very fool she had just described. I would pick up the small fish and inspect it thoroughly before consuming it. Yet, do the fish in the water possess hands? Su Yuan, amused by Cat Knight's musings, was suddenly alerted by a tremor in the float. He sprang to his feet, his grip on the fishing rod tightening with resolve. It's hooked. A sizable fish. Perhaps the fish was momentarily bewildered, for only after the line had been tugged a fair distance did it begin to thrash, as Su Yuan engaged in a fierce struggle with the fish. Cat Knight and Lioness grew anxious at his side. The fishing line danced in Su Yuan's hands. The chill of the weather, once biting, began to dissipate as he exerted himself, bending the bamboo pole towards the water's surface. Su Yuan, allow me to assist. Cat Knight and Lioness attempted to lend a hand, but Su Yuan quickly called out, cautioning them against applying too much force to the delicate pole, for the fish still possessed considerable strength. Nonetheless, to prevent Su Yuan from being dragged into the water, Lioness and Cat Knight clung tightly to him from behind. Keep going. You can do it. After approximately 20 minutes of exertion, sweat began to bead on Su Yuan's brow. The fish's strength waned, allowing him to reel it in intermittently. Now, at last, as the fish's head breached the surface, Su Yuan summoned all his might to haul the magnificent creature from the water, landing it squarely on the ice. What a colossal fish! Indeed, it was the largest fish Su Yuan had ever caught in his life, its body reaching the height of his knee. Of course, he had not previously caught many fish. We've truly caught one, Cat Knight exclaimed with exuberance, her hands gripping the still struggling fish as her eyes glistened with anticipation, drool escaping her lips. Su Yuan, let us prepare grilled fish post-haste. Were you not satiated this morning? This icy lake was not far from their camp, and having consumed their meal just a couple of hours prior, it was surprising that the little one was already hungry. I actually shared my food with Cat Bai. She still hasn't fully recovered and ought to eat more. Cat Knight laughed innocently, prompting Su Yuan to chuckle in return. After gently ruffling her small cat ears, he extracted the hook from the fish's mouth. Lioness, you two kindle a fire. I shall catch a few more. If this lake harbors an abundance of fish, it could indeed serve as a vital food source for the tribe, and I could teach these little beast girls the art of fishing. Indeed. Ensure that the entrails are removed. Su Yuan, concerned that the two young beast girls might hesitate or misunderstand, called out loudly towards the shore. Food was not in such scarcity that it would lead to starvation. The entrails, which would affect the flavor, were better suited for the snow wolves. Moreover, a portion could be utilized for fishing, especially since the bread they had previously used had already been consumed by Cat Knight. The struggling fish did not last long before being pierced through by Lion's blade, with ample trees lining the lakeside. It was too long before the large fish was transformed into a delectable roast. Su Yuan, do try it. After a while, Cat Knight fed Su Yuan a piece of fragrant fish meat. This fish was devoid of any seasonings, offering nothing but the pure essence of its flavor. Admittedly, it was not exquisite, akin to gnawing on a live fish in water, though the fishy odor was not overly pungent. However, Lion and Cat Knight relished it, devouring the entire fish with apparent satisfaction. Another bite. Initially, it was thought that, after such a lengthy wait, the remaining fish had grown wary, yet suddenly, a vigorous tug was felt. As Su Yuan prepared to lift the rod, An immense force yanked him forward. Su Yuan, Cat Knight, and Lion panicked, abandoning the remnants of the roasted fish. Lion hastily embraced Su Yuan, gripping the fishing rod alongside him. Lift. The fish's strength was terrifying, snapping the bamboo rod in an instant, yet fortunately neither sustained serious harm. Are you all right? Cat Knight rushed over to help Su Yuan, who had fallen onto the icy surface. The rod's broken half had plunged into the lake, leaving them with only a fragment of the rod and a circle of fishing line. In that moment, Su Yuan was astonished by the sheer size of the creature. Just then, a splash of cold water erupted from the lake, drenching the three of them. The icy lake water sent shivers down their spines. Damn it, just you wait. Su Yuan turned and spotted the earlier large fish, its eyes mocking as it surfaced, its tail poised to splash water at them. They quickly returned to the shore, and the two young beast girls, unperturbed, promptly shed their damp pelts. Su Yuan, hurry and take off your clothes. We'll cover ourselves with the pelts for now. And once our clothes dry, we can wear them again. During this time, they had experienced much, yet this was the first occasion he had witnessed such a delightful scene. Each of their figures distinct in their own right. Cat Knight appeared diminutive and fragile, yet her skin was exceptionally fair. Clean save for the hair on her head and tail, this little cat was surely non-shedding. In contrast, Lion presented a different spectacle, her physique aligning closely with Su Yuan's prior estimations. All right. Initially intending to change into several sets of clothing, he found himself captivated by the stunning sight and reluctantly removed his damp, thermal underwear to dry by the fire. Su Yuan, why do you? Don't ask. Further inquiries may lead to disapproval. As the night enveloped everyone in its embrace, the cat-like figure tightened, the beast's skin draped over them, murmuring in confusion, "Aunt? It seems I have no aunt." It became evident that excessively cold weather diminishes the appreciation for the finer things in life. After leaning by the fire for a good 10 minutes, he found himself beseeching the celestial deity for 3 sets of beast skin coats. Su Yuan, should we continue fishing despite the broken rod? A glimmer of reluctance flickered in Lion's eyes. Previously, that individual had bullied Su Yuan, and had it not been for the formidable fish lurking beneath the waters, she would have likely approached with a weapon in hand. Yes, today I intend to teach that creature a lesson. System, bring forth the rebar fishing rod. By the way, this fishing line won't snap, will it? Guaranteed quality exchange. As the heavy rebar fishing rod materialized in his hands, a wicked smile once again graced Su Yuan's lips. This time, he was determined to deny that fish even the slightest chance. Chapter 34. Let you soar? Sure. In a moment, you'll take over. When that fellow bites, exert all your strength to pull it out. Do not fear breaking it this time. The weighty fishing rod was undoubtedly ill-suited for him, yet it was perfect for sure. This time, Su Yuan promptly attached a piece of fish entrails and cast it into the depths. The massive fish lingered, swimming beneath, causing ripples to dance upon the surface of the water at the hole's entrance. Both Cat Knight and Sure watched the opening with palpable tension, apprehensive that the creature might splash water upon them once more. Here it comes. Clearly, the great fish remained undeterred. Despite recognizing the trap, it lunged forward, intent on snapping the rod with its immense strength, just as it had before, seeking its own demise. Sure's repressed fury reached its zenith. The luminescence of the runes upon her forehead illuminated, her golden hair billowing in the wind, and the rod, which was about to plunge into the lake, was suddenly lifted high. Before the colossal fish could react, it was propelled into the air, its vast form expanding the hole in the lake's surface even further. As it soared skyward, the lake's water cascaded down along with the dark shadow. Fortunately, the ice was sufficiently sturdy. The impact merely left the fish dazed and disoriented. Yet Sure remained unsatisfied. With a swift motion, she swung the rod, and just as the fish attempted to struggle back into the lake, it was once again lifted and crashed against a large tree on the shore. Crack! The tree splintered instantly. The two individuals on the lake's surface stood in stunned silence, gazing at the furious Sure. Even Cat Knight had never witnessed such wrath in Sure, momentarily forgetting to address the great fish. All right, I shall handle it, Sure declared, setting down the rod and brandishing her blade as she strode toward the shore. The others quickly followed suit, observing as the nearly 2-meter-long fish, having endured 2 strikes, still showed signs of life, baring its sharp teeth upon seeing Su Yuan and the others. However, there was no threat on the shore. It merely swung back and forth, snapping at the air before Su Yuan. You think you're quite formidable, don't you? Keep playing in the water, Su Yuan remarked, as the creature seemed to challenge them to place it back in the water and continue the contest. Cat Knight, with utmost seriousness, elucidated beside him. Since when could you understand the fish's speech? Cat Knight's small face tightened as she observed the fish, sharpening her steel claws. This is my intuition. It feels defiant, claiming it will summon its kin for vengeance. Should we catch a few more then? Su Yuan questioned, glancing at her swishing tail, uncertain. Yes, indeed. Ultimately, Shir dealt a fatal blow to the great fish, yet its substantial size meant the three could not possibly consume it all. They planned to take it back and share the bounty among their comrades. Su Yuan retrieved the bamboo fishing line that had snapped in the fish's jaws, considering how it could save some points for crafting more rods for the beast girls. Truly, I am a thrifty and resourceful leader. After switching to a rebar fishing rod, the task of fishing fell solely to Shir, while Su Yuan stood by, assisting her in baiting the hook and observing the bobber. Teaching someone to catch fish also provided a sense of accomplishment. System, how many points is this contraption worth? After successfully reeling in several fish of moderate size, Su Yuan's interest waned. After all, having caught fish over 2 meters long, these smaller ones felt rather insignificant, especially since he was not the one angling. Gazing at the large fish resting by the shore, Su Yuan began to assess the points. King Cod Meat. For 100 points, King Cod Eye. 100 points, King Cod Pearl. 1,500 points, Detected Rare Item. King Cod Pearl can trade for 1,500 points. Or trade 150 points for a new special item. Host, please choose the trading direction. To his surprise, this creature possessed a rare item, which explained its formidable nature and penchant for mockery. Su Yuan had no intention of trading just yet. He first needed to ascertain the nature of the King Cod Pearl. Sure, that should suffice. Let us return. If we fish any longer, we shall be unable to carry it. It was only upon Su Yuan's call that both Maoya and Shir reluctantly reeled in their rods. By the way, Shir Maoya, do you know what a King Cod Pearl is? What pig? Maoya looked utterly bewildered, while Shir gazed at Su Yuan with a hint of confusion. It's a pearl found within this large fish. Neither of them seemed to comprehend, so it appeared they would have to inquire with Chihua and Long, as they might possess some knowledge. Upon returning to the tribe, Maoya strutted in proudly, her small head held high, cradling the enormous fish that was nearly larger than her own body. Maoya, you actually caught a fish. How impressive. Su Yuan, you truly are a divine shaman, effortlessly bringing in so many fish with just Maoya and Sister Shir. Now, there was no need to worry about food. Sister Chihua had been quite anxious earlier, and Su Yuan had feared they might go hungry once more. The group immediately attracted the attention of the tribe, and at that moment, Chihua approached, astonished by the sight of the large fish. Su Yuan, how did you manage to catch so many fish? There is a lake nearby where we can fish in the future. Chihua assumed that Su Yuan and the others had gone into the lake, especially since they had changed into animal skin garments. Rest assured, we did not enter the water, and everyone must avoid doing so. We caught the fish using rods. Using rods? Clearly, the beast women were unfamiliar with the concept of fishing with rods. Su Yuan retrieved the heavy rebar fishing rod and explained, by placing bait on this hook. When a fish bites, the hook penetrates, allowing us to reel in the catch. This novel method left Chihua and the others utterly astonished, and they quickly grasped the reason behind it. Well, not every beast woman is as adorably clueless as Maoya. All right, everyone, let us proceed with grilling the fish. Remember to sprinkle a bit of the salt I placed in the cave. Currently, the tribe has yet to procure any salt, so we rely solely on the provisions from the system's marketplace, and we must await the opportunity to attain our salt independence. A few small beast girls departed with fish larger than themselves, and it was at the moment of the majestic cod that Su Yuan called out to them. By the way, this particular fish contains a pearl within its body. Do keep an eye out for it during your preparations. Additionally, the entrails can be fed to the snow wolves. In the future, we can fish whenever we desire. Wu and Xiaoxi assure you they will complete the task. The small beast girls dragging the cod along were all in high spirits, and one little fox girl even cheerfully offered Su Yuan a tribal salute. These little ones. A smile graced Su Yuan's face. All this effort was indeed for the sake of these delightful little beast girls. Witnessing their joy, sparked by his actions, filled Su Yuan with genuine happiness. Chapter 35, The Underwater Breathing Powder. Before long, the white cod pearl was brought forth. Su Yuan examined it thoroughly but found nothing unusual. It resembled an exceedingly ordinary large pearl. Red Fox, do you know what this is? With no other option, he turned to inquire of the Red Fox and her companions. Long had glanced around but had never seen such a thing, or rather, She had scarcely encountered fish at all in the land of death. Even wild beasts were a rare sight. Given such circumstances, it was improbable to find fish. One could drill for dozens of meters beneath the ice there and still only encounter solid ice. I believe I saw something similar when I visited the red scale tribe near the snow mountain. The red fox took the pearl, examining it for a moment. Long ago, she had encountered such an item during trade in the great tribe. Some shamans would grind it into powder, which had healing properties for those who had drowned. As long as the individual was not completely deceased, administering water mixed with fish pearl powder could restore them. This substance was only sold by certain oceanic tribes. But due to its limited utility, the price was quite low, leading even those tribes to cease its sale. Upon hearing the red fox's explanation, Su Yuan did not hesitate further and traded the cod pearl for a special item. Transaction successful. New item available in the special section, codfish breathing powder, cod flavor 1500 points. Note: allows underwater breathing for 3 hours after consumption. No side effects, can be exchanged for 5 bottles daily. Wait a moment. Cod-flavored powder? What kind of devilish concoction is this? After scrutinizing it multiple times, Su Yuan resigned himself to the peculiar flavor of the powder. However, its efficacy was indeed commendable, and it would surely prove useful in the future. Long, how was your harvest today? Upon hearing Su Yuan's inquiry, Long appeared somewhat dejected, her small ears drooping. Shaman, the path above was too slippery. We fell halfway down and could only gather some fruits from the nearby trees. Too slippery? He mused, recognizing that the journey uphill was already treacherous. And now it was blanketed in heavy snow. Indeed, it was quite challenging for Long and her companions to ascend in their first shoes. All right. Later you should find a sturdier piece of wood. I will teach you to make a fishing rod. In the future, when the tribe lacks food, you can fish from that frozen lake. Yes, I will go right away. Long perked up at this, having only heard of fish from the elders of the tribe. Now, the prospect of catching them herself filled her with anticipation. After Long departed, Husi, who had been waiting behind, stepped forward, clutching several pieces of blackwood. Her hair covered in snow. Lord Su Yuan, we found the black tree. Can this be used to make a bow? Little Fox had been preoccupied with the idea of crafting a bow since morning, eagerly awaiting Su Yuan's arrival in the camp. Husi, whether it can be done or not, you should try for yourself. Shape this piece of wood into a semicircular arc, just like this composite bow. After much contemplation, Husi crafted a rather unconventional wooden bow. Fortunately, the initial requirements for such a primitive bow were not overly demanding. With a simple refinement using a dagger, Su Yuan secured the tendons of the snow monster to it. Throughout the process, a few small beast maidens watched intently, their eyes never wavering from Su Yuan's meticulous actions. And thus, a rudimentary yet unembellished wooden bow was created. The remaining materials allowed for the crafting of a few wooden arrows, albeit lacking fletching, with the arrowheads merely sharpened wood. Husi, give it a try. Su Yuan expressed his anticipation, curious about the functionality of this handmade bow, which had not been acquired from the system's marketplace. Husi felt a tinge of nervousness as she rubbed her slightly cold hands before taking the bow. Knocking the arrow and drawing the bowstring was somewhat more cumbersome than using a compound bow. Unlike the compound bow, which had aids, she needed to learn to aim on her own. Holding the bow before her chest, she prepared to shoot. Su Yuan, standing behind her, offered guidance, though he miscalculated her stature and inadvertently placed his hand on her fluffy head. Lord Su Yuan, what is it? Is there something wrong with my stance? Husi inquired, puzzled by his prolonged silence, yet her gaze remained fixed ahead. Ahem, it's nothing. Once the arrow is leveled, aim with your eyes, he replied. The target was a tree trunk outside the camp, but the arrow whizzed past without striking it, which aligned with Su Yuan's expectations. The intricacies of primitive archery required mastering numerous skills. Husi needed to familiarize herself with the bow's tension, aim, and other essential elements. It's perfectly normal to miss. Practice diligently, and once you can hit that tree consistently, we shall move on to shooting at some moving beasts, Su Yuan encouraged. I will certainly give it my all. Husi affirmed. The snow monster's tendons were ample enough to craft several bows, and Su Yuan entrusted all subsequent tasks to Husi, including the training of the other beast maidens. After all, he himself lacked the expertise. He suspected his aim would be considerably worse than hers. With no pressing matters to attend to in the tribe, Su Yuan seized the opportunity to practice archery in a tranquil spot, while Bai Tu and the others prepared fish. Had his aim been precise earlier, he could have easily solved the snow monster problem amidst the fray without having to ask Shur and the others to step aside. Su Yuan, dinner is ready. By 2 called out. They had stewed the remaining potatoes and fish together, although the pot was insufficiently large, yielding only a small quantity of soup for the tribe. Everyone savored the fish, and the red foxes, accustomed to dried meat, delighted in this delectable fish feast. The shadows of their previous peril fading significantly. By the way, sure, please take everyone to gather more timber tomorrow. As for food, I shall accompany Long and the others to catch more fish. The Hujio had already constructed several snow huts in the camp. The huts were not infallible. If you were to bathe in hot water within one, the steam could very well cause it to collapse. I understand. In the present day, there exists an abundance of aspects within the tribe that require development. Su Yuan yearns to immediately exchange a plethora of items in the system shop to enhance their quality of life. However, for the sake of the tribe's steady advancement, he exercises restraint. He comprehends the wisdom that teaching one to fish is far more beneficial than simply providing fish. As the tribe members delightfully savor the exquisite fish meat, a mournful sound emerges from nearby. Curiosity piqued, Su Yuan glances over, recalling that the white rabbit had already fed the entrails to the snow wolves. Indeed, a few snow wolves tethered beneath the grand tree by the campsite are joyfully indulging in the unfamiliar delicacies. The earlier whimpering sounds did not originate from them. It must be that one bear. Oh dear. Su Yuan suddenly remembers that there is a white bear within the tribe, which has been recuperating outside the cave since sustaining severe injuries, covered by several animal skins. He had completely forgotten about it. By the time Su Yuan and his companions arrive at the bear's side, it is weeping with hunger, and if not for its inability to move, it would have surely fled from this aromatic den of temptation. It is truly a torment for the bear. Chapter 36. The edible avocado that can nourish hair ultimately. The white bear savored a delectable feast of fish, its grievances towards Su Yuan and the others dissipating as it lay leisurely, recuperating from its injuries. The following morning, Su Yuan, accompanied by Long and Hui, made their way to the lakeside. Having hardly consumed anything that morning, they merely brought along some fruits they had foraged the day prior. See, this is how we can catch fish. Long, please distribute the fishing rods to everyone. Last night, Su Yuan had crafted 5 rudimentary wooden fishing rods using the fishing line from the bamboo rod. He initially intended to exchange for some hooks in the system shop. But to his surprise, Long and her companions had managed to fashion their own. They skillfully shaped the fish bones into the semblance of hooks. While not as sharp as iron hooks, they sufficed for catching ordinary fish. After imparting his knowledge to Long and the others, Su Yuan settled down in a spot to relax. Having feasted on fish the previous day, he felt it was time for something lighter. The brown fruit in his hand glistened with a smooth sheen. When gently squeezed, it felt as soft as freshly steamed buns, and its flavor promised to be delightful. Unconcerned about its cleanliness, Su Yuan wiped it off and took a bite. In an instant, juice splattered everywhere. Cough, cough. The taste was indeed pleasant. Yet upon tasting it, he immediately spat it out, as if he had consumed a lump of undercooked pork. Su Yuan, what happened? Hearing the commotion, Long abandoned her fishing rod, handing it to Hui before rushing over to Su Yuan, who was coughing violently, and promptly patted his back. Long, what kind of fruit did you gather yesterday? Fruit? Long's eyes widened in alarm upon seeing the fruit in Su Yuan's hand. I'm so sorry. I mistook the golden avocado for a pear fruit. Golden avocado? The golden liquid oozing from the fruit had already coated his fingers, bringing it cautiously to his nose. He detected a faint, pleasant fragrance, which was enticing, yet the taste was quite unsettling. Never mind, don't worry. By the way, is this oil edible? Long, still filled with remorse, knelt beside Su Yuan. However, he was more intrigued by the distinction between the golden avocado and pear fruit. While typically not consumed, back in the tribe, applying a layer of golden avocado juice to food enhanced its flavor, and it was also used to tame unruly hair. An edible golden avocado? Its value surely surpassed that of many other fruits. System, please appraise it. Bite of golden avocado, 120 points. Long, are these abundant in the mountains? Long pondered for a moment, then nodded in affirmation. There are many trees in the mountains. This fruit isn't particularly palatable, so few animals bother to eat it. Once we return, you all should gather more from the mountains. With the acquisition of the golden fruit, the possibilities for creation have multiplied. The dwelling can not only be coated with oil to prevent the infiltration of melting snow, but can also be crafted into sealed wooden barrels. Perhaps, in due time, those fruits could even be fermented into wine, marking a small advancement in the evolution of technological civilization. Oh dear, the fish is too large for me to haul. At that moment, 2 rods on Gray's side had caught fish, and as an unawakened warrior, she lacked the strength to manage both rods, nearly being dragged into the water. There are 2 large fish. We must assist Gray. The golden fruit had diminished Su Yuan's appetite, and after a casual bite of a proper fruit, he commenced his own tasks. The soil by the lake should be suitable for crafting pottery, he mused. He scraped away the snow at the edge of the ice lake, discovering that the soil near the water was mixed with ice blocks. Given its frigid temperature, he was uncertain of its adhesive properties. Nevertheless, he wrapped a substantial lump of soil in animal skin, intending to heat it upon his return to test its cohesiveness. As the group returned home, laden with their catch just before afternoon, each beast girl bore a beaming smile, dragging or shouldering several large fish back to the tribe. The shaman has returned. So many fish, I wish to accompany the shaman on future fishing ventures, remarked one. Bai Yi, with such a small stature, can you even carry the fish? A nearby little beast girl, with a curious gaze, incited a flush of indignation in the small fold-eared beast girl. If I eat a bit more, I will grow stronger. I too wish to assist the shaman. Upon returning to the tribe, Su Yuan placed the bag of soil on the ground as Long handed over their catch to Bai Tu and others for processing. Today, the little cat practiced archery under the guidance of Hu Si, but her fleeting enthusiasm waned, and when she attempted to flee, Hu Si firmly grasped her. It remains uncertain how much the ice lake can supply, thus considering alternative food sources in advance is prudent. Eventually, the fish in the ice lake will be depleted. One option is to explore further afield, or perhaps to cultivate crops. However, growing under these weather conditions poses a challenge unless one can discover rare items that unlock the ability for plants to flourish in the snowy expanse. When Su Yuan returned to the cave's vicinity, he found Chi Hu and Hu Jiu crouched, fiddling with something. What are you busy with? Upon spotting Su Yuan, Chi Hu appeared somewhat embarrassed, and the 2 sisters presented the clump of mud in their hands. Yesterday, we lacked sufficient pots. Hu Jiu informed me that you mentioned this substance is made from soil, so we wanted to attempt creating one ourselves. Yet it seems the heavens do not wish for us to master this skill. Su Yuan observed the sisters' soiled hands and several fragments of fired clay nearby, indicating a day filled with labor. However, their choice of material was incorrect. If ordinary soil could suffice, he would not have needed to exchange for it in the system's marketplace. This is not a matter of divine disapproval. The soil here cannot produce what you seek. It requires clay. He then set down his own bag of soil. Coincidentally, I too have excavated some soil by the lakeside to experiment whether it can be successfully fashioned. Is this particular soil truly suitable for crafting? Fox 9, somewhat perplexed, observed the 2 types of soil back and forth, seemingly attempting to discern any distinctions. I'm uncertain. Which is precisely why I brought them back to test. Once they thaw, we shall see what can be done. Not long after approaching the fire, the shards of ice within the soil completely melted, and with the infusion of snowmelt, the soil became less rigid than before. The first step is to add water. Wait, how much water should I add? Su Yuan had overlooked a significant detail. Creating a pottery vessel is not as simple as crafting wooden bows and arrows. The moisture content ratio is of paramount importance. System, do you possess any guidance on how to create pottery? Book on pottery making, 300 points. Art and pottery book, 300 points. History of pottery evolution MP4, 300 points. Ceramics, a major step for humanity MP4, 300 points. Pottery making knowledge memorization, 600 points. What nonsensical options are these? What on earth is that memorization? Direct infusion of techniques into the mind. I shall choose this. It is far more expedient than perusing through books at a leisurely pace. Chapter 37. Target plan. Is this truly feasible? 2 adorable foxes gazed wide-eyed at Su Yuan as he retrieved a rather ungraceful clay pot from the smoking earthen stove. Why don't you give it a try? Su Yuan, having already felt assured during the crafting process, exhibited confidence as he presented the pot. Once cooled, the grayish little vessel appeared quite presentable, albeit less aesthetically pleasing compared to the ceramic pots exchanged through the system. Hu Jiu delicately lifted the pot. Its surface was pleasantly warm. While it lacked the refinement of the larger ceramic pot, it held together well, unlike the fragile remnants they had previously mishandled. Oh, it really works. How remarkable. I thought this item was unattainable. The red fox gasped in surprise, having previously puzzled over why they could not create it. She had even entertained the notion that Su Yuan's claims of its earthen composition were merely a means of consolation. All right, Hu Jiu. The responsibility for this task now rests with you. The tribe is in need of more pots. Once you master it, please teach everyone else to make them. With ceramic pots, not only can we prepare soup, but we can also stockpile water, eliminating the need to gather snow from the ground to quench our thirst. Rest assured. I've got this. Hu Lijie was brimming with confidence, having attentively observed each step Su Yuan had taken, ensuring no mistakes would be made. Dinner is served. With only a single pot crafted, its small size limited Hu Lijie to using it for soup. Su Yuan added tomatoes to the delicious fish broth, the sweet and sour aroma captivating many of the beast girls. Even the fish roasting over the fire paled in comparison. As they fixated on the enticing pot of fish soup, Su Yuan watched as the little beast girls surrounded the simmering broth, sitting by the campfire. He picked up a piece of fish, its savory scent appealing to him, sprinkling some barbecue chili powder over the fragrant fish. He savored a bite that was delightfully spicy and savory, causing him to squint in pleasure. Su Yuan, how unfair. You're sneaking delicious food. The little cat, with her keen sense of smell, immediately detected the distinct aroma emanating from Su Yuan's direction. Observing the chili powder coating the fish, Cat Knight leaned onto Su Yuan's lap. Be careful not to tumble into the fire and singe your tail. Su Yuan quickly caught Cat Knight's rear, pulling her tail away from the flickering flames. Oh, it's so itchy. Su Yuan, I want to taste too. The discomfort from having her tail held did nothing to diminish her temptation for the food before her. As Cat Knight disregarded her tail and nudged her head toward the fish. Go ahead, but it's a bit spicy. Before Su Yuan could finish his warning, Cat Knight opened her mouth and took a bite, chili powder splattering across her face. So delicious, it's unbearable. Cat Knight's cries drew the attention of everyone nearby, her once fair face now flushed from the spice, as she rolled helplessly in Su Yuan's embrace. Open wide. Su Yuan grasped a handful of pristine snow and placed it into the mouth of the little cat, the initial fiery sensation gradually subsiding. The kitten, having tasted but a mere hint of chili, appeared utterly defeated. All right, rise quickly and enjoy some fish soup. Devilry. This must be the food of demons. Only a shaman like you, Su Yuan, could dare to consume it. Cat Knight, upon glimpsing the crimson chili powder, scampered away in fright, her startled demeanor inadvertently attracting the attention of the other beast maidens. Would you care to try? Su Yuan, noticing the little creature named Zhizhi stealthily perched on his back, inquired in bemusement at their overwhelming curiosity. Yes, Su Yuan. I would like to taste it as well. Very well, but do refrain from being overwhelmed like Cat Knight. Zhizhi, displaying a prudent nature, took a cautious nibble. The spiciness was not too severe for her. In fact, the warmth it imparted was a welcome sensation amidst the winter chill. Ha ha ha. Cat Knight, that coward, cannot even handle this devilish food. How utterly weak. It became evident that Zhizhi's interest was less about the food itself and more a challenge to Cat Knight. As the once timid little chinchilla, having endured Cat Knight's bullying for too long, now harbored a competitive spirit. Now, you all should hurry and eat, and cease this mischief. Later that afternoon, after a hearty meal, Su Yuan sat by the cave entrance, a finely crafted notebook in hand. Objective 1. Ensure food sources temporarily completed. Objective 2. Create a bathing area, not yet completed. Objective 3. Establish a restroom, not yet completed. Objective 4. Teach the beast maidens archery and hunting in progress. Objective 5. Construct protective wooden barriers for the tribe, not yet completed. Main quest. Counterattack the frozen wilderness. Defeat the Black Sheep tribe, and neutralize the threats posed by the Wangshui mountain range. Long-term goal. Seek rare items, unlock special commodities, and upgrade the system marketplace. The road ahead is indeed arduous. Perhaps I should prioritize constructing the bathing cabin tomorrow. It would be the first wooden structure in this world. A testament to the advancement of civilization. Whether it truly signifies progress is another matter, yet the primary concern is that I have not bathed in ages, and I feel as though I could scrape together a leg-stretching, eye-popping ball from my own skin. Lion, how much wood did you gather today? Lion, who had been lost in thought beside the campfire, promptly rushed over to report upon hearing Su Yuan's call. Only this much, if it's insufficient. I shall lead everyone to chop some more tomorrow. Su Yuan followed Lion's pointing finger to see a small mountain of trees blanketed in snow. One must admit, the efficiency of these beast maidens is truly astonishing. This heap of timber would take an entire day to saw through even with modern chainsaws. Yet, Lion and her companions had managed to accomplish the task in just one day using mere iron axes. That will suffice tomorrow. Let us carry this wood to the icy lake. Su Yuan, I would also like an axe. A flicker of anticipation broke through Lion's usually indifferent demeanor, as she had shown great interest while watching Husi and the others practice archery. Didn't Husi craft many of them? It is exceedingly brittle. A mere tug causes it to snap. Indeed, the strength of Lion is unparalleled, with only the unawakened little man in the tribe possessing comparable might. For Fox C. The bow and arrow that once felt just right now seem somewhat inadequate in Lion's hands. System, are there any bows available with particularly high draw weight? Preferably devoid of modern auxiliary craftsmanship? Refined ironwood bow, 1,200 points. Is this ironwood bow genuinely reliable? I hope it won't break with a casual pull. The price of a bow devoid of any modern enhancements is indeed substantial. However, Su Yuan still harbors concerns that Lion might inadvertently break it with a simple tug. After all, it is worth over 1,000 points, and wasting such a valuable item is indeed disheartening. Guaranteed replacement for breakage, clearly. The system exhibits great confidence in this bow. After a moment's hesitation, Su Yuan decided to purchase it. As the foremost warrior of the tribe, it would be advantageous if Lion could master archery. With her strength, an arrow released would likely pierce through the snow beast they previously encountered, akin to being struck by a sniper rifle. Lion, should you wish to practice archery, it is imperative that you train diligently. This bow may very well aid in overcoming our crises. Su Yuan handed the sleek, ebony bow to Lion, who found it remarkably heavy. She attempted to draw it, but was unable to budge it at all. I will certainly do so, Lion exclaimed, her face alight with joy and determination. With these two weapons in her possession, she was resolute in her ability to rescue her captured kin. Well then, the day is drawing to a close. We shall practice tomorrow. Observing Lion's lingering eagerness, Su Yuan swiftly called out to her, reminding her that at such a late hour, not only would archery be impossible, but even the target would be indistinguishable. Chapter 38. Archery Practice. How is the practice going, Hughie? At the break of dawn, Hughie led several beast girls to practice archery in the woods outside the camp, with Shirshir arriving early as well. Intrigued by the black bow in Shirshir's hand, Hughie attempted to draw it, but could only manage to pull it halfway when her awakening rune was activated. Thus, she reluctantly set it aside, finding her own handcrafted bow more comfortable to use. As for Su Yuan, everyone was capable of shooting arrows, albeit lacking precision. Hughie guided Su Yuan to the spot where a few beast girls were honing their archery skills. In addition to the 3 small ones from before, several other beast girls had also joined in. The sinews of the previous snow monster had been fully utilized, resulting in the crafting of 8 bows within the tribe. Together with Su Yuan's composite bow and Shirshir's ironwood bow, they had finally surpassed a single-digit count. The small beast girls practiced diligently, mimicking the stance that Su Yuan had taught Hughie, positioning their bows at chest level. However, occasionally, some arrows failed to fly forth, the bowstring snapping back instead. Realizing the issue, Su Yuan noticed that the self-made arrows lacked fletching, and without notches for grip, they easily slipped from their hands and fell to the ground. Hughie, carve a notch at the tail of each arrow so that the string can catch in it. This way, they won't slip out, Su Yuan demonstrated with an arrow he exchanged from the system shop. Although the concept was somewhat perplexing to Hughie, she still followed Su Yuan's advice, diligently crafting notches on a whole batch of arrows. Whoosh! The little beast girls, having received their arrows, swiftly drew their bows and released, the arrows embedding themselves in a nearby tree trunk, eliciting joyful smiles from the young archers. I hit it. Yet, Su Yuan noted, this method consumes too many arrows. Observing the retrieved arrows, he saw that the tips had become dulled and crumpled from impact. Hitting one arrow meant wasting another, and crafting arrows was quite a laborious task. Everyone, gather around. Su Yuan interrupted their practice, and all obediently stowed their arrows, approaching him. This practice is too wasteful. Build a snowman and aim at it instead. A snowman? But there are none here, one beast girl exclaimed. However, we might find some on the mountain. Though these beast girls had never built a snowman before, Su Yuan was pleasantly surprised to find that snowmen indeed existed in this world. Understanding their misunderstanding, he moved to the other side. Despite rarely seeing snow in his previous life in the south, constructing a snowman was not a daunting task. Finally, amidst the puzzled gazes of the group, Su Yuan created a peculiar humanoid figure composed of 2 large snowballs, with 2 small fruits placed as eyes. From now on, let this be your target. Whoever hits the fruits with 2 consecutive arrows will earn a reward of their choosing. Unintentionally, Su Yuan's words sparked interest in Shirshir, who perked up her clever little ears, her eyes brimming with earnest determination as she tightened her grip on the bow. Hooray! Woo! I yearn for a large bowl of fish soup. So do I. I am certain I can hit it first. The crowd swiftly began to construct snowmen, and Su Yuan also took it upon himself to create one, planning to engage in earnest activities once the practice session concluded and it was time for a meal. without the distractions of electronic entertainment to pass the time. The day felt remarkably ample. In his previous life, he would likely still be ensconced in slumber at this hour. I should have known better and switched to a crossbow. Why is this so difficult to draw? Su Yuan struggled somewhat to pull the compound bow. Lacking the enhancement of a potion made it somewhat arduous to fully draw it. Yet he was still able to shoot. This compound bow, capable of injuring a snow monster, indeed required considerable strength to draw. Even with the pulley system that alleviated some of the effort. Perhaps I could give that life source energy a try. After pondering for a while, he suddenly recalled the blue spirit beverage, the delightful concoction derived from the witch power fruit that Long and her companions had discovered. However, it was somewhat costly, which had deterred Su Yuan from redeeming it until now. With his points exceeding 10,000, he could afford a touch of extravagance and test its effects. System. Redeem a bottle of blue spirit beverage. The 2,000 points were swiftly deducted, and as he gazed at the wooden vial containing the liquid, it resembled the potions he had previously exchanged, albeit with a slight alteration in flavor. How miserly, not even a glass bottle. Without hesitation, Su Yuan gulped down the potion. The blueberry flavor was akin to drinking a refreshing beverage, though it was rather scant, and he finished it in a single sip. Upon consumption, a wave of comforting sensation washed over him, albeit faintly, reminiscent of the brief relief one feels after a visit to the restroom. Let us hope this proves effective, otherwise I will have squandered 2,000 points. Su Yuan attempted to draw the bow once more, and this time he was pleasantly surprised to find the bowstring easier to pull than before, allowing him to nearly draw it fully. Whoosh! The arrow flew forth, inadvertently piercing a small hole in the snowman's belly. Indeed, it works. Not only has my strength increased, but my vision has also sharpened somewhat. Bang! Just as Su Yuan was marveling at this, a sudden, violent sound erupted nearby, prompting him to rush over. The beast women practicing archery also stared in astonishment, as Shirshir triumphantly held her bow aloft. Not far away, a tree had been shot through, the original arrow reduced to mere fragments. Gulp. Foxy beside him struggled to swallow, fearing that being struck by such an arrow would result in a rather disjointed fate. Goodness, it's like a human-sized berry. Su Yuan's eyes widened in disbelief at the sheer power of Shirshir's bow, though her aim seemed to falter at a distance. Nonetheless, this was of little consequence. Smaller foes would not require such terrifying projectiles, as Foxy and her companions would suffice. As for the previous snow monsters, they would be unable to evade the arrows, even at a distance of 10 meters, given the swiftness of the shots. By the time the snow monsters approached, the arrows would likely have already pierced through their bodies. In the morning, after a brief practice session, breakfast commenced, consisting once again of fish soup and roasted fish. The potatoes had been consumed earlier, and the reserve of pork had also been nearly exhausted. After a few bites, Su Yuan lost his appetite. He had been preoccupied with arranging for Huzi, Xiaoman, and several hunting beast girls to search for alternative food sources nearby. Unfortunately, there had been little success. The mountain paths were treacherous, and the surrounding area was blanketed in deep snow, making it easy to get lost. Thus, they could only venture outward along the mountains. If worse came to worst, Su Yuan figured he might need to exchange for another batch of food to improve their dining conditions, though he pondered what types of food would be more suitable. The little beast girls would eventually tire of fish soup, yet at this moment, he found himself somewhat disinclined to consume fish. After a simple breakfast, Su Yuan called out to Long and the others. All right, Lion, Long, gather some people and bring along the trees. This place lacked pipelines to channel water, otherwise Su Yuan had intended to divert lake water to the tribe, greatly facilitating bathing and drinking, especially since the melted snow on the ground was hardly sufficient. Chapter 39. The Cabin in the Snow. Su Yuan, what on earth are you doing? At noon, Su Yuan led everyone to the edge of the frozen lake, leaving only Husi, Xiaoman, and Hui to guard the tribe. Even Chihu and Hu Jiao accompanied them. Hu Jiao had been called over by Su Yuan, while Chihu was irresistibly curious about the fishing techniques. With Husi, Xiaoman, and Hui remaining in the tribe, their defense was sufficiently robust. Although only Husi was an awakened warrior, she was capable of handling most intruders. Should any danger arise, it would not take long to return to the camp. All right. Long, please take everyone and catch the food for the next 2 days. As Su Yuan gazed at the mountain of logs before him, he found himself in a quandary. There were numerous methods to construct a wooden cabin, yet he sought the most time-efficient and labor-saving approach. Moreover, it needed to be exceptionally sturdy to avoid a collapse midway through the construction. System, filter the knowledge-based items on wooden cabin construction. Wooden cabins, humanity's first abode book. 300 points. Artistic appreciation of wooden cabins, 300 points. History of housing evolution MP4, 300 points. Stop. Is this an endless list? Exclude these useless items. Su Yuan exclaimed, observing the plethora of irrelevant options. These items were of no practical use at present and only served to squander his points. 100 methods of wooden cabin construction, 800 points, 3-digit points were somewhat acceptable. Upon redeeming it, a surge of knowledge regarding wooden cabins flooded his mind. Akin to having watched dozens of hours of instructional videos, it appeared he would have to resort to the most primitive techniques. Gazing at the pile of logs, Su Yuan conceived a remarkably simple method. Aside from the limited space and some material waste, it bore no significant drawbacks. System: procure a hand drill and a saw. Avoid those extravagant gadgets. Electric drill, 1,500 points. Hand drill, 300 points. Woodworking drill, 200 points. Electric saw, 1,800 points. Hand saw, 250 points. There was no point in considering electrically powered items, as the system store did not offer any power generation products, though there were plenty of power-consuming ones. He decided to redeem the woodworking drill and the handsaw. Su Yuan opted for the simplest mortise and tenon joint structure. The logs required minimal processing and did not need to be split into planks. By carving a groove on either side of the logs, they could be fitted together securely. However, the first step involved laying the foundation, using sharpened wooden stakes to secure the first layer of logs. Su Yuan, we'll help you too. All right then. Everyone sharpen these logs and place them alongside the main logs. Several beast girls who had not gone fishing rushed over to assist, with Sure, armed and ready. Staying close to Su Yuan envisioned a wooden cabin of approximately 4 square meters. Under his guidance, 4 logs were affixed to the first layer, and the snow on the ground had been cleared away in advance, revealing a reasonably smooth surface for the logs. Next, holes were to be drilled into the grooves at each corner, followed by the insertion of wooden pegs to thoroughly secure the overall structure, ensuring it would not be easily toppled by the wind. After all, the gales on the snow plains can be quite fierce. One can only imagine that if an umbrella were to be set up here, it would likely be whisked away in an instant. As the wooden framework gradually took shape, the eyes of the assisting fox, Huli Jiao, sparkled with increasing enthusiasm as she seemed to grasp the nuances of constructing this wooden abode. The roof was designed in a traditional triangular fashion. A flat top would succumb to the weight of snow within a week in this realm where snowflakes perpetually drifted. The construction method remained that of mortise and tenon joints, and to alleviate any concerns of looseness, holes were drilled, followed by the insertion of wooden pegs driven in with an axe for stability. With everyone's assistance, the structure was nearly complete before dusk. A small window adorned the upper part of the cabin, and a petite door graced the other side, while gaps above were filled with small wooden blocks by Su Yuan. The final touch would be to coat it with a layer of gourd oil. Su Yuan, why apply gourd oil? Su Yuan glanced at the curious Huli Jiao, who seemed to have acquired some knowledge. The construction of the wooden cabin was not overly complex. A hands-on practice would enable her to master it completely. The application of oil was to prevent the wood from rotting or cracking due to moisture, though he was uncertain if gourd oil would suffice. He peeled a gourd and began to apply it to the wooden structure. The 2 Red Fox sisters had now comprehended the process of building the cabin. Had they known the methods for constructing both snow and wooden shelters earlier, they would not have hidden within the confines of that massive stone on the desolate snow plain. Most tribes now sought refuge in caves, while some less frigid locations beyond the snow-capped mountains saw a few tribes erecting shelters of skins and timber. However, the Red Fox had observed that such dwellings were easily toppled by the wind. Even large tribes preferred the safety of caves. Some tribes even hollowed out large trees for habitation. Yet this came at the cost of extreme crowding, forcing even tall beast women to curl up while sleeping. All right, the great task is complete. Su Yuan stepped inside the small wooden cabin. Although modest in size, it surpassed the snow shelter, with wooden gaps allowing beams of light to enter. Once a wax lamp was added and a bathing tub placed within, a soak during a heavy snowfall would be utterly delightful. Without delay, Su Yuan summoned everyone to search for stones, as a furnace would be required for heating if he were to bathe in an iron tub, necessitating someone to tend the fire. Otherwise, excessive heat would lead to an unfortunate predicament. System: can you customize an iron tub? Currently, the technological advancement of the beast women tribes did not support the creation of steel, let alone sturdy iron tubs. Thus, Su Yuan intended to exchange for an iron tub through the system. Of course, he had contemplated other materials. Wood was prone to decay. Stone had poor thermal conductivity, and regarding other materials, they would be less cost-effective than opting for an iron tub. Customizable within acceptable parameters, in that case. I would like an iron tub measuring 1 meter 80 in length, 80 centimeters in width, and 70 centimeters in height. Custom iron barrel, 1,500 points. The custom iron barrel cost over 1,000 points, yet Su Yuan found it acceptable. The tribe had few places where points were required, and the cores from the snow spirits had granted him quite a number of points. Exchange. However, this time the iron barrel did not appear in Su Yuan's hands. Upon witnessing the monstrous figure that suddenly crashed before him, all the beast girls tensed up. Su Yuan, witch, be careful. Su Yuan hurriedly called out to them, as Shir was poised to strike with her sword. Do not panic. This is an item I prayed for from the celestial beings. Fortunately, the sword did not descend. Otherwise, Shir's strength would have cleaved the iron barrel in two, and his hard-earned points would have been rendered worthless. Shir, please carry this iron barrel inside, and place it horizontally in that recess. The interior of the dwelling had already been filled with debris collected by the beast girls, with some earth placed on top to prevent slipping. The remaining recess was intended for heating. All right, it is time for the iron pot to cook itself. Su Yuan gazed eagerly at the large iron barrel being brought into the wooden house. After more than 10 days without a bath, he felt as though he was marinating in his own essence. Were it not for the frigid weather that could freeze one to death, he would have likely jumped into the lake for a cold wash. Chapter 40. The iron tub stews itself. Crackle, crackle. Woo. Are you truly intending to stew yourself? At this moment, Rong and the others returned, their arms laden with bounty. While numerous beast maidens gazed at Su Yuan by the crackling fire with expressions of mixed emotions. What do you mean by stewing myself? This is merely a bath. All right. Cat Knight, come help me manage the fire. If it gets too hot, reduce it a bit. Once Su Yuan deemed the water temperature suitable, he secured the wooden house, allowing the light filtering through the small window to illuminate the two within. Su Yuan, rest assured, I will not let you be thoroughly cooked. Cat Knight's face was earnest. Upon learning she was to assist in cooking Su Yuan, her little tail flitted about restlessly. Just be cautious. Su Yuan felt no need for modesty. He had been with these beast maidens long enough to be familiar with their forms, even Cat Knight and Lion's figures. Thus, under Cat Knight's curious gaze, Su Yuan shed his garments and stepped into the iron tub, resting on wooden planks at the bottom. Though sitting felt somewhat peculiar, at least it spared his backside from burning. So refreshing. The cold wind from outside swept in, and Su Yuan comfortably squinted his eyes in the warm water. While he usually felt a bit sticky, in truth, he wasn't particularly dirty. After scrubbing for a few minutes, Su Yuan leaned against the edge of the tub, while Cat Knight diligently tended to the fire, skillfully adjusting the flames with a stick. However, her focus had shifted from the flames, occasionally glancing at Su Yuan in the tub. Su Yuan, I also wish to wash. The folk of the Snowfield tribe were not fond of bathing due to the frigid temperatures. The last time Cat Knight had bathed was when Fox 9 dragged her to the icy lake. Cat Knight had shivered so much from the cold that the mere mention of bathing instilled fear within her. Yet now, the steaming water beckoned her, reminding her of how long it had been since her last wash, her tail's fur tangling together in a matted mess. You want to wash? Su Yuan's composure faltered. Did this imply a desire for a shared bath? Damn, unsavory images invaded his mind. When one is inundated with too much information, it can lead to complications. At this moment, merely observing Cat Knight clad in animal hide, he could discern her form clearly. Is that not acceptable? Cat Knight wore a pitiful expression, and after swallowing hard, Su Yuan mechanically nodded. Hooray! Before Su Yuan could fully process this, a small figure leaped into the tub, splashing water everywhere, as the warm temperature enveloped her, causing her to blissfully lean against Su Yuan. I never anticipated I would face a choice between beastly and less than beastly. An internal conflict raged within Su Yuan, as the angel and devil on his shoulders clashed. Ultimately, after suppressing his dark thoughts for over 10 days, the devil brandished a metaphorical machine gun forged from those very thoughts, silencing the angel entirely. Cat Knight, let me help you wash your tail. Outside. The others remained somewhat anxious about Su Yuan's peculiar self-stewing, but the sounds of Cat Knight's exclamations from within the house stilled their concerns. Sister, have you mastered that wooden house yet? Fox 9 nestled closer to her sister, her face reflecting curiosity as she inquired about the red fox. Gradually, she began to comprehend the situation. Su Yuan was extraordinarily astute. Had they possessed the knowledge to construct snow and wooden houses from the outset, perhaps Granny Snow would not have met her demise. Indeed, it seemed that Su Yuan was a divine salvation bestowed upon them. Without him, she feared she might have been captured by the Black Sheep and her companions. Within a mere few days, Red Fox had developed an immense admiration for Su Yuan, to the extent that she felt unworthy of her role as a shaman. The water in the small hut had grown cold. Observing the languid Cat Knight, Su Yuan had to carry her out from the bucket, as the flames below had dwindled to mere embers. With a creak, amidst the bewilderment of those present, Su Yuan cradled Cat Knight in his arms, his expression filled with relief and a tinge of guilt for the little feline. Su Yuan, what happened to Cat Knight? Are you all right, Cat Knight? Cat Knight's complexion was slightly flushed as she lifted her head and slowly shook it. After such a ruckus, even the once lively Cat Knight had grown weary. Cough, cough. She seems a bit tired. Lion, could you empty the water inside? If anyone wishes to bathe it, they may come here in the future, but it must be in pairs. One must tend to the fire, lest they be boiled alive. Su Yuan felt a bit awkward and quickly shifted the topic. The hassle of transporting the iron bucket back and forth was too much. With over 50 people in the tribe, it was likely that once word spread about the availability of hot baths, this place would be bustling every day. Therefore, it would be more pragmatic to leave the iron bucket here. If someone were to steal it, that would amount to a loss of 1,500 points. Gaining knowledge of the presence of others near his camp for that price was not too shabby for Su Yuan. Su Yuan, can I try it today? That thing about cooking oneself. Fox 9's eyes sparkled with excitement as she touched the iron bucket that Lion had brought out, noticing it was somewhat different from the pot they had feared. If you wish to try, then go ahead. It's still early, and it won't take long to heat the water. However, you'll need someone to watch the fire. Yes, sister. Could you keep an eye on the fire for me? Su Yuan, could you assist me on the side? Again? Su Yuan twitched slightly. But upon seeing Fox 9's earnest expression, he had no choice but to acquiesce. She was genuinely concerned that her sister might let the fire blaze too fiercely. The prospect of cooking a fox in an iron bucket was indeed alarming. All right, once you both learn, you can teach everyone else. In the future, it would be beneficial for pairs to accompany each other for hot baths. Before long, the second bucket of water was ready. Watching Fox 9 remove her beast's skin and enter the bucket, Su Yuan felt the internal conflict between the devil and the angel atop his head reignite. This time, however, the devil was unarmed, and within moments, the angel had subdued it, expressing disdain for the devil's prior actions and even trampling it underfoot. Red Fox, if you wish to try, you may join in as well. I will keep an eye on the fire. Yes, yes, sister, come quickly. It's so warm and comfortable in here. The Night of the Cat has been entrusted to Lion, and Su Yuan gazes at the red fox wagging its tail. At this moment, evening has arrived, and there is insufficient time to boil a third barrel of water. The large iron barrel is quite empty as well. This was custom designed by Su Yuan according to the physiques of Lion and the others, accommodating all three of them comfortably, even for the petite red fox and Fox 9. Ah, very well then, I appreciate your assistance. The red fox was indeed somewhat tempted, and under the watchful eyes of the two, it gracefully slipped into the iron barrel. To his surprise, the red fox proved to be comparable to Long, truly not to be underestimated, and remarkably fair and clean as well. Su Yuan sat leisurely on a wooden stump, methodically adding firewood for the two sisters. After a brief wash, the two emerged reluctantly. The sky had grown somewhat dark. If they did not return soon, everyone outside would likely go hungry. Chapter 41. The Arrow Upon Returning. The news of the hot baths by the icy lake quickly spread among the beast girls, igniting a fervent curiosity about this wondrous occurrence. The camp was nearly deserted, and had it not been for Su Yuan's intervention, allowing only 2 or 3 individuals to venture forth at a time, one might have thought the camp was empty. Su Yuan, still savoring the events of that fateful night with Cat Knight, found the subsequent visits from her to be rather unperturbed. The beast girl's reproduction did not encompass such complexities, or perhaps Cat Knight's innocence blinded her to the true nature of that evening's activities. Prompting a gentle reprimand from the little angel perched atop Su Yuan's head for misleading the young beast girl. Nonetheless, after releasing his pent-up emotions, Su Yuan felt rejuvenated. No longer plagued by the vivid dreams that had haunted him each night, which had nearly compelled him to rise in the middle of the night to change his trousers. After a week of development, the number of snow houses had become sufficient, and Fox 9 and her companions had erected several wooden cabins in the available space of the camp. This also allowed for the creation of a small room designated by Su Yuan as a latrine, for even the most adorable beast girls required such facilities, especially in a camp prone to snow accumulation. A careless step could lead to a most unpleasant experience in the biting cold. The great bear had nearly recovered, it seemed. One day, Su Yuan, seeking a diversion, approached the previously injured white bear. Its imposing size was indeed intimidating. Yet the look of fear that graced the bear's face upon seeing Su Yuan was unmistakable, as memories of the arrows that had felled the snow monster lingered vividly. "Ah, Su Yuan, the injuries on Big Man have healed," he noted. Little Man, the small bear girl, was beside the great white bear, feeding it a large roasted fish with her tiny arms. Big Man, Su Yuan mused, appraising both the girl and the bear. The name seemed fitting. With Big Man now healed, she could serve as a formidable asset to the camp's defenses. With such a massive physique, acquiring iron armor for her would render her an unstoppable force on the battlefield. From now on, follow my lead diligently. As long as I provide you with meat, you shall have your share of potatoes. Do not be like those foolish wolves, who only heed after a few lessons, he remarked, patting Big Man's fluffy belly. Her fur was somewhat disheveled, but it felt pleasantly warm to the touch. Big Man appeared slightly bewildered, seemingly unsure of Su Yuan's words, and could only nod in response. "Su Yuan, I hit it." Just as Su Yuan was conducting his orientation for Big Man, an excited voice rang out from the training grounds, where Fox C's jubilant exclamations reached his ears, followed by two figures racing toward him. "Su Yuan, I did it. I hit both of those fruits with consecutive arrows." The once composed Fox C now resembled an elated child who had just received an award, her bow and arrows clutched tightly in her hands, her face aglow with excitement as she approached Su Yuan. Behind her, Lion stood quietly, a hint of reluctance in her demeanor, yet she said nothing, merely standing beside Fox C, holding her ironwood bow. Impressive indeed. Su Yuan was somewhat taken aback. He had set the distance for Hu Si and her companions to practice archery at approximately 70 meters, although this distance was not particularly far. Hitting two walnut-sized fruits consecutively in windy and snowy weather was quite an impressive feat. Hu Si's talent for archery was indeed remarkable. Now, what reward did Hu Si desire? Su Yuan had previously promised them that whoever could be the first to hit two fruits in succession would be granted a wish. Hu Si's little fox ears playfully twitched, shaking off the snow that had settled upon them, and she produced a somewhat rough white object from her bosom. "Su Yuan, I wish to give you this. You once mentioned that wooden arrows were too fragile, so I crafted a bone arrow using a piece of bone." Su Yuan gazed at the bone arrow in her hand, recognizing the care Hu Si had put into its creation. Not only had she fashioned a pointed tip, but she had also meticulously carved grooves into the fletching. No wonder he had seen her sitting alone by the campfire late at night. She had been busy crafting arrows. He recalled how Hu Si often sat there alone, returning to the snow house late at night, likely refining the fish bones left from their meals. It must be said that Hu Si had indeed found a promising approach. The sharpness and durability of the bone arrow far surpassed that of a disposable wooden one. However, the process was exceedingly time-consuming. Crafting a single arrow could take nearly a week, and even a hasty attempt would require 3 to 4 days. "Well, I have always thought that if wooden arrows can be made, then bone and stone should also suffice," she explained. Su Yuan had intended to stroke Hu Si's delicate ears, but seeing that she was slightly taller than himself, he decided to first accept the bone arrow. That is a clever idea. But the process of crafting an arrow is rather cumbersome. He retrieved several broken iron arrowheads that had previously been embedded in the snow monster. The arrows exchanged through the system were designed for embedding, and such small round holes were challenging to create in a primitive tribe. However, making a small hole in the bone material was certainly feasible. Hu Si, all you need to do is polish one arrowhead and then affix it to a wooden shaft. In the future, if the shaft breaks, you can simply detach the arrowhead. Hu Si took the iron arrowheads, her fingers brushing against the sharp edges, causing her a slight sting. Fortunately, the effects of the medicine had long since worn off. Otherwise, Su Yuan feared she might accidentally hurt herself. "I understand. Su Yuan, may I have these arrowheads as part of the reward for my earlier archery success?" Hu Si's hands caressed the iron arrowheads, her eyes brimming with eager anticipation as she looked at Su Yuan. Those seemingly useless iron arrowheads would have been exchanged for a mere pittance had they not piqued Hu Si's interest. Seeing her enthusiasm, Su Yuan nodded in agreement. After receiving the arrowheads, Hu Si expressed her gratitude several times and hurried back to the training grounds, her mind evidently brimming with new ideas, leaving only Shir standing there. "Has Shir completed her training as well?" Su Yuan inquired curiously, glancing at Shir, who was still standing beside him, observing him intently. "Yes, but she was a bit slower than Hu Si," came the reply. Su Yuan could sense Shir's disappointment. for Huzi and the others. Setting small rewards was merely a method to motivate their training, but Shirshir perceived it as a competition. Every time she drew the bow and loosed an arrow, she concentrated intensely, yet each shot shattered the arrow into countless fragments, necessitating her to carve new arrows. Alternatively, when the snowman was shot down into scattered snowflakes, she had to rebuild it anew. This ultimately caused her to fall just short of achieving Su Yuan's goal before Huzi. It's all right, from now on. You only need to draw the bow fully and aim at the big fellow in front of you. What kind of reward does Shirshir desire? Shirshir felt a pang of conflict, usually aloof, her cheeks flushed with a hint of color as she stammered. I'm not in first place. It's fine. Consider it a gift from me to you today, Su Yuan reassured her, not overly concerned. For him, Shirshir had protected him on numerous occasions, and giving a small token of appreciation felt insignificant. Then, may I take the bow and arrows to hunt? Chapter 42. All right. Let us not dwell on it any longer. Hunting? The individuals in the training ground were taken aback. Currently, aside from Fox C, the only one with comparable accuracy was Lion. Both were awakened warriors, naturally surpassing the other beast maidens in skill. The other beast maidens could only manage to hit large targets like the snow wolf at a distance of approximately 40 to 50 meters. And that was only if the target remained stationary. Consequently, confidence was lacking among the group, particularly among the younger beast maidens, whose tails stood high in nervousness, akin to children facing an examination. Indeed, practicing on snowmen yielded little benefit. Both enemies and prey would move, thus to refine their archery skills. It was imperative to practice with moving targets. Yet, there was no need for concern. This time was merely for practice with mobile targets. And failing to hit the prey would not be an issue, as the harvest from Longside was ample enough for everyone. Su Yuan gazed upon the adorable little beast maidens, aware that they would soon become members of his ranged forces. In this primordial world, the impact of archery on rival tribes was overwhelmingly formidable, especially with Lion, akin to a human Barrett, when that ironwood bow was fully drawn. Even a snow monster would find itself pierced through. Upon hearing Su Yuan's words, the group felt a stirring of excitement. Practicing on static targets had indeed become somewhat tedious, and with the urgency of needing to hit prey dissipated, several little tails drooped in relaxation. Su Yuan, do you need me to prepare anything? Fox C had also put away her bow and arrow, approaching Su Yuan to await his directive. Fox C, how many arrows does our tribe possess? After pondering for a moment, Fox C replied, approximately over 100, mostly wooden arrows. That quantity would suffice, as the consumption of arrows in the snow was not excessive. Unless one struck a target, arrows embedded in the snow could still be utilized. Bring some food as well. I will inform the Red Fox shortly. The tribe's snow and wooden houses had intermingled, no longer resembling the earlier desolation, as smiles adorned the faces of everyone busily engaged in work. Recently, Long and her companions had been quite successful in fishing. Su Yuan instructed the beast maidens to clean and store the fish meat in a snow mound for preservation, as it could last for a considerable time in the frigid environment. Fox Jiao, where's your sister? Upon arriving outside Fox C's snow house, Su Yuan only found Fox Jiao, who was engrossed in studying pottery. The little girl was surrounded by several equally petite and charming beast maidens. A pile of oddly shaped pottery lay on the ground, including not only the necessary jars but also some sculptural items. She has gone to take a bath. Su Yuan. Look at this. What is it? Su Yuan picked up a small figurine-like pottery from Fox Jiao's hands. The clay figure, crafted by her own hands, appeared somewhat comical, with a joyful smile etched upon its face. This is you, which I just finished. Isn't it lovely? Fox Jiao beamed, her little hands smeared with clay. Su Yuan gazed at the clay on her face and gently wiped it away with his finger. It's beautiful, thank you, little Fox Jiao. When I have time later, I will teach you how to brew wine. Wine? What is that? Su Yuan gently rubbed the little head of Hu Jiao, finding comfort in the softness of her fluffy ears, especially after a bath when they became particularly smooth. There is something truly delightful to drink. I shall teach you about it later. In this place, the only feasible option for brewing would be fruit wine, unless Su Yuan opted to spend points to purchase grains from the marketplace for distillation. By the way, is there something you wish to discuss with your sister? Hu Jiao's reminder brought Su Yuan back to the matter at hand. I plan to go hunting with Usi and Shirshir. Please inform Qi who that little man will be watching over the tribe. If any danger arises, signal her to shoot this arrow into the sky. Su Yuan handed Hu Jiu the acquired signal arrow, which, despite its minimal quantity of gunpowder, was quite costly, one single-use arrow costing 500 points. This system seems quite wary of its potential to exchange for a multitude of arrows to extract gunpowder. Please be careful, Hujio expressed her concern. But reassured by the presence of awakened warriors who see and sure alongside Su Yuan, she accepted the arrow. Hunting. What hunting? I want to go too. Just as Su Yuan was about to depart, a small figure leaped in front of him. Alarmed that she might fall, he quickly supported her. The sensation confirmed his suspicion. It was Mao Yu. Indeed, when he looked down, he found her wide eyes fixed on him. Gulp. After a week, it seemed the pent-up fury of the demon had reached a boiling point, especially as Mao Yi had been particularly clingy of late. Su Yuan, I want to go hunting too. Weren't you off fishing with Long and the others? Ever since she learned to fish, Mao Yi had been particularly eager about ice fishing. He had not anticipated her remaining at the camp today, as Long and the others had already set off. I came to find you. What do you need me for? Mao Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement as she gazed at Su Yuan, exclaiming, Su Yuan, let us go wash. Cough, cough, cough. I understand. After we finish hunting, I shall take you. Great. I also want to. Woo-woo. All right, no more of that. Su Yuan quickly covered her mouth and carried Mao Yu outside the camp, where everyone had gathered, each equipped with several arrows at their waists. This method of retrieving arrows is rather cumbersome. Who see, when we return, have by two sew a longer bag from the remaining animal skins to hold the arrows. Su Yuan described the quiver to Hu Si. Bai Tu was adept with her hands and skilled in sewing garments, so he felt confident that his instructions would be understood. Understood. Is little Mao Yi coming too? Yes, but when we return. Woa. Su Yuan hastily covered Mao Yi's mouth again. Feeling somewhat embarrassed to broach such topics in front of the other beast girls, uncertain of their understanding, the feline knight resolved to provide some sustenance for the ailing cat by to aid in its recovery. The fox, upon realizing this, nodded in understanding. Cat Bai's health had indeed improved significantly of late. However, compared to the robust and hardy bear, Demand, the recovery was somewhat slower. Particularly, the red fox's healing arts were effective only in treating wounds, offering little remedy for the ailments stemming from exposure and cold that had nearly claimed Cat Bai's life. Thus, while the external injuries had mostly healed, the consequences of blood loss and hypothermia lingered. Cat Bai spent its days recuperating within the camp, occasionally joining Fox Geo in the craft of pottery. Let us venture that way, Cat Knight suggested, recalling a recent patrol where she had discovered bird eggs. I remember that Cat Bai adores roasted bird eggs. Is it truly possible for birds to lay eggs in such a forsaken place? One must wonder how desperate they are for their offspring's survival to choose such a location. Indeed, Cat Bai has a fondness for bird eggs. Let us set off without delay. Cat Knight extricated herself from Su Yuan's embrace, her thoughts finally shifting away from the icy lake and returning to her concern for Cat Bai's condition. Chapter 43. The Hunt in the Snow-Laden Landscape. Su Yuan and his companions were diligently searching for prey. In matters of hunting, these beast girls possessed far greater experience than Su Yuan himself. This tree is the one. Its foliage is still lush. Those birds and beasts must surely reside here, Foxy exclaimed, pointing to a grand tree blanketed in snow. This trunk was thicker than any they had encountered before, and the faint green above seemed to narrate the resilience of this mighty tree. However, trading points for such a large tree was no longer as advantageous as before. The amount of time required to procure it would consume nearly half of their efforts. It would be far more prudent to seek smaller trees for trading. Cat Knight, sensing the opportunity, donned her steel claws and prepared to ascend the great tree. Hold on. Don't be so hasty. Su Yuan quickly restrained her. She truly seemed to have forgotten the pain of past encounters. Have you forgotten the giant python that resided in the last tree? Oh, right. Cat Knight belatedly recalled, retreating cautiously to Su Yuan's side. Her small eyes fixated anxiously on the leaves above, as though attempting to penetrate their cover. Let me take the lead. Cat Knight has yet to awaken. It's too perilous for her. Fox C stepped forward, her reflexes as an awakened warrior far surpassing those of Cat Knight. Even when faced with danger, she could promptly retreat. Be careful then. Everyone, ready your bows. Upon spotting a target, shoot immediately, she commanded. Given their close proximity, even a creature soaring above would be rendered as mere targets. With agility, Fox C scaled the great tree, while below, Lion somberly nocked an arrow. Drawing the bow taut. The force behind the shot would surely pierce even the mightiest of beasts atop the branches. Moments later, snow cascaded from the tree, and Foxy's voice rang out from above, all clear. There are indeed some bird eggs and a few fruits up here. A green fruit was tossed down by Fox C, Its texture was either frozen solid or inherently firm, as it did not elicit the familiar notification from the system upon being caught. Alas, it's not a rare item. System, how many points is this worth? Read fruit. 150 points. 150 points. It could be deemed somewhat insignificant. Yet, why did the prices of these fruits fluctuate? He recalled that the blue vein snow fruit they had previously found was only worth 100 points. System. What justifies the higher value of this item compared to the blue vein snow fruit? Identification function requires 5,000 points to unlock. Do you wish to unlock? After half a day, the identification function was still inaccessible. Su Yuan's face darkened upon hearing this revelation. He had long been curious about the inedible snow monster meat. However, the beast girls had merely mentioned a curse, leading him to trade it to the system. Now, discovering that an identification function existed, he lamented over the peculiar items traded previously. My dear, is there anything you have yet to reveal to me? Present the system function store page. Identification function consumes corresponding items 1 points 5,000 points. Repair function, points consumed based on damage level 5,000 points. Replication function, consumes corresponding items 100 points 5,000 points. Secondary mall to be unlocked. Su Yuan suppressed his exasperation with the system. His points were just over 30,000, and spending 10,000 was manageable. It was just right. As Sure and the others needed their weapons repaired at a low cost. Identification function and repair function unlocked. Mango grass fruit. Grows on the mango tree. Edible. Sweet in taste, with a high sugar content. Trade price 150 points. It had no special use, but its edibility reassured Su Yuan, who took a bite. The flesh was somewhat tough, yet gradually revealed its sweetness under the moisture of his saliva. Su Yuan, I want to eat the sweet fruit too. Mao Yi, crouching before Su Yuan, looked at the mango grass fruit with longing. Go ahead, eat. The beast girls had a rather simple name for this fruit, which suited it well. After taking a bite, Su Yuan lost interest. Although it was sweet, its crisp texture resembled that of sweet potatoes. Before long, many mango grass fruits dropped from the tree, and everyone stowed the fruits in the mountaineering bag that Su Yuan had brought. Mao Yi, there are only a few bird eggs here. Be careful not to break them. After the mango grass fruits had nearly been picked, Husi jumped down, holding 2 bird eggs larger than goose eggs. White feather bird egg. Unhatched egg of a common bird. Trade price 300 points. Indeed, having the identification function made everything easier. Not only did it mark the trade price, but it also revealed the nature of the items. If only he had not used up the snow demon core and snow monster meat, he could have identified them as well. Unfortunately, the rarest items in the camp now were the fish caught daily. Yes, after eating this, Mao Bai's illness will soon be cured. Mao Yi removed her gloves and carefully wrapped the bird eggs in animal skin, securing them to her back like a bundle. After collecting the fruits, they continued onward, entering a snowy forest. If it weren't for Husi's clear knowledge of the return route, Su Yuan would have considered taking a detour. Be careful. As they journeyed, Husi's ears twitched, prompting her to halt the group. There were movements of wild beasts ahead, and they were running. Sure, you protect Su Yuan while I take a look. Let us all go, now that we have bows and arrows. We can shoot any beast that charge at us. Su Yuan called out to Husi, noting that they were no longer unarmed, forced to ambush wild animals cautiously. Husi quickly understood and agreed with Su Yuan's suggestion. The group crouched and moved toward the source of the noise, with Mao Yu trailing closely beside Su Yuan to protect the bird eggs. Not long after, a piercing scream echoed from afar. Husi quickened her pace, and soon they all saw 3 figures rushing toward them. Behind them, a horde of colossal blue spiders pursued relentlessly, with the largest among them towering nearly 3 meters high. Its 8 elongated legs were adorned with icy spines, while one of its 8 eyes oozed blue blood. From its maw, it exhaled a white mist of frost, which soon transformed into a blue web intended to ensnare the 3 fleeing figures ahead. Foolish Banyu, I told you not to provoke it. Now we're all doomed, shouted the white-haired girl, who was leading the flight without glancing back. Who told it to spit webs at me? I will make it understand the consequences of provoking Lady Banyu. Besides, you too are the ones in peril. When it devours you, I shall escape. Oh, it was you who instigated this. I said letting Wu lead us was a grave mistake. Behind, one beast girl tugged at another, both noticeably lagging behind the swift white-haired girl. The icy web nearly ensnared them both. Chapter 44. Where did the fool come from? Alas, I am doomed. Betrayal Moon. If you manage to escape, remember to check beneath my mattress. I have hidden many fruits there that will spoil if left uneaten. The despondent rabbit maiden, Bayu, shed tears in abundance. How could a defenseless little rabbit like her be sent to such a perilous place, tasked with such a dangerous mission? Was it possible that her secret indulgence in the witch's red carrot had been discovered? Humph. Why should I listen to you? I have changed my mind. I will lead you all to escape. Betrayal Moon's ears perked up as she turned and pulled Bayu forward, racing ahead as a few half-meter-sized spiders closed in on the trio. Betrayal Moon, in your next life, you must be obedient and cease this rebelliousness. I silence. Why should I heed your words? Betrayal Moon gritted her teeth, forcefully tossing the two forward. The uphill path was laden with snow, which would delay the large spiders as they traversed it. Betrayal Moon. The red-haired beast maiden did not relent. She turned to face the advancing spiders without a hint of fear, deftly drawing a stone dagger from her waist and piercing the eye of one small spider with precision. The witch surely harbors disdain for us. Upon her return, she was likely no longer the same witch. Only those fools would continue to follow her orders. And you, Bayu, you foolish girl, just as several small spiders leaped into the air, preparing to pierce Betrayal Moon with their sharp legs. Arrows shot from the snowy ground behind her, striking the spiders. What is this? Betrayal Moon had resigned herself to death, but upon turning, she saw a group of people descending the slope, while Bayu and you were tightly grasped by two beast maidens. I thought it was someone significant. Turns out it's just you, little wolf cub. Foxy observed Betrayal Moon's dazed expression, a smirk of disdain gracing her lips. What? Are you spies sent by the Black Sheep to find us? Why should I tell you? Betrayal Moon's countenance darkened, for Foxy's south words struck close to the truth. The three of them were indeed sent to locate the Red Fox. You still have that foul temper. Enough, you are captured now. Just sit tight. As Foxy spoke, another arrow pierced an oncoming spider. Su Yuan cast a curious glance at Betrayal Moon before shifting his attention to the swarm of spiders. Ice Spike Spider, an adult low-level second-tier magical beast. Its icy armor can withstand enemy attacks, and its mandibles can spin icy webs to ensnare foes, subsequently using its sharp legs to pierce them. Truly, the identification system, which cost 5,000 points, provides a comprehensive understanding of these creatures' names and attack methods. Indeed, this is the primitive world of Western fantasy. Even magical beasts roam freely. I wonder if there truly exists a dragon island beyond the sea. And if dragon maidens reside there. Su Yuan felt a swell of anticipation. Who wouldn't he wish to be a dragon knight in this lifetime? Soaring through the skies by day and tumbling across the earth by night upon the back of a dragon? Lord Su Yuan, be cautious of that enormous ice spider. Its icy armor and arrows may prove impervious to your strikes. Foxy, harboring concern for Su Yuan's safety, stood poised, vigilantly observing the massive spider that approached with deliberate slowness. The arrows that struck it merely fell upon the snow, leaving only faint white marks on its blue carapace, with only Foxy's arrows managing to embed themselves tenuously. However, the ice spider, encountering this unusual threat for the first time, had one of its eyes expertly pierced by Foxy's precise shot, leaving it with only 6 of its 8 eyes remaining. Impenetrable? There exists nothing that cannot be pierced. Lion, advance swiftly. Su Yuan proclaimed with calm assurance, handing an iron arrow to Lion, who was prepared to draw her great blade. It was absurd. If Foxy could not penetrate its defenses, then even with a compound bow, he would achieve little. Yet, the humanoid siege engine beside him was more than capable. Lion, your strength alone suffices. Precise aim is unnecessary. Understood. Lion took the arrow, and the runes on her forehead reappeared, causing her ironwood bow to tremble in her grasp. Even the traitorous moon, pressed beside her, sensed an overwhelming aura emanating from Lion. This monstrous lion has grown exponentially stronger. I am on the verge of awakening to surpass her. With a whoosh, the arrow was released, hurtling towards the largest ice spider. Yet, as a creature of magic, it sensed the impending danger. The arrow merely grazed its side. The formidable penetrating force severed one of its foremost limbs, and the arrow continued its flight. Emerging from the spider's rear, blue blood splattering onto the ground. The sudden loss of balance caused the ice spider to collapse, halting the assault of the smaller spiders, which gathered around their fallen leader. Seizing the opportunity, Su Yuan knocked another arrow and sent it piercing through one of the spider's remaining eyes. His archery skills had markedly improved. Observing the precision of his shot filled Su Yuan with a swell of exhilaration. A man only experiences such elation and sense of accomplishment when his aim is true. Beware. The downed ice spider refused to yield, conjuring white mist once more, unleashing an icy web towards the group. Lion instantly discarded her bow, swinging her great blade at the airborne web. Although the web remained intact, it was forced to the ground, the frigid aura emanating from it frosting the blade's surface with a layer of white frost. Curse the system. Is this what you call ensnaring the enemy? A mere touch, and one would be encased in ice? Su Yuan had presumed that this phenomenon would merely impede foes in a physical sense, yet the system's description suggested a magical entrapment. The ice spider attempted to summon more frost, prompting Su Yuan to swiftly draw an arrow and shoot it into the creature's mouth, causing the white frost to explode and form a layer around its jaws. Lion, you have been empowered. Advance. Su Yuan encouraged, patting Lion's hindquarters. The other beast women were preoccupied with the smaller spiders. Only she and Fox C could contend with this formidable beast. As Lion regained her composure, she brandished her broadsword and charged towards the ice spike spider. The surrounding smaller spiders, stirred by the call of their larger counterpart, rushed towards her. Yet, before they could approach, they were pierced by arrows, as over 30 diminutive spiders succumbed to the barrage, which carried the might of hundreds of arrows wielded by Fox C and her companions. Upon reaching the ice spike spider, it attempted to retaliate with its remaining sharp limb. But as soon as it extended, Lion's blade cleaved it in two. Hissing in agony, the ice spike spider's body quivered, and without hesitation, the long sword plunged into the unarmored section of its face, causing blue blood to spurt forth. After a few futile struggles, it ultimately succumbed, collapsing lifelessly into the snowy expanse, surrounded by the carcasses of the smaller spiders. The swift and decisive battle left the trio from Betrayal Moon in stunned silence, their mouths agape in disbelief. Chapter 45. A Bountiful Harvest. Fox C. Are these spider meats edible? After vanquishing the ice spike spiders, Su Yuan curiously approached as he observed everyone deftly processing their remains. Though the flesh is scant, their legs can be fashioned into weapons. Su Yuan gazed at the spider leg Fox C had handed him. The blue appendage was encrusted with sharp ice spikes, and blue blood dripped from the severed end. Be careful, Su Yuan exclaimed, feeling a chill as he touched one of the spikes. Fox C hastily dropped the spider leg and took Su Yuan's frostbitten fingers into her mouth. The moist warmth instantly melted the icy frost, restoring sensation to his previously numbed fingers. However, the intimate touch stirred an unexpected thrill within Su Yuan, prompting him to scratch lightly. Cough, 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 Fox C. I am fine now. He decided to put an end to this moment, aware that others were watching. Su Yuan, the ice spikes are extremely perilous. If you must touch it, avoid the spikes at all costs. Fox C cautiously offered the spider leg again, this time handing it to him by the severed end. Upon grasping the icy limb, the chilling sensation returned, but it was not as daunting as before. It felt akin to holding an unmelting block of ice. Moreover, an exhilarating notification echoed in his mind. Detected rare item. Ice spike spider body. Can trade for 2,000 points or 200 points for a special item. Host. Please select the trading direction. Splendid. The system's alert for a rare item had not graced his ears in over a week. Initially, Su Yuan's goal had been to ascend the snow-capped peaks that Long and her companions could not conquer. 200 points. Let me see what it is swiftly. There were dozens of these ice spike spiders nearby, and losing this one was of little consequence. After consenting, the spider leg in his grasp vanished instantly. Is Master Su Yuan preparing to offer a tribute to the celestial being? During the past fortnight, Fox C and the others had come to understand Su Yuan's abilities. Realizing he could communicate with the celestial being up close, a feat only legendary shamans could achieve. Indeed, the celestial being expressed great fondness for these peculiar items. The notion of the celestial being served as the best explanation. Indeed, the system's marketplace bore no distinction from the celestial beings, perhaps even allowing for feats surpassing those of any shaman upon acquiring more rare items. That one do. How can we offer the celestial being the leg of an ice spike spider? Master Su Yuan, wait for me. Upon hearing that it was a gift for the celestial being, Foxy's demeanor turned grave as she hurried towards Shur, who was currently dismembering the useful parts of another ice spike spider. Shur, does this large spider possess any crystal stones? Master Su Yuan intends to present a tribute to the celestial being. Shur paused her task, furrowing her brow as she scrutinized the massive ice spike spider before plunging her blade deep into its row of eyes. As blue blood splattered forth, a crystalline azure stone fell into her hand. I rushed to Su Yuan. Shur wiped the blood from her blade and, clutching the crystal, sprinted to Su Yuan's side. At that moment, Su Yuan was intently gazing at the newly appeared object, astonished to find it was not yet another exotic beverage. After several different flavors had manifested, he began to suspect that this rare item could only yield new flavored drinks. Ice Spike Series Weapons. Ice Spike Spear, 2,800 points. Ice Spike Battle Knife, 2,500 points. Ice Spike Longbow, 2,300 points. Ice Spike Heavy Hammer, 3,000 points this time. A single Ice Spike Spider Leg had produced 4 distinct weapons, and the illustrated Azure weapon looked incredibly striking, particularly the Ice Spike Battle Knife, had it been a longsword. Su Yuan would have considered renaming it Frostmourne. Should he exchange for one to test its prowess? Having just expended 10,000 points, he now had over 20,000 remaining, which he preferred to keep in reserve. If he were to exchange, it would be for just one weapon. Su Yuan, this is for you. While he pondered what weapon to acquire, Shirshir approached him, bloodied hand extended, offering the blue crystal. What is this? Shirshir tilted her head, perplexed. Wasn't it said to be a sacrificial gift for the divine? This ice spider's crystal is quite rare. Rare. Su Yuan's gaze immediately fixated on the crystal. Ice Spike Crystal. A gem formed within a mature ice spike spider, containing the magical essence of the creature, suitable for crafting staves or magical scrolls. Without a doubt, this was also a rare item. Filled with excitement, Su Yuan accepted the crystal, and the familiar, enchanting voice resonated once more. Detected rare item, Ice Spike Crystal, can be traded for 3,000 points, or exchanged for 300 points to unlock a special item. Host, please select a trade direction. Sure. What is this crystal typically used for? Su Yuan needed to ascertain whether its purpose in the Beast Girl tribe aligned with the system's description. If it served a more significant function, it would be unwise to gamble on an unknown item. Well, the shamans in the large tribe craft it into wands, and some shamans use it to concoct potions. It can also be made into potions? Could it be that the system's description was not entirely comprehensive? Shirshir nodded earnestly and explained. Once, a shaman from a tribe crushed the ice spider's crystal and mixed it into a potion. And then, the person who drank the potion was frozen solid, and that shaman met the same fate. Had there not been another shaman skilled in fire magic in the tribe, they would have perished. Indeed, the system had not deceived him. It was merely that these beast girls were unaware of the item's true utility, experimenting with its applications without understanding. Unlock new items for me, system. The staff of witchcraft holds little significance for oneself. The red fox has seldom witnessed the conjuring of magic through its use. At this stage of development, it is paramount to prioritize the unlocking of new items. Very well, Shirshir, you shall join the others in dealing with the ice spiders. Let us conclude our endeavors for today. The bounty we have gathered is sufficient for our return. Only a dozen companions have accompanied us. Yet the ground is strewn with the remains of 20 or 30 spiders. Each beast girl must carry 2 or 3 spider carcasses to ensure that all our quarry is retrieved. Su Yuan, Shirshir hesitated. Her voice tinged with uncertainty. Her formerly aloof demeanor now softened, with eyes brimming with tears, as if on the verge of weeping. Upon hearing the disquiet in her tone, Su Yuan lifted his gaze, observing the delicate features of her face, where concern and sorrow intertwined, filled with a profound sense of guilt as she looked upon him. Chapter 46. The rebellious wolf, the timid rabbit, and the slumbering koala. What happened? Why did you suddenly start crying? Was everything fine just a moment ago? Su Yuan inquired with curiosity. After some hesitation, Shirshir raised the blade in her hand. It's broken. I didn't protect it well. It turned out that just as she was about to leave with the sword, Shirshir noticed a chip and some cracks on the blade. The Ice Spike Spider, a level 2 magical beast, coupled with the frigid temperature of its ice spikes, had caused some damage to the ordinary iron weapon. I thought something serious had happened. Have another look, would you? Su Yuan grasped the sword and silently invoked a repair spell. Although it was merely a small chip, the troublesome system still deducted 25 points. He wondered why it had to be that extra 0.5 point. The decimal in his points list felt particularly unsettling. Doggone system, return my 0.5 points. Upon hearing this, Shirshir glanced at the weapon, and the original chip and cracks vanished without a trace. Even the wear from previous uses had been restored. Next time, use it with confidence. It can be repaired if it breaks. Su Yuan feared that Shirshir might hesitate to use the blade, as that would be a case of hoarding a fine weapon while neglecting its true purpose. I'll go help out now. Shirshir seemed at a loss for how to express her gratitude, her face reddening as she finally managed to blurt out that she would assist. Su Yuan couldn't help but chuckle at her shyness. Now, let us see what splendid treasures you have in store for me. Su Yuan turned his attention back to the system shop as Shirshir walked away. Ice Spike Scroll, 600 points. Note, upon use, unleashes a barrage of ice spikes that attack all units in front, inflicting freezing damage on enemies. A single-use magical scroll. Su Yuan was astonished to find that the system shop actually offered products from the magical realm. However, 600 points for a one-time release seemed rather extravagant. I wonder what its power is like. After all, it was exchanged with a 3,000 point Ice Spike crystal, so it should be quite effective. Otherwise, such a precious crystal wouldn't be worth more than that spider leg. Alright, time to attend to serious matters. As the leader of the Starry Tribe, Su Yuan was clear about his role, and these three little beast girls who came to scout were indeed foes. When he arrived at the rear, Mao Yi had already bound the three of them tightly with the rope he had brought, leaving them huddled together in the snow. One girl wore an expression of defiance. Another had tears brimming in her eyes, and one, Su Yuan widened his eyes in disbelief. Is your friend unconscious? Why should I tell you? Su Yuan disregarded the sulky expression of Tue Yu and turned to the rabbit-eared girl, Bei Yu, whose face was streaked with tears and snot. What happened to your companion? Sniff. Woo-woo. Yue, she must have fallen asleep. Each individual was indeed peculiar, and Su Yuan could hardly fathom how this bizarre assembly from the Black Sheep tribe managed to triumph over the Red Foxes. Was it merely due to this rebellious red wolf, a timid rabbit, and a seemingly lethargic koala adorned with animal ears? Hey, what kind of gaze is that? Beware, or I shall slay you. The defiant Yu was instantly roused by Su Yuan's disdainful look, thrashing about on the ground. The diminutive Yu dared to threaten Su Yuan. Cat Knight, irked, stepped forward, placing the bird egg from behind onto the snow, and approached Yu, pinching her petite face. Little Yu, now that we have captured you, you must obey, or else we shall pluck your tail fur and roast it. Little Cat Knight, had we not been pursued by the great spider, you would never have caught me. The two were old acquaintances, having clashed during the previous assault by the Black Sheep tribe. Yet Cat Knight's smug demeanor now had you grinding her sharp teeth in frustration. However, you are captured now. Answer our questions, or we shall pluck your tail fur. You glared fiercely at Cat Knight, who now held a tuft of her white fur, which, compared to Cat Knight's pure white, bore a silvery hue. Cat Knight, I shall kill you. A captive must possess the awareness of their captivity. This tuft of fur would henceforth be a trophy for Cat Knight. You struggled against her bonds, but each attempt elicited cries of pain from Bei Yu on the other side. After a few futile wriggles, even the slumbering Yu was roused by the commotion. I shall pose to you a question. Did the Black Sheep send you to gather intelligence on the Red Foxes? Why should I tell you? Yu, still seething from the loss of her fur, glared at Su Yuan with fiery eyes. Speak. Su Yuan shifted his focus to Bei Yu, the ideal target for his interrogation. This is confidential. I cannot divulge. Not willing to speak? Then I shall strip you bare and pluck your tail fur as well, binding you to a fire rack for roasting. Bei Yu was instantly terror-stricken, bursting into tears. The tears that had just begun to dry now flowed freely once more. With such weeping, the tribe would not lack for water for an entire day. Continue crying, and you shall be roasted too. This threat barely managed to stifle Bei Yu's tears, and after several sobs, she hastily confessed. I will tell. Just don't pluck my fur. It was the shaman who sent us to seek the Red Fox, and the runaway Xian Ku. Who is Xian Ku? Xian Ku. Xian Ku is a shaman from another tribe who fled. The Black Sheep shaman cooperated with another tribe to defeat the Xian Ku tribe, yet they failed to capture her. The shaman from another tribe. It was unexpected that the Black Sheep had not only vanquished the Red Fox tribe, but also left one wondering about the motives of the shadowy figure pulling the strings behind the scenes. Currently, the first-level marketplace offers merely a collection of iron weapons, failing to provide Su Yuan with a substantial sense of security. If only he could acquire a tank or an aircraft. Once he accumulates enough points, he would personally inquire about the machinations of the individuals behind it all. What has become of the captives from the Red Fox tribe? Cat Knight, feeling quite anxious, voiced her concerns, as some members of the tribe had not managed to escape. They are being held captive. At present, the shaman is preoccupied with attacking other tribes, neglecting their plight. However, rest assured, they are unharmed and safe. Bitter Moon recounted everything she knew in detail. She was acutely aware of her precarious situation. If the captives from the Red Fox tribe held by the Black Sheep tribe were in mortal danger, she would undoubtedly meet a dire fate. Once we have regrouped, we shall retaliate against the Black Sheep tribe, and next time, I shall ensure that they are the ones imprisoned. Chapter 47. The Abandoned Trio. With your capabilities, It is utterly impossible. The warriors under the black sheep which have multiplied significantly. Without a moment's hesitation, Tuiyu sneered. Still haunted by the memory of her tail being tugged by Cat Knight, feeling a dull ache in her tail even now. But whether it's possible is none of your concern. By the way, I am quite curious why the black sheep would send the three of you. A reconnaissance team should not consist of such peculiar individuals unless the black sheep is truly deranged to dispatch you three for scouting. Humph. Why should I divulge anything to you? Lord Tuiyu will not share any information. Tuiyu remained obstinate, turning her head away from Su Yuan. You wouldn't want your tail plucked, would you? I really don't know. Wah. The black sheep, which merely summoned Tu for a brief conversation, and then I and Yue were dragged along. That wailing was heart-wrenching. This little bunny appears to be telling the truth. Otherwise, her performance could rival that of countless top actors. Tuiyu, you wouldn't want to be stripped of your tail fur either. A smirk appeared on Tuiyu's face. Displaying no fear in the face of the threat of plucking, I am not like Beiwei, who is timid. Even if you kill me, I will not tell you anything. Su Yuan smiled at her defiant little face. Such rebellious spirits are the easiest to train. He slowly grasped Tuiyu's tail, and being bound hand and foot, she could only bite at Su Yuan, though he held her head in place with his hand. This little wolf's tail feels quite warm, though the fur is stiffer than that of the red fox's, much like her stubborn personality. You may pluck my tail fur, but I will never bow to you. Oh, quite the spirited resistance, aren't we? You can even articulate such philosophical thoughts. Su Yuan observed her resolute gaze. It seemed that the plucking tactic would not work on her. As for those threats, they might be effective against the timid Beiwen nearby. Actually, those were the words of the elder sister leader. Shut up, sleep, or I will pluck your fur. Tuiyu glared fiercely at Yue, who had no sense of occasion in her speech. Ozizizi Su Yuan found increasing amusement in watching the trio, and suddenly, an idea struck him as he noticed Tuiyu still struggling. Are you sure you want to speak? Lord Tuiyu is never afraid of threats. Not even from the black sheep witch, for I am utterly unafraid of pain. If you wish to pluck, then pluck away. A wicked smile crept across Su Yuan's face as he squatted before Tuiyu. Cat Knight, hold this one's legs. I am about to administer severe punishment. Understood. The originally steadfast expression of Tuiyu flickered with alarm as Cat Knight approached and firmly wrapped her arms around Tuiyu's white fur-clad thighs. What are you planning to do? Su Yuan disregarded the trembling voice of Ban Yu as she removed her somewhat tattered beast skin boots. Fortunately, the beast woman's transformation was not too severe. Her petite feet resembled those of an ordinary girl, delicately pale, and, upon closer inspection, one could discern the faint blue veins on the tops. 10 plump toes trembled from the cold. However, in contrast to Cat Knight and the others, Ban Yu's nails were surprisingly white. Not only on her toes but also upon closer observation, her fingernails were similarly white. Those gem-like toes reflected the sunlight on the snowy ground, resembling true jewels, evoking an irresistible desire to hold them and admire their beauty. If Lady Ban Yu did not fear pain, she likely did not fear tickling either. Su Yuan grasped Ban Yu's left foot, his fingers playfully teasing the sole, eliciting an exquisite sensation of ticklishness that caused Ban Yu to struggle immediately. Haraha! Let go of me. The uproarious laughter piqued the curiosity of the nearby Beiyu, who turned her head to observe the squatting Su Yuan. The surrounding beast women also glanced over, the laughter resonating not with joy, but rather with a mixture of despair and agony. Ha! You shall not hear my pleas for mercy. Su Yuan was in no hurry. The number of ice spike spiders they had collected was substantial, and it would take Huzi and the others some time to process them. If necessary, they could always return to the tribe to mete out punishment at a leisurely pace. The laughter continued for over 20 minutes, during which Ban Yu was drenched in sweat, her laughter becoming increasingly strained, likely on the verge of collapsing from mirth. I say, ha! I say, whoa. Ultimately, Ban Yu could no longer bear it. Once Su Yuan ceased his antics, she immediately broke down in tears. Her pitiful state rendered Beiyu speechless with fear. It was astonishing that even the formidable black sheep which could not control Ban Yu, who was reduced to tears by the members of the Red Fox tribe, her cries echoing with a haunting sorrow. Strangely, witnessing Ban Yu weep stirred a flicker of compassion in Beiyu's heart. It seemed she had never witnessed Ban Yu cry throughout their years together. If you continue to cry, I shall resume. Now, these three little creatures were adversaries, and Su Yuan felt not a shred of sympathy as he seized Ban Yu's ankle once more. I am not crying. The black sheep which sent me to search for traces of the red fox and Xin Ku, but I know she is merely dissatisfied with my disobedience. Su Yuan was puzzled. Ban Yu's temperament had not developed overnight. If the black sheep were truly displeased, she would not have tolerated it for over a decade. What about the two of them? Ban Yu's tears ceased, and she stammered, I feared being alone would be too dull, so I asked the chief to include them. And the chief consented. What? It seemed that her arduous search for escapees in the snow was not the chief's command after all. Curse Ban Yu. No wonder even a little rabbit like her, who was utterly incompetent in tracking prey, had been inexplicably sent on a mission. Suddenly, her tears no longer tugged at Su Yuan's heart. It was splendid that someone could subdue her. The sorrowful Yu revealed a smile, while the rebellious Yu, with eyes aflame, could not cease the tears that streamed down her cheeks. Ah, so it appears that the three of you have been abandoned. Not at all. We are on a mission. Just three forsaken beast girls. Naturally, Su Yuan felt no fear, gently assisting the rebellious Yu in donning her beastly leather boots once more. A weeping rabbit, a slumbering koala, and a defiant wolf. It seems the witch deemed it a waste of provisions, thus leaving you to fend for yourselves. Su Yuan's words struck a chord with the two beast girls, eliciting a sense of melancholy, while the slumbering Yue remained indifferent. After a brief silence, the rebellious Yu finally spoke, her voice quivering as she offered an explanation. The black sheep which was not like this before. Chapter 48. Strange Changes in the Past. The black sheep which welcomed many homeless individuals, a collection of tribes displaced by attacks, who gathered anew under her guidance. However, not long ago, the black sheep which was taken to the Wangshua mountain range, where it is said a powerful shaman summoned numerous tribal shamans. Upon her return, the black sheep which exhibited a transformed demeanor. The words of the traitorous moon echoed the previous accounts of the snow spirit, and her expression suggested sincerity, yet it remained unclear whether the black sheep had gone willingly or been captured. Moreover, Su Yuan recalled a familiar term, shaman. Are there shamans among the tribes of the Wangshui mountain range? I am at a loss. I do not know. The traitorous moon instinctively sought to counter. Yet upon considering Su Yuan's capabilities, she swiftly quelled her retort, merely shaking her head in a display of mild grievance. The matter of the shaman was gleaned from eavesdropping on a conversation between the black sheep witch and the leader of the tiger hunt. They spoke of a shaman residing in that region. Yet another shaman, whose intentions were far from innocent, had been apprehending shamans from other tribes, positioning herself as an adversary. It was conceivable that one day, she might ensnare Su Yuan as well. Su Yuan remained oblivious to the true strength of these so-called shamans. For this world still harbored magic. If the opposing force were a sorcerer or a mage, his mere iron blades would be insufficient for victory. Patience was essential. He would wait until the system store reached level 2, or until he procured a potent rare item that might allow him to exchange for a forbidden spell scroll. Perhaps it was best to dismiss the concerns of the Wangshua mountain range for now, as the expanse between it and the land of death was uncertain, teeming with innumerable tribes. Surely, it could not be that the focus lay solely on the Red Fox, for the capture of the Red Fox was currently under the control of the Black Sheep tribe. Well then, since you three have been forsaken, from this day forth, you shall be captives of our star tribe, and only through labor shall you earn your sustenance. It would be unwise to abandon these three in the snow. Should they return to inform the Black Sheep tribe would undoubtedly come seeking them. The distance to the Star Tribe's encampment was not insurmountable. And with a nearby ice lake abundant in delectable fish, Su Yuan was not inclined to relocate the camp just yet. Captives, let it be so. I shall impoverish your tribe. Su Yuan paid no heed to the defiant expression of the traitorous moon. At that moment, Lion and her companions had successfully dealt with the ice thorn spiders, each dragging several behind them. Hand these over to me, darkness approaches, and the surplus shall be offered as a sacrifice to the celestial deities. In the snow, a few diminutive figures, barely 5 feet tall, toiled to drag the ice thorn spiders across the ground. With several trade opportunities still available, it seemed prudent to dispose of the carcasses of the spiders. Very well. My lord Su Yuan. The small icy spider legs, 300 points. The small icy spider body, 800 points. Once again, they were to be sold piece by piece. Su Yuan had already exhausted some of his trading opportunities today, and it seemed he could only handle 2 or 3 of them, leaving the rest for tomorrow's transactions. Let us depart. It will soon be dark. The 3 captured beast girls did not require supervision. Binding their hands was sufficient. In this heavy snowfall, whether they could venture outside was questionable. Fortunately, these fools were fortunate to have been caught by him. Otherwise, should they wander for 10 or half a month, by the time they were discovered, they would likely either be frozen into ice sculptures or carried off by wild beasts. The three were led back to the tribe by Su Yuan, with Yu still soundly asleep, carried on the back of the little rabbit girl. Upon their arrival at the camp, several bonfires had already been lit in the snow. The enticing aroma of grilled fish instantly invigorated the previously listless trio. It smells like fish. Banyu. Yes, it does smell like fish. I'm so hungry. Banyu, I want to eat fish. Their reactions varied. Even Yue, who had spent the entire day sleeping, was drawn to the delicious scent. If not for her bound hands, she would likely have dashed to the bonfire by now. The shaman has returned. The shaman and Sister Husi have brought back plenty of game. Within the tribe, some little beast girls habitually referred to Su Yuan as the shaman. Ban Yu's gaze shifted from the grilled fish to Su Yuan. Her face filled with confusion as she inquired, "Are you a shaman?" "I suppose so. Besides, as a captive, why should I disclose anything to you?" Su Yuan replied with a smile, playfully countering her with her habitual retort. If you choose not to speak, then so be it. I have no desire to listen." Ban Yu, irritated, gritted her teeth and turned her head away, ignoring Su Yuan. "Su Yuan, are you all right?" The red fox, who had not been seen during the day, had returned. Over the past few days, the red fox had bathed frequently, and her fur was now much softer, exuding a subtle scent. It wasn't exactly a pleasant fragrance, but it was particularly intoxicating, making one unable to resist the urge to draw closer and inhale deeply. "Everything is fine. We encountered 3 fools who were being pursued by an icy spider and almost lost our lives. You are the fool." Ban Yu's voice caught the attention of the red fox, who, upon seeing the people from the Black Sheep tribe, felt no impulse of anger, but rather expressed surprise with a smile. "So it is you 3 sisters. How have you been, Black Sheep shaman?" "Why should I tell you? Lord Black Sheep is currently attacking another tribe and will seek you out once victorious." Ban Yu had initially intended to ignore the red fox, but the unfriendly glares from the side made her feet itch again, the painful memories of the day resurfacing in her mind. Alas, at this juncture, do you still not understand that Black Sheep is no longer the same Black Sheep as before? Release them. The current Black Sheep has no need for the useless. They have already been abandoned. The words of the red fox left the 3 individuals in profound despondency. Even the usually composed Yue found her eyes glistening with tears, and after being released, she merely crouched on the ground, seemingly at a loss. Recently, the tribe had captured numerous individuals, while many others had been driven away. She realized that the claim made by Sister Tiger Hunt, which sent the 3 of them to search for the red fox, was nothing but a ruse. Or perhaps, if the red fox were indeed discovered, they would no longer be deemed useless. It would constitute a merit in the eyes of the Black Sheep Witch. "Sister Witch, what should we do?" Yue held no animosity towards the red fox and, regaining her composure, gazed intently at her with wide eyes. "Alas, even if you manage to capture me and bring me back, do you truly believe the Black Sheep will spare you? She seeks individuals of utility, not mere merit." The red fox gently wiped away the tears from the corners of Yue's eyes and then pointed to the curious Su Yuan, saying, "If you wish to know what to do, perhaps you should consult our Divine Witch." Divine Witch? The 3 were taken aback, their eyes wide with disbelief, especially Dan Wei, who found it incredulous that those who had once tormented her were, in fact, the legendary Divine Witch. Do you not believe your own eyes? Chapter 49. I have a grand plan. Su Yuan was somewhat taken aback, she who was not the type to act impulsively or to casually reveal her identity. It seemed that she genuinely trusted these 3 little beast girls, perhaps even contemplating their recruitment. I don't want to leave everyone. I haven't finished the little jerky I left at the foot of the bed," Yue lamented, tugging at Su Yuan's hand and gazing up at him with pleading eyes, her fatigued expression suggesting she might soon doze off again. The situation was quite clear. First, all the shamans from various tribes had been brought to the large tribe in the Wangshui mountain range, and upon their return, they exhibited altered personalities, indicating they had been controlled. Alternatively, it was possible that they were no longer the original shamans but rather imposters. Bai Wei and her companions were pale with fright. The black sheep that had been hiding in the cave for days was once a shaman, was she not? Therefore, if they wished to save the black sheep and the people of the Black Sheep tribe, the solution was simple. At this moment, even Bai Wei refrained from interrupting Su Yuan, her eyes fixed on him, hoping to receive a means to rescue everyone. Su Yuan pondered for a moment and finally addressed the 3 of them slowly. First, we must utterly defeat the Black Sheep tribe and capture the black sheep. We need to uncover what truly transpired. The second point is to vanquish all other tribes that are akin to the Black Sheep tribe in the vicinity, and then seek out that shaman from the Wangshui mountain range. Once we capture her, Won't everything be resolved? After contemplating for a moment, Bai Wei, looking despondent, remarked, "It's futile. That large tribe is formidable. Even if we combined all the tribes of the desolate snow plain, we would not prevail against them. How can we know without attempting? She must rely on others to accomplish her tasks, which indicates that they too are entangled in something. Besides, she is a shaman. Am I not one as well? Do you not desire the black sheep to return to her former self?" "I do." Su Yuan looked at the disheartened Bai Wei and playfully pinched her cheek, grinning mischievously. "Speak up. Have you not eaten?" I want the black sheep to return. Moreover, we indeed haven't eaten for a day." Her voice resonated throughout the camp, drawing the attention of the beast girls who were grilling fish nearby, while Cat Knight, holding boiled bird eggs, was startled and nearly dropped them. "You vile creature, Cat Bai. Look at the bird eggs I brought you." Cat Bai, still somewhat pale, smiled at Cat Knight, dividing one of the 2 eggs she held to share. "Let us eat one together later. The remaining one will be for Su Yuan the shaman. Oh, by the way, Su Yuan promised to take me for a bath today. Oh dear, it's already so late." Cat Bai's expression turned serious as she looked at Cat Knight, saying, "If Cat Knight wishes to bathe, I can accompany you. Do not trouble Su Yuan the shaman." "Ah, it's different. Let me tell you about Su Yuan on that day." "All right, as long as the 3 of you trust me, once we are adequately prepared, we shall launch a counterattack against the Black Sheep tribe, capturing the Black Sheep and retrieving the displaced members of our clan." Su Yuan initially painted a grand vision for several individuals. Of course, it was not an unattainable dream. To reclaim the Black Sheep tribe, we simply need to develop for a while longer. At the very least, we must cultivate 10 archers and have 20 warriors charging ahead. However, if we wish to capture them alive, considerable preparation is still required. Regrettably, our tribe currently comprises only 50 individuals, and after excluding those too young or unskilled in combat, we are left with merely a little over 20. Now, go and have something to eat. Hu Jiao, I entrust them to you." Watching the departing figures, Su Yuan sighed in exasperation, acknowledging, "We are still lacking in manpower." With a radiant smile, Qi Hu approached Su Yuan and remarked, "They are all good children. Tan Yu's talent will soon awaken her as a warrior. Although Beiyu is timid and often weeps, she has learned a great deal from her mother. Yu, due to her physical constitution, often feels fatigued, yet her stealth is even more impressive than that of Mao Yu." Qi Hu reflected. Having come to understand many things during the prolonged assault by the Black Sheep tribe, although numerous mysteries still eluded her comprehension. What exactly did the shaman of the Mu Guang tribe intend? Why did each visiting shaman exhibit such dramatic personality shifts? "All right, I understand. Go and eat." "Everyone is still waiting," Su Yuan replied, grasping Qi Hu's meaning. If Tan Yu could join the Star Tribe, it would mean another potential warrior on the brink of awakening. If she successfully awakens, we would have greater assurance in confronting the Black Sheep tribe. "Sister, this smells so good, even better than the dried meat." Yu, rarely alert, found warmth by the campfire, the flames dispelling her drowsiness as she held a piece of roasted, fragrant fish. Next to her, Tan Yu and Beiyu joyfully gnawed on fish, feeling a bit embarrassed, particularly Tan Yu, who had previously aided the Black Sheep in their assault on the Qi Hu tribe. Now, here she was, feasting in their camp. However, the grumbling of her stomach protested her remaining stubbornness. The small dried meat she had taken was already consumed, and during this time, the 3 sisters had been foraging for wild fruits to satiate their hunger. "How is it? Tasty?" Su Yuan sat beside them. The 3 appeared ravenous, the aroma of the roasted fish rendering them momentarily speechless. He casually picked up a piece of roasted fish and retrieved a sweet potato from the fire. Having grown weary of only fish and wild fruits since finishing the last batch of potatoes, the sweet potatoes were quite convenient, requiring only a little time by the fire to cook. Their sweet and sticky flavor was adored by the little beast girls in the tribe, who eagerly awaited mealtime. Eyeing the pile of sweet potatoes stored in the cave, "Don't just eat the fish, try this roasted sweet potato." Su Yuan casually tore off a small piece of steaming sweet potato and presented it before Tan Yu, its enchanting aroma coaxing her head out from the fish and meat. "What is this?" she inquired. "Sweet potato." "What? Did you think I meant to harm you?" "I would never." Tan Yu's cheeks flushed slightly. If earlier she had been completely submissive to Su Yuan's healing, their recent exchange had rendered her internally subdued as well. "Ouch, it's hot, hot, hot. You truly intend to harm me? Fool, who told you to take a bite? Spit it out quickly, or you'll burn your mouth." "Why should I? I want tea." The sweet, soft, and glutinous flavor made Tan Yu's ears perk up with excitement, and she promptly swallowed the piece of sweet potato she had bitten into. Her previously shy and flushed face was now entirely reddened from the heat, and after swallowing, she lunged towards the sweet potato in Su Yuan's hand once more. Ah, fool. You bit my hand. Chapter 50. The mysterious disappearance of food as night fell. Only a few campfires flickered in the encampment. The snow huts no longer required the inhabitants to huddle together as they once did, however. Most of the beast girls still preferred to share a hut in pairs or threes, finding warmth in each other's company during the chilly nights. Su Yuan returned to his small wooden cabin, the very first structure erected in the camp, now his humble abode. A small wooden bed, adorned with a thick layer of animal hide blankets, occupied one corner, while a modest wooden box, crafted by his own hands just days prior, sat in the center. Though its exterior lacked aesthetic appeal, it was a testament to Su Yuan's dedication. In one corner of the cabin lay an assortment of tools and unfinished projects, remnants of his industrious spirit. These fruits, perhaps, could be utilized for brewing? Su Yuan poured the bulrush fruits he had gathered during the day into the wooden box, their vibrant forms mingling with an assortment of wild berries he had foraged. The system had confirmed that these were harmless, ordinary fruits, devoid of any special properties. After organizing the bountiful harvest, Su Yuan reclined on his bed. The tribe's needs for sustenance and shelter had been met, and he surmised he would not need to exert himself overly in the coming days. Tomorrow, he would focus on crafting a wooden barrel, wondering if those fruits could effectively seal it. Creak. The door of the wooden cabin emitted a soft sound as someone entered, their delicate face illuminated by the faint glow of the campfire. Cat Knight, are you unable to sleep again? Su Yuan recognized her, unfazed by her intrusion into his room. Among the beast girls in the camp, she was one of the most active at night, struggling to rise in the morning yet restless when evening fell, a true night owl. Su Yuan, let us go take a bath. Cough, it's rather late, and venturing out now would be too perilous. Su Yuan was taken aback that she remembered their earlier conversation. Cat Knight, usually fickle in her interests, had evidently been preoccupied with this notion all day. Huh? But I really want to go. Otherwise, I want to be able to sleep, she protested, her face a portrait of reluctance as she leapt onto Su Yuan's bed, nearly toppling over due to the cabin's modest size. His bed was even smaller than those in his dormitory during his school days. Keep your voice down. Don't wake everyone, he urged, quickly restraining her. The tribe had watchmen stationed each night, and if they were to hear any commotion, believing it to be a sign of danger, the imagined chaos was too dreadful to contemplate. Listen to me, we can forego the bath. But you must remain quiet and not disturb anyone, understood? Really? Okay. Cat Knight promises not to wake anyone. That night, by the campfire, a white rabbit and several gentle beast girls gathered, intrigued as they observed the small tools in the rabbit's hands. White Rabbit. This needle is so convenient for sewing animal hides. It's far more effective than a fishbone. Indeed, and there is this. The White Rabbit diligently instructed several young beast girls who had followed along, never anticipating that one day she would impart the knowledge bestowed upon her by her mother to others. All right, pay close attention. Previously, Su Yuan asked us to assist in crafting some quivers, which consist of 2 pieces of beast skin sewn together. Be extremely cautious not to make the opening too large. What sound is that? Just as she spoke, her keen rabbit ears detected some peculiar noises, a creaking would sound accompanied by faint mews of a cat. Ah, that hurts. While she was perplexedly observing her surroundings, one of the young beast girls accidentally pricked her finger, and crimson blood immediately oozed out, causing the White Rabbit to panic. Be careful, do not injure yourself. Su Yuan told me that if a finger bleeds, holding it in your mouth for a while will stop the bleeding. The White Rabbit gently bit the young beast girl's bleeding finger, and before long, only a small red dot remained. Impressive. It truly has stopped bleeding. The White Rabbit beamed as she saw everyone staring at her in awe, prompting her to chuckle. All right. Now watch me as I demonstrate once more. On the following day, as the sun rose high in the sky, Long and her companions had already ventured to the icy lake to fish. Recently, the fish had grown cleverer, necessitating more time to catch the same quantity as before. Bang, bang, bang. Which? This is not good. The little dried fish in the camp has vanished. The morning door was knocked upon, prompting Su Yuan to instinctively wrap himself tighter in his blanket. Cat Knight was still sound asleep, fatigue evident on his face. Let me see what's going on. It was surprising that something could go missing in the camp. The tribe's food supply was substantial, stored separately in caves, with most kept in individual snow houses. Meow, is it morning? No worries. You sleep on. You can wake up for breakfast when you're hungry. Su Yuan gently ruffled Cat Knight's little head, feeling invigorated for another day of solving cases. Dressing quickly, he noted that the red fox had already awakened, busy counting the tribe's provisions in the cave. How much food is missing? Could it be that wild beasts came last night? The loss of food was not overly concerning. After all, he possessed thousands of points, sufficient to sustain a tribe of 50. However, he needed to address the issue of theft. Approximately 4 or 5 frozen fish are missing, and the footprints appear to be human. Humans? Indeed. Look at these footprints. They seem to have been made last night. Moreover, the white rabbit mentioned hearing strange noises while she was on night watch. Su Yuan felt perplexed. None of the beast girls in the tribe were starving. With fewer members in the tribe, he advocated for shared food, uniting the entire tribe as one family. Thus, it was unlikely that a hungry beast girl would sneak in at night to steal food. The white rabbit mentioned that it was shortly after they had fallen asleep when strange cat sounds were heard in the camp. It was likely that members of the cat clan had come to pilfer from their tribe. Ahem, it remains uncertain for now. Perhaps it was merely the nighttime musings of the cats. The feline cries at that hour surely do not signal a thief. Su Yuan swiftly interrupted the words of the red fox and devised a plan to catch the intruder. Red fox, for the next few days, reassure everyone not to worry. You and I shall set a trap here and inform everyone, aside from you, that no one else is permitted to enter. A trap? The red fox inquired, somewhat perplexed. Originally, her plan was to follow the remaining footprints in the snow to locate the culprits, but it seems Su Yuan had conceived a superior strategy. Thus, she abandoned her own thoughts, realizing that after a night had passed, it would be rather challenging to find the footprints left by the thieves. Well, I will teach you and Fox 9 how to proceed shortly. For now, keep this matter to ourselves. We shall reveal it only after we have apprehended the miscreants. Chapter 51. Traps and wooden barriers. The matter of the missing food was temporarily brushed aside by the red fox. Before long, she arrived at the cave with Fox 9, who observed that Su Yuan had gathered some branches and ropes. Su Yuan, are you going to create something called a trap? Fox 9's eyes sparkled with excitement. Following Su Yuan, she felt she would learn many things. Recently, they had been studying wooden barrels, and now her sister had mentioned traps. Indeed, a trap is set in advance at a certain location, waiting for the enemy to fall into it. For instance, you could dig a large pit in the snow, cover it with a layer of animal hide, and then place a layer of snow on top. Can you guess what would happen if the enemy approached? Without hesitation, Fox 9 exclaimed, they would definitely fall in. I understand. However, she soon became troubled, gazing at the hard stone floor of the cave. But the cave has a stone floor. We can't dig a large pit. That was just one type of trap. I will create a trap that does not require digging. The simple slipknot trap was not particularly challenging. Su Yuan, after observing the cave-esque structure for a moment, quickly devised a trap specifically designed to catch would-be thieves. The trap I am teaching you can also be used in the wild to catch small animals. When Rong and the others go fishing, you can set up traps nearby to catch wild beasts. First, he selected a slender branch, whose type was unknown but possessed good resilience. By tying a rope to its head and applying pressure, it could easily ensnare an unsuspecting target. The other end of the rope was secured on the opposite side of the cave, using a fine line specially exchanged from the system's shop, making it nearly invisible against the wall. Finally, he wedged the branch at the cave's entrance, covering it with snow, and fashioned a knot with the line above it. Once someone dislodged the branch, the rope would tighten and ensnare their leg. Beholding his creation, Su Yuan's eyes glimmered mischievously as he turned to the somewhat bewildered Fox 9. Little Fox 9, would you like to give it a try? Is that all right? Fox 9 felt a twinge of excitement, having listened to Su Yuan's explanation, yet remained unsure of how it would actually ensnare someone. With a triumphant demeanor, Su Yuan nudged Fox 9 towards the trap. It's perfectly fine. This trap can be reset after being triggered. Go on, give it a shot. The red fox, too, was curious, standing by to observe Fox 9 closely. Well, okay then. Fox 9 approached the trap, her expression laden with confusion. The height of the branch reached her calf. She would undoubtedly brush against it unless she consciously lifted her foot. Crack. The moment she cautiously nudged the branch, the small block wedged against the cave wall lost its support and immediately retracted, the line ensnaring Fox 9 and hoisting her upwards. Caught off guard, Fox 9 was suddenly left hanging. Had it not been for Su Yuan's quick reflexes, she would have collided intimately with the cave wall. Are you all right? Su Yuan hastily untied the delicate threads binding her ankle and gently lifted the little fox, Hujio, into her arms. The small creature, slightly dazed from being yanked earlier, was just beginning to regain her composure. I'm fine now. I think I understand. The threads contracted too swiftly, even though I was aware. It was difficult to react in time, and I ended up suspended upside down over the Shandong. It seems effective, sighed the red fox beside her, somewhat helpless. However, the limitations of such traps are significant. It is challenging to implement them on ordinary snowfields. Yet, in my previous tribe, they were quite useful. Fujio continued to observe as Su Yuan restored the trap, her little ears perking up at her sister's sigh, her fluffy tail sweeping across the cave floor. Su Yuan. What if there are no supporting structures on either side in the wild? The wilderness? It's far too easy to be discovered there. However, if you wish to catch some wild beasts, you can simply insert 2 wooden sticks on either side. Then scatter some food nearby to lure the prey into triggering the trap. This kind of trap is only effective against certain wild animals. If faced with a clever adversary or a large magical beast, the tension of the sticks might snap before they even engage. How impressive. Su Yuan understands everything. I must try it right away. Without waiting for Su Yuan to call her back, the little fox dashed outside, rallying a few companions to get to work. Why is she always in such a rush? Ah, right, Red Fox, let us construct some enclosures around the tribe. Otherwise, we won't even know when someone enters the camp. Su Yuan had previously been too preoccupied with food and shelter to remember this matter. A tribe without defined boundaries would be vulnerable to nighttime raids, leaving them unaware of thefts. Enclosures? Noticing the puzzled expression on the Red Fox's face, Su Yuan felt a surge of curiosity. Could it be that even in this primitive society, territorial enclosures have yet to emerge? We could simply use some wood to surround the camp, leaving only one entrance. This way, if someone enters the tribe, we would be alerted. Haven't you done this before? Before? We always sought a cave or tree hollow. Our previous camp was situated within an abandoned boulder. We needed the wood for fire. And in a tribe without shamans, we wouldn't waste time chopping down trees. The Red Fox provided a brief explanation. And Su Yuan began to understand that constructing enclosures in this heavy snowfall was indeed unnecessary, as everyone either resided together in a cave or sought shelter in separate tree hollows. After all the effort spent crafting wooden tools, building an enclosure would be challenging, especially with the constant threat of blizzards. It might be destroyed shortly after completion. Nevertheless, it is essential not only to deter others from entering the camp, but also to guide any lost beast girls back. More importantly, such a structure would unite everyone, providing a sense of security. Even if a wild beast were to charge in, it would create a significant commotion beforehand. There are plenty of trees nearby, if necessary. We can venture up the mountain to procure some. Very well, I shall inform everyone. After a moment of contemplation, the Red Fox ultimately acquiesced to Su Yuan's plan for the enclosure. Although she was unaware of its purpose, there were countless unknowns associated with Su Yuan. As long as it did not jeopardize the well-being of the tribe, she would unconditionally support him, this individual who brought vitality and hope to their community. There's no need for that. I will inform Lion and Fox C. They are still unclear on how to construct the enclosure. By the way, once it's completed, you should cover the traps with some accumulated snow. It may require your effort in the dead of night, so if you hear any commotion, please come and check. The Red Fox watched as Su Yuan sprinted towards the training grounds, a smile gracing her face. Since the attack, or rather since she had assumed the role of shaman, she had not smiled like this. The daily provisions of the camp, the living conditions of her kin, and the care for those returning from hunts, all responsibilities had burdened her since her mother vanished from the tribe. For the sake of the tribe's survival, she had to bury her longing for her mother and the desire to search for her deep within her heart. Mother, the tribe can now be entrusted to Su Yuan. Once he leads us to rescue our kin, I will set forth to find you. Wait for me. Chapter 52. The prototype of the tribal camp, is this sufficient? Su Yuan inquired. Husi sharpened both ends of a tree root and plunged it into the frozen earth after clearing away the accumulated snow. Despite her seemingly slender frame, Husi possessed considerable strength. The wooden stake was quickly embedded into the ground. Unless a particularly fierce blizzard struck, it would be nearly impossible to dislodge it. Ah, splendid. Just like this. Bang. Just as Su Yuan nodded in satisfaction, a loud crash resonated from beside him, sending shards of earth splattering onto his person. Cough, 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 spit, spit, spit. What just transpired? Su Yuan, I have completed my task as well. Lion declared, mimicking Husi by driving a tree trunk into the ground. The 2 to 3 meter long trunk was nearly buried halfway into the frozen soil. Indeed, Lion's competitive spirit had been ignited once again, though her aloof countenance remained expressionless. Pride gleamed in her eyes as she observed Husi merely embedding a small section. Lion, it is unnecessary to drive it so deep. As long as the height is consistent, it should suffice. If it is too low, it may be easily scaled by adversaries. Huh? The beast women practicing archery in the camp joined the endeavor of driving wooden stakes into the ground. The area Su Yuan had designated was not overly expansive, encompassing only the snow shelters of the beast women and a few restrooms tucked away in a corner. The available timber within the camp was limited, and some needed to be reserved for kindling. Thus, they merely encircled the area around the cave with a semicircle of stakes. The surrounding young beast women were drawn to the activity, witnessing the vast expanse of white snow gradually being replaced by brown wooden posts. Their earlier unease from the previous attack dissipating somewhat. Master Su Yuan, do we not need to fill this spot? The final section adjacent to the mountain wall had been intentionally left vacant by Su Yuan, approximately 3 to 4 meters wide and quite conspicuous. No need. We must conserve some wood for the fire. I can promptly go chop some more. Observing the enthusiasm of Husi and Lion, Su Yuan quietly gathered them into a small circle, then whispered, "Previously, we have yet to identify the thief responsible for the disappearance of the tribe's food. This gap is reserved for that individual. Once we capture them, we will seal this area off. By the way, let us not disclose this to everyone just yet. Although the thief is not one of our tribe, they are aware of where we store our food and must be lurking nearby. If we let slip any information, we may lose the chance to catch this food pilferer." Husi immediately adopted a serious demeanor, furrowing her brow as she earnestly replied, "Understood. I will keep watch tonight. If anyone approaches, I will capture her immediately. Yes, I shall seize her as well." Lion affirmed, her expression grave. Given her demeanor, one might suspect that any intruder would first face her wrath. That won't be necessary. I've set traps in the cave. As soon as we hear a commotion from within, we will know the thief has been apprehended. Rest assured. Remember to inform Long and the others shortly. We wouldn't want them to lose their way to the camp. Su Yuan harbored concerns that Long and the Land of Death had never encountered such a device. A careless kick could easily shatter the wooden barrier, leading to dire consequences. Once he had clarified matters, Su Yuan returned to the camp with the others. At that moment, the beast maidens gathered around him, their adorable eyes gleaming with curiosity. "What is this, witch? Why must we drive wood into the ground?" The babble of voices did not irritate Su Yuan. After all, he was greeted by a multitude of beautiful faces, each adorned with expressions of innocent curiosity that only enhanced their charm. From now on, you need not worry about enemy incursions. This is the camp's palisade. The spikes atop it will injure anyone who attempts to breach it. Therefore, if you wish to venture outside, you must pass through that grand gate. Upon learning that it was for their safety, the beast maidens beamed with smiles. Su Yuan, flattered by their praise, felt a flush creeping to his cheeks. Had it not been for their affectionate embrace, he might have floated away in delight, having attended to the palisade. It was nearly afternoon when Su Yuan returned to his quaint wooden abode. Cat Knight had awakened, lazily stretching upon the bed. Her snow-white skin was revealed as the fur blanket slipped away, and a chill from outside made her shiver, prompting her to burrow back under the covers. "How are you? Are you all right? You were up for most of the night." Had Su Yuan not exchanged for another blue spirit drink to enhance his vitality, he might still be in a deep slumber. "It's quite comfortable, Su Yuan. Perhaps tonight." "Stop. Tonight, you must tend to Cat Bai. Her health is frail, and it is too cold for her to sleep alone in the snow hut." Su Yuan hastily devised an excuse. After all, he was still in the cool-down period of his abilities. As a wise leader, he was determined to reclaim the original camp for the Star Tribe and even to vanquish the various tribes of the wild snow plains, consolidating all tribal forces. He could not afford to squander his thoughts on such indulgences. At the very least, he would postpone it for a day. "Very well then. Tomorrow you shall return." Observing Cat Knight don her fur attire and depart from his small wooden cabin, Su Yuan reclined back onto his bed with a sense of melancholy. The blanket still bore an odd odor, yet in this frigid climate, frequent washing was not feasible. Fortunately, the predominant scent was that of Cat Knight, a gentle fragrance reminiscent of sun-dried cotton, imbued with a soothing quality that alleviated fatigue. At last, he could brew wine. But how was one to construct a wooden barrel? Previously, he had merely mentioned to Fox 9 that wood could be fashioned not only into houses but also into barrels akin to clay pots. Now, however, faced with the task, he found himself perplexed by the intricacies of barrel making. While he could construct a wooden dwelling based on his past experiences, the risk of collapse loomed large. Yet, this was far preferable to being utterly lost on how to even begin crafting a barrel. "Oh, all-knowing Doraemon, is there a method for making barrels available in the shop?" The evolution of barrels has been meticulously cataloged in various tomes, such as The History of Barrel Evolution and An Appreciation of Wooden Barrel Art, each requiring a certain number of points for acquisition. The system's marketplace appears to be showcasing a plethora of items related to wood and barrels, seemingly at random. However, my intent was to explore crafting methods, so I opted to exchange for the memory of barrel making. Upon receiving this memory, a frown replaced the smile on Su Yuan's face. Crafting a simple wooden barrel is indeed a straightforward task, easily accomplished by connecting a few wooden pieces with traditional joinery techniques. However, the creation of a sealed barrel suitable for brewing is a far more intricate endeavor. Far from the simplistic notion of merely constructing a barrel and applying a layer of oil for completion, the rudimentary tools at his disposal, contained within a dilapidated wooden box, are woefully insufficient for the task of crafting a sealed barrel. Feeling frustrated, he contemplated whether there might exist in this world a plant akin to bamboo. Bamboo's natural hollow structure allows for simplicity, drilling a hole and sealing it would suffice. Yet, the primary drawback lies in bamboo's limited capacity. This notion was swiftly dismissed by Su Yuan. His objective is to elevate the civilization of the Star Tribe. If he were to consistently resort to rudimentary solutions when faced with challenges, the tribe's development would surely veer off course. Thus, if there is a glimmer of hope in realizing this endeavor, it warrants pursuit. After all, the likelihood of discovering bamboo in this frigid wilderness seems exceedingly slim. Alas. Chapter 53. The Trap Hunting Squad. The matter of crafting wooden barrels had to be temporarily set aside. As night approached, Long and her companions returned to the camp, dragging various sizes of fish behind them. Lord Su Yuan, lately, there hasn't been much luck fishing at the ice lake. Our haul today consists of merely these. Long expressed with a hint of guilt on her face. The team had only managed to catch about 20 fish, none particularly large. Do not worry. I anticipated this outcome earlier, Su Yuan reassured her. To still catch over 20 fish is commendable, considering the limited capacity of the ice lake and the fact that the fish have developed a sense of danger. Starting tomorrow, we will reduce the number of people fishing at the ice lake by half. For now, you should join Husi to practice archery. We have a sufficient supply of food for the time being. Staying in this frozen wilderness is not sustainable. We must ensure that more individuals learn archery. Though Long's prowess surpasses that of Husi, she still cannot compete with Shur in terms of strength. Well, very well then, Long acquiesced, a tinge of concern for their food supply lingering in her mind. However, since Su Yuan had spoken, she felt obliged to comply with his directive. That night, after dinner, the Xingqian tribe remained quite busy. The ice spike spiders they had hunted earlier had been processed by Bai Tu and her companions. Piles of blue limbs were stacked in the corner by the wooden posts, while Ji and a few friends were playing with the remains of the ice spike spiders. Red Fruit Warrior, I shall show no mercy. I am here to protect my companions behind me, Ji declared, gripping a segment of an ice spike spider's leg with a serious expression, staring intently at an adorable little beast girl with folded ears across from her. Ji, that thing is quite dangerous. Perhaps we should stop playing with it? The little folded-eared beast girl looked apprehensively at the spider corpses. A piece of blue carapace shield awkwardly clutched in her hands. Red Fruit Warrior, please refer to me as Ji Warrior. A true warrior does not fear the remains of these small creatures. Su Yuan approached from behind Ji, observing her solemn declaration before carefully removing the spider leg from her hands. Ji Warrior, that could injure your companions. Which? Su Yuan. The surrounding little beast girls gathered around. These small creatures were quite young, and even the tallest among them, Ji, barely reached Su Yuan's chest. What about Bai Tu and the others? Bai Tu and her sister took the meat of the large spider. Su Yuan recalled that Bai Tu and her companions had indeed extracted meat from the ice spike spiders, though he remembered that there wasn't much to be had. Previously, Husi had brought back the spiders primarily for weapon crafting. Su Yuan could also exchange the bodies of these ice spike spiders for points. Otherwise, the meager amount of meat wouldn't suffice for even one meal for the tribe, making the effort to haul them back a waste of time. Su Yuan, quickly release Ji Warrior. Her little belly is catching a cold draft. At that moment, Ji, who was being held, shivered as Su Yuan's embrace had lifted her fur coat slightly, exposing her soft, pale belly to the chilling wind. My apologies. Su Yuan hastily set her down, and Ji quickly adjusted her clothing upon landing. At this moment, Su Yuan approached, and instead of continuing her previous role-playing game, she embraced him, her face adorned with a pleading expression. Su Yuan, could you possibly treat us to some delicious food? Perhaps meat soup? Didn't we just have fish soup? Aren't we still hungry? With the advent of pottery and the tribe, boiling water and making soup had become exceedingly convenient. For dinner, in addition to the rather dry roasted fish, the Beast Girls would also prepare some fish soup to enjoy. Not meat soup. Cat Knight mentioned that you once gave her compressed biscuits. She said they were delicious. Compressed biscuits? It was not unexpected that Gigi was referring to the compressed food they had during their initial meal together. It was quite surprising that she remembered. Gigi, what are compressed biscuits? Can we eat them too? The other little Beast Girls nearby fixated on Su Yuan, resembling a group of eager kittens awaiting their meal. Of course you can, but first, you must complete a task for me. A few packets of compressed biscuits were worth only a handful of points. Yet Su Yuan needed to assign some tasks to the little Beast Girls. Otherwise, they would just be clinging to the ice spider's leg, and an accident could easily occur. The Gigi warrior, promised to complete the task. Beside her, the red-eared Beast Girl, Hongguo, blushed and mimicked Gigi's stance. Raising her head towards Su Yuan and declared, Hongguo also promises to complete the task. What could exhaust the energy of these little Beast Girls without being overly dangerous? Su Yuan pondered for a moment and decided to assign them the trap-setting task he had previously given to Fox 9. After all, it was simply a matter of setting up the traps and waiting for the prey to arrive. I will teach you a method to catch prey, and tomorrow you can have Lion Sister take you out to hunt. Oh, and make sure to take those plump wolves out for some exercise. He had forgotten those tamed wolves during the last hunt, and now, with their needs fully met at the camp, they were on the verge of becoming lazy, spending their days merely eating and sleeping. No longer did they experience the feast or famine existence of the past, nor did they need to search for a warm place to rest. Reflecting on the quality of life now, it felt as if they had transcended the previous struggles of being wolves. Hunting. Can I join the hunt too? Upon hearing the word hunting, Gigi's eyes immediately sparkled with excitement. She truly was the daughter of Long, able to sneak into Su Yuan's previous location to steal food. Her vitality was abundant. Not hunting. Come over here. Su Yuan found an open space, crouched down, and began to clear the snow above. Using the shell of the ice spider, he dug a small pit in the ground. Compared to making a fishing line trap with branches, this method was considerably simpler and would be easier for these little Beast Girls to learn, as not every Beast Girl possessed the cleverness of Fox 9. Tomorrow, you will go outside, find some spots to dig pits, cover them with animal skins, then place a layer of snow on top, and finally, put some food on it. Su Yuan created a simple pit trap, measuring only about 10 centimeters across, and once covered with snow, it appeared quite ordinary. When the animals come to partake in the food, they will inevitably fall, allowing you to capture them. This method is significantly simpler than a rope snare. A few small Beast Girls quickly grasped the concept and, filled with newfound energy, were indeed plotting to venture out of the camp under the guidance of Gigi. Stop! Stop! It's far too perilous outside at this hour. We shall venture out tomorrow morning instead. By the way, this is a reward I have prepared for you in advance. Su Yuan promptly exchanged 10 points for a piece of red date-flavored compressed biscuit and handed it to Gigi. No. Gigi the warrior has not yet completed the shaman's task and cannot receive the reward. This reasoning held little credibility, as the little chinchilla's keen sense of smell had already detected the alluring aroma of the red date biscuit, and saliva was nearly dripping on his Su Yuan's hand. Chapter 54. The shaman bestows the power of awakening very well. Here is a reward for you. If you manage to catch a prey, you shall receive a cookie. Thus, the little warrior known as Gigi eagerly accepted the task. Without delay, Gigi seized the cookie and divided the palm-sized delicacy into several pieces for her companions. It is worth noting that even a child like Gigi possesses remarkable strength in this world. She effortlessly broke apart such a thick cookie. In contrast, in the world of my past life, even Su Yuan would struggle to break an apple, and in a fit of rage, could only express his frustration before resorting to a knife. Delicious. The sweet flavor caused the small Beast Girls to wag their tails excitedly. Although this sweetness did not surpass some fruits they had tasted, it softened delightfully in their mouths as it mingled with their saliva, filling their mouths with an even more delectable aroma. All right, you should rest early so that you can complete my task tomorrow. Okay, good night, shaman. Having finally dealt with this lively group, Su Yuan and the others emerged from the cave and approached the carcass of the ice spike spider. Su Yuan, White Rabbit, do you have any use for these remains? If not, I plan to trade them as today's 10 transactions, Su Yuan replied, noting the scattered pieces of the carcass, which would surely suffice for a week's worth of usage. Alas, they were initially useful, but Sister Lei Yin was captured by the Black Sheep tribe, and no one can process these remains. Lei Yin? Sister Lei Yin was responsible for crafting weapons for the tribe. Most of the stone axes and bone knives used by Sister Shishur and the others were made by her. However, that day, she stood bravely at the back to protect everyone. Upon mentioning the Black Sheep tribe, a shadow of sorrow crossed White Rabbit's face. Su Yuan gently stroked her drooping rabbit ears, the ticklish sensation bringing her back to her senses. Fear not, as long as she is alive. We shall return to the frozen wasteland and rescue her. I believe in you, Su Yuan. Since the spider parts were of no use, Su Yuan chose not to be courteous any longer and swiftly traded several sizable carcass pieces with the system. Isn't this material capable of being fashioned into weapons without the system? Su Yuan pondered, gazing at the ice spike spider leg in his hand. He envisioned attaching it to a wooden stick to create a spear. However, this was evidently a far cry from the weapons available in the System-S marketplace. The spears there appeared far more impressive than a mere spider leg affixed to a stick. System, do you possess any memories or blueprints for crafting such magical materials? Please unlock the Level 2 marketplace. Understood. It seems that the Level 2 marketplace holds more than just modern weaponry. It may even feature magical weapons. At that time, with my prowess in both magical and physical disciplines, capturing a mere shaman, rumored to be extraordinary, would be effortless. However, to unlock the Level 2 marketplace, to what stage must tribal civilization develop? The Iron Age? Or perhaps transforming the tribe into a small town? Surely, I am not expected to advance to the age of steam. Exchanging for a steam engine from the system marketplace poses no significant challenge, however. Transforming this primitive tribe of beast women from their rudimentary society into one characterized by steam-powered industry within a few short years is indeed a formidable task. Even if the esteemed father of the steam engine, were to arrive, it would be of little assistance. Presently, even the simplest wooden barrel faces numerous trials, let alone a steam engine. Let us cast aside such thoughts and retire for the night. Once the tribes of the desolate snow plains are unified, I shall equip every warrior with iron armor and battle blades, and with hundreds of archers raining down arrows. Would any foe dare to defeat us? This night was particularly serene. Without the company of Cat Knight, the chill of solitude was palpable. Yet, a great leader must not allow trivial concerns to distract from their purpose. What? Fear of weakness? Such a notion is utterly unfounded. The following morning, the raucous little beast women sought out Lioness. Upon learning that it was a task from Su Yuan, Lioness set aside her bow aimed at the snowman. Come now. You must not run amok. Yes, Sister Lioness, rest assured, we are on a mission for the great shaman, not for play. We shall not stray. Red Fruit Warriors. I entrust you to lead, while I remain vigilant for lurking dangers. The small face beneath the red leather cap flushed slightly as she cast a glance at the aloof Lioness and boldly responded, Yes, we will ensure the task is accomplished. Lioness looked upon these adorable little ones, unknowingly allowing a slight smile to curve her lips. By the way, Su Yuan the shaman mentioned that those plump wolves must also accompany us for the hunt. A few white wolves seemed to sense the focus upon them, licking their disheveled fur and opening their eyes, now appearing far less menacing than before. It was indeed time to stir them into action. Lioness approached and nudged the creatures. Aside from Su Yuan, the snow wolves harbored a healthy fear of Lioness, and in an instant, several stood to attention. Come now, we are off to hunt. Although reluctant, the gaze of Lioness compelled the snow wolves to shake off their unkempt fur and hastily follow her lead. With her departure alongside the little beast women, the space was filled by another presence, Long. Today's fishing expedition was entrusted to Xiao Man and a man unless they encounter an awakened warrior. Few could stand against the formidable duo of a bear maiden and an enormous white bear. Archery is simple, flatten your body. The morning within the tribe brimmed with vitality, sunlight pouring over the camp. Even Cat Knight, usually the most slothful during the day, awakened, now seated by the fire, enjoying roasted fish with several little beast women. Beside her, Cat White appeared revitalized, grilling fish meat. Is Su Yuan truly different from us? Indeed, Cat Knight. I have personally confirmed this. It must be a unique ability of the shaman. Mother told me that shamans possess extraordinary powers that can elevate ordinary individuals into awakened warriors. The surrounding beast women cast envious glances, for awakened warriors wield power and prestige within the tribe, second only to the shaman. Cat Knight, I envy you. It seems you have been blessed by the shaman. Soon, you shall become an awakened warrior, shall you not? I, too, yearn for the witch's blessing. Yet, I fear I may lack the merit. Sitting not far away, the rebellious you scoffed, wearing an air of indifference, though her grip on the fish meat was fiercely tight. What is so remarkable? I shall soon become an awakened warrior myself, muttering under her breath. Her gaze inadvertently drifted towards the quaint wooden cabin nearby. Although Su Yuan was awake, he remained confined within. Rebellious you, if you don't eat soon, your food will grow cold. We still have archery practice ahead, Bai Yu remarked, savoring a delightful bite of fish. These days have been nothing short of splendid. Not only is there meat to enjoy, but also the comfort of sleeping in a warm snow lodge. No longer must I endure hunger and the bitter cold. A luxury unheard of in the Black Sheep tribe. Even in the desolate snowfields, there were times when no game could be found, leaving everyone to suffer the pangs of hunger or scavenge for wild fruits and grasses. Some familiar wild fruits were tolerable, but those unknown could lead to dire consequences if fortunate. One might escape unscathed, yet if unlucky, the aftermath would feel as if one's belly were being sliced by a knife. Mind your own business. I know what I'm doing. Casting a glance at Bai Yu, and Yu, who were happily feasting on roasted fish. Rebellious Yu fortified her resolve and promptly stuffed the crumpled fish meat into her mouth. The scene from not long ago, when the members of the Black Sheep tribe were driven away, flashed in her mind. At that time, she could only stand quietly behind the chief. Even if it means enduring discomfort, I will compel Su Yuan to bestow upon me the power of awakening. For only then can I rescue the Black Sheep and everyone else. Chapter 55, The Great Pit-Digging Operation. He-ho, my fellow warriors of the Crimson Fruit. Let us exert ourselves, for we are on the verge of completing our first trap. Amidst a vast expanse of snow, Ji and her companions busily excavated a deep pit in the snow. The sturdy shovel that Su Yuan had previously exchanged for the lioness is being wielded with great vigor by her. However, Ji, doesn't this pit seem excessively large? The Crimson Fruit warrior gazes at the considerable depth of the pit that Ji has dug, nearly a meter deep. Further digging could very well bury their heads. Lord Su Yuan seeks prey. We cannot simply capture any small creatures. It must be as grand as that green-haired pig we encountered before. The lioness sits perched on a nearby rock, holding on to several plump wolves, ever vigilant of their surroundings. With this group of little ones, she cannot afford to be careless. Upon hearing Ji's words, her composure falters. That green-haired pig had posed a significant challenge even for her mother, Long. It is noteworthy that such a beast, measuring around 2 meters, is considered a medium-sized predator, typically requiring 3 or 4 seasoned warriors from a tribe without awakened fighters to confront. To think that this little one's target today is such a formidable creature. Sister Lioness, I'll need your help later to lift it out. I plan to dig a bit deeper. Ji pokes her head out of the pit, her face and hair dusted with soil from the excavation. Indeed. But what will you do if a large prey falls in? Ji initially intended for the lioness to assist in the killing, but as a warrior, how could she burden others? This task was assigned to her by Su Yuan. After pondering for a while, even her companions paused, curiously observing Ji, who was lost in thought with her brows furrowed. Ji, why don't we capture some snow hares? This pit could also ensnare snow deer and snow sheep. The Crimson Fruit warrior tugged at Ji's sleeve. Instantly, a spark of inspiration ignited in Ji's eyes. Eureka! Yesterday, Su Yuan had crafted some sharp wooden stakes to plant around the camp. If I were to fill the pit with these sharp stakes, any prey that falls in would be impaled. At that point, the warrior Ji would merely need to wait for it to bleed out before easily capturing it. This idea is indeed quite clever. The lioness was taken aback. After contemplating for a moment, she realized that this strategy could be effective, not only for the prey but also for anyone who might inadvertently step into it. She hadn't anticipated that Ji would be so astute, devising a method to tackle large prey based on Su Yuan's wooden barricades. Then hurry and dig. I shall take you nearby to practice archery and hunt. The lioness found herself intrigued by Ji's trap. However, one must always practice archery when venturing out, for who knows what additional gains may arise. This endeavor would surely alleviate some of Su Yuan's food consumption. Archery. Splendid. The matter of the bow and arrow is well known among the beast girls in the tribe, and Ji and her companions are fully aware of it as well. Each day, they observe Husi and her team practicing in the training grounds outside the camp. However, wielding the bow and arrow proves to be quite arduous for them, as their short little arms cannot even fully draw the string. Of course, should they learn to emulate Nez's technique of using his feet to support the bow, they might manage to draw it, though hitting the target would be an entirely different matter. A few small beast girls excitedly completed their first trap, laying a prepared layer of animal skin over it, with wooden stakes securing the corners to prevent snow accumulation or small creatures from collapsing it. The bait consists of a roasted fish, about the size of an arm. Gigi and her friends dug 3 such pits in total, marking each one with a stone to avoid accidentally falling in when they returned. Let us proceed. The expanse of the icy wilderness is vast, a sea of white that easily leads one astray. Thus Lion refrained from venturing too far with the little ones. After navigating a path, Gigi and her companions followed Lion into a snow-laden forest, the same direction they had taken during their last hunt. Nearby, they could see a towering mountain. Finding the snow forest would lead them to the camp through the snow-capped peaks. Red fruit warriors, grass warriors. This is your reward. You performed excellently on the recent task. Gigi produced a few vibrant fruits from her pocket. In this snowy glade, they could still find some edible fruits on a few trees. Can we eat this? Gigi nodded confidently and took a bite of one for herself. Fear not. My nose assures me this is consumable. Oh, it's so sour. Just as she prepared to spit it out, Lion's expression immediately turned serious. She crouched down and covered Gigi's mouth, forcing her to swallow the uneaten fruit. The tart juice returned to her mouth, leaving Gigi's face pale. Yet upon seeing Lion's grave demeanor, she could only endure the discomfort and crouch down hastily. Do not make a sound. Follow closely. Although Lion typically preferred to hunt alone, she recognized the necessity of training some new warriors for the tribe. If Gigi and her friends could become warriors, it would aid in their quest for vengeance. Yes, we will remain silent. Gigi discarded the half-eaten fruit and stealthily followed Lion forward, inching closer to observe the creature ahead. The white fur rippled in the cold wind, the robust body appearing to measure around 2 meters, crowned with a pair of gleaming white horns that seemed formidable. The creature was currently gnawing on its prey on the ground, the vivid red blood stark against the snow. A snow crystal ox. Lion quickly lowered her head and urged the curious little ones to do the same. The nearby snow wolves had not lost their wild instincts. Upon catching sight of the large creature, they too lowered their bodies, baring their teeth, with their tails tucked cautiously between their legs. This creature is known as the snow crystal ox, possessing remarkably thick skin and a sharp sense of awareness. Any slightest disturbance will undoubtedly capture its attention. Sister Lion, shall we advance? I inquired, suggesting that we ambush from another side. Sister Lion swiftly shook her head. No, this beast's white crystal horn is particularly perilous. Many shamans from larger tribes craft their staffs and tribal weapons from its white crystalline horn. A mere strike from this creature's horn could pierce through an enemy's body. Then, should we return and inform everyone? Gigi expressed her urgency. Such a substantial piece of meat could sustain the tribe for quite some time. And if Sister Lion could help capture such a bounteous prey, Su Yuan would surely reward her. Do not fret, let us first dig a large pit here. Food is exceedingly scarce in this icy expanse, and this creature will undoubtedly charge at us the moment it sees us. All right, warrior Gigi, vow to accomplish this task. Digging pits is my forte. I have already excavated 3 myself. The little ones immediately sprang into action, utilizing a smaller piece of beast skin remaining in their bags to camouflage a hole over 1 meter wide. While it may not be sufficient to prevent the snow crystal ox from falling in, as long as it can be ensnared, Sister Lion will be able to handle the creature on her own. Chapter 56. The craft of barrel making. Before long, the pitfall trap was completed, and Gigi and her companions were instructed to conceal themselves among the trees. In the snowy forest, only Shir remained, accompanied by a few snow wolves. Although the wolves were undeniably intimidated by the snow crystal bull, they found Shir even more fearsome, compelling them to cower with their tails tucked between their legs. In the distance, the snow crystal bull had devoured the carcass on the ground, yet still seemed unsatisfied. It licked the blood that had soaked into the snow before lifting its head. Beneath its heavy white bangs, a pair of eyes scanned the surroundings. When suddenly a crisp sound pierced the air in the snowy woods. Moo! Even though it had heard the noise and reacted, a tremendous force nearly knocked it off its feet, as a wooden arrow was embedded in its flank. Fresh crimson blood oozed forth, turning the snow crystal bull's eyes a fiery red as it immediately locked onto Shir, who stood off in the distance. I've been waiting for this. Shir released another arrow, which found its mark in the beast's body even as it reacted. Moo! Despite the pain, the snow crystal bull charged toward Shir. Calculating the position of the trap, Shir retrieved the repaired horse-slaying blade from her back. Onward, the distance between the human and the bull diminished rapidly, and as they closed in, Shir too rushed forward, flanked by several snow wolves. The snow crystal bull failed to notice the trap beneath its feet, its furious gaze fixed upon Shir. Suddenly, the thin layer of snow gave way beneath it, causing the beast to tumble headlong into the pit. Its white horns striking the edge of the hole. Crack! Above, Shirshir's eyes gleamed with ferocity as she positioned herself atop the snow crystal bull's back, thrusting the horse-slaying blade with all her might toward its neck. Each strike carved a gruesome gash into the bull's flesh. With its forelegs suspended in the air and Shirshir's weight bearing down upon it, the snow crystal bull found it impossible to rise. On either side, the wolves continued to gnaw at its body, leaving it no opportunity to regain its footing. Blood flowed profusely, and the wounds widened, until gradually, the snow crystal bull grew still, collapsing quietly into the pit. We won. We won. Gigi and her companions hurriedly descended, racing to Shirshir's side. Though they hadn't dealt the final blow, they felt a sense of accomplishment. All right, let me pull it out. Having hunted such a substantial prey, Shirshir felt a swell of satisfaction. In the past, during their time on the desolate snowfields, it would have taken her and several warriors from the Red Fox tribe to bring down a snow crystal bull. Sister Shirshir can also request some compressed biscuits from Su Yuan now. No, such a large catch should yield several pieces, right? To her surprise, Shirshir had thought that Su Yuan had merely asked her to teach the little ones how to hunt today. It turned out he intended for them to trade their catch for biscuits. However, recalling the taste of those compressed biscuits, she couldn't help but lick her lips, feeling a pang of nostalgia after such a long time without them. Yet, she remained perplexed as to why Su Yuan would assign such a significant task to this group of youngsters. Certainly, it is essential to keep them occupied. Just yesterday, you would not believe how they played with the corpse of that ice spike spider. Had they been careless, it could have resulted in injury. During midday, Long learned of Su Yuan's hunting task assigned to her daughter and several other young beast girls. After receiving an explanation from Su Yuan, Long clenched her teeth, her palm forming a tight fist. Gigi is indeed too mischievous. Rest assured, Su Yuan, I shall discipline her upon her return. Oh, there is no need for that. I have sent Lioness along with them, which serves as a lesson in hunting. They might even catch some decent prey. Long shook her head in disbelief. She knew her daughter too well. Gigi is still quite young, but it would be beneficial for her to learn some hunting skills under Lioness. By the way, did you summon me for a specific task? Indeed, I require assistance in crafting a wooden barrel. Su Yuan ultimately decided to develop the craftsmanship for this item in advance, planning to replace most of the pottery in the tribe with wooden barrels if they were to return to the frozen wasteland. Transporting these wooden barrels and basins would be more convenient than pottery. More importantly, if successful, he could unlock the next new subcraft for the Star Tribe, brewing. Although the tribe's clay pots could currently be used for brewing, the pottery-making technique was rather primitive, lending a faint earthy taste even to soup. Thus, the resulting wine would likely be subpar. Uncertain of how the system's notion of civilization advancement is calculated, he regarded it as akin to civilization points in a game, with each craft representing a point. Once a sufficient number of points are accumulated, it might naturally unlock the next tier of the marketplace. Long, please carry a few logs to the center of the camp. They need not be too large. Su Yuan gathered the idle beast girls in the camp, all sitting around the campfire, awaiting his commands. Even the white rabbits stood by in anticipation. Ladies, you must have experienced the iron barrels by the icy lake, correct? How can one explain the concept of iron barrels to those beast girls who are unaware? Quite simply, as they have all utilized the bathing iron barrels that Su Yuan has not restricted. Yes, indeed, bathing in hot water is so delightful. Which? Will you join us for a bath? Cough, cough. Su Yuan glanced at the petite fox girl, and he felt a pang of guilt at the thought of her innocent form. All right, today I shall teach you how to craft barrels from wood. Once you have learned, you may create wooden barrels for yourselves. As for the iron barrels akin to those used for bathing, such aspirations must be set aside for now, especially since he had yet to discover any iron or even the necessary tools had to be exchanged in the system marketplace. How wonderful. Shall we be able to bathe in the camp? It takes so long to wait for a turn, and I long to soak in hot water every day. Fox 9's eyes sparkled with excitement, having previously constructed some rather unconventional wooden barrels based on Su Yuan's earlier designs, which were suitable for storing meat. However, once liquid is introduced, it easily seeps through the crevices, and soon enough, it spills onto the ground. Currently, the only solution she can conceive is to place a large leaf or tightly bound animal hide in the center of the wooden barrel, thus preventing the water from leaking out. After a while, Long arrived beside Su Yuan, each shoulder bearing a log. Thank you for your hard work. Su Yuan withdrew his axe and chopped the logs into uniform lengths, gradually shaping them into small wooden planks. In truth, this step could have been expedited using a planing tool, but if one were to employ such a tool, why not simply purchase a diesel-powered engineering line to resolve the barrel issue directly? You all should carve the wood into these small planks, ensuring they are of identical size and that one side possesses a slight curvature. Understood. With the assistance of the Beast Maidens, this task progressed swiftly. A few axes and bone knives were all it took to shape the necessary planks. The failed products were naturally discarded into the fire, rekindling its once diminished flames. Due to the absence of a planing tool, each plank was roughly the width of a thumb, yet they aligned well enough. Next came the subsequent step. Everyone was to bore a small hole into the sides of these wooden pieces, lacking iron rings and other tools to secure the planks. Su Yuan resorted to the ancient mortise and tenon technique, boring small holes into the sides and securing them with a small wooden dowel. The preceding steps progressed smoothly. With everyone's aid, even the few failed planks were swiftly replaced with new ones. Chapter 57. Capture the Big Game. Sister Lion, do you think our trap will catch any prey? After acquiring the snow crystal ox, Lion has no intention of continuing the hunt. After all, if Gigi and the others truly manage to capture prey, she might not be able to carry back such a bounty. It would be quite impressive if a couple of little creatures could drag back a single catch. Rest assured, finding food in the snowy expanse is quite challenging. If fish are discovered lying in the snow, large carnivorous beasts are sure to be drawn to them. Rather than discouraging the little beast girls, Lion patiently comforted them, though she herself was uncertain about their chances of success. The probability of encountering a wild beast in this cursed place is exceedingly low. During 2 previous hunting excursions by the Star Tribe, the first outing resulted in a fleeting glimpse of the fleeing betrayed moon. Aside from encountering those ice spike spiders, their most significant find was 2 bird eggs unearthed by Fox C. As for the second outing, it was sheer luck that they managed to hunt a snow crystal ox, an exceptionally formidable creature that is notoriously difficult to capture in these icy plains. Had it not fallen into the trap, a fierce struggle would surely have ensued. If they catch something too large, they could enlist the help of the snow wolves to drag it back. Encouraged by Lion's words, the little chinchilla Gigi began to envision the colossal prey that her trap might have ensnared. The group returned to the site of their traps, where the nearest one had been half buried by the accumulating snow, while another had succumbed entirely to the weight of the snow. What? We caught nothing at all. Could it be that our traps were too conspicuous? Gigi and the others felt a twinge of disappointment. Their once hopeful expressions now dulled as they gazed forlornly into the empty pit. It's all right. Not every hunting expedition yields a bounty. If all else fails, we can try again tomorrow, and besides, there is still. Lion initially intended to console the little ones, acknowledging that even she could not guarantee a successful hunt, let alone these inexperienced little beast girls. However, as she spoke, she was taken aback to discover a massive figure struggling in the last trap. Quick! It must have just fallen in. You all stay with the snow crystal ox. Lion set down the corpse of the snow crystal ox she was carrying and dashed towards the last trap, with Gigi and the others eagerly following behind. The snow wolves lingered behind, their tongues lolling greedily. The snow crystal ox was incredibly tempting, but the thought of losing a piece of meat meant they would have to sacrifice their own, so they opted to lie low and ignore the commotion. What in the world is that? In the pit trap, a humanoid creature was half buried, its lower body pierced and twisted in agony. Each attempt to rise was met with excruciating pain, forcing it back into the depths of the pit, where the enticing fish was trapped. This is the green-haired pig. Gigi, astonished, raised the iron shovel in her hand, ready to strike, recalling the fierce battle her mother had fought, a scene she had witnessed firsthand. Do not be alarmed. This creature is not a green-haired pig. Lion positioned herself protectively in front of a few small beast girls, her broadsword poised against the neck of the monstrous figure that had turned its pig-like head. At first glance, it did resemble the mossy-haired boar they had encountered previously, albeit this creature's physique was humanoid, lacking the stubby limbs of its kind. Its arms could be seen wedged at the entrance of a cave. The creature's attire was exceedingly rudimentary, with patches of green pigskin draped over its shoulders. A member of the beast tribe? What misfortune have you summoned this upon yourselves? The Orc tribe referred to these humanoid beast girls as the Exotic Beast Clan, denoting a heretical faction among the beast kin, which was not well regarded by the Orcs. Pigmorph. From whence do you hail? In this frigid wilderness, it was improbable for a solitary Orc to wander, especially one so ill-equipped, merely wielding a stone hammer. Hee hee. I advise you to rescue me post-haste. Our tribe is nearby, and if I call out, they will surely come to avenge you, these exotic beasts. However, Gigi, peering from behind Lion, questioned, if you could summon them, why did you not call for their aid earlier? Crafty exotic beast, I shall take you captive as slaves. Suddenly, the broadsword in Lion's grasp glinted, and a line of crimson appeared along the pigman's neck, its previously boastful demeanor now replaced by stark terror. What is this? The pigman had never encountered such a razor-sharp blade, and its face paled considerably. Do not harm me. You must be lost in this snowy expanse. I can arrange for you to rest in our tribe, and then escort you away from this icy wilderness. Do you take me for a fool? The orc tribe is not as accommodating as you claim. Lion's expression turned cold. The blade pressing closer against the pigman's throat as blood began to trickle down the edge. Speak. Where is your tribe? How many reside there? Are there any frenzied orcs or shamans? I shall divulge. Our tribe dwells in a cave over there, merely a small group of over 30 individuals. One frenzied orc, but no shaman. The pigman gestured toward the opposite side of the mountain belonging to the Xingqian tribe. And if Su Yuan traversed the icy lake and continued onward, he would likely discover it. Lion's demeanor grew serious. Over 30 pigmen, if ambushed, could indeed inflict severe damage upon the Xingqian tribe. Although the orcs lacked shamans and awakened warriors, they possessed frenzied orcs whose strength rivaled that of awakened warriors, as well as orc shamans akin to the witches. Could you assist in my rescue? I am willing to guide you. It was indeed imperative to extricate this pigman, as such an important matter required Su Yuan's decision. Lion extended the large stone hammer that lay on the ground toward the pigman. Thank you. But please don't rush me. Without granting it the opportunity for further chatter, Lion swiftly lifted the entire pigman, revealing the ghastly wounds upon its rear, a testament to its suffering. Gigi, how impressive. Hongguo and the others gazed at Gigi in admiration, astonished by the effectiveness of the method of impaling spikes within the pit. Indeed. But does this count as prey? I still desire the biscuits promised by Su Yuan. Gigi felt somewhat perplexed, huffing and puffing. Since you have rescued me, allow me to express my gratitude to you properly. The pigman did not release its grip on the stone hammer, its tusks bared, and its eyes fixed on Lion, who grasped the other end of the weapon, filled with ferocity. Just as it prepared to wrest the hammer away, it realized that the weapon remained steadfast in Lion's grasp, and its furious gaze suddenly softened considerably. You are an awakened warrior? Chapter 58. Where did the pig head come from? Long exerted herself to bring all the pieces together, being careful not to crush them. The craftsmanship of the wooden barrel proceeded smoothly after fitting the barrel's body. It was merely necessary to carve out a groove to secure a round wooden board coated with nut oil within the inner sides of the planks. With that, the base of the barrel was complete. Fortunately, the beast women possessed considerable strength, and with a gentle application of force, Long was able to close the barrel, which had some gaps, entirely. The handleless, seemingly minimalist, lidless wooden barrel was now crafted, and all that remained was to bind it securely with a hoop and roast it over the fire to complete the task. Lacking iron hoops, Su Yuan had to carve one from wood, but fortunately, the wood was resilient enough, and Long successfully shaped it into a circular ring the size of the barrel. Will it not burn when roasted over the fire? Everyone expressed their concerns as they watched Su Yuan place the barrel over the flames. Fearing for the integrity of the creation they had labored over for an entire day. Rest assured, a brief roasting will not ruin it. During the process, we can apply some nut oil to ensure it is completely sealed, preventing any leakage. Before long, under the watchful eyes of the group, Su Yuan set the dark wooden barrel down on the ground. There were some water supplies stored in clay pots within the tribe. Su Yuan instructed one of the beast women to fetch water, and in a short while, 2 pots of water were brought over. The 2 pots only filled the barrel to 1/3 of its capacity. Lacking a handle, Su Yuan had to lift it, and to his relief, the seal at the bottom was excellent, showing no signs of leakage. It was a success. Cheers of joy erupted among them. The ability of wood to hold water was not a novel concept for the beast women. After all, they had previously hollowed out wood to store water, but could only manage a small amount, making it cumbersome to carry. More often, the beast women preferred to gut wild animals and use their well-sealed shells for storage, or simply forego storage altogether. When thirsty, they would scoop up snow from the ground and let it melt in their mouths. A few bites would quench their thirst. All right, who will be the first to create a leak-proof barrel? I shall grant them a small request. Su Yuan placed the barrel on the ground, realizing that to encourage the beast women to learn barrel making, a bit of motivation was necessary. Yay, I must be the first to finish. I want the shaman to reward me with a weapon, and then I shall join everyone in the hunt. The beast women expressed their desires openly, with some of the more impatient ones rushing towards the area where the wood was stored. Su Yuan, we are back. All right, you all explore and experiment. I will step outside for a moment. Just as the celebration continued, a chorus of excited calls rang from outside, prompting Su Yuan to set down the wooden barrel and rush towards the door. In the dim corner, the rebellious Moon's gaze grew increasingly resolute. Perhaps this was his chance. An opportunity to receive the power bestowed by Su Yuan. Are you saying that this creature is the prey you captured? Su Yuan exclaimed in astonishment as he beheld the feeble pig-headed creature being dragged back by several snow wolves. It was indeed astonishing that this fantastical realm harbored such beastly hybrids. However, the presence of enchanting beast maidens provided some solace. Otherwise, facing a multitude of swine-like visages daily might lead to sleepless nights filled with dread. Should it be considered so? After all, it did fall into the trap we devised before being captured. Su Yuan gently pinched Zi's worried little face and quickly reassured, rest assured. Your contributions will not go unrewarded. How about 2 compressed biscuits each? Having caught such a sizable pigman, Su Yuan felt as if he were exploiting child labor when the 4 of them only received a mere 80 points worth of biscuits. 1 is sufficient, Ji declared. The Ji warriors are not greedy. Once we capture true prey, we shall ask for 2. Orcs hardly qualified as genuine prey. Both the Orc and Divine Gift tribes could consume the flesh of wild beasts, and Orcs could partake in the flesh of their own kind. However, Orcs were forbidden from consuming the flesh of the Divine Gift tribe, just as the Divine Gift tribe could not eat Orc flesh. There was once an unfortunate soul who, after consuming Orc meat, descended into madness for an entire month. Had it not been for a healing witch who intervened, he might have perished from that act. Very well. This shall be your reward. Su Yuan exchanged 4 assorted flavored compressed biscuits, and the 4 little ones each received 1, their faces brimming with delight. Thank you, witch. Thank you, Su Yuan. I shall head in now. They scampered back toward the tribe, Ji gleefully brandishing her biscuit before long as a testament to their day's triumph. This biscuit seemed less like mere sustenance, and more like a prestigious badge of honor for their successful hunt. Do you wish for one as well? Su Yuan turned to find Shir gazing at him, her expression uncertain. Is that permissible? What could possibly be wrong with that? Here you go. Su Yuan extended a biscuit towards Shir, chuckling as he noticed her golden ears twitching with excitement. By the way, I just learned some crucial information from it. Shir suddenly recalled the matter concerning the Pigman tribe, a significant issue to address lest they face an invasion one day, as more than half of the Star tribe comprised weaker, ordinary beast maidens. As Shir relayed the details, the Pigman, who had earlier received a reprimand, slowly regained consciousness, opening its eyes to find a face fixed upon it. Ah, awake are we? You accursed beast folk, if I perish you, and your tribe behind you will not survive either. Su Yuan regarded the boisterous pig-headed creature, while several snow wolves at his side bared their teeth menacingly. If it behaved well, perhaps tonight they would enjoy a hearty beef soup. If I were to eliminate you here, your kin would likely remain oblivious, wouldn't they? The pigman, though visibly anxious, managed to force a semblance of composure as he replied, My tribe is not far from here. If I let out a loud cry before I perish, they will surely come. Oh, what if I were to slice through your throat with a single stroke? Would you be able to utter a sound then? Su Yuan's eyes narrowed, a benevolent smile gracing his lips, yet his words instilled a tremor of fear within the pigman, whose body began to quiver at the sight of the glinting dagger. He couldn't help but swallow hard. This individual proved even more formidable than the awakened warrior of the beastkin encountered earlier, and that creature stood right beside him. Could it be that this man is a shaman of the beastkin? I shall grant you an opportunity. Disclose the number of warriors in your tribe, the count of sows and piglets, the times of your daily hunts, and the hours of your nightly vigils. One cannot afford to let others rest soundly at their side. Since Su Yuan could not assure a peaceful coexistence, it became imperative to take the initiative. Only by subduing the opposing faction could he find solace in slumber. Otherwise, he risked an ambush from the Pigman tribe during a mundane bath by the icy lake, which would spell disaster. Chapter 59. The Origin of the Beast Girls. You cannot treat me this way. I have divulged everything. The captured pigman was ultimately bound by Su Yuan to a large tree in the archery range. In the frigid winter, being left outside like this could lead to death by freezing. Rest assured, endure and survive. Once I ascertain that you have not deceived me, I shall contemplate your release. Su Yuan, of course, did not fully trust the words of this pigman. Although people often scold the foolish as pigs, this pig was no fool. Particularly in its mutated form. I truly am not lying. The otherworldly beasts. No, the divine bestowed tribe S shaman. Leaving me here will result in my demise. Su Yuan paid no heed to its frantic cries. Would its fur be enough to protect it from the cold? Besides, if it froze to death, he could still gauge the pigman's value in points. Su Yuan, should I investigate the situation? The pigman proved to be more formidable than Su Yuan had anticipated. As only 1/5 of the entire tribe lacked combat capabilities, essentially, all grown pigmen, regardless of gender, possessed formidable strength. Lioness, do you think they are aware of our presence and will launch an attack against us? Indeed, the lioness spoke gravely, gazing at the pigmen outside the wooden enclosure. These beastmen have always been at odds with our divine bestowed tribe. In fact, they harbor a deep-seated animosity towards us. Was the narrative truly veering towards the traditional path of a Western fantasy world? The so-called divine bestowed tribe was merely a hybrid born of the union between beast men and humans, scorned and derided by both beast men and humanity. Yet, this world lacked ordinary humans, and the divine bestowed tribe originated from fruit, not a mere hybrid. Linus, have you ever encountered a human devoid of any animal traits like myself? Su Yuan sought to ascertain whether this peculiar primordial world contained any semblance of humanity. I have not. All members of the divine bestowed tribe exhibit some traits of beast men, yet you possess none. No ears atop your head, no tail. Furthermore, your pupils are an unprecedented shade of black. So, this world truly lacked humans. But perhaps not. The lioness was merely an ordinary beast girl from the Arctic fox tribe and had never seen the world beyond the snowy mountain range. Very well. Why do those beastmen harbor such hatred towards you? Honestly, I am uncertain. According to the tales passed down through generations, we descended from the heavens, destined to vanish from this world like the rain and snow. However, the deity who brought us to this realm did not wish for us to disappear so easily. Thus, we were merged into the earth and transformed into peculiar fruits. Those wild beasts that consumed the fruits inherited our forms, eventually growing into what we are today. Speaking of which, Sir Su Yuan, you bear some resemblance to the deity in our stories. Me? A deity? Su Yuan found the notion somewhat ludicrous. What kind of deity nearly succumbed to freezing in this icy expanse? Enough. If I were a deity, I would feast you daily on roasted meat. Now, please, continue. A faint smile graced the corners of Lion's mouth as the two arrived by the campfire. The beast maiden, busy preparing sustenance, had already presented a piece of roasted fish along with a bowl of fish soup. You may have the fish, just fetch me a sweet potato, Lion requested. All right. Thank you, witch. The little beast maiden excitedly dashed to the other side of the fire where a pile of sweet potatoes was roasting. Seated with food in hand, Lion continued the narrative. It is precisely because we have descended from the heavens to inhabit the bodies of these wild beasts that the beastmen, evolved from the same creatures, harbor deep resentment toward us. They perceive us as usurpers of their forms, for every divine offspring born among us. A wild beast loses its chance to evolve into a beastman. With each birth of a witch, the number of shamans among the beastmen diminishes. Most notably, as beings evolved from wild beasts, we must also consume them, which inevitably leads to conflict with the beastmen, often resulting in a fight to the death. Su Yuan accepted the sweet potato, pondering Lion's tale with a hint of confusion. Do they not consume wild beasts themselves? What do they eat? They do partake in consuming beasts, but they refrain from eating their own kind, though in extreme circumstances, they may resort to such acts, Lion replied. Oh, I had thought them to be more noble, yet in the end, they still partake in consumption. The beastman's disdain for these beast maidens is merely a reflection of that legend. However, the crux of the matter lies in the emergence of the divine offspring, which encroaches upon the territory and sustenance originally belonging to the beastmen. One only needs to observe the rough-hewn stone hammer to discern the considerable disparity in development between the beastmen and the divine offspring. A simple wooden stick bound with animal hide suffices as a weapon. Su Yuan, concerned, noted that excessive force could easily send the stone flying. While the societal advancement of the divine offspring may also be modest, their mastery of weapon crafting is evident in their bone knives and stone axes. Surely the beastmen cannot triumph over the divine offspring, can they? Before Lion could respond, the red fox approached with a bowl of fish soup, her demeanor cheerful, a smile gracing her lips. In the beginning, the beastmen were formidable, their size and strength overwhelming us. Countless lives were lost. However, a wise which imparted the knowledge of sharpening stones. Thus, we began to fight back. And now we can only say that we are at a stalemate. Neither side gains the upper hand, and as such, they no longer dare to act as brazenly as before, capturing members of the divine offspring as slaves. I have heard about the pigmen. Do you have any missions, Su Yuan? The red fox held a small piece of compressed biscuit, evidently shared by the little beast maidens among their tribe. As for me, this battle is unavoidable. I intend to investigate the situation while they remain unaware of our presence. If the pigmen's claims hold true, I shall launch an attack during their nighttime repose. The red fox pondered this, eventually nodding in understanding. I share your thoughts. The wasteland has previously borne traces of the pigmen. Though they appear rather simple, they are, in fact, quite cunning. The previously mentioned pigman was likely to have uttered falsehoods, perhaps even disseminating erroneous information to deceive us. No, this time it should be speaking the truth, for I have it suspended from a tree outside. Su Yuan exuded confidence. For regardless of whether the pigman spoke in deceit or sincerity, he had no intention of releasing the creature. His demeanor merely suggested a lenient approach should it choose to confess, if it were indeed lying. Any creature with a modicum of intelligence would have revealed the truth upon departing the training grounds. It must be true then. The pigman tribe harbors a profound fear of death. So, Lord Su Yuan, what should we do next? Asked Lion, who, after voraciously consuming the fish soup, fixed an eager gaze upon Su Yuan, awaiting his command. Chapter 60, a tangy snack to refresh the spirit tomorrow. I shall lead a few companions to investigate whether the pigman tribe is truly as described by the pigman outside. No, this is far too perilous. Upon hearing this, both Chi Hu and Shi anxiously rejected Su Yuan's proposal, asserting that such matters had yet to be personally undertaken by the tribe shaman. Nevertheless, Su Yuan harbored his own intentions. Only he could clearly discern the situation on the other side and utilize the system's marketplace to address any unforeseen challenges. Rest assured, I am fully aware of what I am doing. It is not a declaration of war. I merely intend to temporarily assess the circumstances across the way. And I shall not be going alone. As soon as Su Yuan finished speaking, Shi immediately clung to his arm, her aloof demeanor juxtaposed with a pitiful expression. A contrast that nearly overwhelmed him. Very well, I shall count you in. Tomorrow, I will also bring along Long, while Chi Hu and Hu Si will oversee the tribe's safety. Chi Hu furrowed her brow, contemplating the situation, with 2 awakened warriors accompanying them. The endeavor would indeed be less hazardous. Even if they were discovered, they could retreat safely. All right then, you need not worry about the tribe. With this wooden enclosure, it should remain secure for the time being. Though it is merely an ordinary wooden fence, its robust posts stand firmly in the ground, connected in rows. Unless similarly awakened warriors arrive, ordinary folk would find it challenging to breach within a short span of time. This window of opportunity should be sufficient for Hu Si to rain arrows upon any intruders from the wooden cabin within the camp. Agreed, let us finalize this plan. By the way, inform everyone not to bathe in the ice lake for the next few days. Fishing should also be paused for a day or 2. The loss of one pigman will certainly raise suspicions. Currently, Su Yuan possesses no weaponry capable of utterly altering the battlefield, so caution is essential. Were he able to exchange for a Gatling gun, he would take his comrades to confront that group of pigmen tonight. Do not worry, I have already notified everyone. As night fell, 2 additional sentinels joined the watch, and the campfire flickered dimly beneath their shelter. Su Yuan lay on his bed, unable to drift into slumber, his mind preoccupied with the forthcoming day's events. This was no mere game. A single misstep could lead to disastrous consequences. As a modern individual standing at a vantage point alien to these primitive people, coupled with the extraordinary marketplace system at his disposal, victory was not merely a stroke of luck. Yet, he could not permit himself to fail, for the fate of his beastly companions hinged upon it. He could not let them fall into the hands of rival tribes or, worse still, face death. Su Yuan, I am here. As he gazed at the wooden ceiling, a figure leaped through the window, and upon hearing that eager voice, Su Yuan immediately recognized her. After a full day's cooldown, he was surprised that Mao Yu had been so persistent, having just settled down when she sprang into the room. Mao Yu, you must rest well tonight. We are investigating the pigman tribe tomorrow. Investigating the pigman tribe tomorrow? I wish to join. Very well, but you must ensure you rest thoroughly tonight, or you may struggle to rise in the morning. The presence of one more or one less Mao Yu does not significantly alter the situation. As long as Hu Si and Chi Hu are present, the tribe will be secure. Besides, Mao Yu's combat prowess is not yet on par with Xiao Man's. May I sleep here? It is quite warm, she inquired. You may, but do not act recklessly. Before he could elaborate, Another figure slipped into the covers. The chill of the newcomer's body startled Su Yuan. How could this person move so swiftly? Stay still, or I shall throw you out. Rest assured. I will not move. Do not drape your legs over me. That night was a torment. Had it not been for the early departure the next morning, he would have surely succumbed to the situation. Ultimately, lulled by the gentle rhythm of the newcomer's breath, he too drifted off to sleep. As dawn approached, the icy expanse of the snowy landscape lingered in the shadows, with the campfire still aglow and only two of the beast women tending to the embers. A faint tapping echoed from outside Su Yuan's cabin, prompting him to awaken, his mind already preoccupied with concerns. Who is it? Su Yuan, we can set off now. It was Long's voice. Last night, he had entrusted her with the details. The giant cat did not share the little one's propensity for slumber and would rise at dawn to hunt. Very well, please summon Shirshir, Tanyue, and Hui. With the number of investigators not needing to exceed 6, the 2 awakened warriors, along with the 3 beast women likely to awaken, would suffice. Even if discovered by the enemy, they could retreat safely. Understood, we shall await you at the camp entrance. Once Long departed, Su Yuan playfully patted Cat Knight's rear. Unlike the giant cat, this one did not rouse easily, only stirring when Su Yuan lifted her. Come, have a sweet fruit that Gigi brought to help you wake. He offered the fruit to Cat Knight, who, still somewhat dazed, instinctively took a bite. Ah, how sour. The tartness jolted her into full awareness, although her eyes still struggled to open fully. Awake now? We must set off. Su Yuan took a bite of the same sour fruit. The sharp juice invigorated him, dispelling the last remnants of drowsiness. The 2 quickly donned their fur coats and made their way to the camp entrance, where the others were already preparing for departure. Yet, Tanyue's bleary eyes reflected her displeasure. Still not awake? Here, eat a fruit. Su Yuan pressed the partially eaten fruit into Tanyue's mouth, and soon she too was caught in the grip of sourness. Cough. What is this? So sour. Now fully alert, she glared at Su Yuan, demanding, Why did you call me at such an hour? Did they not inform you? Su Yuan glanced at the others. Cat Knight had remained with him. Long had mentioned it before sleep, and Shirshir was not one for excessive chatter. It seemed indeed that no one had briefed her. Ahem, Tanwert. You are considered part of my star tribe now, are you not? Though visibly displeased, Tanyue nodded and replied, Of course, but once Lord Black Sheep awakens, I shall return. That is well and good. We shall discuss matters of return at a later time. Today, however, there lies a special task before you. One I have entrusted to you due to your formidable prowess. Will you accept it? Upon hearing that her strength was the reason for being summoned, the rebellious Tanyue could hardly contain her prideful demeanor, her lips curving into a smile as she declared, Speak, and I shall undoubtedly accomplish it. Oh, how well I know your character. Su Yuan had a firm grasp on the temperament of this defiant little sprite, with just a few flattering words. He could easily temper her stubbornness. Nearby, there exists an encampment of the pigmen, perilously close to us, and it is only a matter of time before conflict arises. Thus, we must investigate that tribe tonight. Surely, Tanyue is not afraid of being discovered by those foolish pigmen? If you are concerned about being detected, I can summon Yue. Her stealth techniques are rather impressive. Chapter 61. The Pigman Tribe Who said I cannot do it? Yue fell asleep halfway. You need not go, for I can manage it alone. The sudden provocation ignited Ban Yu's determination, and without a moment's hesitation, she set forth towards the camp's exit. Fortunately, Su Yuan acted swiftly, or else this fool would be lost in the wilderness, unaware of the Pigman tribe's whereabouts. All right, I was merely jesting. Now, please change into these garments. Su Yuan exchanged several pristine white fur coats, which, in contrast to the varied colors adorning everyone else, would render them less conspicuous against the snowy backdrop. What exquisite clothing! Cat Knight exclaimed joyfully as she accepted the oversized white coat, which enveloped her like a warm embrace and was considerably softer than her previous attire. The garments crafted from animal hides were not as supple as one might imagine. Initially, they felt as rigid as cardboard. Consequently, Cat Knight and her companion seldom changed their clothes, for transitioning to new garments would often irritate their skin for a time. How comfortable this is. Now, let us proceed according to my commands. Do not act impulsively. Su Yuan cast a glance at Ban Yu, who, feeling the weight of his gaze, huffed in response, yet begrudgingly nodded in agreement. Very well, let us depart. You shall maintain vigilance at the camp. Should any danger arise, promptly inform the Red Fox. The small beast maidens standing guard behind them placed their hands over their hearts in a gesture of respect. as Su Yuan and the others exited through the wooden gate of the camp. At this hour, the captured pigmen remained in a deep slumber, occasionally shivering, a testament to the chill of the snowy night. Meat, I shall consume all of you. In the depths of its dreams, the pigmen seemed to envision delectable foods, its mouth, adorned with 2 tusks, producing curious sounds. To his surprise, the creature exhibited remarkable resilience. The blood from its legs and backside had ceased flowing, and it was astonishing that it could still sleep amidst such frigid conditions. Su Yuan scooped up a handful of snow and hurled it into the pigman's fur trousers, the sudden cold jolting it awake. Oh no. Speak again, and I shall sever your tongue. As the pigman's blurry vision sharpened, Su Yuan's fearsome visage came into focus, prompting it to promptly close its mouth. Once the biting cold subsided, it cautiously spoke. Oh, revered shaman of the divine gifted clan, may I inquire what business you have with me? Are you contemplating my release? Release you? When dawn breaks, I intend to visit the pigman tribe. Should there be even a hint of falsehood in your words, I shall slice your flesh into pieces and roast them over the fire. The bound pigman's countenance paled in an instant, and after swallowing several times, it stammered, You need not worry. I assure you, I have not deceived you. Let us hope that is indeed the case. Su Yuan paid no heed to it and departed the training area with the cat and a few others. The pigman, bound to the tree, let out a sigh of relief and struggled to shake off the snow that had accumulated within his clothes. He hoped that the shaman would take notice. If he could capture that black-haired beastman, he might be rescued. That cursed fellow. Just wait. One day I shall carve your flesh piece by piece and roast it over the flames, then make you consume it. Only the pigman's murmurs of complaint remained in the snow, his once timid eyes now filled with a glimmer of hatred. Desperately writhing yet unable to free himself from the ropes that bound him. Damn it, why are these ropes so tough? Before long, Su Yuan returned to the icy lake. The small wooden cabin still in place, and the beast women who had bathed there had kept it well protected. It was perilous to even approach for a bath without addressing those troublesome individuals first. According to the pigmen, the location of the pigman tribe was on the opposite side of the icy lake, where there was a cave surrounded by a vast expanse of white, devoid of trees. The group ascended a snow slope, and below, under the starlight, they could faintly see a dark cave entrance. The snow surrounding the entrance had been cleared, revealing small black shapes scattered just outside. Due to the distance, it was difficult to discern precisely what they were. Can you see what those things are? The beast women nearby strained their eyes, but after a moment of observation, they reluctantly shook their heads. Only Cat Knight could make out a few outlines. They're dark, and it seems like something is covering them. Covering what? Su Yuan sensed something amiss. The bound pigman had not mentioned those small black shapes outside the cave entrance. I'll go ahead and take a look. I should be able to see clearly. The rebellious you, unwilling to concede that Cat Knight had a clearer view of the situation, attempted to rise, but was hastily restrained by Su Yuan gripping her tail. The tingling sensation and the sharp tug on her tail forced her back down, her face flushed as she glared at Su Yuan, who still held on to her tail. I told you to listen to my orders. Behave yourself. The pigman, even in the face of death, had spoken falsely, indicating that there was indeed a danger that could ensnare them and prevent their return, or even lead to being captured by the pigmen. I understand. You, cautious not to move recklessly, bit her lip and lay still, continuing to watch the dark shapes in the distance. System, how much for a telescope? Telescope, 500 points. Advanced telescope, 1,500 points. Astronomical telescope, 15,000 points. With 5-digit telescopes now available. Although Su Yuan indeed had the capability to purchase an astronomical telescope, this distance did not warrant such a high caliber exchange for a telescope. The system's telescope felt surprisingly heavy in his hands, unlike the shoddy 9 yuan, free shipping version he had once bought out of curiosity. Su Yuan, have you prayed to the celestial deity? Cat Knight, noticing a dark object in Su Yuan's hand, couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. Yes, this device allows us to discern the situation across from us. Su Yuan aimed the telescope at the group of small black masses across the way, and the previously indistinct shapes became remarkably clear. There appeared to be approximately 10 large dark figures. The starlight was insufficient, and the pigman tribe lacked a bonfire, leaving only the dark shapes that Cat Knight had mentioned. Had he known, he would have purchased a night vision device instead. This item, in his hands, served little purpose beyond magnifying the view, still failing to clarify the scene before him. Wait a moment, cats possess excellent night vision, don't they? Moreover, he was not only surrounded by cats but also by foxes, wolves, lions, and a large chinchilla. Surely, one of them must have the ability to see clearly? Chapter 62. The shaman. It became evident that, apart from his inability to discern clearly, the other beast maidens could distinctly perceive the nature of the large black masses before them. 11 mossy-haired boars. It appeared that the two green-haired boars encountered previously were not mere chance encounters in the wilderness, but had indeed fled from this very location. Su Yuan recalled the incident involving Long, when those two mossy-haired boars had charged at their humble tree hollow. How could such a gregarious species appear alone in the snowy expanse? What should be done now? Long furrowed her brow in contemplation. The mossy-haired boars were not beasts to be easily dealt with. Before encountering Su Yuan, she could barely manage to fend off one or two. With the addition of the pigmen warriors from the pigmen tribe and so many mossy-haired boars, it would indeed pose a considerable challenge for the Star tribe to emerge victorious. Disregarding the enthusiastic cat knight who was engrossed in her binoculars, Su Yuan lay quietly in the snow, lost in thought about another matter. Would the orcs be inclined to establish a tribe in the frigid wilderness? Typically, they would not. The biting cold of the icy expanse rendered most orcs in the divine gifted unwilling to settle in such inhospitable terrain, preferring the barren snowfields or the wooded areas at the foot of the snow-capped mountains. Lion also sensed something amiss. After her explanation, she too felt a twinge of confusion. How could these pigmen have established a tribe in such a desolate place? Were they perhaps pursued here like us? Perhaps a return inquiry would suffice, and as for this group, I have my own means. Su Yuan dismissed the initial idea of leading the Star tribe in a night raid, for with these mossy-haired boars stationed outside, it was likely that they would be discovered before they could slay even a few. As dawn approached, the starlight gradually faded, and a gentle warmth from the rising sun began to illuminate the earth on the far side of the snow-capped mountains. Su Yuan, someone is emerging. At that moment, Cat Knight tugged at Su Yuan's clothing, her gaze fixed through the binoculars as she observed a figure stepping out from the cave. What manner of person is this? Su Yuan urged everyone to lower their heads. Cloaked in a white beast skin hat that concealed their colorful hair, even the sunlight struggled to reveal their features. A rather peculiar individual, adorned with an odd bone headdress and wielding a bone staff. Let me take a look. Su Yuan took the binoculars, directing his focus towards the cave. With the dawn's light breaking, he could discern the situation more clearly. The figure emerging was unlike the pigmen they had previously encountered. This one wore heavy beast skin clothing. The bone atop their head was white, and the binoculars failed to unveil their face, while the bone staff they held was approximately a meter in length. In comparison to the figure's physique, the staff resembled a peculiar bone scepter. Given the strange features of this individual, Su Yuan's expression darkened immediately. Dare you deceive me? It seems you truly fear nothing. As the orc shaman emerged, he surveyed his surroundings, then raised the bone staff high, awakening the mossy-haired boars around him. Unbeknownst to them, their words were lost in the air until a robust figure, a green-haired boar man with fur as deep as ink, approached and slowly shook his head. The shaman of the boar man lowered his bone staff. Something felt amiss. Su Yuan sensed the unease and, pulling a few companions, retreated from the snowy slope. The tribe had lost a boar man after a day and a night, and the shaman would undoubtedly be aware of it. Furthermore, unfamiliar with the shaman's abilities, it seemed prudent to return for the time being. As for other intelligence, a slumbering friend could provide clarification. With a crack. In the training grounds, Su Yuan returned at dawn. The fishing endeavor would have to be temporarily suspended, as Long and the others had yet to leave the camp. The snow crystal cattle hunted by Lioness yesterday, combined with previously stored fish, would suffice for a while. If not, there were also the sweet potatoes Su Yuan had exchanged. At that moment, the sleeping boar man was jolted awake by a whip, specifically designed for this coarse-skinned captive. Why you? How did you return? He stammered. Did you think I would not come back? Or perhaps you believed I should have perished there, or been captured by the boar tribe? Su Yuan's smile widened, and observing the boar man's astonished expression, he felt even more assured of his earlier thoughts. And no, I merely thought. You would lead the tribe to attack the boar men today, and would not concern yourself with me. The boar man's shock quickly dissipated, replaced by a simple grin. Entirely unconcerned about the bloodstains marring his chest fur. Not care for you? Of course I would. Outside the training grounds, a host of beast women lay in anticipation. While only Long, Lioness, and Gray remained by Su Yuan's side, the rebellious you had quarreled with Cat Knight over the telescope. Actually, Master Shaman. You needn't worry about me. Just let me go, and I shall assure everyone to steer clear of this place. The boar man's jovial demeanor persisted. If Su Yuan could return, it implied they hadn't ventured to investigate the boar tribe. Now, tell me about the boar shaman, and oh, the 11 green-haired pigs at the cave entrance. Why you? How do you know? Ignoring the boar man's incredulous gaze, Su Yuan turned to Long and the others. Kindle the fire. Our boar man friend hasn't eaten in 2 days. I shall slice his flesh piece by piece to satiate him. This will demonstrate the warmth and hospitality of our star tribe. Su Yuan intended to frighten the boar man, but Long and the others took him seriously, hastily retrieving a bundle of firewood from the camp to ignite in the training area. The warmth of the flames failed to comfort the boar man. Rather, under the flickering light, he felt his blood run cold. And no, please. I swear, I shall never deceive you again. This time, the pigman was utterly broken, struggling to articulate his thoughts as he glanced at Su Yuan, who approached with a knife that appeared exceptionally sharp in his grasp. Name? Baya. He coughed. How many members are there in the pigman tribe? Baya, still bearing an expression of trepidation, felt the blade gliding across the exposed skin of his hand, while the green bristles of his beastly fur fell away with a mere touch. I am not deceiving you. However, there is also a shaman in the tribe. And, of course, 11 mossy-haired boars. Baya swallowed hard, anxious that Su Yuan might grow impatient, and hurriedly continued his explanation. Chapter 63. Uncovering a trapped land. Originally, we resided in a grove amidst the desolate snowfields when that individual donned in a bone mask captured our leader, demanding that we accompany him to the frozen expanse. This individual was a shaman, adept in various terrifying incantations, and we feared for our lives. Thus, we brought along the mossy-haired wild boars that had coexisted with us into the cavern of the icy wilderness. I truly did not recognize this shaman. He remained dormant in the cave each day, devoid of any other activity. Had it not been for our fear of death, we would have fled long ago. White Fang, seemingly concerned that Su Yuan would not believe him, wept profusely in explanation, nearly prostrating himself in a desperate attempt to prove his innocence. Tell me, what would have transpired had I ventured to the pigman tribe yesterday? What? They did not visit the pigman tribe? White Fang appeared momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend how they could know of the 11 mossy-haired wild boars or the matters concerning the shaman if they had not been there. If you cannot recall, I may assist you in recollection, Su Yuan remarked, his blade carving a small incision into White Fang's flesh. The pain abruptly jolted White Fang back to reality, and he hastily pleaded for mercy. I was wrong, truly wrong. I merely hoped you would be captured, allowing the pigman tribe to exchange me back. If only you had approached the pigman tribe yesterday, the slumbering wild boars would have certainly awakened, and the shaman would have roused as well. Trembling, White Fang watched as a piece of flesh was tossed into the flames, while blood continued to flow from the egg-sized wound on his arm. The shaman of the beastkin was undoubtedly no benign entity. He was far more ferocious and cunning than the foolishly kind beasts we had encountered in the desolate snowfields. Do you wish to consume your own flesh? And no. Can I truly say I do not wish to? White Fang found himself at a loss, gazing at Su Yuan's ever-smiling visage, uncertain of his own desires. Of course you may, but do not let me hear another word of deceit from you. Tell me, what powers does that shaman possess? The shaman can control beasts. At that time, we attempted to capture him. Yet the surrounding mossy-haired wild boars went wild in their assault against us. Moreover, the beasts under his control felt no pain. Many lives were lost in our tribe during our struggle against him. By the wild summoner, I never anticipated encountering such a remarkable vocation here. Aside from the inability to summon monsters, this berserk skill feels all too familiar. O great shaman, I assure you that every word I utter is truth. White Fang, in genuine fear, revealed the shaman's abilities without reservation, especially as the aroma of roasting pork wafted enticingly from the fire. Very well, considering your ample appetite. A day or two of hunger should pose no issue, correct? Baya was on the verge of cursing. The last time it had eaten was the morning before it was captured by the lion. Calculating the time, it had been 3 days since it had consumed a morsel of food or taken a sip of water. Master Wu, this flesh of mine is merely for warmth. I am indeed somewhat hungry. I am willing to divulge a crucial piece of information in exchange for a morsel of food, regardless of whether Su Yuan agreed. Baya hastily continued, the pigman tribe returns each night, and if they encounter an issue, they will return to the tribe within 3 days at most. If I do not return, they will certainly notice and send someone to investigate. Baya's words were not without merit. Su Yuan could surmise this. And he even suspected that the peculiar shaman conversing with the mossy-haired boar this morning was related to this matter. Since Master Wu is concerned about my return, preparations should be made promptly. Otherwise, when they come to investigate, indeed, It seems you are willing to speak some truths, Lion. Provide it with a fish head to replenish its strength. Only through hardship will it be inclined to speak honestly. Although Baya felt greatly aggrieved. It could only force a foolish grin. It's not that I haven't sensed your might before. From now on, I shall be entirely forthright. The tribe had an abundance of food, and fish heads were typically reserved for the great brute and a few snow wolves to gnaw on. However, after 2 or 3 days of hunger, Baya could not afford to be particular about the scant meat on the fish head. It clutched the fish head tightly, fearing it might fall to the ground and be taken by Su Yuan to feed the dogs. All right, take your time eating. I will inform you if anything arises. Upon returning to the tribe, the concerned Long turned to Su Yuan and asked, Master Su Yuan, will you truly release this creature? Until now, Su Yuan had yet to lay a hand on the pigment, and Long feared that Su Yuan's compassion would lead him to release the captive after extracting information. Release it? Impossible. Keeping it will prove invaluable. We need everyone well fed for the gathering. From the outset, Su Yuan had no intention of letting this creature go. In the primal society of this savage wilderness, his former kindness and compassion had long been discarded. Breakfast that morning was consumed with remarkable haste. Just as Su Yuan was breaking apart the sweet potato in his hand, a throng of about 50 had already encircled him, forming layers around him. Some petite beast girls nestled close to Su Yuan, while others surrounded them, casting a sudden shadow over the bright light around. Is everyone here? Yes, Master Su Yuan. Everyone has gathered. The red fox was also in the innermost circle, quietly observing Su Yuan from across the way. Su Yuan tossed the uneaten sweet potato to the nearby little beast girl, cleared his throat, and, with a stern expression, proclaimed, You all know about the prohibition on bathing by the ice lake yesterday. The surrounding beast girls nodded in agreement, but no one expressed dissatisfaction. Since Su Yuan had decreed it, they had refrained from going. We discovered the pigment tribe's camp by the ice lake, which houses at least 11 green-haired pigs and a dozen pigment warriors, not to mention a shaman. Pigmen? There are actually beastmen here. Oh my. We are fortunate to have discovered those formidable creatures. Mother mentioned that they delight in stripping our fur to fashion garments. Little pair, with your petite stature. Surely you cannot be fashioned into clothing, can you? The surrounding beast maidens chattered excitedly, as the fear of beastmen had transformed into mere tales to amuse children. Now, let us proceed along the path to the ice lake to set up some traps. Foxy will conceal herself with the archers at the rear, while Lion and the warriors will take positions on either side, poised to ambush as they charge forth. Su Yuan, shall we not initiate the attack ourselves? Long expressed her uncertainty. Could it be that the traps Su Yuan had taught Ji and the others are truly so formidable? Capable of dealing with even those towering 2-meter-tall pigmen? This time, I shall await their advance. Chapter 64. Comprehensive preparations. The combat strength at the camp was rather insufficient. Shi and Long, accompanied by the rebellious Yu, Miao Yi, Hui, and the duo of De Xiaoman and Xiao Xiaoman, formed a battalion of 8 warriors, alongside 1 bear and 5 wolves. Next, Huzi and Chi Hu led a contingent of 15 archers, although some of these beast maidens lacked considerable fighting prowess. Yet, in this primitive world, even a petite creature like Shi possessed an undeniable vigor, as long as these beast maidens were strong and accurate. They could effectively serve as archers from a distance. The final faction comprised a trap team led by Hu Jiao and several petite beast maidens, totaling around 20 individuals, who busily set various traps in the locations planned by Su Yuan. Within the camp, only the White Rabbit and a few others stood guard. Situated just a few hundred meters from the battlefield Su Yuan had envisioned, tasked solely with ensuring no thieves pilfered their provisions. Here, dig a 2-meter pit. Ji was instructed. You're too short, just gather some sharp fish spines. I will grow taller, Ji pouted, feeling somewhat aggrieved. Clutching a small bone shovel crafted for her by Hu Jiao, her spirits momentarily dampened. Realizing his words had disheartened Ji, Su Yuan quickly knelt down to ruffle her hair, patiently reassuring her, My apologies, Ji will indeed grow taller. However, selecting the bone spines is also a vital task. The notion of inserting sharp spikes into the pits had originated from Ji, a responsibility only she could fulfill. Once we defeat those pigmen, I shall reward you with food far tastier than compressed biscuits. Really? Ji's eyes widened in astonishment, her little round ears trembling with excitement. Of course. When have I ever deceived you? Now, go lead Honghua and the others to complete the task. Ji the warrior. I promise to finish the task. Watching Gigi scamper off energetically, Su Yuan finally exhaled in relief. The pits to be excavated this time needed to be at least 2 to 3 meters deep. Given Gigi's petite stature, she might struggle to unearth the soil, potentially burying herself in the process. Merely relying on these pits would not suffice. He needed to think further. Su Yuan chose not to engage in laborious tasks, instead sitting alone atop a stone, gazing at the beast maidens laboring ahead. While these pits could indeed ensnare a portion of the pigmen, he must also ensure the safety of his tribe's beast maidens. After living together for a month, he had grown intimately familiar with each one. The thought of them perishing on the battlefield due to his command was intolerable. What if those pigmen could throw spears too? Su Yuan recalled Huzi, who had initially used her spear to deliver swift blows to enemies before they acquired bows and arrows. If those pigmen were capable of hurling spears, then Sure and her companions engaged in close combat need not worry, but the archers positioned behind were merely ordinary beast maidens, lacking combat experience. No. He needed to incorporate this consideration. Gigi, bring the selected spikes over here. I have a crucial task to assign to you. I'm coming. Upon hearing of an important task, Gigi swiftly and skillfully prepared sharp fish spines and neatly carved wooden stakes, rushing over with great urgency. Lord Su Yuan. What is this important task? Later, you will need to dig a trench 1 meter deep in front of Sister Husi and the others, making it long and narrow. Then pile the excavated soil in front. Su Yuan conveyed his concerns to Gigi. Despite her small stature, she immediately grasped the essence of his words. Thus, when the pigmen hurl their stone spears, we merely need to seek refuge within the trench to ensure our safety. Do you understand? Ultimately, Su Yuan concluded that digging a trench would be more effective than equipping each archer with a shield. It would be swifter to retreat into the trench. Otherwise, by the time one switches from a bow to a shield, the enemy's spear would already be upon them. Rest assured, I comprehend. Leave it to me. He had not anticipated that in a situation of personnel shortage, he would entrust such a critical task to the very small one he once deemed the least reliable. Watching Gigi's departing figure, Su Yuan reminisced about the initial encounter with the little one who had emerged from behind him, biting his spoon. Her face flushed, yet unwilling to relent. Saman, Baya has yet to return. In the pigmen's camp, a robust pigman with tusks nearly reaching his crown respectfully addressed the orc adorned in a white bone mask. Contrary to the coercion described by Baya, there was no discontent within the tribe. On the contrary, all the pigmen gazed upon this Saman with reverence. It has been a day and a night. He should have returned by now. The voice of the bone Saman was hoarse. His eyes, visible through the bone mask, stared indifferently at the snowflakes falling outside. Shall I send someone to search? We must ascertain whether he is alive or deceased, after all, you. Ha 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 ha. Li Fong. If you wish to save your son, there is no need to feign excuses with me. The bone Saman cast a calm glance at the pigman beside him before turning his attention back to the mossy boar outside the cave. The previously mentioned dark green mossy boar had entered the cave, snorted a few times before returning to the snowy expanse. However, Bone Saman, if it was your tribe's envoy that killed Baya, we could prepare in advance, could we not? Prepare? How do you intend to prepare? The icy wilderness is already sufficiently frigid. Do you mean to escape to that land of death? I may not perish, but you will undoubtedly meet your end. Upon finishing his words, the bone Saman gradually rose, his tone less frigid than before, as he regarded Li Fong and reassured him, do not worry. Those individuals have not arrived. Moments ago, the creature outside informed me that several small animals approached our camp last night. Small animals? Such creatures are a rarity in this place. The bone Saman chuckled softly, the sound rasping, as if mocking Li Fong's ignorance. Of course, there are no small animals. Merely a few rodent-like beasts from the alien race. I suspect your son was taken by them. The alien race. In the eyes of the tusked beast flickered a murderous intent. It vividly recalled the time on the desolate snow plains when they had suffered considerable losses at the hands of an otherworldly beast tribe. Even their original shaman had fallen victim to the monstrous leader of that tribe. The name of that creature was etched in its memory, Shinka, a formidable being endowed with immense strength and arcane powers. Fortunately, that tribe had met its demise. Otherwise, it would have been forced to flee to the frigid wasteland long before the arrival of the bone shaman. Let me send someone to scout their location. It proposed. Fool. Halt. Before the tusked beast could take more than a few steps, the bone shaman called out, irritation lacing its tone. Do you believe they won't find our camp? Will they not launch an assault on the tribe once you lead your men away? When the food runs out and the caves are empty? Do you plan to starve outside or return to the desolate snow plains to meet your doom? Then what should we do, Bone Shaman? The repeated reprimands had begun to rattle the tusked beast, yet it remained cautious of the shaman's status and the enigmatic sorcery at its disposal, standing weapon in hand. Ring everyone. These mighty beings will help us track down those little rodents. The Bone Shaman gazed coldly at the mossy-haired wild boar outside the cave. If those otherworldly tribesmen coveted the treasures it held, they should not blame it for being ruthless. Chapter 65, Chili Pepper Tear Gas Cat Knight. Do not concern yourself with the matters here for the moment. I have entrusted you with a task of greater significance. The construction of the defensive line is progressing fervently, and as Su Yuan observed the nearly completed fortifications, he summoned the still busy Cat Knight. Shortly, you shall visit the Pigman tribe. Should they remain inactive, keep watch. If they have commenced their search, return to me immediately. It is reassuring to assign this task to Cat Knight. Although she is not an awakened warrior and lacks the prowess of the likes of Lioness and her companions, her agility is commendable. Even the once-encountered giant python failed to capture her. Understood, but what if they are not present in the camp? If they are absent, return at once. However, remember that your safety is paramount. Should you be discovered, flee without hesitation. Su Yuan harbored some concern, particularly given the presence of a magical shaman on the opposing side. Thus, he spent some points in the system store to procure a few items. This is chili pepper tear gas. If detected, swiftly remove it and hurl it in their direction, then make a hasty retreat towards us. The first-tier system store lacks smoke bombs and flashbangs as throwable weapons, but fortunately, there are some sprays and projectiles made from capsaicin available. Their prices remain steep, yet still within his acceptable range. Rest assured, I am quite swift. Cat Knight replied with an air of pride, yet she dutifully accepted the tear gas from Su Yuan and dashed towards the Pigman tribe. Precautions must be taken. Should that horde of green-haired swine become enraged, it could lead to considerable trouble. Su Yuan silently accessed the system store, pondering for a time before searching for a specific keyword. Firecracker, 1,500 points. Thunder King Firecracker, 2,000 points. Earth-shattering super invincible thunderous firecracker, 3,000 points. The prices are exorbitant. Today's snowstorm is more intense than ever, with the flurry striking the faces of the onlookers. The mossy-haired pigs clear the way, while the Bone Shaman sits atop the foremost dark green pig. Hiss, grunt. The Bone Shaman, with eyes previously shut, suddenly opened them upon hearing the cries of the green-haired pigs and turned his gaze towards the nearby ice lake. The lake was evidently cracked open, accompanied by a peculiar mound of snow, from which a glimpse of brownwood could be discerned. It appears we have gained an unexpected neighbor. Gazing at the icy cavern, a smile crept across the Bone Shaman's face. Since they do not seek the treasure in his possession, there is little to be concerned about. Bone Shaman. Shall I investigate that curious snow mound? The nearby Fong, feeling a twinge of unease, inquired. No need. There is no one there. Those small rodents have long been aware of our presence. Accelerate your pace and proceed forthwith. Hurry, hurry. Across from us lies a tribe of peculiar beasts. When the time comes, we shall vanquish these creatures and carry their provisions back to our camp. Tonight, we shall revel in the cave. The words of Fong Tooth ignited excitement among the porcine warriors behind him, their howls echoing in fervor. The exuberance startled the recently arrived Cat Knight, prompting her to quickly seek refuge in a nearby tree. This is not good. They are already closing in. Cat Knight's expression turned grave as she tightly gripped the tear gas canister that Su Yuan had bestowed upon her, silently leaping down from the branches. Just then, an enraged roar erupted from a dark-furred boar nearby, drawing the attention of the skeletal shaman perched above. Seize her. Indeed, another offspring of the beast tribe. Where have you taken my son? Despite his corpulent form, Fong Tooth moved with surprising swiftness, clearing the snow before him with powerful swipes, while the mossy boar beside him charged ahead. Your son? By now, you should be able to see his lifeless body. Ha ha ha. Unfazed, Cat Knight made a face and dashed towards the front lines established by Su Yuan, her taunts inciting Fong Tooth's fury to a boiling point. Beast God, bestow your blessings upon us. The skeletal shaman raised its bone staff, muttering some archaic incantations, enveloping the surrounding porcine warriors and green-haired boars in a verdant aura. Oh no. Cat Knight's tail bristled in alarm, and she abandoned her taunts, turning to hasten her escape as the portly boars, empowered by the blessings, pursued her with relentless speed. I've got you now, beast cub. Ah. Fong Tooth leaped behind Cat Knight, extending 4 fingers to grasp her head. However, as Cat Knight turned, her sharp steel claws sliced through his palm, crimson blood splattering onto the snow. You are truly bothersome. I had no desire to waste what Su Yuan gifted me. Reluctantly, Cat Knight glanced at the alluring tear gas canister, but the approaching boars and Fong Tooth before her left little room for hesitation. She ripped off the safety ring and hurled the canister at Fong Tooth. Is that all you can manage, tossing pebbles? How pitiable your beast tribe is, resorting to such futile tricks in the absence of power. Fong Tooth suddenly sensed something amiss. The small round object in his grasp radiated an unusual warmth. Boom. A violent explosion released a cloud of capsaicin, enveloping the area in a haze. The pungent gas filled the noses of the surrounding boars, inciting a chorus of violent coughs. Even the typically composed skeletal shaman found himself choking atop the jostling green-haired boar, the acrid spice stinging his eyes and nostrils. Cunning beast. I will slay her. Before long, the capsaicin smoke was dispersed by the chilling wind, leaving Fong Tooth's eyes watering and his large snout dripping. While the other boars fared no better. Chase after them. That individual must be leading us astray. Their people are about to flee. The skeletal shaman seemed to perceive the intentions of the night cat and barked at the surrounding pigmen, for in this moment, those individuals may have already departed with their belongings. I cannot allow anyone to discover my presence here. That peculiar creature must be eliminated. Her kin must be eradicated as well. Need I say more? I'm fully aware. The pigmen around drew their weapons, some crafted from the bones of devoured beasts, while others wielded rough wooden clubs. The weapon in the hands of the tusked figure was rather exquisite, resembling a stone hammer akin to a white fong, though one end had been sharpened to a deadly edge. Chapter 66. Remove the mask. Oh no, they're already approaching. The construction of the battle line is nearly complete, and Su Yuan is currently waiting for Long and the others to bring Baiyu over. He cannot underestimate the intelligence of those orcs simply because they belong to a primitive tribe. It is essential to devise a method that would incite their wrath to the point of losing their reason. At that moment, Mao Yi indeed arrived first. Breathless as she collided into Su Yuan's embrace, he hurriedly exchanged a bottle of juice to feed her. How sweet. What is this delightful beverage? No, Su Yuan. That group of pigmen is charging towards us. They have just reached the frozen lake. Mao Yi licked the liquid from the corner of her mouth, the sugary taste nearly causing her to forget the gravity of the situation. They actually came here? Long, bind that pigman to the wood and place it behind the trap. Su Yuan took his knife and sliced a piece of the beast's skin that Baiyu was wearing. The slimy texture repulsed him. What are you doing? I tell you. My father and the shaman are coming. You cannot defeat us. You might as well release me, and I shall plead for you. Upon hearing Mao Ye's words, Baiyu, who had just arrived, lost the earlier timidity and instead looked smugly at Su Yuan. There is no need for pleading. You have a more pressing task. Just stay here and wait obediently. Su Yuan bound the repugnant fabric around Baiyu's mouth, tightening it enough to distort its pig snout, leaving it to grunt helplessly. Noticing the scattered patches of snow around him, Baiyu saw a spot that had just been covered, resembling the pit it had fallen into earlier. Except for the lack of enticing fish meat above. Wait a moment, could it be that he is that fish meat? Baiyu glanced down at its bound position and instantly comprehended, struggling fiercely, grunting in protest, while the beast maidens had already taken cover under Su Yuan's command. Ji and the others returned to the camp. Their task of digging tunnels was complete. The snowfield, apart from Baiyu, contained only Su Yuan, Chi Hu, and Mao Yi. Su Yuan, perhaps you should hide. I can handle the command here, Chi Hu said. A hint of concern for Su Yuan's safety evident in her grip on several bone tokens. It's all right. Sure, and the others are hidden up front. It is quite safe here in the back, and I still need to execute the final step. Su Yuan had been exchanging for blue spirit drinks these days. While each enhancement was modest, they had cumulatively bolstered his strength significantly. Just make sure to stay behind me. If that group of pigmen hurls weapons, I will shield you. Shield me? Su Yuan suddenly remembered that Chi Hu was also a sorceress. He had scarcely seen her wield magic lately, nearly forgetting this fact. By the way, Chi Hu, I still do not know what spells you possess. I possess the powers of flame, stone, healing, tempest, and veil of rain. However, the latter two cards of sorcery have been misplaced, leaving me with only 3 forms of magic at my disposal. Do all mages in this realm lack elemental limitations? A mere red fox can wield spells of 5 elements, leaving Su Yuan astounded with widened eyes. Could it be that in the primordial era of this fantastical world, multiple forms of magic were commonplace, and that the singular magic of the medieval age has entered a decline? No, it's nothing. I shall procure a staff for you next time. In the distance, a cacophony erupted, and the swirling snow obscured visibility ahead, as colossal figures emerged from the tempest. It was through this close encounter that Su Yuan felt the overwhelming presence of the pigman compared to the white tooth. The oppressive aura of the foremost tusked pigman was suffocating. Why do the younglings of the beast tribes not flee? White tooth, as the tusked creature charged. Its eyes still retained a sinister crimson hue, faintly revealing the sight of its son bound upon a rack. Whoa, White tooth whimpered, attempting to convey the peril of the trap to its father, yet Su Yuan's grip was too constrictive, rendering only a blurred murmur of sorrow. Are you the shaman of that pigman tribe? Su Yuan disregarded the tusked beast, for the figure adorned with a bone mask was the true focal point of his attention. 1, 2, 3. Are there only 3 of you? The green-haired pig beneath him snorted softly, while the bone shaman smirked with disdain, gazing toward the nearby snowfield. So there are indeed more of you hiding. I wondered how you dared to stand here alone. It seems you were well prepared for an ambush. Instantly, Su Yuan's countenance shifted. He had not anticipated that the green-haired pig possessed such keen senses, able to detect the presence of others from such a distance. More alarmingly, this creature was capable of conversing with pigs, and the nature of their dialogue eluded his understanding entirely. Lion, retreat completely. The concealed individuals in the snow shed their disguises and returned to Su Yuan's side, while the few snow wolves appeared somewhat intimidated by the opposing pigmen. The great barbarian thumped his chest and roared at the adversaries. You sorry lot, if none of you slay a single one of them, you shall go without supper tonight. Su Yuan, exasperated, struck the head of one of the dogs. Noting how these companions were growing increasingly spirited, their cowardice was all too vivid. Awoo. Upon hearing the consequence of missing dinner, the snow wolves perked up, baring their teeth at the smaller pigmen across from them. Hee, you must be the leader over there. In truth, we have much to discuss, such as our shared plight in this frozen wilderness. Why not sit down and converse amicably? The bone shaman's raspy voice carried a hint of sincerity and resignation, leaving the tusked one momentarily taken aback. What? Are we not here to wage war? My son is still bound over there. Oh, what is there to discuss? Your mask obscures your sincerity from me. This is due to the unsightly scars I bear. The frigid expanse is not a place for any tribe to dwell, lacking sustenance and shelter, shrouded in cold and a blanket of white. The bone shaman pushed against the mask upon his face, seemingly reluctant to reveal his visage to others. Were it not for the peril that drove me here, who would willingly venture into such a desolate land? Indeed, we could engage in a meaningful exchange of our experiences. Remove your mask and let us see one another. As a member of the Beast clan, I have stated that this mask conceals the scars upon my face. Consider the days spent without hunting, facing the specter of starvation, compounded by the ever-present wrath of the frozen wilderness. Then, you should first unveil your own mask. Your kind from the Beast clan are not so resilient to the cold. I suspect some of your kin have already perished. We may negotiate the sharing of the cave. But first, let me see your face without the mask. I shall remove yours, XXX. Chapter 67. Traps. All traps. Since you are unwilling, there is nothing more to discuss. Such deceitful tactics may work on Na'vi beast girls, but Su Yuan has encountered far more sophisticated schemes than these rudimentary ploys. There is truly nothing to deliberate. This is your kind, isn't it? I shall commence this battle with its blood. Su Yuan drew a sharp dagger and plunged it into the thigh of the white-toothed creature beside him. The intense pain elicited a howl from it, muffled by the beast hide in its mouth. At this moment, it could not afford to warn its father about the traps, desperately struggling instead. Onward. All of you charge. Capture them and rescue my son. The tusked creature raised a massive stone hammer, and the surrounding mossy-haired boars, along with the pigmen, erupted into ferocious roars as they charged forward. Su Yuan, what should we do? The hiding spot of the lionesses had been discovered, and they stood anxiously beside Su Yuan, awaiting his command. When they rush in, there won't be enough room for everyone in the traps. Some will inevitably slip through. You must handle it. Betrayal Moon. If you continue to play with that knife, I will take it away. Su Yuan was calmly outlining their strategy. But Betrayal Moon gleefully toyed with the sharp, short knife in her hand. The blade, merely the length of a forearm, was slender and gleaming under the warm winter sun. The members of the melee squad had all updated their weapons. Faced with this sudden onslaught, Su Yuan could no longer concern himself with conserving points or the slow progress of technological autonomy. First, they must deal with this horde of pigmen. The collection of iron weapons amounted to no more than 5,000 or 6,000 points, and Su Yuan's points had now dwindled to just over 10,000. You say you won't play, then I shall not play. Su Yuan chose to ignore the individual, turning his gaze toward the approaching pigmen. Barely a few steps forward, the first trap swallowed the tusked creature whole. However, Su Yuan had not anticipated its towering height of nearly 3 meters. The pit ensnared only its lower half, leaving its chest and head exposed, while the mossy-haired boars charged over its head. Stop! Stop! The skeletal shaman also noticed the pitfalls. And one by one, the pigmen fell into them, even some green-haired boars unable to halt their momentum, crashing into those ahead of them. Archers. In the rear, Fox C rose from the trenches with a group of beast girls. Despite their trembling hands, they tautly drew their bowstrings. Without Su Yuan's command, Lioness also fully drew her ironwood bow, releasing an arrow that pierced the skull of a pigman caught at the hole's edge with a sonic boom. The arrows shot from Lioness's hands, whether iron or wooden, were virtually rendered useless after this. What is this? The skeletal shaman, in a state of panic, observed as around 10 pigmen and mossy-haired boars plummeted into the traps, the pigmen managing to endure the pain and prop themselves up. However, the mossy-haired boar, whose head had plunged directly into the pit, faced a dire fate, either being pierced through the skull by bone spurs from its own eyes or becoming trapped at the entrance. Unable to escape, the number of onlookers dwindled rapidly, and its expression grew increasingly grave as it hastily raised its bone staff. Beast God, let your fury descend upon us, allowing the world to feel your wrath. A crimson mist emanated from the staff, enveloping the pigmen, whose muscles tensed, while the mossy-haired boar gasped for breath. Cataclysmic burst. The crimson fox gazed in astonishment at the skeletal shaman. No one in the desolate snowfields wielded such power, and she had only ever witnessed it once in the Wangshua mountain range. Unleash your spells. Those petty tricks will not save you. The bone staff in the shaman's hand radiated a sanguine energy, silencing the cries of the wounded pigmen around. Very well, allow me to demonstrate my sorcery. Su Yuan extracted a vibrant red item from the system's marketplace, igniting it with a lighter before hastily tossing it towards the skeletal shaman. Stop it. Having learned from past mistakes, the skeletal shaman was not caught off guard again. It commanded a pigman to shield itself. The explosive sound of firecrackers startled the mossy-haired boars, causing the shaman, previously casting Cataclysmic Burst, to stumble precariously. First, deal with those who have not fallen into the pit. Lioness relinquished her bow, opting for the more suitable broadsword. As her fellow warriors closely followed suit, the mossy-haired boars, still reeling from the disturbance, had yet to recover. Cover your ears. Fangya rose from the pit, its bloodied feet still oozing, as it wielded a stone hammer to send a panicked mossy-haired boar flying. At that moment, its body swelled again, transforming its flabby form into bulging muscles, the sanguine aura surrounding it more potent than that previously released by the skeletal shaman. Die. It seized the gray figure attacking the pigmen, bringing the stone hammer down with force. Clang. The gray figure's expression remained unchanged as the long blade unhesitatingly pierced the eye socket of the pigman before it. In a flash, Long dashed forward, intercepting the strike meant for Fangya. Their synergy had been honed over countless battles throughout the years. Such precise opportunities were rare. The gray figure withdrew the blade from the pigman's corpse and swiftly redirected it towards Fangya's legs. The runes of an awakened warrior glimmered on Long's forehead, and Fangya instantly recognized the identity of its opponent, though the pain in its legs left little room for contemplation. As the cacophony of firecrackers subsided, the once panic-stricken mossy-haired boars regained their composure. The skeletal shaman, beholding the woman wielding the broadsword and the shimmering runes upon her brow, felt a flicker of panic. Curse it! There are 2 awakened warriors in this tribe. Uncertain of what had transpired during its years in the icy wilderness, it was baffled that a tribe with at least 2 intermediate awakened warriors could be driven to such desolation. Block them. I require time to invoke the berserk spell. The mossy-haired boar charged forward, its robust tusks clashing against the lion's broadsword, surprisingly leaving a small gash on the previously unyielding ivory. I never anticipated that you possessed 2 awakened warriors. However, after casting such an extensive array of sorcery, you must be devoid of magical power by now. What? Magical power? Su Yuan cast a puzzled glance at the lighter in his hand. Does one truly require magical energy to toss a firecracker? Flames. Just as the skeletal shaman was reveling in its impending unleashing of a devastating spell, an orange glow emanated from the bone card held by the crimson fox behind it, and a fireball hurtled toward it. In an instant, the shaman's smile faded, witnessing the pigmen warriors around him with blood-red eyes. He gritted his teeth and raised his arm defensively, bracing himself to endure the explosive fireball. Thud. Chapter 68. No more acting. The crisp sound of the bone staff shattering echoed, leaving the skeletal shaman in disbelief as he gazed at the fragments strewn across the ground. Shattered, shattered? In the distance, Su Yuan slowly lowered the composite bow in his hand. Knowing the terrifying power of the explosive spell, how could he allow the skeletal shaman to unleash it? He was not foolish. After searching for the right angle for some time, he finally devised a clever ruse. Using the massive fireball from the red fox to obscure the arrow he released, had he not had further inquiries for the skeletal shaman, that arrow would likely have shattered its skull. The pigmen, bolstered by the explosive spell, had managed to hold their ground against Shur and her companions, but now, upon halting, they shrieked in agony from the various piercing and arrow wounds they had sustained. "Big man, charge! Crush them!" roared Little Man, perched atop Big Man's head, wielding a massive hammer bristling with iron spikes. Once Big Man succeeded in toppling the mossy-haired pig, it would face the wrath of her hammer. The living forces were swiftly annihilated, and those trapped in the pits could not rise, staining the snowy expanse in crimson. The skeletal shaman sat dazed upon the ground, his eyes fixated on the bone staff he had never parted with. Amidst the scattered bones lay a dark crystal, marred by cracks. Before him, the sunlight was obscured by a looming figure. "So, shall we remove your mask and take a look?" This battle did not result in any Beast Girl fatalities, however. Several sustained injuries, some from errant arrows striking their posteriors, while others were flung away by the mossy-haired pig. It became evident that Su Yuan's preparations had been overly cautious. The trench remained unused, and the pigmen, startled by the firecracker sounds, were unable to throw their weapons in disarray. Moreover, the few weapons that could be hurled were scarce. Confronting an enemy so near rendered the notion of weapon tossing utterly misguided. Within the camp, Su Yuan and his companions sorted through the corpses of the pigmen and the green-haired pigs. The latter would serve as sustenance for the camp, ensuring they would not have to hunt for a month without worry. As for the pigmen's remains, adhering to a principle of waste not, want not, Su Yuan could exchange them for points, particularly since he had yet to make today's 10 transactions. "I told you, once I catch you, I'll strip you of that hood." On a wooden rack in the camp, the skeletal shaman was tightly bound. The previous white-toothed creature had bled to death, and the ropes that restrained it were now repurposed for the skeletal shaman. Su Yuan removed the beast bone mask from its face, revealing a gaunt visage, dark and gray-skinned, with sparse hair, presenting an appearance of great age. "Speak. Who are you? Where do you come from? What is that crystal?" Ever since the crystal shattered, this individual had been in a daze, and it was evident that the item's worth was extraordinary. "Shattered. You have broken the spirit of the earth. That was a treasure I painstakingly stole." "The spirit of the earth? Why didn't you mention that sooner? Perhaps we could have negotiated." "The name certainly carries weight." Su Yuan hurriedly made his way to the pile of items left on the battlefield, which included crude weapons wielded by the pigmen and some recovered trap devices. According to the Red Fox, these items would prove useful in the future. "White Rabbit, do you see that peculiar stone that shattered into 2 pieces? Is this what you mean?" As he touched its warm interior, he intended to show it to you. The White Rabbit opened his palm to reveal the previously split dark stone, and at that moment, he sensed something flowing within it. He promptly took it, and indeed, the familiar voice echoed in his ears. "Detected rare item, Earth Spirit Crystal, can be traded for 5,000 points, or 500 points for a new special item. Host. Please choose the trading direction. 500, 500. Hurry up and show me the new treasures." Transaction successful. New items available in the special section. Complete Guide to Basic Earth Magic. 15,000 points. Note. Includes 10 basic Earth Elemental spells. Requires self-study. Goodness, are they not even pretending? An Earth Magic book. Su Yuan's eyes widened at the sight of a new brown book adorned with strange symbols, which he could decipher. Earth Spirit Magic, Apprentice Edition, regrettably. The cost of points seemed daunting. Spending 15,000 points would leave him questioning how to sustain himself. "Forget it, I'll exchange it later when I have more points. Besides, what if my magical aptitude is lacking?" After completing the transaction for the cracked crystal, he exhaled in relief and turned his attention back to the heap of corpses and items. The pigmen, under the command of the Bone Shaman, had launched a thorough assault, leaving Su Yuan no opportunity to ambush their home, so everything they could carry was present here. Naturally, he dismissed the broken stone weapons, and aside from that, there were merely some dried meats. The primitive folk had far too few spoils. As he monotonously rummaged through the items, the system's delightful voice rang out once more, this time regarding a broken bone. "Wasn't this the bone staff that the shaman had previously wielded?" The White Rabbit and the others had even managed to recover this. Although the crystal atop the bone was missing, it was still as long as an arm, with sharp fractures, and the entire bone radiated a luster akin to white jade. Detected rare item. Windchaser wolf leg bone can be traded for 2,000 points or 200 points for a new special item. Host. Please choose the trading direction. This item was certainly more affordable than the crystal, yet Su Yuan accepted it all into the system as special merchandise. Windchaser boots, 2,000 points. Wind bone arrows, 50 points. A pair of white fur boots that appeared immensely comfortable, alongside a white-tipped arrow whose value exceeded that of poisoned arrows by more than double. Though the items were rather ordinary, Su Yuan was not particularly finicky. After closing the system shop, he resumed his search, meticulously examining all the seemingly unremarkable objects. He wished to avoid a fate similar to that of the Windchaser wolf bone, which appeared inconspicuous, yet turned out to be a rare item. Had he not been curious enough to pick it up, it would likely have been discarded by the White Rabbit in due time. Su Yuan inspected all the items scattered on the ground, and it seemed that the Windchaser wolf bone was indeed a stroke of luck, for none of the other objects emitted a crisp notification sound. Nevertheless, it was fortunate to have uncovered 2 special items. It was time to conclude today as transactions. He discarded the wooden stick he had been holding and moved toward a nearby pile of pigment corpses, which had formed a small mound, still oozing with blood. These bodies were placed in a clearing next to a wooden post, and the snow accumulating from the sky helped preserve them from rapid decay. Otherwise, the odor wafting towards the camp would undoubtedly be unbearable. Chapter 69, The Yellow Sandplane System. May we deliberate on a matter? I would prefer not to dismantle these creatures for processing. I am quite weary of having them linger here, causing discomfort. I would be willing to trade for a lower point value. Just take them all at once. Overall reclamation yields only 60 of total item recovery points. Are you certain? Certainly. There lay over 30 corpses of pigmen, and even trading 10 a day would require him 4 days to manage. If he were to dismantle and trade them individually, it might take half a month or even a month to conclude the transaction. Not to mention whether these corpses could withstand the passage of time. Just the sight of a mountain of pigment carcasses daily was unsettling, especially with some beast girls residing in the tribe. It would be wiser to trade for fewer points. Common pigment corpse, 2,010 points. Shall we proceed with the trade? Trade. The mountainous pile of pigment corpses was traded to the system by Su Yuan, with prices varying. The warriors garnered more points, while the ordinary pigmen fetched less. As his palm brushed against a massive white tusk, the system's clear and melodious voice resonated once more. Detected rare item, mutated pigment tusk, can be traded for 4,000 points or exchanged for 400 points, granting access to special merchandise. Host, please select your trading direction. It was merely 1,000 points less than the Earth Spirit crystal coveted by that skeletal shaman. It appeared the awakened pigman warrior corpses were indeed quite valuable. For 100 points, he declared, then opened the special merchandise page. Transaction successful. New items can be viewed in the special section. Pig milk tea, 1,500 points. Note, increases body size and strength by 30 for 1 hour, lasting 30 minutes. Can be redeemed thrice daily. Oh, so it is a strength potion. Wait, it also increases size? Su Yuan observed it with curiosity, his mind wandering. If Lioness were to consume this potion, her stature would surely exceed 2 meters and 60 centimeters. Wouldn't this be akin to? Lord Su Yuan, we have returned. At that moment, Lioness arrived back at the camp with several beast girls, having been dispatched earlier to investigate the pigman tribe's encampment. They returned empty-handed, suggesting that the pigmen had already taken all their belongings. The caves they occupied contained only some beast bones and stones. We searched thoroughly, but found no other items. That is quite all right. Please assist Rabbit and the others with the corpses. It was not surprising they found nothing, as it remained uncertain when these beings had arrived in the frigid wasteland. After all, they were orcs fleeing from elsewhere. Having exhausted his trading opportunities for the day down to the last transaction, Su Yuan returned to the pillar where the skeletal shaman was bound. The shaman appeared quite dejected, evidently still preoccupied with thoughts of the Earth Spirit crystal. Now then, you expressed a desire to converse earlier, did you not? Let us engage in a thorough discussion. Where do you hail from, and what exactly is this Earth Spirit? Confronted with Su Yuan's inquiries, the bone shaman remained indifferent, gazing vacantly downward. It appeared that no amount of lesson could rectify its obstinacy. Su Yuan seized a few scarce strands of hair atop its head, and following a cry of agony, Those white locks blended seamlessly into the surrounding snow. The object was already shattered and discarded. Surely, you wouldn't wish to endure suffering in your final moments? Curse Beastman. It was you who drove me away initially, and now you have shattered my precious possession. I yearn to flay your hide. Su Yuan's expression betrayed no emotion as he fixed his gaze upon its head, stating, if you prefer not to engage in a civil discussion, I could commence by skinning you alive. However, it would not be a simple affair. I would first make an incision and then cast you into the nearby frozen lake, where the fish would gradually feast upon your flesh. Rest assured, as your life ebbs away, I shall employ healing magic to prolong your suffering while those fish devour you piece by piece. The Bone Shaman stared at Su Yuan in disbelief, astonished that this individual could be even more ruthless than the shamans of its former tribe. In fact, the Ironblood Shaman would seem kind by comparison. I am called Bone, hailing from the Scorpion tribe of the Yellow Sand Plains. That earth spirit is a treasure of my tribe. The Yellow Sand Plains? How distant is it from here? I cannot say for certain, but it took me nearly 2 years to arrive, as I was relentlessly pursued. 2 years? It seems the Yellow Sand Plains are quite far indeed. Su Yuan had initially intended to inquire about the Earth Spirit Crystal, a glass bead-sized artifact that, even in its damaged state, was valued at 5,000 points. One could only imagine its worth if intact. And those who hunt you, do they truly allow you to linger here for so long? They dare not approach. The Scorpion Shaman sent warriors from the Serpent and Lizard tribes, who are particularly averse to the cold, and thus remain on the other side of the snowy mountain range. I once ventured to spy on them. They have established a tribe guarding the paths into the mountains, leaving me with no choice but to conceal myself here. Thus, the situation became clear. This creature had stolen its tribe's treasure and was subsequently pursued to this locale, while those pigmen were likely just random laborers captured along the way, presumably to assist in hunting and provide for its existence. Yet, a sudden suspicion arose in Su Yuan's mind. Could that peculiar beast woman shaman be linked to these individuals from the Yellow Sand Plains? Could you let me go? Without the Earth Spirit, they would not discover my whereabouts, and I shall depart from this icy wasteland immediately, vowing not to divulge your secrets. Perhaps the earlier act of pulling its hair had revived its senses. Now, faced with death, the Bone Shaman sought a chance for survival. Release you? Su Yuan scrutinized it from head to toe, seeking an advantageous angle before plunging a dagger deep into its flesh. Dark, ink-like blood flowed from its mouth, which had yet to utter a word. Perhaps it never anticipated that Su Yuan would strike with such decisiveness, denying it even the slightest chance to plead for mercy. Even the horde of pig men accompanying you are nothing but fabricators. Do you truly believe I would trust your words? As the skeletal shaman's body gradually slumped, Su Yuan withdrew the dagger he had thrust into it. The last opportunity for trade had been reserved for this moment. The instant his palm made contact with the skeletal shaman, the system's crisp voice, as anticipated, resonated in his ears. Rare item detected. Mutated desert goblin skull. Trade for 4,000 points, or 400 points for a special item. Host, please select the direction of the trade. Chapter 70. A reward for the pets? Transaction successful. New items available in special section. Goblin stone necklace, for 1,000 points. Note: wearing it allows one to maintain a state of alertness and slightly enhances magical power. The special item obtained from the corpse of the desert goblin was indeed the most delightful surprise for Su Yuan. Second only to the magical tome he had previously acquired, particularly due to its effect of sustaining wakefulness. If it proves effective for the witches who were captured and taken to the Snow Mountain range, it may indeed lead to their complete recovery and the gathering of vital information regarding the Snow Mountain range. Following the battle, the atmosphere within the tribe reached a euphoric crescendo. As night fell, a particularly large bonfire was ignited at the center of the starry camp. The bright flames illuminated the faces of everyone present, who joyfully gathered around, bowls in hand, relishing the delicious meat broth that brought radiant smiles to the faces of every beast maiden. The mighty barbarian and several snow wolves also enjoyed a sumptuous feast, especially the barbarian who gleefully gnawed on a large pig bone. Truly, the spoils of battle were plentiful. Not only did the tribe's food supply receive a generous boost, but my system's special items were also replenished significantly. On ordinary days, apart from fish, the camp's diet consisted solely of sweet potatoes and potatoes exchanged by Su Yuan from the system's marketplace. While the succulent fish was delightful, it could never compare to the rich flavors of pork and beef. Suddenly, Su Yuan recalled the snow crystal cow previously hunted by Lioness. It seemed he had forgotten about that cow amidst the affairs concerning the pigman tribe. One could easily surmise that its size rivaled that of the ice spike spider he had encountered before, and it was highly probable that the snow crystal cow could yield new special items as well. White Rabbit, where is the snow crystal cow that Sister Lioness hunted before? After much contemplation, Su Yuan decided to locate that item. For tomorrow he might test whether the snow crystal cow could unlock new special products. That cow? I placed it in the snow house after I finished processing it. Oh, you put it in the snow house? I understand now. I shall try it out tomorrow. As the camp's atmosphere grew increasingly lively, several cheerful and enthusiastic beast maidens beckoned Su Yuan to join them, each dancing joyfully. This is our celebration dance. Come dance with us. Numerous beast maidens danced around the bonfire, with even Cat Knight blending into the festivities, accompanied by a cheerful white-furred cat. Though her complexion appeared somewhat pale, Long and Lioness did not partake in the dance but clapped excitedly from the sidelines, while Gigi joined in, swaying along with the others. The primitive tribal dance was delightfully simple, revolving around the bonfire with hands and feet moving in joyful abandon, devoid of any specific rhythm. However, witnessing the various tails swaying in delight, Su Yuan could not resist joining in the merriment. The bonfire cast shadows of all present, illuminating their joyful smiles. Lord Su Yuan, thank you for saving me earlier. Amidst the throng, Cat Bai approached Su Yuan, delicately rising on her toes to plant a kiss upon his lips. The gentle sensation momentarily startled Su Yuan. Wait, it seemed that beast girls did not express gratitude in such a manner, did they? Cat Bai, who taught you this? With a hint of surprise, Cat Bai replied, it was Cat Yi who informed me. She said you told her that kissing was a way your tribe expressed gratitude. Did I actually say that? When did this happen? Indeed, the words from that night had somehow resonated into the present. Su Yuan's lips twitched slightly. What had been mere whispers to coax Cat Yi into submission had now been taken seriously by this creature. The crux of the matter was that she truly could not keep a secret. Su Yuan. Tonight suddenly, Cat Yi leapt over, but before she could finish her sentence, Su Yuan covered her mouth and whisked her away from the dancing crowd, leaving Cat Bai in a state of bewilderment. Tonight? Cat Bai scratched her head in confusion as she watched Su Yuan depart. The celebratory dance continued until midnight, and after indulging in food and drink, the beast girls leaned against one another, while Su Yuan cradled the drowsy Cat Yi. With over 20,000 points restored and another 30,000 expected tomorrow, should he reward these beast girls? Gazing at the throng of beast girls beside him, Su Yuan pondered what kind of reward to bestow. Should he treat them to more compressed biscuits? He had promised Gigi something far more delectable than those once the war concluded. Just as he mulled over this, Gigi popped her head out from the side, her eyes sparkling with excitement and a broad smile adorning her face. Hiki, Su Yuan, the shaman. All right. I know I owe you a reward, Gigi warrior. Go gather everyone. Tonight, I shall beseech the celestial beings for a reward for all. Okay, I'll go right away. Upon hearing of the reward, Gigi dashed off without hesitation, greeting each one by the campfire. While Cat Yi began to rouse at the sound. System, do you have a list of items these beast girls enjoy? Cat food, large bag 100 points. Dog food, value pack 80 points. Animal milk treats, surprise pack 150 points. What on earth? I am rewarding the beast girls, not catering to pets. The entire list consisted of animal feed, including freeze-dried treats beloved by small creatures, nutrient-rich milk snacks, and various pet canned foods. One might mistakenly think he was perusing a pet food store. Yet, the system was merely a rigid program, devoid of humor. Was it truly the case that caring for beast girls resembled caring for pets? Su Yuan, everyone is gathered. While he pondered this, Gigi had managed to assemble the group. The once weary beast girls encircled him eagerly. Shaman, what rewards await? Are they delicious? Though I must admit, I am somewhat full already. I yearn for another fur blanket, for Banyu persistently steals my covers during the night. Upon uttering this, Banyu promptly sealed her lips. As Banyu's fierce gaze bore into her, revealing her pristine little tiger teeth. Alas, I suppose I still desire sustenance. A blanket? Su Yuan suddenly came to a realization. Although the snow huts in the tribe were sufficiently accommodating, the inhabitants tended to huddle together at night, which not only provided warmth but also conserved the precious fur blankets. After all, the tribe's supply of fur was limited, and the blankets were even scarcer, with most in the camp being rough and unprocessed hides. Given that rewards were plentiful, perhaps it would be wiser to exchange for additional blankets to endure this frigid winter in the snowfields? System, please check the prices of the blankets. Cotton blanket, 500 points. Down blanket, 300 points. Wool blanket, 280 points. Memory foam blanket, 1,200 points. Chapter 71. Cat food is indeed meant for feeding cat girls in this world. Pure wool and down comforters, once considered expensive, are now relatively affordable. In contrast, technological products such as memory foam blankets, bamboo fiber quilts, and even electric blankets are exceedingly costly. However, such luxuries are unnecessary at present. Today, due to everyone's valor and collaborative spirit, we triumphed over the formidable pigman tribe. Without the collective effort, our victory would have been unattainable. Thus, I earnestly prayed to the heavens for winter bedding for everyone. Each snow hut will receive one Su Yuan exchange for the most economical wool blanket. Although it does not match the comfort of down or cotton, its excellent warmth is perfectly suited for this frigid, wintry landscape. Hooray! Now I can have one for myself. Banyu will no longer snatch my blanket. Just as I was reveling in joy, Banyu, unable to contain herself, seized the rabbit ears of the nearby Banyu. And her previously excited expression quickly morphed into a sorrowful one. However, the weary expressions of the tribe members began to dissipate, as even though the snow huts are not particularly cold, who wouldn't desire a little extra warmth during such frigid nights? The tribe members formed an orderly queue, with the eldest sister of the snow hut stepping forward to claim her reward. Su Yuan opened his arms, and in an instant, the white woolen blanket descended before him. The beast girls lined up with great order, led by the red fox, who was taken aback upon seeing the wool blanket in Su Yuan's hands. "Is this a wool blanket?" she inquired. "Can you tell just by looking?" Su Yuan asked, intrigued. The red fox smiled and explained, back in the desolate snowfields, many tribespeople would skin the snow sheep they hunted and turn their pelts into blankets and clothing. However, snow sheep are quite rare, making this material rather precious. Moreover, I have never encountered a wool blanket of this kind before. I only caught a whiff of its scent. The wool blanket Su Yuan exchanged for is generously filled with soft wool, its weight palpable in his hands. It is far warmer and more comfortable than the tribe's original fur blankets, and it lacks the unpleasant odor typical of animal hides when held close to the nose. "Here, take it. Thank you for your efforts, Su Yuan." As Su Yuan handed the wool blanket to the red fox, the soft texture warmed her heart. She gently approached Su Yuan and pecked him on the corner of his mouth. "Is this something Cat Knight taught you? How many people did Cat Knight confide in during their dance?" The red fox gazed at the somewhat perplexed Su Yuan and asked in surprise, "Did Catbite tell me this? She mentioned that your tribe expresses gratitude through kisses. Did I misunderstand? Should she admit to being mistaken, or could she be correct? If she was wrong, then what she had previously conveyed to Cat Knight would be mere nonsense. Yet if she was right, how could she, not being from the West, know of such a custom? No, you're right. I'm simply curious about how you learned this so quickly." Ultimately, Su Yuan gazed upon the delicate and exquisite visage of the red fox, and, betraying his conscience, uttered these words: "The customs of the West are indeed customs. Is not Earth just an immense village? Everyone has been quite attentive to your needs." After the red fox departed, a procession of beast maidens followed closely, indicating that Su Yuan's words had spread throughout the entire tribe. Each beast maiden, wrapped in soft wool blankets, approached him with palpable excitement. He had lost count of how many wool blankets he had distributed, yet the memory of the myriad kisses remained vivid. As he endured the tender affections of various beast maidens repeatedly, nearly numbing his lips. "Do you wish to join?" Just as Su Yuan began to feel a bit lightheaded from the onslaught of kisses, a colossal figure materialized before him, its outstretched paw evoking a sense of astonishment. "Roar." The great barbarian nodded, rising to pat its belly, the fur from its previous injury yet to regrow, accentuating its forlorn appearance. "All right, take it," Su Yuan said, handing a wool blanket to the great barbarian, who clumsily attempted to mimic his actions as it advanced, only to be unceremoniously kicked away. "Hurry back with that." This creature's intelligence was rather daunting. Its penchant for imitation could lead to unfortunate consequences if it were to lick him. 15 wool blankets amounted to 200 points, not an excessive sum, yet enough to restore Su Yuan's point total from the 2000s back to the 1000s. Presently, he possessed just over 10,000 points. Had he not anticipated a deposit of 30,000 points the following day, he would have hesitated to expend so freely. However, witnessing the joy radiating from the beast maidens as they embraced their wool blankets filled him with a sense of worth, igniting a wave of pride within him, prompting him to summon Cat Knight. "Next time, refrain from speaking indiscriminately. Understand?" "What did I say?" Cat Knight inquired. Its weary eyes clouded with confusion. With a sigh, Su Yuan exchanged some points for a bag of cat food from the system. The system remained as miserly as ever. refusing to provide even a proper packaging, merely encasing the morsels in a piece of beast hide. Sniff, sniff, what a delightful aroma. There's the scent of chicken, fish, and even beef. The instant the cat food was produced, Cat Knight, previously drowsy, widened its eyes, its little nose twitching in eager anticipation. Is the flavor this rich? Su Yuan picked up a morsel and tasted it. The first sensation was a savory meat flavor, followed by subtle grain notes. It had a pleasing chewiness reminiscent of the beef jerky he had once savored. Surprisingly delectable, he mused, preparing to pop another morsel into his mouth. But the keen noses of the surrounding beast maidens soon drew them near, crowding around him with eager gazes. Su Yuan, is this also a reward for us? One of them nearly drooled, and had her mother not grasped her tail, she would have likely leaped into Su Yuan's arms. Would you all like to try? After receiving permission from Su Yuan, everyone eagerly grabbed a morsel from the pile of cat food nestled in animal skins and popped it into their mouths. The unprecedented aroma enveloped them, causing all to blissfully squint their eyes in delight. How delicious! This surpasses even the compressed biscuits. As they chewed with a satisfying crunch, their expressions radiated even more excitement than when they had devoured the compressed snacks. One of them quickly offered a piece to Long, who was standing behind. Mother, do try this. It's truly delightful. Indeed, this world resembled a vast pet sanctuary, where the cat food proved beneficial not only for the cat girls, but even for the aloof lioness, who succumbed to temptation and tasted it as well. Before long, an entire bag of cat food had been consumed, and although everyone had already dined, their appetites remained insatiable. The little one, Gigi, continued to lick her fingers, prompting Su Yuan, unable to bear the sight, to pull her closer. All right, I shall beseech the deities for this delectable food during our next celebration. However, indulging in cat food could lead to addiction, and Su Yuan was determined to prevent the beast women of the tribe from becoming reliant on system products. After all, with the unlocking of special items, an influx of expensive goods had emerged, and once the second-level marketplace was opened, even costlier items would likely follow. Only that which is cultivated independently can truly belong to one. But how is cat food made again? Chapter 72. An unusual night as the night descended. After appointing 3 beastkin to keep watch, everyone returned comfortably to their quaint little snow huts, enveloped in soft wool blankets that provided exceptional warmth. A few beastkin snuggled together, and before long, they began to perspire lightly from the heat, prompting them to cast aside their fur garments. Had Su Yuan been nestled among them in the snow hut, he surely would have been unable to resist the temptation. On this night, it seemed that the demon above would have swiftly vanquished the angel upon his head. However, he too found it difficult to resist. Tonight was unlike any other. Time slipped away unnoticed as Su Yuan cradled the slumbering Cat Knight in his arms. The day's battles and the evening's festivities still coursed through him, leaving him in a state of exhilaration. I can't take it anymore. I'm so sleepy. Sleep, so delicious. Cat Knight mumbled in her dreams, smacking her lips, lost in whatever reverie she was experiencing. Outside the camp, 3 small figures stealthily peeked through a gap in the wooden fence. Upon seeing the 3 somewhat weary beastkin remaining in the camp, they quickly withdrew their heads. Sister Lanza, do we really have to steal their food? They were so frightening during the day. I don't want to be cut in half. Behind her was a petite girl with short white hair, whose ears resembled those of ordinary humans, unlike the previous beastkin. The gentle breeze revealed the chubby little ears on either side of her head, were it not for the few ice-blue spider legs casually extending from her back. Along with her eyes that were more intricate than a kaleidoscope, she could easily be mistaken for a human. Silence. They're all asleep. Besides, they gathered so much food today, they surely won't notice if a little goes missing. The leading girl, with ice-blue long hair and sharper spider legs than her companions, wore a resolute expression upon her cool face. The food they had pilfered previously would only sustain them for a limited time, and they must not forget to prepare provisions for Mother Hongshuang. Otherwise, that creature would become uncontrollable. I'll venture into the cave shortly. If I am caught, you must return quickly and lead everyone away from here. The 2 spider girls behind her hesitated, tugging gently at the blue-haired girl's arm, reluctant to let her go. But what about Mother Hongshuang? Mother Hongshuang will hold off that creature. Once everyone has escaped, it will be unable to pursue you. Lanza had been astonished by the combat prowess of this newly emerged tribe. During the day, they had heard the fierce sounds of battle below and ventured out to observe. To their surprise, they witnessed this newly appeared tribe mercilessly slaughtering the opposing pigment tribe, a group they had previously dared not approach. The last time they attempted to steal food from the pigman tribe, they had been discovered by a figure wearing a skeletal mask, nearly preventing their return. Had the pigmen been capable of climbing mountains, she would likely have found herself buried beneath the snow by now. Very well, you two wait here. In a moment, I shall toss the items to you, and you can take them back immediately. Lansha, hold on a moment. Just as she was about to depart, another arachnid maiden called out to her, gazing at the peculiar gap in the wooden fence, feeling an inexplicable sense of unease. What is it, Lu Sui? Why does this tribe's shaman leave an opening here while the rest is enclosed? The strange gap raised her suspicions during her daytime observation from the mountain. She had noted that the timber within the tribe had not been depleted, yet now the surroundings were lined with wood, revealing only this segment. Perhaps those fellows were preoccupied with dealing with the pigmen tribe and neglected this area. Besides, even if the wooden barrier were complete, I could easily scale it. Lu Sui suggested. Lansha, do be cautious of the ground when you enter. Those fellows previously dug a pit and concealed it with snow. For some reason, an underlying worry gnawed at Lu Sui's heart. Lansha waved her hand dismissively, not taking her words seriously. A pit? Even if I step into it, my spider legs can easily support me. Only the cumbersome pigmen would struggle to react. All right. Make sure you hide well and wait for me to toss the items over. With that, Lansha, balancing on her blue spider legs, gracefully entered the star camp, her sharp legs piercing the snow silently. After a few steps, she arrived at the entrance of the food storage cave, staring into the dark abyss where no light penetrated. However, she could vaguely discern that there had been no change since her last visit. She had expected these individuals to dig a pit within the cave. Yet it seemed there were no defenses in the camp at all. Had they not discovered the food she had previously stolen? Stealthily, Lansha slipped into the cave, her unusual pupils allowing her to perceive some details within. The pile of food appeared to have increased since her last visit. If only she could transport all this food back, but that would surely alert them to her presence. Suddenly, as she lamented the rapid increase in the tribe's food supply, a sharp crack echoed nearby, prompting her to whirl around. Outside, everything remained unchanged. 3 sentinels, slightly drowsy, sat by the campfire, while the other structures exuded an eerie stillness. How foolish of me to startle myself, Lansha sighed in relief, resuming her approach toward the cave. Yet, the crack became more pronounced, and the source of the sound was directly beneath her feet. What is this? As her spider leg inadvertently knocked over a concealed stick buried in the snow. The trap set by Su Yuan instantly ensnared several of her legs in ropes, the unlatched wooden rods swiftly lifting her. Caught off guard, Lansha found herself suspended in midair, her hind legs bound, while the remaining limbs could not reach the ropes. The spinning bindings disoriented her, and her screams startled the 2 sisters waiting outside, draining the color from their faces. Oh no, something has happened to Lansha. Red hot. Hasten back and bring the others away. I shall rescue Sister Lanza. Green Su spoke swiftly before dashing into the depths of the camp. Left behind, Red Hot's eyes brimmed with tears as he anxiously scanned the dark surroundings of the camp and the night. How do we traverse the mountain path again? Oh dear. Green Su, I cannot find my way back in this late hour. Please return. I will go save Sister Lanza. The commotion from the camp roused Su Yuan, who had been drifting into slumber. Silently placing Cat Knight aside, he promptly rose and donned his attire. Upon stepping outside, he found Long and her companions gathered at the cave entrance, each holding a small figure in their hands. One by one, others from the snow shelters emerged, rubbing their sleepy eyes as they peered into the cave's depths. You all. Chapter 73. The Spider Maiden Tribe on the mountain peak. Su Yuan gazed silently at them, feeling a twinge of concern. Please, do not cause any trouble. I have just emerged from a fierce battle. Having rushed out hastily, the beast women were still awkwardly clad in their animal skin garments. Observing the redness in their frostbitten skin, Su Yuan hastily instructed, you should return and properly attire yourselves. I shall handle these two. The green-haired maiden, Wolfsui, struggled vigorously in the grasp of the lioness, who held her firmly. It was futile. The lioness was far too powerful. Su Yuan, do be cautious. The arachnid legs on her back are exceedingly sharp. Arachnid legs? Su Yuan curiously scrutinized the 2 captured beast women, noting that their animal skins barely covered their thighs, their delicate legs reddened by the cold. The lioness, meanwhile, had managed to extract one of the arachnid legs, and although Wolfsui resisted, she was powerless against it. The slender, spear-like appendage was thrust before Su Yuan. Is this the external soul bone? 8 spider lances? Su Yuan's eyes widened in astonishment at the green arachnid leg extracted by the lioness. Could it be that this world also harbored soul beasts? Yet, he quickly shook off his drowsiness. This creature must be a spider maiden of this realm, albeit with a lower half that was not that of a spider, but rather a pair of fair, elongated legs. Both spider maidens, along with the one in the cave, were tightly bound to wooden stakes erected in the camp, their arachnid lances ensnared together. At this moment, Su Yuan stood before them in curious contemplation, occasionally poking at their thighs and the arachnid lances with inquisitive fingers. "Are you quite finished? If you intend to kill us, you should do so without delay," Lancer exclaimed. Her eyes ablaze with indignation as she shouted at Su Yuan, who was groping behind them. "Ahem, I had thought spider maidens possessed tails as well," Su Yuan coughed lightly, adjusting Lance's animal skin skirt. He then approached the trio, looking at them with a peculiar expression. "Why is it always a trio? Is it customary in your world to embark on quests in threes?" "Humph, had I brought more companions, your tribe would be in peril." Lance feigned composure, casting a glare at Su Yuan, reminiscent of the rebellious demeanor of the former Rinyu, albeit with a notable difference. Lance appeared quite naive. To put it bluntly, she seemed rather foolish, while Rinyu's defiance was purely rebellious, requiring discipline to heed. Su Yuan, undeterred by her disdainful expression, merely smiled at her, causing Lance's composure to falter further. "Tell me, I was considering granting you a chance at redemption, yet here you are plotting to steal again, are you not? Was it not you who pilfered last time?" "And no." "Well, yes, it was us," Lance quickly retorted, though her confidence waned, and her gaze shifted nervously to Su Yuan. "The items were taken by me alone. They had no part in it. Let me bear the consequences alone. You may kill me, but spare them." Su Yuan maintained his ever-present smile, but he began to scrutinize the pupils of the others, leaning closely to observe Lan Sha's eyes. "My goodness, what a kaleidoscopic Sharingan. This surpasses even your 8 spider lances," he remarked. "All right, Sister Lan Sha, this esteemed sorcerer knows everything. There is no need for further discussion." Noticing Su Yuan's apparent indifference towards the theft of food, El Sui helplessly called out to Lan Sha, realizing that this sorcerer was more astute than she had anticipated. What do you think I know?" Su Yuan turned to El Sui, maintaining his calm demeanor as he said, "Then do enlighten me. From whence do you hail?" "I cannot divulge that information. You could kill me, and I still wouldn't tell you," El Sui replied, shaking her head while glancing at the other two. Hong Qi kept her lips tightly sealed, and Lan Sha averted her gaze. "Oh, are you not afraid that I might strip you bare and leave you to freeze in the snow, or slice you into pieces?" "Go ahead. I will not betray my secrets," came the resolute reply. The determination of these individuals was far stronger than Su Yuan had anticipated. Though he merely intended to frighten them, he was not truly so sadistic. With a softer tone, he shifted his approach. Concern etched across his face as he spoke to them. "Alas, you must be terribly hungry to resort to thievery. Look at your legs. So cold and red without a single piece of fur for warmth." He placed his hand on Hong Qi's plump thigh, which felt as cold as ice, akin to a chilled jelly. "How long have you been traveling to be in such a state?" The warmth of his hand allowed Hong Qi to relax her tightly shut mouth. After a moment's hesitation, she replied softly, Not long. We only set out at dusk. I was already frozen in the cave before that." "A cave, having departed at night." Su Yuan deduced their point of origin from Hong Qi's words. It was impossible they came from the Pigment tribe, if there were other tribes in that area. The Bone Shaman would have discovered them long ago, not to mention that he was rather dim-witted. The direction ahead was also implausible, as that was the desolate snowfield Su Yuan had traversed. There were no caves there, not even a mountain. As for the other side, it was a snowy forest. He had hunted there previously but had not paid close attention to that area. "You came from the mountains, did you not?" You. How did you know?" Lan Sha immediately panicked. If this person discovered the cave where they resided, it would spell disaster for them all. "And no. We came from the cave at the foot of that gap over there." Even the astute El Sui failed to realize she had fallen into his trap. While the 3 Na'vi individuals began to speculate about Su Yuan, they concluded that this tribe's sorcerer must possess some divination skills, having surely foreseen their dwelling's location in the mountains. "Indeed, a cave. Should you fail to provide a satisfactory account, I shall send someone to pay a visit to your elders in the mountains." "Humph, you shall not ascend. The mountain path is obstructed by a heavy blanket of snow. Even we must rely on the delicate legs of spiders to descend slowly. If I were to station individuals at the base of the mountain each day, you would inevitably have to come down in search of sustenance, would you not?" Previously, when the lionesses were unable to scale this lofty peak, Su Yuan remained indifferent, unaware that his neighbors included not only the swine folk beside him, but also the spider ladies dwelling above. What is it that you truly desire? I assure you, any food I take will be returned. Su Yuan's relentless advance left Lanza in a state of despair. After a struggle, she was rebounded by the arriving lionesses. Her azure eyes fixed intently upon him. Then, as if deflated, she spoke with a tone laced with supplication. I implore you, spare my kin. I shall make amends for the food owed to you. My previous words were but a ruse. Gazing at the starlit snow-capped mountains and the cave where her people struggled to survive, a solitary tear escaped her eye. Our tribe is left with naught but a handful of children. Chapter 74 is the thread he speaks of, me? We were driven to this place and have since resided in the caves of this mountain. Although the conditions are harsh in this icy wasteland, the adults were able to venture out to hunt animals in those times. However, long ago, a monster invaded our sanctuary, attacking us while we slept. To protect us, the shaman and warriors engaged in battle with the creature. Did they win or lose? Upon seeing the forlorn expression on Lanza's face, Su Yuan realized he had misspoken. They won. They won. It's all right. At least you are all still alive. Huh? Why do you look this way if you won? Though victorious. The shaman and her kin fell to the monster, and we remain powerless to slay it. Only Mother Hongshuang perseveres. But can't you flee? El Sui asked with a bitter smile. Flee where? Mother Hongshuang is the last awakened warrior. If she does not restrain the monster, we shall all perish. Without her, we cannot even escape this icy wasteland with the children. Su Yuan underestimated the might of awakened warriors. A tribe without a shaman is merely a band of wanderers, much like the previous group led by Long. But without even an awakened warrior, survival itself becomes impossible. Encountering a single magical beast on the road could lead to our demise. Reflecting on this, Su Yuan glanced at the drowsy Baiwen nearby. This fellow had indeed been fortunate. Had he not encountered them, he would likely have ended up as winter provisions for the ice spike spider by now. Humph. Baiwen noticed Su Yuan's gaze and turned her head away, muttering under her breath, I will become an awakened warrior. After listening to the grievances of the three, Su Yuan grasped the current predicament. On the mountain above their tribal camp lay another tribe, one that had been rendered incapable of fighting. Moreover, there existed a monster that even a tribe possessing both shamans and awakened warriors could not defeat. Inform everyone. Gather on the mountain tomorrow at noon. Hu Si and Xiao Man will remain at the camp to protect the others. You. Can you spare our kin? The children have consumed little meat. Most of it has been ours. If you must, capture us instead. Rest assured that meager amount of food does not concern me. However, I cannot sleep knowing such a significant threat lurks beside my camp. After speaking, Su Yuan instructed the beast women guarding the area. Kindle a fire near them to prevent them from freezing, and keep a watchful eye. Sister Lanza, is the threat he mentioned us? Hong Chi swallowed hard. Uncertain as she inquired. The three were perplexed by Su Yuan's final words before he departed. Their tribe was left with only the small ones who had yet to shed their shells. They stood no chance against the Stellar tribe, let alone the eliminated Pigment tribe. Surely, individuals like ourselves should not be regarded as a threat, should we? Upon returning to his bed after such an unsettling encounter in the dead of night, Su Yuan found any semblance of sleep eluding him, while Cat Knight beside him slumbered soundly. The peculiar fragrance that emanated from the blanket only served to intensify Su Yuan's restlessness. Well, I shan't disturb her further. Tomorrow I must investigate the nature of that peculiar creature. A flicker of anticipation lingered within Su Yuan. Should he vanquish that being, it was likely he would unlock one or perhaps several extraordinary items. As the latter part of the night unfolded, though the warmth of the bonfire enveloped the few individuals present, their hearts remained chilled with trepidation. Every time they closed their eyes, memories of the confrontation between Su Yuan and the pigmen resurfaced. The visions in their dreams gradually morphed into nightmarish forms, as Su Yuan had suspended those pigmen upon pillars, transforming them into dried meat. He envisioned slicing them into pieces and roasting them over the fire. Would his own spider legs not be severed and cooked by dawn? And what of those sisters yet to shed their shells? Would they be skewered and roasted as well? Morning arrived swiftly, and after a night filled with revelry, all but a few spirited beast girls remained in slumber. The three individuals on the rack had succumbed to sleep during the night, though their expressions still bore traces of concern, with Lance's drooling mouth pleading for mercy. It was only when the sun reached its zenith that Su Yuan gradually awoke. Cat Knight, having gone to bed early the previous night, and Lanza, who had been oblivious during the theft, were already off to play. Everyone has gathered, Su Yuan declared. By the time he donned his attire and stepped outside, the comrades who had just faced battle the day before were once again preparing for confrontation. The beast girls who had sustained injuries during the skirmish with the pigmen were not to join the fray. Su Yuan had assigned them to remain at the camp under Foxy's watchful eye. Red Fox was also summoned to the camp, as there needed to be someone to issue commands in Su Yuan's absence. Yesterday, we exhibited commendable prowess, successfully overcoming the formidable pigmen tribe. However, I have received troubling news. There exists a tribe atop our mountain that has bound a terrifying monster. Though it is currently restrained, there will come a day when it escapes. Our tribe lies directly beneath it. Should it break free, that tribe would be the first to fall, and we would likely be the second. Despite having just endured a fierce battle, the beast girls in our tribe bristled with resolve, their weapons gripped tightly at the mere mention of another conflict. Thus, we must take the initiative to eliminate that creature once and for all, for the sake of our tribe, and to rescue our companions who were previously captured. That monster must perish. As Su Yuan's declarations resonated, the expressions of Lanza and the others, bound to the pillars, shifted from worry to a glimmer of hope. Sister Lanza, do they truly wish to aid us in slaying that monstrous being? Lanza shook her head with a hint of exasperation and said, It's futile. Even the witches were unable to slay that creature. Although their weapons are quite sharp, they cannot penetrate its hide. Oh, the creature you captured is that formidable? At this moment, Su Yuan approached with the beast maidens, loosening the ropes binding the three of them. In such a vast mountain, finding a cave without their guidance would undoubtedly consume considerable time. Observing Su Yuan truly freeing them from their restraints, Lanza felt her earlier apprehension dissipate. Indeed, that beast's skin is remarkably tough. Our spider legs could not pierce it at all. Striking it feels akin to hitting a solid rock. Given that they have been tied up for so long, shouldn't they have starved by now? Su Yuan suddenly pondered this question, recalling that Lanza and her companions had mentioned capturing the creature long ago. Surely, they could not have generously provided it with sustenance? We also believed it would perish from hunger, yet even after all this time, Mama Hongshuang can still sense its vitality. Chapter 75. What was the purpose of my spending over 2,000 points? If possible, could you escort my kin away from this place? As long as we and Mother Red Frost can hold it off, it won't be able to pursue us. Leave? After I have painstakingly constructed so many snow huts and wooden cabins here, along with the wooden fence outside and the bathing hut by the lake? This place offers both fishing and bathing. If I escape, I will have to find another sheltered foothill, reorganize the beast girls to build snow huts, and, most importantly, gather supplies anew. It would be far more convenient to eliminate the creature. Shall we ascend and assess the situation first? As you witnessed yesterday, our tribe lacks for nothing in terms of food, so we will not seek compensation for the stolen provisions. Well then, very well. Please follow us. Green Spike and Red Blaze also obeyed Lanza's command. Once released, they stretched their bodies, which had been bound for an entire night. Put these on. We wouldn't want you to suffer from frostbite. Su Yuan instructed the beast girls from the tribe to bring over several pieces of fur clothing. And the condition of these spider maidens was even more pitiful than when Su Yuan had brought Cat Knight and the others. Thank you. The three expressed their gratitude. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, they had stolen food from others, yet their adversaries were providing them with fur garments. A group of over a dozen hurried towards the mountain, leaving a portion of the camp behind. Only a small number of archers were taken along, and the traitorous Yu insisted on following as well. Thus, the group of over a dozen set off towards the mountain. As had been mentioned by Roan and the others when they first ascended, the snow-covered path proved exceedingly arduous. Only these three spider maidens could easily ascend using their spider spears for support. Perhaps we should carry you up? Lanza hesitantly inquired, noticing the difficulties faced by the others. No need. It's merely a small path. With a dozen individuals in tow, the length of the mountain trail was uncertain. If each of the three spider maidens were to carry someone, it would likely extend into the next day. System: filter items for climbing snowy mountains. Mountaineering pole, 20 points. Anti-slip mountaineering boots, 120 points. Mountaineering ice claws, 120 points. Ultimately, Su Yuan spent over 2,000 points to exchange a set of anti-slip boots and mountaineering poles for everyone. Compared to fur boots, these black anti-slip boots offered much greater mobility. Having earned over 30,000 points upon waking, Su Yuan felt little remorse and promptly exchanged a large number of mountaineering poles and anti-slip boots. The beast girls looked at the black anti-slip boots in their hands, puzzled, while they easily understood the peculiar wooden sticks. Su Yuan, are these shoes? They seem quite strange. Cat Knight, however, was astute. after shaking it. She realized that it was indeed a boot with a shaft extending beyond her ankle and an array of tightly woven laces that left her a bit confused. Everyone come over. I will teach you how to wear these. Once you have them on, you won't slip while climbing the mountain. Su Yuan beckoned a nearby Banyu to sit properly, then proceeded to remove her fur-lined boots. Recalling the previous incident where Su Yuan had tickled her soles, Banyu instinctively recoiled her feet, though she was swiftly apprehended by Su Yuan. Do not fidget. I shall not tickle you this time. Su Yuan shot her an exasperated glance, pondering the thoughts swirling in her mind. I did not recoil. I am certainly not ticklish. Banyu retorted. Her cheeks flushed as she turned her head away, yet she extended her legs forward. Once everyone had loosened their shoelaces, they slipped their feet inside and secured them with a knot. Although the process seemed remarkably straightforward for Su Yuan, the Beast Girls, encountering such intricate boots for the first time, appeared somewhat bewildered, observing the clumsy attempts of several Beast Girls to don their footwear. Su Yuan sighed and took it upon himself to assist them. Strangely, as he gently held their delicate, crystalline feet, he felt no hint of annoyance. Rather, with each Beast Girl he helped, a flicker of anticipation ignited within him. Am I truly perverse? No, not perverse. This is merely a leader's diligent effort to alleviate the struggles of his kin. Gazing at the frozen little feet of the Beast Girls before him, he hastily pulled his wandering thoughts back to the present. The anti-slip boots distributed by the system were of a uniform size, causing some of the smaller-footed Beast Girls to appear as though they were wearing oversized shoes. Nonetheless, they managed to press onward up the mountain. After a brief delay, the group resumed their journey, hand in hand, forming a line as they ascended, supported by their climbing staffs. How much farther? Didn't you descend quickly? After an indeterminate period of walking, the sun hung high in the sky, and Su Yuan could feel a slight perspiration forming beneath his garments. Hadn't Hong Chi mentioned they would set out only after nightfall? At this pace, they wouldn't reach their tribe before darkness fell. The descent was easy. We simply rappelled down that rock face, came the reply. Rappelled down? Su Yuan was momentarily puzzled. At that moment, Hong Chi approached him with a gleam of pride, lifting her fur coat to reveal her fair abdomen. This is how we descend. With that, she emitted a white silk thread from her navel, which instantly latched onto a nearby tree trunk, enabling her to nimbly climb upward. Su Yuan stood transfixed, momentarily forgetting to continue on his path. Having long since acclimated to the absence of most spider-like traits in the three young women, he was only now realizing their true nature as spider girls upon witnessing Hong Chi's silken emission. Goodness, they are spider girls. Even a failed man who was bitten by a mutated spider could shoot silk, so surely they can too. What was the purpose of my spending over 2,000 points? To become a pervert? Why didn't you inform me earlier that you could emit silk? Banyu, standing nearby, scratched her head in confusion and asked, Huh? You didn't know? Should I admit ignorance or claim knowledge? Is it not recorded in Journey to the West that the spider spirit, devoid of a spider's body, emits silk from its navel? No matter, let us continue our journey. Just a bit more perseverance. Once we ascend, the path ahead will be smooth. Lan Sha, believing Su Yuan was on the verge of exhaustion, hastily reassured him. The ascent is invariably arduous. However, as Lan Sha suggested, after a short while, the surrounding mountain trails began to level out. Scattered around stood a few trees, their trunks rising majestically from the snow-covered ground, which resembled drops of dark ink splashed upon a pristine white canvas. This location is indeed ideal for skiing. Such an expansive vista revitalized Su Yuan, who had felt a twinge of fatigue. This gentle snow slope beckoned him to indulge in skiing. In his previous life in the southern regions, he had scarcely even witnessed snowfall, let alone ski. Had it not been for pressing matters at hand, he would have already exchanged his resources for a pair of skis. Skiing? Su Yuan, do you know how to ski? Miao Yi, beside him, perked up with excitement, her eyes glimmering with hope. We often skied at the camp, but the Red Fox shaman forbade us from doing so. The sport of skiing has emerged in this world so early? Su Yuan, curiously stroking Miao Yi's ears, inquired. Why did the Red Fox prohibit your skiing? She claimed it was too dangerous, yet we were always enveloped in snow while skiing. How could it possibly be perilous? Indeed. Wait a moment. You mean to say that while skiing, one gets wrapped in snow? Chapter 76. The Cavestone Demon Sister. I am so hungry. Why haven't Lanza and the others returned yet? Shouldn't we go out and help find food? No, little spider. If you venture out, you may lose your way back. And it is quite cold outside. We must heed Lance's advice and stay patiently within the cave. At the entrance of a mountain cave, 8 young spider maidens, Yet to shed their shells, and slightly taller than Lança and her companions, lay helplessly. The entrance was sealed with spider silk, and the entire cave was adorned with strands of white silk. Deep within the cave, a slender, fully shed spider maiden appeared somewhat emaciated. Beneath her, a 4-meter-long gray creature squinted, though upon closer inspection, one could see that its eyes were merely slits, its crimson irises fixed intently upon the spider maiden above. Red Frost leader, please eat something. This great monster is on the brink of starvation and will soon perish. One spider maiden approached the towering red-haired spider maiden, holding in her hands the roasted fish stolen from the Su Yuan camp by Lança and her companions. Go ahead and eat. I am not hungry yet. This creature is not dead, it is merely feigning sleep. The weariness in Red Frost's eyes was palpable as her exposed abdomen expelled several strands of silk to bind the creature tightly. Her frail, thin hands tugged at the threads with determination. Roar! Indeed, once its ruse was uncovered, the gray creature ceased pretending to be asleep and began to thrash violently, shaking loose pebbles from the surrounding rock walls. You slaughter my kin and wish to eradicate us entirely. I swear, I shall take you down with me today. I will not let you escape alive. The creature's roar sent shivers through the spider maidens outside, prompting them to cover their ears in fear. Only a few of the older ones comforted their younger sisters. I have returned. At that moment, Lance's voice echoed from outside the cave, as a blue spider spear pierced through the silk sealing the entrance. Outside the cave, Su Yuan led others closely behind Lança and her companions, marveling at the unique structure of the white silk door that showcased the remarkable abilities of the spider maidens. The web at the entrance was swiftly torn apart, allowing beams of sunlight to penetrate the dim cave, revealing the excited spider maidens rushing forward. Are these the spider maidens that have yet to shed their shells? Su Yuan was not particularly fearful of the spiders. Following Lança, he entered the cave, where the faces of the unmolted spider maidens appeared rather youthful, their bodies resembling those of great spiders. The junction where their spider bodies fused with their human forms was conveniently located at their abdomens, and these young spider maidens wore only simple layers of animal skins to cover their upper bodies. Their abdomens were wrapped in white silk, with delicate arms exposed, their upper bodies bearing similarities to Lança and her companions. Who are these people? One young spider maiden approached curiously, albeit with a hint of trepidation, hiding her tall figure behind Lança. It's nothing, these are. Lança hesitated, struggling to articulate her thoughts. Could it be that those who had stolen food from me were now seeking trouble? We are friends whom Lança has just made acquaintance with. We heard that you are in some peril, so we came to offer assistance. Su Yuan, observing Lança's difficulty in speaking, took the initiative to greet the numerous spider maidens present. Moreover, we were informed of your food shortage, so we have brought some provisions with us. Sure, Long. Please distribute the food to everyone. Yes. The beast maidens behind them produced the roasted meat that Su Yuan had requested they carry. Although it had become somewhat hard in the wintry weather, it nonetheless brought joy to the spider maidens. In an instant, their initial apprehension towards the unfamiliar visitors dissipated. Even Su Yuan, who was curiously touching their spider legs, was largely ignored. This was indeed the first time he had encountered the legendary monster maidens. By the way, how do they manage their bodily functions with such a physique? After a moment of fiddling, Su Yuan chose not to dwell further on such curiosities, as he had not forgotten the important matters that had brought him to the spider maiden tribe. Thus, he followed Lança and her companions deeper into the cave. In the depths of the cave, sunlight was no longer present. However, various objects embedded in the surrounding rock walls emitted a faint, white glow that illuminated the dim cavern. Suspended in midair, a massive white cocoon revealed a gray head struggling within. Above it, the red silk cast by the spider maiden was mending the torn sections. Lança, you have returned. Hearing the commotion from behind, Hongshuang turned her gaze and, upon seeing the group behind Lança, displayed a look of curiosity. These are friends. Lança reiterated her earlier explanation. However, Hongshuang was clearly much more astute than the small spider maidens outside. After a few discerning glances, she quickly grasped the situation. I sincerely apologize for Lança and the others taking your food. They are good children, and it was only out of desperation that they resorted to such actions. It's quite all right, merely a little food. We did not come here for provisions today. Su Yuan's attention shifted to the gray creature directly ahead. Utilizing his identification function, he swiftly ascertained the identity of the imposing monster. Cavestone Salamander, adult level 3 low-tier monster, a creature that dwells in caves, possessing a remarkably tough body. capable of surviving approximately 2 years without sustenance, inflicting damage upon foes using its teeth and hardtail. No wonder this beast had not starved. It seemed it could withstand hunger for a while longer. Sure, can you pierce its body with an arrow? Instead of responding to Su Yuan's query, Sure immediately removed her ironwood bow from her back and prepared to draw a bone arrow. However, Su Yuan exchanged it for an iron arrow. Try this instead. Taking the iron arrow, Shure's forehead rune illuminated, prompting an astonished exclamation from Hong Shuang above, awakened warrior, with the bowstring drawn taut. A sonic boom erupted as the iron arrow shot towards the salamander's head. At such a close range, there was no chance of missing. Roar. The monstrous lizard writhed in agony, a crimson droplet of blood trickling down its forehead. Su Yuan moved closer, observing the creature's condition. An iron arrow had punctured its brow, embedding itself to a depth of approximately half a finger's length, while the wooden shaft had shattered into splinters. Was its defense truly this formidable? Were these individuals so extraordinarily powerful? Su Yuan gazed in astonishment at the lizard's wound, while Hong Shuang was equally taken aback by the fading runes on the creature's forehead. Previously, the awakened warriors of their tribe had struggled in vain to inflict any significant damage upon this beast, yet these individuals had merely launched something from a distance, resulting in a gaping wound. Hiss! Roar! The lizard appeared to possess a modicum of intelligence, its crimson eyes fixated intently on Lion. Its sharp teeth bared in a fierce snarl, yearning to pounce and eliminate these intruders. Sensing the lizard's agitation below, Hong Shuang instinctively reinforced the surrounding silk strands, leaving only an opening for its head to protrude. Chapter 77. A devious and fiery scheme. Stop it, Sure. This creature's defenses are insurmountable. After arrows failed to penetrate the beast, Su Yuan urged Sure to wield the newly repaired saber. Despite a prolonged effort, the blade merely left shallow gashes, barely half a centimeter deep, on the creature's tough hide. Not long after, the wounds healed, leaving the pained and furious lizard man glaring with resentment at the group, its sharp fangs snapping at the air, eager to rend Su Yuan and her companions. Sure, drenched in sweat and with a dimming aura of runes, lowered the saber and retreated behind Su Yuan. I told you, this monster's skin is impervious even to our spider spears. Yet, you've managed to draw blood, which is quite impressive. The expressions of Lanza and the others shifted from hopeful anticipation to palpable disappointment. If they could not defeat this creature, they would be trapped here indefinitely. The most prudent course of action would be to seek refuge with the Star Tribe, but that meant Red Frost's demise within this cave, compelling them to flee this place. This leader, one of them spoke, our tribe has been reduced to this state because of this monster. We are well aware of its strength. No matter what we do, we cannot pierce its body. Your tribe possesses awakened warriors. Might you allow the last of our children to escape this place? If we seal this entrance, it will be unable to pursue us. Red Frost displayed little despondence, perhaps having anticipated this outcome. However, she was pleasantly surprised to discover that among the newcomers were awakened warriors. If the remaining children of her tribe could join them, there might yet be a glimmer of hope. Who said that piercing its flesh was the only means to vanquish it? Su Yuan remained relatively unconcerned. Instead, she found humor in the suspended lizard man and playfully presented her climbing stick before it. Come now, you wish to bite, do you? Here is a stick for you to gnaw on. With a furious roar, the lizard man lunged at the stick, prodding its nostrils, yet before it could bite down, Su Yuan swiftly withdrew it, causing its jaws to snap together with a jarring thud. Wait, you truly intend to bite? That's 20 points. Observing its vigorous demeanor, Su Yuan realized the creature had been conserving energy, having fasted for an extended period. Now, with its energy expended, one could visibly discern its fatigue. System. Filter the poison series. Diarrhea King, 10 points. Blood choking, 80 points. Crested Red, 100 points. Arsenic, 280 points. Aside from the first frivolous option, the other poisons were well-known ancient substances, and the system had ensured no loopholes existed. All poisons were referred to by ancient names or nicknames, rendering their chemical compositions a mystery. Let us begin with a vial of Crested Red, followed by a vial of blood choking. Arsenic and the crimson powder, although seemingly disparate, are not fundamentally different. One is a processed substance, while the other is a naturally occurring mineral. Upon completion of the exchange, a bag of vibrant red powder and another containing a milky white liquid appeared in his hands. The sight of these two items, merely encased in simple bags, nearly caused him to lose his grip in panic. Come now, allow me to give it another bite. Su Yuan urged the others to step back before advancing, jabbing his trekking pole once more into the nostrils of the enraged magic lizard. The creature, incensed, lunged toward him. Su Yuan, be cautious. The proximity startled the lionesses behind him, yet Su Yuan's reflexes had evolved far beyond the clumsiness he had exhibited upon his arrival in this world. After consuming a considerable amount of blue spirit beverage, he could clearly perceive the gaping maw of the magic lizard, its sharp teeth glistening, and the barbed tongue poised to ensnare him. Seizing the fleeting moment as the creature opened its jaws wide, Su Yuan hurled the 2 concealed packets of poison into its mouth, simultaneously pushing the trekking pole forcefully into its nostrils to shove it back. The magic lizard, thwarted once again, let out a furious roar, oblivious to the 2 palm-sized packets of poison that had tumbled into its cavernous mouth. What did you just throw in there? Cat Knight, observing Su Yuan's actions with curiosity, focused intently on the irate magic lizard, which was now struggling to regain its composure. Nothing of consequence, merely some fine substances. Fine substances? Cat Knight was perplexed by Su Yuan's decision to bestow fine substances upon this beast, yet she trusted him and remained quietly observant from behind. After a few more roars, the magic lizard's movements abruptly ceased, its body beginning to tremble involuntarily, and its crimson eyes reflected evident agony. Evidently, the poison is taking effect. Su Yuan was uncertain whether the toxins would ultimately extinguish the creature's life, but any degree of impact would suffice. Even rendering it unconscious would allow him to manage the situation. Soon, blood began to pour from the magic lizard's mouth, its sharp teeth stained crimson, and its vigor waned further until it soon lay still, its neck askew. Goodness, it truly has perished? Su Yuan was astonished by the potency of the poison. For such a large creature to succumb so swiftly seemed rather improbable. Master, be wary, it feigns death. My spider silk detects residual movement within its body. Hong Shuang tightened her grip on the silk, akin to a physician employing thread diagnosis, sensing even the faintest heartbeat of the magic lizard. Upon hearing Hong Shuang's words, the creature's eyes fluttered open again. Though it had not died, the poison had inflicted substantial damage, prompting it to begin retching. Blood mixed with bits of flesh was expelled, the foul odor compelling Su Yuan to retreat several paces. Neither external nor internal methods are effective. It appears we must resort to fire. The magic lizard would not fall for the trick of poison a second time. Su Yuan quickly withdrew to join the others, but before he could finish speaking, Lanza hastily shook her head, saying, "We cannot use fire. If the spider silk burns, it will escape." Who said I intended to incinerate it? Everyone, gather together. We shall venture out shortly to seek some leaves and branches, bringing as many as we can back to the cave. Little spiders, would you care to join us? Su Yuan led a group of beast maidens, preparing to leave the cave. However, halfway through, he remembered Lan Sha and her companions. After all, they were busy in someone else's cave, so he extended an invitation to them. We will come to assist as well. In the end, Lan Sha decided to trust Su Yuan, as she had suffered at the hands of that monstrous creature during their first encounter. Now, this situation had alleviated some of Red Frost's mother's burdens. The group hurriedly followed in Su Yuan's footsteps, and upon reaching the cave entrance, they still used spider silk to seal the opening. Do these individuals have any alternative methods? Is there truly hope for our tribe? Chapter 78. The hot springs between the snowy mountains. The branches on this snow-clad mountain were far less abundant than those in the snow-laden forest below. Particularly since Su Yuan required a significant quantity, for safety's sake, the group had to split into 2 teams. One team, led by Shi, was responsible for felling trees, while the other, under Long's guidance, would transport the cut timber back to the Spider Mother tribe's cave. What was that sound? Just after finishing the felling of a tree, Su Yuan heard a peculiar noise emanating from nearby. The feline companion, Mao Yi, twitched her ears and immediately pointed towards the cliff above. The sound was indeed coming from above. Let us investigate. The rocky terrain was devoid of snow, and the source of the sound resembled the gentle flow of water. After a moment of contemplation, Su Yuan decided to lead the others forward to take a closer look. Upon climbing the slope, the vista ahead opened up considerably, revealing a vast valley flanked by towering snowy peaks. A stream flowed from the distance, with small stones scattered throughout. As the snow melted, lush green grasses flourished in between, and wisps of white steam could be discerned. Is this a hot spring? Su Yuan approached and touched the flowing stream, feeling its coolness, which, while brisk, was not unbearably cold. It seemed the source truly was a hot spring. The water here is so clear. Mao Yi and the others were equally thrilled. cupping their hands to drink when Su Yuan quickly grasped Mao Ye's ear. Ouch! Su Yuan, what are you doing? You can't drink water from the wild. It may contain impurities. Normally, they melted snow for drinking in their camp, ensuring it was safe after boiling, but this natural spring water posed certain risks. Impurities? Well, fine. Although she scrutinized the clear stream water in her hands, unable to discern any visible contaminants, she reluctantly poured it out, standing back up. The other beast girls around her also abandoned their intentions of drinking from the stream, gathering around Su Yuan in anticipation. Let us move forward and take a closer look. By the way, have any of you seen such steaming streams before? The group shook their heads in unison, except for Tan Yu, who proudly lifted her chin and declared, "Of course, the Black Goat Shaman took us to other tribes before." "Oh, is the tribe you mentioned located in the frozen wasteland?" "Not too far off. It's situated on a high mountain near the frozen wasteland. At that time, the Black Goat Shaman took us there to trade for their warming stones." "Warming stones? This must be a rare item." Su Yuan, intrigued, turned to Tan Yu and asked, "Which direction is that tribe, and is it far from here?" "Oh, over there." A few years ago, the Black Goat Shaman mentioned that they had incurred the wrath of the fire god by misusing the divine water from the celestial realm, leading to their demise in heavenly flames. Burned to death? Su Yuan felt a chill run down his spine. Could it be that the hot spring she mentioned is from a volcanic crater? Wait, could this hot spring also be a result of volcanic activity? He quickly glanced around, relieved to find everything blanketed in snow, and saw no sign of the bowl-shaped peaks. "Do you also require the warm stones?" "As long as you assist us in rescuing the Black Sheep Witch, there are some in her abode. Rest assured, after a while, I shall send some individuals to investigate the snowbound plains." Upon hearing about returning to the snowbound plains, the traitorous moon eagerly grasped Su Yuan's hand and implored, "Can I go back?" You need not worry. I am not sneaking away. Beiyu, and you will remain here." Fearing Su Yuan's suspicion, she hastily explained, believing that as long as she kept her closest companions, Beiyu and the others, here, Su Yuan would feel at ease. In that moment, she completely forgot that her previous encounter with the ice spike spider had nearly led to the demise of her two beloved sisters. "All right, you shall go." As they conversed, the group approached the steaming creek, and this time, when they dipped their hands in, they felt warmth. Everyone followed Su Yuan's lead, comfortably submerging their hands. How warm it is. Indeed, it's delightful. But alas, it cannot be consumed. I feel somewhat parched. Absolutely do not drink it. The witch said the water is impure, and consuming it will cause diarrhea. Feeling the warmth radiating from his palm, Su Yuan's expression brightened with excitement. Here, a simple excavation could yield a natural hot spring. Soon, they could install a wooden stool beneath the pit, allowing them to luxuriate in its warmth all day long, transforming life into something splendid. Furthermore, he could teach these little beast girls how to cultivate crops. Su Yuan gazed at the green grass sprouting from the crevices of the rocks, uncertain if the environment was conducive to planting. With the flowing creek amidst the icy wilderness, he wouldn't even need to water or fend off pests. He could merely sow the seeds here. Of course, it wasn't that simple. He temporarily set aside thoughts of construction and plans. The most pressing task was to deal with that monstrous salamander. After all, the spring water would not flee, but the salamander certainly would if not addressed. Everyone, continue felling trees. Once we have dealt with that great beast, we shall dig a pit here, and then we can bathe. Bathe? Yes. We can bathe here without needing to boil water. Yet, I still wish to wash by the lake. It was so warm in the little cabin. How wonderful. Which? Can we bathe together? Make sure to remember this location. The group resumed chopping trees. With the cooperation of over a dozen individuals, it wasn't long before they amassed a considerable pile of logs, branches, and leaves outside the cave. Lan Sha wiped the sweat from her brow, grateful that Su Yuan had previously allowed the beast girls to share some food with them. Otherwise, with such exertion, she would have been dizzy from hunger. Let the other spider maidens, ahem, you other clans folk step aside. I shall discuss matters with Hong Shuang. Unable to pursue external attacks or internal strategies, Su Yuan resorted to a smoke tactic, sealing the cave entrance. Not only would it suffocate them, but it would also render them breathless. Su Yuan swiftly approached Hong Shuang, who was now beneath him, and observed that the demon lizard had regained some vitality, though it still appeared somewhat haggard. However, its condition had improved considerably compared to earlier. Hong Shuang, if you were to depart, how long could this creature remain confined? He inquired. Hong Shuang lowered her head, and after a prolonged silence, responded with a measured tone, not for long, approximately the duration of a modest meal. A modest meal, which equates to nearly 10 minutes, prompted Su Yuan into a contemplative silence. What if it were to revert to its previous state? He subtly probed, positioning his head beneath the lush expanse of Hong Shuang's hide. The enveloping darkness obscured his view of her face, rendering his voice somewhat muffled as it resonated in the stillness. Chapter 79. Oh dear, I would never deceive. Was that sufficient for us to depart from the mountain? After a moment of contemplation, Hong Shuang explained, but she hastily added, this creature is quite clever. It will not fall for your previous tricks again. Do what you must, just ensure the safety of the children from my tribe. Witnessing this monster's demise would be enough for me. Clever? That remains to be seen. Su Yuan smiled mysteriously. His countenance adorned with a grin as he approached the monster once more, prodding its nose with his staff. A low, guttural sound emanated from the creature, which glared at Su Yuan with malice, though its gaze occasionally flickered towards his other hand. That hand was hidden behind his back, and as before, it would yield something the moment he spoke. After glaring for a while, the monster simply ignored Su Yuan, shutting its eyes in self-absorption. You see, it will not be fooled again. Hong Shuang sighed in resignation, tightening the webbing that bound the monster. Cat night, betrayal moon, gather wood. The smile on Su Yuan's face remained unbroken as he returned to the cave entrance, where the wood had already been ignited. He picked up a piece of roasted meat and held it over the flames for a while. The enticing aroma of the meat wafted through the air, causing not only the spider women but also Hong Shuang and the monster to open their eyes. This person can wield fire magic. Hong Shuang gazed at Su Yuan in surprise, astonished that he possessed the art of fire sorcery, a rarity in this snowy realm. The monster's eyes glistened with longing as it fixated on the piece of roasted pork, especially as Su Yuan approached with it in hand. Big fellow, would you like to indulge? How about we strike a deal? I'll bring you food daily if you spare these spider women. The monster scrutinized Su Yuan's grasp on the meat. Its eyes searching, yet even with both hands occupied, it remained skeptical. Oh, rest assured, I would never deceive. Care to try? Su Yuan, with an air of nonchalance, tore off a small piece and placed it in his mouth, a gesture that stirred the monster's hunger, despite its body still having enough energy to sustain life. Yet, the pangs of hunger would not dissipate. The aroma of the meat was irresistible, and after witnessing Su Yuan consume a piece, it could no longer suppress its desire. Opening its mouth and nodding slightly. Very well, proceed then. Without hesitation, Su Yuan tossed the meat towards it, causing Hong Shuang above to feel anxious. Yet she could not halt his actions. This time, the portion was tripled. Let us see how you fare. The pork was swallowed by the monster in mere moments, perhaps too starved to notice the poison intermingled within the meat. It was only when the familiar sensation coursed through its body that the creature's eyes widened in terror, and fresh blood was once again expelled from its mouth. Hong Shuang, seal its mouth with webbing. Su Yuan gazed at the writhing creature, its stomach churning violently. He urgently shouted towards the ceiling, directing his words at Hong Shuang, who, caught off guard by the situation, quickly realized the peril of the magic lizard. The silken threads erupted from its belly, sealing its mouth shut. It struggled desperately, while Hong Shuang relentlessly wrapped it tighter. The strands at the corners of the lizard's mouth instantly stained a deep crimson. I had anticipated this. How clever could a mere beast be? Watching the creature's vengeful gaze directed at him, Su Yuan's expression grew increasingly smug. The dosage was not only doubled, but also included a variety of other substances. A wave of dizziness washed over him, accompanied by a tumultuous churn in his stomach. The magic lizard, feeling powerless, allowed the threads to hang in midair. Yet it seemed that this dosage had not subdued it entirely. Everyone, evacuate the cave. Su Yuan shouted into the distance. Hong Shuang gritted her teeth, revealing runes of a different hue from those of the other beast girls on her forehead. A scarlet web erupted from her lower abdomen. The magic lizard, which had previously struggled feebly, was now ensnared even more tightly, allowing Hong Shuang to finally reach the ground. Perhaps it had been ages since she last walked. The moment she touched the ground, her legs buckled, almost causing her to fall. Fortunately, Su Yuan was there to catch her. Are all spider maidens so frigid to the touch? With no time to savor this delightful sensation, Su Yuan swiftly lifted her and dashed toward the cave's entrance, where trees and leaves cluttered the interior. Flames began to flicker to life, the snow-drenched wood igniting and producing wisps of green smoke. Among them, a certain dark wood emitted an ominous black smoke that seemed to disperse like malevolent energy. Quick, seal the entrance. Although the origin of the black smoke was unknown, it felt as though a single breath would send one soaring into the heavens. The silken threads sealed the cave's entrance, and in a bid to prevent the creature from bursting forth, Su Yuan fetched a massive stone from Lioness to block the exit, allowing only a trickle of mixed smoke to seep through the webbing. Roar. Cough. Cough. Inside the cave, the pitiful cries mingled with coughs, sending chills down the spines of the beast girls present as they stared in dread at the black smoke billowing from the entrance. The flames grew fiercer, and the silken threads at the entrance could no longer withstand the heat, while within, the fire consumed the lizard's webbing. Its eyes, reddened from the smoke, searched desperately for an escape. Having been inactive for years and previously poisoned twice, the lizard crawled forward unsteadily, traversing the flames with its skin slightly charred. After a long, arduous struggle, it finally reached the massive stone at the entrance, angrily slamming its tail against it while simultaneously coughing out black mist. Hold it back. Do not let it out. The runes on Lioness and Long's foreheads flared to life, while Hong Shuang, cradled in Su Yuan's arms, stepped forward. The red threads firmly adhered the stone to the cave walls on either side. The thudding sound made the surrounding spider maidens flinch and cover their ears, while Cat Knight led the other beast girls, under Su Yuan's command, to ready their bows and guard the perimeter. As the smoke found no outlet, it thickened progressively, growing darker as it seeped through the cracks in the stone. The rhythm of the lizard's strikes gradually slowed. The sun hung low in the sky, casting its golden glow upon the snowy expanse. After an extended period of silence within the cave, only the black smoke continued to seep from the crevices, causing even Su Yuan, who merely caught a whiff, to cough uncontrollably. However, to prevent the cunning salamander from feigning death, the boulder remained unmoved. After waiting for over half an hour, the volume of smoke had considerably diminished. Surely, it must be dead by now? Su Yuan instructed the others to retreat to a safe distance, leaving only the awakened warriors Long, Shi, and Hong Shuang to push aside the stone at the cave entrance. The stone on the opposite side was charred and bore signs of being battered by the salamander in its final moments. The acrid odor emanating from the cave caused everyone to cover their noses, only daring to approach once the cold wind had dispersed some of the smoke. The surroundings were littered with charred wood, and at the cave's mouth lay a grotesquely blackened creature, still emitting wisps of black smoke from its mouth and nostrils. The once gray skin had turned pitch black, and a pair of blood-red eyes remained fixed on the cave's interior. Could it be that it still clung to life? Su Yuan, hiding behind Shi, prodded the creature's head with his mountaineering staff, easily puncturing a hole in its dark skin. Is this roasted? Having confirmed the demise of the salamander, the group finally dared to enter the cave. Hong Shuang and the others gazed at the monster that had tormented them for so long, their eyes glistening with unshed tears. Which, at last, revenge has been achieved. Chapter 80. War and Peace. Together, we have traversed the trials of conflict. This individual initially arrived from distant lands, and this mountain is not insignificant. We once roamed the snowy forests in search of prey. We would only descend to hunt in the valleys when the game atop the mountain dwindled. As evening fell, the members of the Star Tribe returned, and the monstrous lizard was brought down, its body laden with various toxins provided by Su Yuan, preventing the white rabbits from approaching it. Hong Shuang, leading her kin, arrived at the Star Tribe, where many beast maidens curiously gazed at the unmolted spider maidens, their cheeks flushed and somewhat bashful. Is there prey atop that mountain? Indeed, that warm little stream occasionally attracts wild beasts for a drink, hence we often seek game nearby. At this moment, Miao Yu animatedly recounted the day's events to her companions, while only Qi Hu, Si, Long, and Shi gathered around Su Yuan to converse. To their astonishment, wild beasts still roamed that region. It seemed prudent to prevent these young beast maidens from indulging in the hot springs unaccompanied. A sense of caution arose within Su Yuan. The beasts of this world were not merely the ordinary wolves and leopards of his past life. The formidable power of demand could easily dispatch a bear of similar size. It appeared that if he were to bathe in the springs, he would need to summon Shi and the others, lest he become a meal for the beasts. What are your plans henceforth? Su Yuan inquired, directing his gaze toward Hong Shuang. She was the sole awakened warrior of her tribe, signifying her role as the leader of the Spider Maidens. I initially intended to lead them away from the snowy plains once liberated. However, after your timely rescue, I now seek to guide them to continue living within the caves. Yet, I have a request. May we join your tribe? Hong Shuang surveyed the modest encampment, yet was taken aback by its comprehensive facilities, including novel housing and a mountain of provisions. Most astonishingly, she had not anticipated the presence of another awakened warrior alongside a powerful shaman, aside from Long and Shi. Certainly, but do consider the implications. Those who have come to this frigid expanse have their reasons. I am unaware of yours, but we were pursued here. One day, we shall retaliate. Joining us does not guarantee peace and stability. Su Yuan calmly elucidated, meeting Hong Shuang's gaze. While he recognized the potential benefit of the Spider Maidens joining the tribe, the Star Tribe currently required more warriors, not a cadre of the timid, reluctant to wield arms. Upon hearing Su Yuan's words, a look of relief washed over Hong Shuang's face, and she nodded without hesitation. I fully comprehend. Once we join your tribe, we shall be your kin. Whether in war or peace, we shall endure it together. Very well, welcome to the Star Tribe. Su Yuan extended his hand. Hong Shuang paused, momentarily bewildered by the gesture. Yet, under Su Yuan's guidance, she quickly grasped its meaning, her face brightening with a smile as she reached out her hand in return. Beside him, a smile graced the visage of the Red Fox, for the tribe had gained another awakened warrior, joining the ranks of 4. This achievement had eluded the Red Fox tribe in times past. Additionally, there were Cat Knight, Rebel Moon, and the ever-present Gray, who had been following along with the newly joined Lanza, who seemed poised to awaken as well. Perhaps they were merely waiting for the right moment to do so. Today, there were not enough spacious snow shelters. Hong Shuang, once everyone had their fill, please take the children back to the cave to rest for the night. We shall enter the camp anew once the new dwellings are constructed tomorrow. As for Lanza and her 2 little companions who had already shed their shells, they need not return. They shall accompany me to complete a task tomorrow. This morning, Su Yuan had calculated the location when he ascended the mountain. The cliff atop the cave where the camp was established could be easily accessed with a simple ladder, allowing for a straightforward ascent to the mountainside. It was no wonder that Lanza and her little spider daughters were so well acquainted with the conditions of the camp. Perhaps they had already surveyed the area from the mountainside. Indeed, I shall inform them shortly. The tribe's consecutive victories had elevated the atmosphere to a crescendo. Cat Knight, standing atop a wooden stump, animatedly recounted the day's events with great embellishment. Rebel Moon, visibly disgruntled, tugged at her tail, eager to share her own tale. By the campfire, the 3 sisters, Lanza included, gathered with those spider daughters yet to shed their shells, feasting on roasted meat. While the cheerful beast daughters of the Star Tribe curiously eyed the enormous spider shells beneath them. Were there wine to be had? This lively group might very well overturn the camp. As Su Yuan contemplated the camp from the sidelines, he reflected on the need for development following the completion of the war. After all the effort expended in crafting wooden barrels, they had yet to be utilized in these past few days. The bonfire gathering of the night did not last long, under the celestial glow illuminating the snowy ground. Hong Shuang led the spider daughters back up the mountain. On the following day, Su Yuan, fortunate to evade Cat Knight's persistent antics, emerged from his small dwelling after a restful slumber. The charred magic lizard lay untouched in the corner of the camp, its presence undisturbed by any beast daughters following his earlier warning, now cloaked in a layer of freshly fallen snow. Another rare item had emerged. One could only hope it proved as beneficial as the snow crystal bowl. Su Yuan directed his gaze to the newly unlocked items in the system shop. A special commodity obtained through the trade of the snow crystal bull's horns, hunted earlier that morning. Snow crystal milk cap, black tea variant 1,000 points. Note: consuming alleviates physical fatigue and aids in the recovery of injuries. This restorative beverage, capable of both revitalizing strength and healing wounds, was particularly appealing due to its black tea flavor. Aside from the relatively high point cost, it bore no significant drawbacks. Moreover, an additional rare item had also been uncovered from the snow crystal bowl, leaving Su Yuan in a state of intrigue. Crystal noodle, 100 points. Note: specially crafted snow crystal beef tendon noodles with exceptional chewiness. Consuming them grants the super chewy status, allowing the user to expend no stamina for 10 minutes. Already cooked, cannot be boiled for more than half an hour, as it will affect the status effect. The attributes of this item left Su Yuan somewhat perplexed. After all, a food item that bestows a state of stamina conservation for such a modest cost of 100 points, and without any limit, was not characteristic of the system's usual practices. At this moment, Su Yuan approached the magic lizard with a sense of anticipation. This creature stood approximately 1.5 meters tall, with a length exceeding 3 meters, its short limbs frozen stiff, resembling a charred lizard in overall form. Even in death, the imposing and fierce aura of this creature could instill fear in those who drew near. System, it's time to get to work. List all rare items available. As Su Yuan placed his hand upon the body of the magic lizard, the system's crisp voice promptly echoed. Rare items detected. Magic lizard skin. Magic lizard crystal. Host, Please select the direction of the transaction. There were only 2 rare items, the tough skin of the cave stone magic lizard and what appeared to be the magical beast core commonly found in fantasy novels. Su Yuan examined them using the identification function. The magic lizard skin had little utility beyond crafting leather armor, but given its current charred state, hopes for armor production seemed dim. The magic lizard crystal, however, could be embedded in armor and shields for enchantment purposes. Damn it. I haven't even grasped the concept of a staff, and now there's talk of weapon enchantment? Unlock all new special goods for me. Transaction successful. New items available in the special section. Chapter 81. Constructing a web ladder. Magic salamander leather armor. 3,000 points. Note. Provides resistance against piercing damage, reduces blunt damage, but does not grant immunity to elemental damage. Salamander crystal protection sticker. 600 points. Note. A one-time use item that, when affixed to an object, grants immunity to a single attack not exceeding 300 of its endurance, can be exchanged for 8 stickers daily, as anticipated by Su Yuan. The extraordinary defensive capabilities of the magic salamander had unlocked 2 new defensive items for him. However, he was uncertain how to utilize the protection sticker. The endurance of a wooden shield could easily withstand a blow from the mighty beast, far exceeding 300. If applied, it would surely be shattered by a mere slap. Wait. Could this magic salamander leather armor accommodate the sticker? Su Yuan suddenly regarded the gray vest with a look of curiosity. If he affixed the protection sticker to the armor, it would indeed enhance his defense. Ha ha ha. What a splendid find. The items bestowed by the magic salamander surpassed even the restorative snow crystal red tea. Aside from these 2 rare items, the other tribes began pricing their goods as well. The salamander's hide had been charred beyond use, rendering it unnecessary for the tribe. Thus, this morning, Su Yuan Wholesale sold it to the system at a low price, as the pigmen corpses had yet to be dealt with. Delaying further could potentially attract the attention of other beasts and humans. In the early morning, the beast maidens gradually emerged from their snow huts. The corpses of the mossy-haired pigs had yet to be processed, and luscious 3 spider maidens were actively assisting. It seemed everyone was quite industrious. Su Yuan felt a sense of satisfaction. The current tribe was relatively small, with tasks divided according to his directives. Those who lacked combat skills attended to the corpses and crafted leather garments, while the combat-capable maidens were responsible for training and hunting. They also gathered firewood daily. This system worked well for a tribe of around 50 individuals, but as the population grew, some would inevitably grow complacent. The beast maidens, being human-like, possessed their own joys and sorrows, and displayed both diligence and laziness. Once they returned to the desolate snow plains and subdued the other tribes, it would be time to develop a monetary economy. However, such an endeavor must be approached gradually, ensuring the well-being of all. Su Yuan contemplated future matters. Once the tribe's population exceeded 700 or 800, managing it would no longer be as simple as calling out from the camp. By that time, it might not even be referred to as a tribe anymore. Not long after the sun had risen, Hong Shuang arrived at the camp with a group of young spider maidens. The morning chill caused them to shiver. Let us warm by the fire for a moment. Shortly, Fox 9 will teach you how to construct a snow hut, or if you prefer, we can build a wooden house, Su Yuan explained to Hong Shuang. The camp consisted of only 3 or 4 wooden structures, while the majority were snow huts. It was not that wood was scarce. Rather, most beast maidens favored the snow huts. As one maiden expressed, each time she entered the cozy space, it filled her with a profound sense of security. Particularly that small opening, once covered, one feels entirely insulated within a secure and warm realm. I shall inquire with everyone shortly. The camp's activities resumed with fervor today, as a group of spider maidens donned new hides, draping the plentiful pelts over their lower bodies, providing ample warmth. Several spider maidens began learning the art of snow hut construction from Fox 9, with Su Yuan specifically instructing that the entrance to their snow huts need not be piled up. Instead, a simple opening could be made at one corner of the round structure, allowing them to seal it with their silk once they closed the door. After issuing his instructions, he accompanied Lanza, along with the other 3 and Shur, to the snowy mountains. It was here that we witnessed your battle against the pigmen. On a steep platform halfway up the snow-capped peak, Lanza pointed downward, indicating the very spot where he had fought the pigment tribe. Behind them lay the construction site of the Star Tribe, and it would be significantly faster to leap down the steep rock face than to traverse the winding mountain path, saving several hours. However, jumping was not a feasible option, and Su Yuan had no intention of courting death. Indeed, he would not in the future either. Lanza, how many individuals can your silk support without snapping? And will it be affected by snowfall? Originally, he intended to construct a ladder to ascend the mountain, as such a ladder would be far more convenient than the serpentine path. Thus, Su Yuan contemplated expending some points in the system's marketplace to procure sturdy ropes and nails, seeking a suitable section of rock to drive the nails into, and subsequently fashioning a rope ladder. Yet, upon encountering these spider maidens, he resolved to harness their greater potential, such as using silk to erect a rope ladder. How many? I've never tried, but when the three of us pull together, it never breaks. As for the snow, it seems to have no effect. Lanza responded with uncertainty, lifting the new fur coat that Su Yuan had given her to reveal her soft, pale belly. A strand of white silk promptly shot forth and adhered to the rock face. She tugged at it a few times, and even with her hands turning white from exertion, she could not sever the thick strand. That will suffice. Later, I will need your assistance in weaving something. After pondering, Su Yuan decided to incorporate some wooden planks to replace portions of the silk, as three spider maidens would struggle to construct a ladder at such a height. Seizing the early hours, he promptly led everyone to a nearby tree, felled it, and divided it into several planks. With holes drilled into each side of the planks and silk threaded through every half-meter, the assembly was swiftly completed. The upper end was secured by tying the silk to a massive stone 5 meters high, as long as a powerful brute did not climb up. It was unlikely to break, as the ladder was constructed piece by piece with the assistance of the three spider maidens and Shirshir's tree felling. They had made considerable progress by midday. Leader, I am so exhausted, I can hardly muster the strength in my belly, Red Blaze lamented, reclining on the ground, her small hands tenderly massaging her deflated stomach, her face a portrait of fatigue. Su Yuan retrieved the silk ladder he had cast aside. Its resilience was indeed commendable, though upon closer inspection, it seemed to lack a certain quality. Just a little more, and once completed, I shall treat you all to a sumptuous feast. A feast? I can still manage that. Before Lanza and the others could voice their thoughts, Hong Chi swiftly rose, adeptly perforating the wooden planks and threading them onto the silk. His industrious demeanor caused a slight blush to rise on the cheeks of Lanza and Green sway behind him. After all, they had only indulged in roasted meat at midday. Yet Hong Chi was already feeling hungry once more before nightfall. By the evening, the silk ladder was finally completed, and as it settled against the mountainside of the camp, everyone gathered around in eager anticipation. Chapter 82. Exquisite Cubomb beef noodles. Once the construction was complete, the group descended the ladder without hesitation. Despite having Su Yuan beneath them, the three spider maidens, Lan Sha and her companions, felt their legs tremble with fear. Red Blaze, don't you often climb slopes? Hurry down, Su Yuan called as he climbed a distance, glancing up at the others. Although Shirshir felt a twinge of fear, she clung tightly to Su Yuan. Only Red Blaze lingered at the cliff's edge, hesitating, her little head popping out and quickly retreating each time. We usually climb on slopes. We've never been this high, she stammered. Then do hurry, or else when we descend, we shall prepare for dinner without you, Su Yuan replied with a mischievous grin, deftly making his way down. The spider silk ladder, contrary to Red Blaze's claims, was not as terrifying as it appeared. Should one lose their grip, they would merely tumble down the steep rock face. Injuries were inevitable, but death was unlikely due to the mitigating effects of the descent. Of course, leaping from above would certainly be fatal. A longer fall might even result in crashing into Su Yuan's wooden cabin, alarming him. Woo, wait for me. Ultimately, enticed by the promise of food, Red Blaze began her shaky descent. Upon landing, she was surrounded by curious beast maidens, all inspecting this peculiar creature. Once Su Yuan touched the ground, Shirshir, feeling somewhat weak-kneed, jumped down from the spider silk ladder. He glanced at the beast maidens, brushing off the snow from his clothes as he explained the ladder's purpose. This ladder allows us to swiftly ascend the mountain for future hunts. My hands are losing strength. Catch me. When it was Red Blaze's turn, she cast a glance below, her grip faltering, and she fell. Su Yuan was startled by her cry, but as he looked up, a mass of black engulfed his vision, and he was knocked to the ground. Ouch. That hurts. Wait, it doesn't hurt at all. Are you all right? Lord Su Yuan. Red Blaze, noticing the panicked crowd around her, looked down to see a figure beneath her. Leader. 10 minutes later, Su Yuan wiped the blood from his nose, while Red Blaze knelt on the ground, guilt-ridden, being pulled down by Hong Shuang. All right, it's not Red Blaze's fault. Let her rise. She has offended you so, as her mother, I bear responsibility. Hong Shuang insisted earnestly. Enough. This time, it was my oversight. Huli Jiu, Next time someone descends the ladder, please place some beast skins below. Su Yuan helped Red Blaze to her feet. The fall had caused him little harm, estimating that she had only dropped 3 or 4 meters. As for the nosebleed, the beast skin skirt could hardly contain everything. Certainly, Su Yuan referred to the peculiar scent of the beast's hide and the discomfort caused by the bristles beneath it. Since the esteemed leader has commanded you to rise, you should do so. Hong Shuang's expression softened as she cast a sharp glance at the groaning Hong Qi. Hong Qi swiftly sprang to her feet, glanced at Hong Shuang beside her, and discreetly inquired into Su Yuan's ear. Esteemed leader. About that sumptuous feast you mentioned earlier. Is it still on? What would you like to eat? Roasted meat? Hong Qi hesitated. For the tribe's meat supply was indeed quite abundant, and the pork from the last 2 meals had left her well fed. Well, all right then. But could you roast it for me? This morning, Gigi mentioned that your roasted meat is even more delectable. Where did this rumor come from? Su Yuan glanced at Gigi, who was not far off, gnawing on a sweet potato, her clean face now smeared with its remnants, resembling a little calico cat. Long sat behind her, a look of tender affection on her face, occasionally brushing away the sweet potato bits stuck to Gigi's cheeks. Even the chinchilla enjoys sweet treats. It seems that the tribe's sweet potatoes have nearly been consumed by Gigi and her companions during this period. Suddenly, as he watched Gigi munching on the sweet potato, an idea struck Su Yuan, providing a perfect opportunity to test something that had piqued his curiosity earlier. Since you have completed my task, I shall reward you with a special feast. Consuming this meal will grant you extraordinary strength. Special? All right, I want that. A smile graced Su Yuan's lips as he spent 100 points to exchange for a round, white noodle from the system marketplace. The noodle, about the thickness of a finger, appeared delightfully chewy. After boiling it in a clay pot for about 10 minutes, he retrieved it. In the clay bowl, the noodle's end was entwined with a piece of roasted pork, its enticing aroma drawing the attention of Lan Sha and the others nearby. Does this not resemble your spider silk, with one end ensnaring a delectable morsel? Bite down on this end, as if capturing prey with silk. Then gradually tighten the web and devour your catch. Su Yuan presented the other end of the noodle to Hong Qi, who had been momentarily distracted but was now brimming with enthusiasm, taking a hearty bite. Rar, I shall consume my prey. Though this playful game may seem too juvenile for an elementary school child, it was perfectly suited for a spider maiden who appeared to be around 18 or 19. Furthermore, this noodle was no ordinary fare. It was made from the tendons of the snow crystal cow that Sure had slaughtered, leaving Su Yuan curious as to why it was priced at merely 100 points. Now, he had the perfect subject for evaluation. Eagerly, Hong Qi placed one end of the noodle in her mouth, slowly drawing it in like a spider reeling in its web, and after a couple of bites, she began to chew. The tendon noodle had merely been boiled in the meat broth without any added seasonings, yet its flavor remained irresistibly enticing. The surrounding beast maidens gathered closer, but as this was a reward meant for Hong Qi, they merely swallowed their saliva, observing her savor the treat. 1 minute, 5 minutes, 10 minutes. Hong Shuang, growing increasingly impatient, remarked, Hong Qi, you shouldn't keep your food in your mouth for so long. Yet, Hong Qi protested, but Mother Hong Shuang, I cannot chew it. At that moment, her jaws ached, but the beef tendon noodles remained delightfully chewy, and she had only managed to break off a small piece. Cannot chew? Haven't you molted yet? Hong Shuang observed her with a hint of confusion. For the spider mother typically exhibited weakness only during the molting phase. Nevertheless, the noodles remained unyielding. Her words were muffled as tears nearly spilled from Hong Qi's eyes, and in her desperation, she began tugging at the noodles. Despite her efforts, the noodles persisted in their tenacity, causing Su Yuan to gape in astonishment. Damn this system, no wonder it cost 100 points. That vast mound was easily over 3 meters long. By the time she finishes chewing, she might as well ascend. Observing the tear-streaked face of Hong Qi, Su Yuan gently rubbed her cheek and reassured her, all right, just eat this much for now. Let everyone else have a taste of the rest. Since she could not chew through the noodles, Su Yuan used a dagger to cut off the portion hanging from her mouth, leaving the remainder for her to manage on her own. Leader, may we give it a try? Lan Sha inquired with curiosity, sniffing the beef tendon noodles that bore a resemblance to her own web silk, eager to sample them. You wish to try? Very well. Chapter 83. Witnessing the scenery beyond the mountains together an hour later, a dozen beast girls gathered around the campfire, their cheeks flushed with exhaustion and tears glistening at the corners of their eyes. The food was so tough that swallowing it whole was out of the question. One would surely choke. Su Yuan himself had taken a small piece to chew, finding it more resilient than beef jerky. Suitable for a baby to gnaw on for a lifetime. Sure, if you can't chew it, don't force yourself, he advised. The last piece was tackled by Sure, who was still vigorously chewing, clearly enjoying the chewy noodles. Though she nodded at Su Yuan's words, she turned back to battle with the morsel in her hand. You all should finish up and get some rest. I'll go sleep first, Su Yuan remarked, forcing the thumb-sized piece of beef tendon noodle down his throat. He brushed off the snow accumulated on him and returned to the wooden cabin. The weather was growing increasingly frigid. Should he install a fireplace in the cabin? But this wooden structure might catch fire, wouldn't it? He had never learned about those fireplaces made of brick. The last time he saw one was in a film, where Santa Claus rode a reindeer down the chimney into the fireplace. Moreover, his cabin was about the size of a restroom from his previous life, with a wooden bed occupying half the space, leaving room only for a small chest and some of his tools and clothes. Never mind. He would consider it upon returning to the frozen wasteland. Su Yuan lay in bed, contemplating his return to the frozen wasteland, realizing that the wooden cabin didn't require many amenities. Once stability was attained in the frozen wasteland, he would confront the shaman of the snow-capped mountains and break through the seals imposed by the bone shaman on those who hindered his departure from the snow-capped mountains. After unifying the snowy region, he hoped to explore the other side to see if there were beast girls of the Wing tribe on the plains. He wondered if the legendary giant tribe resided among the steep mountains, whether merfolk inhabited the vast oceans, if elves dwelled within the forests, and if dragon maidens existed on the islands. For a moment, he was lost in fantasies of conquering this fantastical land, envisioning the expansion and empowerment of his star tribe. Wait, I am a peaceful civilization. How can I constantly think of conquest? The two little figures in his mind re-emerged. The white angelic Su Yuan gazing compassionately at the black demonic Su Yuan. Before he could utter a word, a multitude of diverse beast girls enveloped the demonic Su Yuan, and in an instant, the white angel was vanquished. What does it mean to conquer? I am a harbinger of civilization in this primitive society, destined to bring enlightenment to the continent, ensuring no one suffers from hunger or cold, a true sowing of the seeds of civilization. The demon on his forehead seized the golden halo from the angel's head, donning it upon himself. And a sacred light radiated from him as he leaped into the embrace of the beast girls. I am simply too magnificent. The tribe's development progressed in an orderly manner. The 3 molted spider maidens joined the ranks of the warriors, while the remaining spider maidens, despite their considerable size, lacked formidable combat prowess. Particularly, they had not experienced much battle. Thus they could only assist by 2 and the others in processing the animal hides and meats within the camp. The pottery and wooden utensils in the camp were sufficient for everyone's use, so there was no immediate need to procure more. Each day, Hu Jio adhered to Su Yuan's side, curiously observing him. Su Yuan, will this truly transform into that particular wine? Hu Jio inquired, watching as Su Yuan sealed 2 wooden barrels, one containing naturally fermented brew, and the other a concoction he had crafted using yeast procured with his points. In this frigid weather, he was uncertain if the harvested fruits still held any yeast. Hence, to safeguard against failure, he prepared an additional barrel as a reference. The success of this endeavor would only be revealed in a month. For now, he instructed Hu Jio to place the barrels inside the cave and cover them with some animal hides. Understood, she replied, despite her lack of comprehension about the wine Su Yuan mentioned. Nevertheless, she diligently proceeded, positioning the 2 barrels in the innermost part of the cave. Afterward, Su Yuan stretched lazily in the camp, feeling the need for a respite after days of toil. He sought out Sure, who was training Hong Qi and the others outside the camp. Sure's archery had improved significantly, now second only to Hu Si, who could shoot birds from the ground with ease. Sure, if you have no pressing matters, accompany me up the mountain, Su Yuan requested. Upon hearing this, Sure set down her bow and hurried to his side, ready for action. Bring a shovel, and don't forget your weapon as well. Although wild beasts had not been spotted near the hot springs on the mountain, it was prudent to remain cautious. Sure alone was sufficient for this task. The 2 ascended the spider silk ladder with remarkable agility, swiftly arriving at the entrance of the cave, where Hong Shuang and the others had previously resided. The remnants of their prior presence lingered. The charcoal had been removed, revealing only some charred marks within the cave. Actually, this cave is quite spacious. Ample enough for all of us to reside here, Su Yuan remarked. Sure clenched her fists, her expression revealing a hint of difficulty, and eventually stammered, I still wish to return to the barren snowfield. However, once everyone is saved, I will follow you back here. Su Yuan smiled in surprise, gently stroking Shirshi's hair. After days of exertion, she likely hadn't tea-bathed in quite some time, her ear first slightly disheveled. Who said I intended to remain here for a lifetime? He mused. Then, Shirshir looked at him, her large eyes filled with confusion. I was merely reflecting that had we discovered this cave sooner, perhaps we could have moved in directly. Alas, the camp is burdened with too many belongings. I have not forgotten the matter of rescuing the Red Fox tribe. With the addition of Hong Shuang and her companions, we can now return to investigate the situation. In a few days, we shall make our way back to the frozen snow plains to assess the circumstances. Before Lion could fully express her joy, Su Yuan continued speaking. You are the first individuals I encountered upon arriving in this world, and we have endured hardships together as comrades. Thus, I hold an unwavering faith in you. And I implore you to trust in me as well. In the future, we shall undoubtedly vanquish the black sheep and overcome that shaman. By the way, have you ever gazed upon the world beyond the mountains? The world beyond the mountains? Lion turned her gaze toward a direction obscured by towering peaks. Where the distant expanse of a vast mountain range lay, the Wangsnow mountain range, which separates the two realms. No, I have grown up in the frozen snow plains. However, the old shaman told me that my mother ventured to the other side of the mountains. I believe she must have seen it. Rest assured, we too shall behold it. In the future, you shall become the Grand General of the Starry Empire, accompanying me to explore that new world. It is a rare delight to experience such youthful exuberance in one's 20s. Su Yuan raised his hand, as if to grasp the mountains, his eyes brimming with confidence. Although Lion did not fully comprehend the concepts of Empire or Grand General, she understood the word Starry and I. Yes, we shall certainly see it. Chapter 84. Cleaning the fur of the great cat. Here we are. Su Yuan and Shirshir ascended the mountain for a considerable distance. Where the hot spring source emerged from a crevice in the rocks, the water's temperature scorching to the touch. Only in this secluded spot could one avoid the wild beasts that came to drink. Shirshir, this water is not for drinking. While Su Yuan was contemplating how to construct a bathing area, he turned to find Shirshir had already buried her small head in the water outlet, the steam enveloping her face. He promptly grasped her raised tail, pulling her back. Shirshir, realizing her misstep, quickly turned around, covering her tail with a blush. Shaking her head and exclaiming, I wasn't drinking. The steam is just so warm. Soon, there will be a warmer spot. Help me dig a large pit here, to the height of my thigh, and shape it like this. Su Yuan gestured, outlining a square with his hands. After a moment of consideration, he decided to dig a pit not far from the water outlet's edge, creating an opening to channel the water into it. Additionally, due to the downhill slope, he could open another outlet below to ensure a continuous supply of hot water. It was a pity there were no naturally occurring hot springs where one could simply immerse themselves without further modification, with the water remaining at an optimal temperature. Su Yuan used his dagger to mark the boundaries in the area of broken stones and soil, leaving the rest to Shirshir to fulfill her task. Shirshir even harnessed her awakened powers. The glowing runes on her forehead allowed her to dig a massive pit with a single shovel, and in no time, she had shaped the square cavity. Su Yuan, I'm done. While Su Yuan was still bent over, contemplating the water diversion, Shirshir stood ready with her shovel. Let us take a break, or find a flat stone for me, just to my calf height. The process of diverting the water proceeded smoothly, with the steaming stream soon filling the pit Shirshir had excavated. The previously prepared drainage outlet carried the muddy water away, and after half an hour, the natural, unadorned hot spring was complete. Using the same method, another hot spring outlet was established at the opposite end, ensuring that in the future, a squad of warriors could lead others to enjoy this natural spa. This arrangement was far more convenient than bathing in the icy lake. However, the lack of concealment necessitated that warriors remain vigilant in the vicinity. Should we consider constructing a small wooden cabin at these hot spring outlets? After some reflection, Su Yuan dismissed the idea. There was no need for the hassle of building two cabins on this mountain. He still had to account for the slope's angle. In the event of an attack by wild beasts, even well-constructed cabins would likely be demolished with a few blows from those creatures of this world. For now, this will suffice. By the time the two hot spring pools were ready, the sun had reached its zenith, with the cold winds and steaming mist intertwining, the bright sunlight bathing them in warmth. Su Yuan, unreserved in his actions, shed his garments and immersed himself in the hot spring, finding a rock that perfectly served as a cushion beneath him. The sensation was invigorating, as if lying there added a decade to his lifespan. The water, while not excessively warm, felt just right in the frigid weather, the flowing warmth seemingly massaging his body. The gentle steam wafted into his nostrils, inducing a wave of drowsiness. Yet he was reminded of the presence of Lioness beside him. "Lioness, would you like to join me in the hot spring? It seems you haven't tea-bathed in a while. Your hair is nearly tangled. It would be a fine opportunity to cleanse yourself." Lioness touched her head. A few strands of golden fur entwined, stained from their recent battle against the pigmen. In the flurry of following Su Yuan, she had completely forgotten about bathing by the icy lake. Moreover, she was not accustomed to bathing in the company of others. Her last bathing experience had been with the Red Fox, and since that occasion, she had not washed herself. "I shall join you," she replied with a nod. Su Yuan reclined comfortably at the edge, eyes half closed, and upon hearing Lioness's words, he slowly nodded, only to suddenly widen his eyes in realization. At the edge of the hot spring, Lioness shed her beast-skin attire, her golden tail swaying gracefully in the breeze as she looked upward. Su Yuan was momentarily taken aback. The sight was indeed beyond what Cat Knight could offer. Lost in his thoughts, he suddenly felt the water level drop, and a pair of thighs pressed against him. Instantly alert, he swallowed hard and, glancing at Lioness, inquired, "Aren't you going to soak over there? Is it not permissible to stay here? If so, I shall come to you immediately." What was he doing? His actions were more disgraceful than those of a mere beast. Observing the glimmer of disappointment in Lioness's eyes, he instinctively pulled her closer. "Ahem, I was merely concerned about my own resolve, but fear not. Come here, and I shall help you wash your hair." Suppressing his impulses, Su Yuan watched as Lioness leaned towards him. He gently massaged her disheveled hair, applying a bit more pressure due to the blood that had clung to it. No matter how he scrubbed, not a single strand of her golden locks fell away, leaving him dumbfounded by the remarkable quality of her hair. Though outwardly composed, Su Yuan's body betrayed him. Lioness, curious, glanced at the surface of the hot spring, yet Su Yuan held her head, compelling her to suppress her inner questions. "System, please exchange for a packet of shampoo." After a considerable effort yielded little result, he promptly accessed the system's marketplace, exchanging 20 points for a small packet of shampoo. "Stay still and close your eyes." The words, uttered in this context, bore an air of peculiarity. Upon hearing them, Lioness leaned forward, tightly shutting her eyes. As Su Yuan's fingers caressed her scalp, she felt something enveloping her, accompanied by a delightful fragrance wafting into her nostrils. With the aid of shampoo, these unruly strands of hair can finally be cleansed, as the warm spring water cascades down, swiftly rinsing away the suds. How delightful it is to run one's fingers through the hair, so remarkably smooth. Su Yuan felt a profound sense of accomplishment, akin to bathing his beloved feline companion. As he observed the golden locks, now beautifully tamed, resting upon the lion's forehead, it was a most pleasant experience, fragrant and refreshing. "Thank you, Su Yuan," the lion murmured. Leaning closer, the lion imitated the celebratory gesture from the previous banquet, planting a gentle kiss on his cheek, shattering the moment of triumph he had been savoring. Just the night before, he had engaged in rigorous exercise. Indulging excessively in physical activity throughout the day could take a toll on one's body weight. "I have already enhanced my life energy. Should I still be concerned about fatigue? If necessary, I can simply exchange for a few more bottles of blue spirit drinks later." Free from the constraints of the little angel, Su Yuan whispered softly into the lion's large ears. Noticing the somewhat dazed expression, he resolved to personally guide the way forward. Chapter 85. The hot spring project is now open. As the last rays of the setting sun bathed the valley, Su Yuan lay leisurely in the hot spring, his eyes half closed, savoring the tranquility of the mountain stream. After spending half the day immersed in the warm water, he felt as if he might transform into a giant. Beside him, a delicate figure nestled close, her complexion still flushed, and her gaze somewhat dreamy. "Su Yuan, I wish to ask you a question." Sure seemed to muster her courage, tilting her head to look at Su Yuan with a hint of nervousness in her inquiry. "Oh, I've told you not to call me Lord Su Yuan. Just address me directly. Feel free to ask whatever you wish," he replied, tousling Shurshu's hair. Earlier, their vigorous play had caused the hot spring water to dampen her locks, and droplets were still falling from the tips. Shurshu nodded, then stammered, You are not of the divine gifted clan, are you?" "No, I am indeed not," Su Yuan answered without hesitation, for it was a simple truth that needed no concealment. Eventually, everyone would come to know it. I've heard that only those of the divine gifted clan can bear offspring by consuming the divine gifted fruit. However, my mother told me that it is only the beast men who reproduce to bring forth the next generation. When I was young, I witnessed it when my mother attacked a beastman tribe, just like just like what happened earlier. A realization struck him. The previous lack of knowledge on this matter was not due to their unfamiliarity with the Divine Gifted clan's reproductive practices, but rather because Cat Knight had limited exposure. Now, she was encountering someone with broader experiences. Are you a beast man? Shirshir's eyes reflected a mix of caution and concern. The discord between the Beastmen and the Divine Gifted clan was not a recent development, but a long-standing enmity spanning generations. Do I appear to be a beast man? You all bear some traces of your beastly heritage. Did you not notice my absence of such traits? Su Yuan mused, contemplating that, by such reasoning, he might be the first pure human in this fantastical world. Shirshir scrutinized him curiously. His black hair exhibited no beast-like characteristics, and while his ears bore a slight resemblance to theirs, they lacked the distinctive spider-like features. His pupils were also dark, and his limbs bore no dense fur. Indeed, he possessed no tail, except for. Suddenly, Su Yuan's expression stiffened as he quickly covered Shirshir's mouth, realizing the gravity of what she might inadvertently reveal. Do you remember when I mentioned that I came from a very distant place? Yes, you said it was a large tribe from the east, Shirshir recalled. Su Yuan nodded, a hint of nostalgia in his eyes. Indeed, it is vast and far, so far that it does not even exist in the east of this world. To be precise, I hail from beyond the heavens. Your gods brought you to this world, while I was also brought here by other deities. Despite Su Yuan's attempt to elucidate using divine reasoning, Shirshir remained perplexed, her anxious tail swishing restlessly in the water. These matters proved to be exceedingly intricate for her. With a sigh, Su Yuan embraced her tightly, declaring, "It matters not if you do not comprehend these things. All you need do is trust that I shall remain by your side forever. We shall return together to the desolate snowfields, journey to the snow-viewing mountains, and even venture to the other side of the peaks to explore." After a brief silence, Shirshir gently murmured in acknowledgement, resting her head upon Su Yuan's shoulder without uttering a word. In truth, she had chosen to believe the moment Su Yuan denied being an orc. The other details had become inconsequential. Su Yuan, is it true that orcs must be this way to have children? Will I also have a child? This sudden shift in topic left Su Yuan momentarily speechless, as he was uncertain about the anatomical structure of beast folk and whether reproductive isolation existed. Well, I'm not sure, since I'm not an orc. Of course, there will be no offspring between myself and an orc, he stated resolutely. As for the orcs, regardless of any isolation, he would staunchly guard his principles. Then I wish to have one. Before Su Yuan could fully grasp her words, Shirshir immediately leaped forward, pinning him against the edge of the hot spring pool. It seemed that 2 bottles of blue spirit drinks were insufficient. He would need to exchange for at least 3. Alas, points were as fleeting as the waters of this hot spring. In the evening, Shirshir and Su Yuan returned to the camp, and the Red Fox, puzzled by their day-long absence, speculated they had been on a special mission. Yet, before her curiosity could fully unfold, Su Yuan gathered everyone in the central part of the camp. At this moment, each person held food in their hands, their wide eyes curiously fixed upon Su Yuan, wondering what significant news he was about to share. Ahem, I trust you are all aware that we discovered a warm stream on the mountain? Everyone nodded in agreement, and a particularly lively little rabbit girl raised her hand, exclaiming, Cat Knight and her companions told us about it. It seemed that Cat Knight and Tan Yu had shared intricate details of the story during their previous contention over the narrative rights, thus sparing Su Yuan from the need to reiterate. Today, Shirshir and I transformed that site into a hot spring pool, a place for warm baths. Henceforth, if you wish to avoid boiling water at the ice lake, you may go to the mountains for a soak. The hot water flows continuously and will not cool down. This announcement ignited a wave of excitement among the crowd. Bathing in the ice lake had been quite cumbersome, requiring one to master the art of fire starting as Su Yuan did, and to first boil the water. This entire process consumed at least 2 to 3 hours, resulting in many wishing to bathe in the ice lake, but barely managing to do so. However, you still cannot go alone. You must have at least 2 warriors accompany you, for that area is still prone to wild beasts. Moreover, that water is not potable. Drinking it may cause stomach pains. As soon as Su Yuan concluded, the crowd eagerly concurred, engaging in cheerful conversations with their beast folk companions about this delightful news. Yes, Gigi understands. Gigi wants to go with Mama. We shall proceed with both Xiaoman and Damon, indeed. Amidst the murmurs of discussion, Su Yuan overheard a rather significant matter. Grasping the ears of the folded-eared beast girl, he lifted her and spoke earnestly. Damon cannot accompany us. The rope simply cannot bear her weight. It's no jest, beyond the inadequacy of the rope, Her sheer size would cause the excavated hot spring to expand even further upon her descent. Oh, very well then. Mei will accompany us. Su Yuan cast a glance at the petite figure of the folded-eared beast girl, noting that she was even smaller than a cat knight. Barely reaching his waist. A person should not, or rather, must not. No, we shall wait until you have grown a bit more. Chapter 86. Is this the trap for General Crab? The opening of the hot springs has prompted the beast girls to flock to the mountain for a soak. And even the ever-curious cat knight could not resist, dragging Su Yuan along for a dip. It was during this excursion that Lioness finally understood the peculiar cat sounds she had heard in the tribe. Although Su Yuan felt a tinge of embarrassment, after experiencing a new delight he had never encountered before, he cast aside his awkwardness and reveled in the endless pleasure of the crowded hot spring pool. For several consecutive days, he nearly succumbed to indulgence. Fortunately, the realization that the 2,000 Point Blue Spirit beverage could clarify his situation made him aware that if he continued in this manner, his points would dwindle. This resource was vital for the development of the tribe, and seeing his points drop from a hard-earned milestone of 100,000 back to 80,000 prompted him to abandon the daily hot spring habit. Ahem, Lioness, will you accompany me to fish for a while? Su Yuan called out as he approached Lioness, who had just emerged from the snow hut with a wooden basin. The basin contained not only a fur towel but also some fresh fruits picked in the wild a few days prior. Soaking in the hot springs could easily lead to thirst, and after their activities, they could enjoy a couple of fruits to quench their thirst. Of course, the primary reason was that these fruits floating on the water's surface added a touch of whimsy. Fishing? Aren't we going to the hot springs? Lioness questioned, placing the basin down and approaching Su Yuan with a puzzled expression. Daily soaking is not good for our health, and besides, there are so many others in the tribe who should also relish the comforts of the hot springs. Without further ado, Su Yuan seized his fishing rod and, pulling Lioness along, set off towards the ice lake. Upon leaving the tribe, he spotted Fox 9, who was bent over in the snow, seemingly engaged in some mysterious activity. Fox 9, come join us for fishing. Su Yuan swiftly grabbed the bushy tail of the startled fox, causing her to tumble into the snow. Su Yuan, you startled me. I was just about to succeed with the trap I was studying. Fox 9 huffed, her cheeks puffed in irritation, snow clinging to her nose and head, rendering her adorable and making it difficult for Su Yuan to take her anger seriously. Smiling, he brushed the snow off her. What is this? He inquired, gesturing to the contraption she had constructed in the snow. Fox 9's expression turned proud as she presented her wooden creation to him. This is a trap I devised myself, utilizing the bow and arrows you made combined with the cave trap we previously constructed. You see, I intend to set a full arrow here, then secure it. When someone steps on the trap, the hook will release, and the arrow will pierce their ankle. Fox 9 demonstrated her invention, and the more Su Yuan observed, the more familiar it seemed. Wasn't this just a trap version of a crossbow? This little fox's mind was truly brimming with ingenuity. With her tinkering, she might indeed devise something new. Let's set this aside for now. Come fish with me, and I shall teach you some new fishing techniques. New techniques? I'm all in. Fox 9 glanced at the trap device in hand, buried it in the snow at a corner of the campsite, and then caught up with Su Yuan. The ice lake was now seldom visited, yet the small wooden cabin nearby remained remarkably clean by the lakeside. Some small beast girls still enjoyed bathing in this secluded little cabin, which accounted for the cleared snow that had accumulated earlier. Upon arriving at the lakeshore early in the morning, there wasn't a soul in sight, and the hole in the center of the ice lake had begun to freeze over. With determination, Su Yuan broke the solidified ice and attempted to cast a line into the lake. Wasn't there a new technique? Fox 9 had previously learned the method of fishing with a rod, and seeing Su Yuan calmly seated on the ice, waiting for a catch, she couldn't help but inquire. Hey, fish for a while first. I'll switch methods after I get a couple of bites. Since they had come to the ice lake, how could they not cast a few lines? Just as Su Yuan settled down, the fishing float began to stir. It seemed that the absence of fishing for a while had lulled the fish into a false sense of security. Su Yuan swiftly rose and forcefully lifted the fishing rod. Having consumed countless bottles of blue spirit drinks, his strength significantly greater than during his initial fishing attempt. In an instant, he pulled the hooked prey from the water. Be careful. At the moment it landed, a creature standing a meter tall lunged at Su Yuan, but beside him, Lioness wielded her saber like a spear, driving the creature back just as it nearly reached Su Yuan. The long blade, along with the monster's body, flew into the distance, embedding itself in another section of ice. Only then did Su Yuan manage to see clearly. Goodness, There is such a large crab in this lake? Su Yuan, startled, patted his chest as he observed the giant crab, its shell pierced by the blade, its claws still twitching, capable of crushing his skull. Was this a mountain lake? Where did such a massive crab come from? Unable to comprehend the peculiarities of this world, Su Yuan, however, understood the culinary potential of this giant crab. Pale blue blood oozed from the wound, trailing down the handle of the weapon. After a brief struggle, it succumbed, becoming a lifeless crab. This meat must be succulent, perfect for roasting. Lioness, Fox 9, prepare the fire. Once the creature was rendered lifeless, Su Yuan led the two beast girls to the site, tapping on the giant claw. The dull thud bringing a smile to his face. The group had hardly eaten anything that morning, and this large crab was ample enough for a hearty meal for 3. 10 minutes later, by the lakeside campfire, the giant crab was skewered over the flames, while 3 clay pots simmered with crab meat soup nearby. Let it roast for now. I'll teach you how to prepare it. Su Yuan guided the two to the edge of the ice lake, noting the crab's hard shell would require a longer roasting time. Previously, the conditions had not been adequate for such an endeavor, but now, with Lan Sha and the others present in the tribe, the task seemed far less daunting. As he spoke in a language the two couldn't comprehend, Su Yuan simultaneously exchanged for a large black net from the system's marketplace. This novel contraption captivated Hu Jio for quite some time. It bore a resemblance to the spider webs typically spun by Lan Sha and her companions, though the apertures present were smaller and more densely packed. Grasping each of the 4 corners, they placed some bait atop, anticipating that fish would soon be ensnared. In a previous life, Hu Jio had cast a few lines while fishing, yet this was Su Yuan's inaugural attempt at catching fish, having only observed such endeavors in online videos. They placed chunks of pork upon the net, watching as the dark mesh descended into the icy lake. Would it truly ensnare any fish? Hu Jio scratched his ear, recalling that traditional fishing relied on hooks to catch fish, with floats providing timely notifications for a successful haul. However, this device lacked even a hook, let alone a means to signal success. They would be left in suspense, uncertain if any fish had been caught, fearing that by the time they retrieved the net, the fish would have satiated themselves and fled. Chapter 87, The Mermaid? The ice lake connecting to the ocean, of course. I am uncertain, yet this lake is not vast. We are sure to catch a fish or 2. The success of our fishing is of little consequence, as the tribe possesses an ample supply of food, and the points he has accumulated are sufficient to sustain the tribe for several years. The primary concern is to engage in some activity today. Otherwise, I would have to resort to exercising again. After twirling the fishing net for a while, Su Yuan, who had previously appeared idle, suddenly felt a strong tug from below. Indeed, we have a substantial catch. Sure, quickly assist in reeling it in. We must not let it escape. Sure seized the net and immediately tightened her grip. Seemingly apprehensive about the fish's escape, she even employed her awakened power, and the fish ensnared beneath the net showed no signs of resistance as she pulled it up. In the sky, the lake water along with a multitude of dark shadows soared upward, drawing a graceful arc before crashing heavily onto the ice surface. However, at that moment, a series of whimpers emerged from within. In the net, besides several small and large fish, there was a young girl with azure hair. Yet, the girl appeared rather disheveled. A small fish clutched in her mouth and a piece of pork that Su Yuan had previously cast into the net grasped in her hand. Her head adorned with a tangle of water plants. Cough, on my backside. You lot, truly. Haya spat out the fish from her mouth, her expression brimming with indignation as she prepared to chastise these land dwellers, only to have a gleaming weapon suddenly pressed against her throat. Truly, haha. This is quite remarkable. Good morning to you. Damn it, I merely sought something to eat, yet I have been captured by these terrestrial beings. Mother warned me that they are not to be trifled with. You are a mermaid? How does a mermaid possess a backside? Upon seeing this new entity, Su Yuan squatted down in curiosity, examining the girl whose azure hair was astonishingly gradient. The hair was a deep cyan at the roots, gradually transitioning to a vivid azure at the tips. Her ears, or rather, what could be described as delicate gills, fluttered fearfully at the sight of them. Unlike the depictions of mermaids from his previous life, she was not merely adorned with 2 shells. Instead, her upper body was enveloped in black seaweed. Only her slender arms, resembling lotus stems, were exposed, while the connection between her fishtail and body was obscured. The fishtail bore a resemblance to her hair, long and beautiful, its scales glimmering under the sunlight. Mermaid? How can a mermaid lack a backside? Hayao appeared torn between indignation and apprehension. glancing at the stern-faced Shirshir beside her, and could only pout, grumbling in dissatisfaction within the net. Cough, cough, my apologies, we mean no harm. It was merely an accident during our fishing that led to your capture. Su Yuan loosened the net around her, and as the surrounding fish scattered across the ice surface, she gazed at them with envy. However, upon glancing at Shirshir, he retracted his hand that had been poised to seize a fish. Do you reside in this frozen lake? After untying the net, Su Yuan and Hai Yao began to engage in casual conversation. Though he appeared somewhat timid, there was a lively spirit about him, as he fixated on the fish swimming nearby. If I were a villain, I would have already added a roasted fishtail to the fire by now. I escaped from the dreamlike Coral Sea with my mother and others. The dreamlike Coral Sea? A new location. I wonder where it lies. Su Yuan had already gleaned several place names from these individuals. The Yellow Sand Plains, the Snow-Capped Mountains, and now, the dreamlike Coral Sea. As she pondered, Hai Yao shivered, drawing her arms around herself against the biting wind. Do mermaids fear the cold as well? How did you arrive at this icy lake? Observing her discomfort, Su Yuan picked her up and carried her to the warmth of the campfire. The comforting glow allowed Hai Yao to finally relax, extending her small hands to warm them by the flames. It was quite warm in the dreamlike Coral Sea, but although it's a bit chilly here, we can swim deeper to escape the cold. Moreover, this starlight algae I wear keeps me warm. Hai Yao adjusted the collar of her algae garment, revealing large swathes of white amidst the dark seaweed. Su Yuan's eyes widened in fascination. Don't misunderstand. I'm admiring the black starlight algae, he clarified. For it was indeed as beautiful as stars in the night sky, dotted with white specks that twinkled enchantingly. May I touch it? Touch it? Hai Yao responded with a hint of confusion, yet she boldly puffed out her chest and said, Go ahead, realizing the potential misunderstanding in his words. Su Yuan maintained a composed demeanor and laid his palm against her starlight algae garment. The algae felt cold at first, but soon he sensed a gentle warmth emanating from it. At that moment, he heard the familiar system notification. Rare item detected, starlight algae, can be traded for 800 points, or 80 points for a special item. Host, please choose the direction of the trade. Surprised that it was worth only 800 points, Su Yuan ignored the system prompt. Trading it away would mean stripping the mermaid of her garment. By the way, I haven't asked your name, he said. My name is Hai Yao, and what about you? Su Yuan introduced himself and also introduced the two beast girls beside him. Learning that the lion girl was merely aloof and bore no ill will towards him allowed Hai Yao to relax further. Hai Yao, could you spare me a small piece of your garment? Sure, as long as it's not too large, or it will be quite cold when I go back into the water. Upon receiving Hai Yao's consent, Su Yuan carefully used a dagger to cut a small piece from her abdomen area to unlock the system's special item. However, as he was cutting, his gaze involuntarily drifted towards the area where the scales met the skin, pondering what scent might emanate from beneath those scales. Just as curiosity stirred within him, a peculiar aroma wafted through the air, captivating a few onlookers. Following the scent, they noticed that the crab shell had begun to char. Oh no, the meat is burnt. Lion quickly removed the large crab from the fire. The crab meat in the earthen pot had already been simmered to tenderness, with pieces of fish floating in the creamy broth that smelled utterly delectable. Although the grilled crab meat had some charred spots, fortunately, it had not been overly scorched. Transaction successful. New items available in the special section. Starry bandage. 300 points. Note, a bandage that can alleviate frostbite damage. The description was quite succinct. Yet it was indeed a commendable item, especially in this frigid expanse, capable of addressing weather-induced frostbite as well as damage inflicted by frost magic from certain magical beasts. After examining the details, Su Yuan closed the system shop and settled beside the others. With his approval, Hai Yao felt reassured and eagerly accepted the roasted crab meat handed to her by Fox 9, her mouth watering instantly. Chapter 88. The dreamy Coral Sea. Is this truly food prepared by fire on land? This is simply exquisite, Hai Yao exclaimed, relishing a crab claw. Each bite of the tender white crab meat evoking tears of delight. Her exuberant expressions left Su Yuan utterly astonished. So much so that he neglected the enticing aroma wafting from the crab meat in his hand. Aren't you accustomed to eating raw food from the sea? With her mouth full of crab meat, Hai Yao explained, her cheeks bulging. In the ocean, let alone consuming raw food, we are fortunate to have a hearty meal. Are the conditions in the ocean that dire? We managed to catch quite a few fish earlier, didn't we? Hu Jiao, savoring a sip of crab and fish soup, inquired with a hint of confusion. So, do merfolk not eat fish? It's not that we cannot eat fish, but rather that we simply do not enjoy it. Particularly small fish, which are devoid of meat and riddled with bones. The last time, one got lodged in my throat and nearly cost me my life. As she spoke, she deftly extracted the succulent meat from the claw, contrasting it with fish meat, which bore no bones at all, resembling a piece of soft and delectable tofu. By the way, you must be locals. Have you heard of the Frost Sea Heart Crystal? The Frost Sea Heart Crystal? Su Yuan glanced at the other two. But both Sure and Hu Jiu shook their heads in unison, prompting him to do the same. For he had only recently arrived in this world and was yet to familiarize himself with the terrain. Alas, if we cannot find this treasure, we shall be condemned to endure hunger in this place. I long to return to the Coral Sea. Can you elaborate on this Frost Sea Heart Crystal and why you ventured from the dreamy Coral Sea to this location? With the delightful crab aiding her, Hayu felt no trepidation in recounting her tale. I originally resided in the Sea Spirit tribe of the dreamy Coral Sea, where my mother served as the shaman. However, a few months ago, someone betrayed her, aligning with the Fire Scale tribe. My mother spoke of a peculiar artifact that granted the shaman of the Fire Scale tribe immense power, one we could not overcome, forcing us to flee the dreamy Coral Sea. It seems that yet another beast maiden has been driven to this place due to persecution, although the dreamy Coral Sea lacks the enigmatic shaman of the Snow Mountain Range. Simply put, it was the plundering between tribes that compelled us to abandon our homeland. In this world, with countless tribes perpetually at war, is it not a profound betrayal and desecration of the deity who brought forth the beast maiden race to this land? It appears that unifying the tribes in this world is of utmost urgency. Su Yuan's conviction grew stronger. Such relentless violence is utterly absurd. Why can't everyone come together to celebrate the new year and make dumplings? So, you fled here in pursuit of that Frost Sea Heart Crystal, right? Indeed, my mother's dear friend, another tribe's shaman, divined that the crystal resides here. It is the only means by which we can return to the dreamy Coral Sea and reclaim our homeland. A sumptuous crab breakfast thoroughly acquainted several individuals, and Hai Yao's originally cheerful and lively disposition returned, as she surprisingly developed an interest in fishing by the icy lake. At this moment, after the meal, she sat at the edge of the ice hole, casting her line, while Su Yuan and Sure assisted her from behind, given that her fish tail lacked support. Her only means of sitting was to place the entire tail into the icy waters. Forgive me, but once I successfully awaken, my tail will transform into something akin to yours. Observing her companions holding on to her, Hai Yao felt a tinge of embarrassment. Yet her newfound enthusiasm for fishing quickly shifted her focus to the bobber. Will you evolve into human legs after your awakening? She inquired. Certainly. Whether becoming a witch or an awakened warrior, my mother can seamlessly venture onto land to trade with others, as can some awakened warriors from our tribe. Su Yuan's thoughts had shifted away from fishing. With such a sizable fish in his arms, he found little interest in the small creatures beneath the lake's surface. Curiously, he stroked the exquisite fish tail, its scales remarkably orderly, each glimmering brilliantly under the sun's rays. A gentle squeeze revealed the firm flesh, devoid of the outlines of legs that one might expect from cinematic portrayals. The tail fin, undulating beneath the water, bore a soft pink hue akin to the fins on its ears, appearing almost translucent in the sunlight. So this is what a mermaid truly is, he mused. Wondering if this form could. I've got a bite. Su Yuan, what should I do? Just as he glanced back at the fish tail, eager to explore the region beneath the starlit seaweed, Hai Yao, cradled in his arms, exclaimed with excitement, her hands gripping the fishing rod tightly. Pull the line here with strength, or hoist it up firmly. Su Yuan guided her hands, and despite the petite mermaid's slender arms, she possessed remarkable strength. After a brief struggle with the lake's prey, she successfully reeled it in. Soon, a large blue fish lay sprawled on the ice, its eyes glaring at the jubilant Hai Yao nearby. Why the haste to turn on one of our own? Perhaps due to her mermaid lineage. Hai Yao's success in catching fish far surpassed that of Su Yuan and the others. By evening, the ice was adorned with a plethora of fish. Thank you all. It's getting late. I must take my leave. You may keep these fish. Are these not your catches? Will you not take them with you? Hai Yao leapt back into the icy waters, shaking her head. I cannot take them, and they were caught using your rod. May I trade for a few of such fishing rods? I plan to return with my mother and others soon. While fishing rods are not particularly challenging to craft, they pose a significant challenge for primitive tribes, primarily due to the line involved. Both rods and hooks can be substituted with other materials, however. Apart from the fishing line purchased by Su Yuan, the Starry tribe primarily employs leather strips crafted from the pelts of white rabbits. Of course, With the recent addition of Hong Shuang and her companions, some applications that require string have been replaced by their silken threads. Indeed. But how could I know you had arrived? Our tribe is still quite a distance from here. Haiyo pondered for a moment, then tugged at the starry moss at her collar, ensuring that from Su Yuan's vantage point above, its outline was perfectly visible. Well, it may not be as grand as Shirshir's, yet both Haiyao and Shirshir hold a formidable position within the starry tribe, one that few could challenge. Perhaps Hong Shuang may prove to be a formidable adversary. Using this, should we arrive, this conch will carry my voice, and you shall return to this spot thereafter. Haiyao retrieved a mini conch, no larger than her thumb, and as she handed it to Su Yuan, he could feel its warmth. Very well. I shall take my leave for now. May I request to taste that piece of meat next time? She gestured towards the pork resting in the net, the very item that had lured her in and led to her being caught by Su Yuan. Even after enjoying a sumptuous crab feast, she remained steadfastly obsessed with that piece of dried pork. Rest assured, I will prepare a grand feast for you next time. Chapter 89. Preparations for the journey to the snowy wasteland. A week has passed rather uneventfully since my last meeting with Haiyao. The conch shell has remained silent, and I am left to wonder how far that creature has traveled or if it encountered any peril along the way. In hindsight, I should have equipped her with some defensive weapons. The tribe continues its development in an orderly manner, and I have been preoccupied with the final preparations for our expedition to the snowy wasteland. Firstly, I must accompany the journey. With the tribe's issues of food and shelter resolved, my presence is no longer a burden. This journey is essential, as I can no longer gather rare items within the confines of the tribe. Ever since we dealt with the magical salamander trapped in the cave, there have been no new discoveries. Venturing into the snowy wasteland is bound to yield significant findings along the way. Secondly, I need to direct the beast women in their actions. It is unlikely that these innocent creatures could gather valuable intelligence on their own, and they could easily fall into enemy hands. It is far wiser for me to accompany them in dangerous situations. I can swiftly exchange items from the system's marketplace for emergency aid. Over the past week, I have nearly finalized the selection of personnel for this reconnaissance mission and the necessary equipment. In a mountain gorge, I find myself comfortably soaking in a hot spring, while Shirshir, appearing somewhat fatigued, leans against my shoulder with her eyes closed. In 2 days, we shall embark on our journey to the snowy wasteland. Yet I hope you will remain at the camp. I gently combed Shirshir's golden locks, which have grown longer since our initial meeting, floating upon the water's surface like strands of golden seaweed. Before long, I grasped them in my hand. No, I must go too. This time, Shirshir firmly contradicted my directive, her weary gaze unwavering as it met mine. Allow me to explain. We will be delving deep into the Black Sheep tribe, and they recognize you, making it all too easy to be exposed. I plan to bring Long and Hong Shuang along as well. Perhaps we can devise a way to rescue some members of the Red Fox tribe. But, Shirshir bit her lip tightly, fully aware that my reasoning was sound, yet feeling utterly distressed within. Rest assured, you are not without your own responsibilities. You and Husey must not only ensure the safety of the tribe, but also maintain communication with Haiyao's group. I had not anticipated that this typically aloof and dominant woman would appear so vulnerable before me, resembling a young girl in distress. My body, still weary from recent exertions, seemed to resist my commands. You wouldn't want the tribe to encounter danger, would you? Haiyao's group possesses a shaman, and who knows how many awakened warriors. Although Haiyao seems friendly, her mother and the other merfolk may not be as welcoming. I can only place my trust in you. My words left Shirshir silent for a considerable time, ultimately leading her to reluctantly nod in agreement. Oh well, you all. Stop playing in the water and remember the tasks that brought you here. The tender scene between the two was abruptly interrupted by 5 snow wolves frolicking in the nearby stream, as the water above was too hot for their liking. However, the water below was just right, and the playful creatures, with their fur soaked, reveled in the flowing waters. Upon hearing Su Yuan's call, they immediately shook off the water from their coats and scampered eagerly to his side. They understood well who the leader was. If Su Yuan were displeased, they might find themselves destined for the roasting spit. Awu, go and search nearby for any signs of wild beasts. If you encounter any, do not engage, but return to report to me. Not long ago, the beast women of the Star Tribe had spotted some wild animals in this very area. Fortunately, not any particularly fierce ones. The most formidable among them was a black bear devoid of any special abilities, which happened to cross paths with Long and Gigi that day while they were enjoying a hot spring. With Su Yuan's sharp twin blades, Long adeptly severed the bear's paw as it lunged toward them. Consequently, the tribe's meat supply expanded beyond pork, beef, and fish to include bear meat. However, this revelation caused great fright among Demand, who would shiver at the sight of Long, the one who had once descended the mountain carrying the bear. Now, as Su Yuan contemplated leading a portion of his group away, he had to ensure the safety of the star camp. Hence he had brought these snow wolves to investigate the situation. With a howl, the 5 snow wolves split into 2 teams and darted into the adjacent forests. Although the rations in the camp had improved, their speed remained swift, and in mere seconds, they vanished from sight. Not far off, several figures appeared at the foot of the mountain. Su Yuan patted the head of Lion and hurriedly said, "We should get up quickly, otherwise, when they arrive, they will drag me back to the hot spring." Enjoying the hot spring was one matter. The crux was that he could hardly withstand the delightful onslaught of adorable and alluring beast women rushing towards him in joyous anticipation. "Well, Wu, you've come to the hot spring today too." As the 2 tidied themselves, the others approached the hot spring. Su Yuan, observing the trio, curiously patted Yu Yue's head. "Are you not sleepy today, Yu Yue?" The visitors were none other than Pi Yue and her companions. Yu Yue seemed quite spirited today, free from her usual fatigue. Speaking of this, Bi Yue excitedly chimed in. After Yue took a dip in the hot spring, she no longer feels sleepy, so every few days, Pi Yue and I bring her here. Pi Yue, standing beside them, cast a disgruntled glance at Bi Yue for stealing her words, crossing her arms and turning her head away in annoyance. Could it really have such an effect? Perhaps she truly is a koala? Those ears certainly resemble them. No wonder she is so drowsy. Su Yuan gazed down at Yu Yue, who was nestled against him. Her 2 fluffy ears round and plump, her large eyes brimming with sleepiness, and her little arms tightly clasped around his waist. A small wolf, a little rabbit, and a tiny koala. These 3 moons were distinctly different. If they were wild beasts, Pi Yue would easily devour the other 2. It was no wonder that Bi Yue and Yu Yue were so intimidated by Pi Yue. Howl at this moment, the snow wolves venturing outside made their presence known. 2 of them, filled with dread, limped towards Su Yuan. "You all continue to relax. I shall investigate," Su Yuan declared, returning the dazed Yu to the waiting Tanyu. Preparing to accompany Shur to discern the unfolding events. "I want to go too." Without a moment's hesitation, Tanyu tossed Yu to Beiyu, leaving the latter in a state of bewilderment. "Well, do be careful, I shall remain here," Beiyu said, her ears shrinking back in trepidation, as she cautiously observed her surroundings, setting Yu Yu's garments beside the hot spring. Chapter 90. The Frost Wolf of the Beast. What transpired? Su Yuan approached the 2 snow wolves, who upon seeing him, began to wail sorrowfully, their voices rife with lamentation. "Cease your howling. Allow me to assess your condition, and then lead me forth. If you continue to cry out, you will alert the enemy," he admonished, delivering a gentle slap to their heads before examining their injuries. How chilling. The wounds were located on the hindquarters and rear legs of the wolves, not bite marks, but frostbite, their backsides covered in frost, feeling akin to solid ice. System. Exchange for starlight bandages. These snow wolves had been successfully tamed within the Star Tribe. They could hardly be called snow wolves anymore, but rather snow dogs. Having provided considerable assistance during hunts, they must not perish in this manner. Thus, Su Yuan lifted the 2 of them and carried them to the bubbling waters. At this moment, Yu Yue was already immersed in the hot spring, her petite figure emerging from the crystalline waters, her proportions reminiscent of a feline. "Beiyu, rise from your crouch. There is no grave matter at hand." He had heard from Chao Yu that the strength of these few was not to be underestimated, particularly Yu Yue, who had nearly awakened as a warrior, only to doze off during the awakening process, resulting in her failure. Patting Beiyue's head, he brought the 2 snow wolves to the scalding spring's outlet, submerging their hindquarters. The contrasting sensations of ice and fire elicited another round of howls from them. And soon, 3 more snow wolves returned. Once he had wrapped bandages around the injured areas, he patted their heads and said, "Lead us to ascertain the situation. By the way, you 3 encountered no issues, did you?" The other 3 wolves shook their heads. They had only returned upon hearing their companions' cries. Thus, the trio of humans and wolves set off alongside the 2 limping snow wolves towards the mountainside. After a brief journey, the surrounding scenery began to transform. The rocky terrain gave way to a slender bamboo grove, each stalk approximately the thickness of Su Yuan's arm. Above, the snow lay thick, and some of the bamboo poles were adorned with translucent ice crystals. Could these be some rare items? Su Yuan reached out to touch the icy bamboo, but alas, no notification from the system followed, prompting him to disregard them. The group continued to follow the wolves down a slope, But soon, the two leading snow wolves returned, visibly shaken. Before them, a crevice in the mountainside appeared, smaller than the cave where they stored provisions. From the dark fissure, a pair of crimson eyes suddenly opened, followed by a shard of ice hurtling towards them. Su Yuan, be cautious. Shirshir deflected the icy projectile with the blade of his knife, positioning himself protectively in front of the two. Whoa! From within the crevice, a white figure nearly 2 meters tall began to emerge, resembling the snow wolves accompanying Su Yuan. However, the snow wolf stands at merely over 1 meter, significantly shorter than this creature, in contrast to their disheveled fur. The wolf across possesses a refined coat, shimmering silver intertwined with hints of deep blue. Most importantly, these foolish beasts lack the ice spear magic. Lin Yue Frost Wolf, Tier 3 Advanced, a magical beast endowed with formidable frost abilities, exhibiting agility and movement. Its claws can inflict frost damage upon foes, while it can conjure ice spikes in its maw. Currently weakened after sustaining grave injuries and recently giving birth to offspring. Tier 3 Advanced. Su Yuan gazed at the frost wolf with a mix of astonishment, realizing it was the highest-level magical beast he had encountered since arriving in this world. Previously, they had spent the better part of a day combating the magic salamander, which was only Tier 3 low. Had it not been for that creature being trapped in the cave, starving for years, and subsequently succumbing to Su Yuan's poison and fire, it is likely that even the combined might of Lion and Long would not suffice against it. The Lin Yue Frost Wolf stood at the cave's entrance, not launching an attack, but instead glaring at the group with its crimson eyes, its exposed fangs threatening their approach. Recently having given birth and severely injured, it might be vulnerable. Su Yuan's gaze shifted as he called out to Lion, "Lion Yu." Just as he was about to finish, the rebellious Yu stepped forward with unwavering determination in her eyes, fixated on the Lin Yue Frost Wolf. "Stay back." Su Yuan quickly grasped her tail, pulling her back. Yu turned her head, her expression of anger faltering upon seeing Su Yuan. "Let me try? We're about to head back. I am not useless. I wish to grow stronger, so that I can save the Black Sheep Witch." "You, what good is being unarmed?" Su Yuan replied, presenting her with a finely crafted steel dagger he had exchanged in the system shop. He had previously noticed that Yu favored blades of a similar length to her forearm during their skirmishes with the Pigmen tribe. The slender blade was well suited for her agile combat style, capable of inflicting significant damage on adversaries. "Be cautious. If you cannot win, retreat. I will surely defeat it." Yu bit her lip, gripping the dagger Su Yuan had given her tightly as she charged towards the Lin Yue Frost Wolf. "Can she prevail, Lion?" Lion watched as Yu engaged the Frost Wolf, then shook his head. "No, she cannot win. Although the giant wolf is injured, its strength remains formidable. Unless Yu awakens." "Awaken? By the way, how do you awaken?" Su Yuan had long been curious about the awakening process of these warriors. Did it resemble the divine gifts of a Western fantasy world? Or was it achieved through some meditative practice? Lion pointed to Yu, who was battling the Frost Wolf, and explained, "Typically, there are 3 methods. One involves the assistance of a shaman skilled in spirit summoning, though the success rate is quite low, and any misstep can lead to failure. Another method involves rare special foods, but such foods are exceedingly scarce, and consuming unknown ones could result in death." Su Yuan recalled that they had previously discovered the blue-patterned snake fruit atop the head of a colossal python. Although it was highly likely that it was no longer alive, only a slim chance existed for a successful awakening. This reminded him of the T-virus from the Resident Evil series. Failure would only lead to a transformation into a zombie. The final aspect was combat. Breakthroughs in awakening could also occur during battle. He himself had successfully awakened while engaging in a solitary struggle against a 10-meter-long giant serpent. 10 meters? That could only be classified as a python. To conquer such a creature without awakening was no small feat. Currently, Lion should have no trouble auditioning for Ultraman and tearing apart monsters. Su Yuan sighed helplessly as he wrapped his arms around Lion's waist, realizing that victory remained elusive and he still had to strive harder. "By the way, is there any item with effects surpassing that of the blue spirit beverage? There is no need for an overall enhancement of life force. An increase in a specific capacity would suffice. I await your response with urgency." Chapter 91. Using the child to command the Frost Wolf, it proved to be true that Shirshir's intuition was remarkably accurate. After several rounds of combat between a she-wolf and a demon wolf, Panyue found herself gradually eroded by the chilling mist surrounding the Lin Yue Frost Wolf. Her body, succumbing to the cold, began to lose sensation, and even her once agile form slowed down. Fortunately, Shirshir rushed in to pull her back. Otherwise, A single swipe from the Lingyue Frost Wolf could have proven fatal. Cough, cough, cough. I still wish to give it another try. Pan Yue clenched her teeth, vigorously pounding on the frostbitten areas of her body, attempting to stimulate her blood circulation. This was not something to be rushed. Initially intending to offer her some words of comfort, Shirshir found that all her sentiments were stifled by Pan Yue's stubborn gaze fixed intently upon her. Alas, your obstinate nature will one day compel me to make you change. If you wish to try again, drink this. Su Yuan gently rubbed Pan Yue's arm, which felt as cold as ice, and then administered a vial of medicinal potion contained in a bamboo tube into her mouth. The sweet flavor prompted her to instinctively smack her lips. Go ahead, you have been empowered. This sweet potion was the Snow Serpent Essence, priced at 1,000 points per vial. While it did not offer the permanent enhancement of the Blue Spirit drink, it would temporarily boost her strength and increase her awakening probability. This potion was perfectly suited for Pan Yue's current predicament. As Pan Yue charged forth once more, she felt a warm surge coursing through her stiff limbs, and a powerful force emanated from her heart, radiating throughout her body. Observing this, Shirshir retreated once more. The Lingyue Frost Wolf appeared to be in a weakened state, with its previous abdominal wound beginning to bleed and its steps faltering. This time, Pan Yue seized the upper hand, her blade carving several deep gashes into the Lingyue Frost Wolf as if propelled by a fierce gale. The chilling mist continued to inflict damage upon her, but Pan Yue gritted her teeth, her movements growing swifter as the battle escalated to a fever pitch. Finally, bang, a figure was sent flying back, and Su Yuan rushed forward to catch her. Pan Yue's complexion was pale, her body emanating a faint luminescence. A faint rune flickered on her forehead, signaling her awakening. A look of astonishment crossed Shirshir's usually composed features as she glanced toward the opposing side. The Lingyue Frost Wolf had not perished. However, the significant blood loss had rendered it powerless, now lying on the ground and whimpering. Shirshir, what must we do to assist her? There is nothing we can do. At this moment, it is solely in her hands. If she succeeds, she will awaken immediately. If she fails, it is of little consequence. For those who awaken through battle often find their chances of success increase upon subsequent attempts. With nothing else to do, Su Yuan could only gently embrace her, striving to avoid disturbing her. The surrounding light intensified, and the rune upon Pan Yue's forehead became increasingly distinct. This rune was unlike those of Shirshir and the others, its intricate waves intertwining in a chaotic manner. 10 minutes passed. The originally closed eyes of Pan Yue suddenly radiated an extraordinary brilliance as the rune on her forehead shone brightly, and her crimson eyes flew open. Black Sheep Mother, no, do not abandon me. With a sharp crack, the crisp sound of shattering resonated from Ban Yu's forehead, as the runes that had formed collapsed in an instant. The usually stubborn Ban Yu wept like a heartbroken child, her head nestled tightly in Su Yuan's embrace. There, it's all right. This time we faced defeat, but there will be opportunities ahead. Ban Yu remained silent, yet Su Yuan could feel his chest dampen rapidly with her tears. He had no choice but to lift her and stand up. Let her cry for a while. Let us go see the Lingyue Frost Wolf. Carrying Ban Yu, Su Yuan approached the Lingyue Frost Wolf, which was glaring fiercely at the several snow wolves behind him. However, when it turned its gaze towards Su Yuan and the nearby lion, its eyes were filled with a plea, its massive frame blocking the cave's entrance. What on earth did you two do to earn such a beating? Su Yuan glanced at the Lingyue Frost Wolf on the ground, then at the foolish dogs beside him. The two injured creatures looked up at him with eyes brimming with intelligence before, to his astonishment, they scampered over to the Lingyue Frost Wolf and began to lick it. Indeed, the fallen Lingyue Frost Wolf's expression shifted to one of disdain, contemplating swatting the two away, but it lacked the strength. A vision of a past life flickered in Su Yuan's mind, a tale of a minotaur and a newly widowed woman. Curse it, I still find myself in the role of the shameless villain. With a swift kick, he sent the two useless lickers flying. Get lost, you pathetic lapdogs. No wonder you got your behind frozen solid. After clearing the two foolish dogs away, Su Yuan approached the Lingyue Frost Wolf. Its eyes had lost their previous crimson hue, now glimmering like blue glass. As it regarded Su Yuan, its gaze was filled with both pleading and fear, longing to shift its body, yet devoid of any strength to do so. I know you can understand my words. If you submit to me, I can save you and ensure the survival of your young. Should you refuse, I shall end your life and take your offspring to raise as my own. Choose wisely. If you choose to submit, drink this. Su Yuan placed the snow crystal milk cover before the Lingyue Frost Wolf. The milk cover, contained in a wooden bowl, appeared quite exquisite, and one could faintly perceive the sweetness of the milk upon a gentle whiff. Let us proceed inside to investigate. You lot remain outside and guard. Should any of you dare to move, I will roast you all. Setting the item before the Lin Yu Frost Wolf, Su Yuan led Ban Yu and Lion into the narrow crevice of the mountain, where the air was frigid. They had scarcely taken a few steps before reaching the end. In the depths of the crevice, 3 delicate wolf cubs were yelping, their fur sparse. One of them, upon spotting Su Yuan, wobbled and attempted to approach, only to tumble over the uneven ground. The comical sight elicited a smile from Su Yuan. Let us take them outside. Lion nodded and carried the 3 little frost wolves, nestled against the cave's rocky wall, as if they were mere prey. This rough display startled Su Yuan, who quickly accepted their burden. All right, let me handle this. You go check if that frost wolf outside has submitted. If not, grant it a swift end. The injuries sustained by the frost wolf outside would prevent it from recovering on its own, if it had not chosen to consume the snow crystal milk that was offered. Its body would likely be cold by nightfall. It would be more merciful to end its life early, unlocking some special items for itself, thus ensuring that resources were not wasted. Su Yuan wrapped the 3 little frost wolves in animal skins, their tiny heads peeking out curiously at the bright surroundings of the snow bamboo forest. As they emerged from the mountain crevice, the previously lying Lin Yu Frost Wolf was already able to rise, while the 5 clumsy dogs around it trembled, fixated on its presence, yet displaying loyalty. They remained at their posts, quivering with fear but refusing to flee. Upon hearing the sounds of Su Yuan and his companions exiting the crevice, the Lin Yu Frost Wolf approached unsteadily, licked Su Yuan's palm, and then lay down. Its blue eyes radiated love as it gazed at the 3 little frost wolves peeking out. A smile crept onto Su Yuan's lips. The tribe had gained yet another formidable warrior. Observing the warmth in the mother wolf's eyes, he felt assured that no issues would arise upon their return. After all, he had the means to command the offspring of the frost wolf. Let us go. I shall lead you back to the tribe. Chapter 92. Do you think this will lead to awakening? Well, a 2-day rest should suffice. At the star camp, the beast maidens gathered around the campfire, while the scarlet fox employed healing magic to mend the wounds of the frost wolf, Lin Yu. 3 small wolf cubs joyfully suckled nearby, while 5 clumsy wolves, ensnared by webs around their necks, gazed longingly, their eyes wide and howling in frustration. Is the betrayer Moon all right? Yes. She sustained some injuries during the battle and was emotionally distressed from her failed awakening. She has since fallen asleep. The scarlet fox's gaze was tinged with complexity, ultimately culminating in a sigh. Though unaware of the events that transpired, the transformation of the black sheep had profoundly impacted her. Perhaps this was the crux of her failure to awaken. The black sheep? I believe I heard her calling for it during her awakening. Mother? Su Yuan recalled the heart-wrenching cry, realizing that even in this world of swords and sorcery, one could encounter inner demons during trials. Meanwhile, Lin Yu had finished nursing, and the 3 cubs frolicked contentedly by the fire. Su Yuan promptly gathered them and placed them in a small wooden box crafted by Hushio, lined with animal skins. After laying the 3 frost wolf cubs within, they quickly succumbed to slumber beneath the covering of pelts. Let us have a bite to eat, from now on. I shall call you Big Frost. Lacking the creativity to devise names, Su Yuan drew inspiration from Lin Yu's size and the system's nomenclature, bestowing a name akin to Big Man. Lin Yu offered no objection, devouring the roasted meat voraciously, seemingly starved for an eternity, even crunching the bones into fragments and swallowing them whole. The flames illuminated her silvery fur, and upon closer inspection, Su Yuan discerned that the previous ethereal blue hue was merely the color at the roots of her fur. After consuming 4 pieces of roasted meat, Big Frost slowly approached and nestled beside Su Yuan, squinting her eyes contentedly. Big Frost, did you escape from somewhere else? If so, nod. If not, shake your head. Big Frost opened her eyes and eagerly nodded in affirmation. Relieved to learn she had fled from another location, Su Yuan felt at ease. Otherwise, the emergence of an unknown creature capable of injuring a 3rd-tier high-level beast would have been alarming. He would have thought twice about venturing beyond the icebound plains into the wasteland for information. Was this injury sustained in that previous place? Big Frost nodded once more. Su Yuan posed several questions, gleaning information through her affirmative and negative gestures. Lin Yu had once belonged to a sizable wolf pack, with her mate being the Wolf King. However, after sustaining grave injuries during a hunt, she was ultimately slain by another frost wolf within the pack, forcing Big Frost to flee with her unborn cubs. She escaped to a bamboo grove, where the 3 cubs were soon to be born, seeking refuge in a crevice to give birth. Unexpectedly, during this vulnerable moment, she encountered two low-ranking ordinary snow wolves who licked her, prompting her to drive them away. The subsequent events unfolded as Su Yuan had come to understand. Previously, the battle with Ban Yu had reopened its previously scabbed wounds, compounded by several days devoid of sustenance to replenish its strength, coinciding with the birth of its offspring. Thus, it was vanquished by Ban Yu. It appears that the magical beasts of this world possess not only primal instincts but also a ruthless drive for extermination. Fortunately, they did not pursue further here. Such eventualities must be guarded against. Naturally, bringing back De Shuang would not entail driving them away again. Should he be pushed to the brink, he would arm the tribe to the teeth, testing the strength of his wolf fangs against the resilience of his composite steel. Fear not, let it recuperate here for now. The new Wolf King must contend with both the pack and food issues, leaving little time to seek out the old Wolf King's progeny. Chi Hu approached and affectionately ruffled De Shuang's head, a smile gracing her face as she comforted. The affairs of beast packs are far more intricate than those of our divine gift clan. They do not kindle fires, nor do they store sustenance. Once their habitats are established, they seldom shift, especially in this frigid wilderness where a moment's misstep may lead to demise through disorientation. Su Yuan pondered this and found it to be true, were it not for his ability to construct a snow shelter. He might have perished as an ice sculpture amidst the blizzard's onslaught, had they not been pursued. Chi Hu and the others would have preferred to remain in their cherished homeland. In primitive society, beasts are akin to humans, with the latter merely having mastered the use of tools. Are you heading to the snowy wastes? Yes, once De Shuang has sufficiently recovered. I intend to take it with me. The affairs of the tribe shall be entrusted to you in due course. Then you must be exceedingly cautious. Thus, they decided to retire early that evening. After clarifying their plans, the two engaged in light conversation before Su Yuan dusted off the snow from his backside and made his way to his modest wooden cabin. With a Chi Hu stationed at the camp, he felt assured that she could manage any unforeseen circumstances within the tribe. Yet, a look of disappointment and fear lingered in Chi Hu's eyes, a remnant of the day when her actions led to the abduction of half the Chi Hu tribe by the Black Sheep tribe. Nevertheless, as she gazed at Su Yuan's departing figure, she silently resolved to protect everyone from danger henceforth. That night, De Shuang and a man nestled under a layer of animal skins, sleeping soundly in the corner of the camp, while the little wolf cub was entrusted to the care of the white rabbits. In the deep of night, the creaking of the wooden door roused Su Yuan from his slumber. Without a doubt, he recognized the visitor. His drowsiness dissipated, replaced by a flutter of anticipation. After pulling back a corner of his bedding, he swiftly ushered her inside, noting that her fur coat appeared more intricate than before. Su Yuan. Wu. Wait. That voice. Ban Yu? Su Yuan lifted the blanket to reveal Ban Yu, whose expression still bore traces of sorrow. Her embrace made it difficult for him to cover her with the blanket. What brings you here? Haven't you recovered from the events of the day? At this moment, Su Yuan refrained from overthinking. Ban Yu was grieving, and he had no intention of being insensitive to her emotions. Tian Yu wiped away her tears, lifting her small head. Her pristine hair had become matted against her face, a clear indication that she had been crying for quite some time. With reddened eyes, she presented a fragile demeanor, a stark contrast to her usual self. Could you bestow upon me the power of awakening? I do not wish to return in this state, unable to accomplish anything. Su Yuan found himself in a mix of amusement and exasperation. If he possessed any divine guiding techniques, surely everyone in the tribe would have experienced them by now. Alas, I cannot assist you. This matter cannot be rushed. In a while, I shall provide you with another vial of the previous potion. Perhaps you will achieve awakening successfully next time. Tian Yu bit her lip, fixing her gaze upon Su Yuan. You are deceiving me. I witnessed it. That rascal, Cat Knight, has been visiting your dwelling each night, and during this time, she has grown remarkably powerful. Su Yuan's expression twitched slightly. Why was this individual so keen on spying on others during the night? The small wooden cabin was not particularly well sealed to allow for light. He had even carved a small window into one wall. Could it be that, during those late hours, this person had been peering in to witness a live performance? Never mind. First, promise me this. If the awakening is unsuccessful, you must not be disheartened. Furthermore, on this journey to the frozen wasteland, you must remain within the camp. Given Tian Yu's current condition, returning to the frozen wasteland was not a viable option. The task of guiding would have to be entrusted to Beiyu, though he was not particularly reliable either. I promise you, if I fail this time, I shall obediently wait for you in the camp, and from now on, I will heed your words and no longer cause any trouble. Tian Yu's hesitant gaze solidified within mere seconds, and having sworn her oath, she lunged towards Su Yuan. Chapter 93. Has she truly awakened? In the depths of night. Within the humble abode of the Star Tribe, a sudden burst of crimson light illuminated the space, appearing as swiftly as it vanished. Red Chaser, keeping watch by the campfire, lifted his head, scanning the surroundings for any signs of disturbance, but found none. With a weary sigh, his head drooped once more, a glimmering droplet of liquid trickling down the corner of his mouth. Inside the cabin, Su Yuan lay ensconced under his blanket, his face etched with astonishment. In disbelief, he cautiously lifted a corner of the coverlet. A vivid red glow erupted from beneath, revealing the figure of the rebellious moon, now transformed into a tiny red entity. Eyes tightly shut, nestled against Su Yuan. Could it be that such occurrences truly lead to awakening? Might this, in some sense, be deemed a form of battle? Regardless, it was imperative that he kept this matter from disturbing the rest of the tribe. After all, the task was only half accomplished. This time, the radiance was even more resplendent, adorned with a distinct hue of red, and the previously elusive runes now clearly manifested upon the forehead of the rebellious moon. Could it be that this time, the awakening would indeed be successful? A sense of anxiety gripped Su Yuan as he dared not disrupt the slumbering figure, quietly observing her transformations from his position on the bed. After a wait of approximately 10 minutes, the red light enveloping her abruptly dissipated, restoring everything to its former state. Could it be that she had failed once more? Just as he furrowed his brow in concern, the red runes upon her forehead shimmered into view, under the starlight. Her once white hair transformed into a deep crimson. Her body appeared to inflate, growing from approximately 156 centimeters to nearly 2 meters in height. Not only did her stature increase, but her entire physique underwent a remarkable enhancement, surpassing even that of the lioness in its magnitude. Su Yuan, I have succeeded. The rebellious moon opened her eyes, which now blazed with a fiery red intensity. She propped herself up, her hands resting upon Su Yuan's chest. Her formerly white nails had turned black, glistening under the starlight like obsidian gemstones. Ahem, rebellious moon, might you consider rising first? Her eyes sparkled with excitement and wild fervor, her delicate visage leaning closer to Su Yuan's, the crimson pupils radiating an intense intimacy. No, I crave even more power. The following morning, Su Yuan emerged from the cabin, rubbing his sore waist, with the rebellious moon soundly asleep upon his back. Her newfound strength was utterly terrifying. Upon reaching the encampment, several beast maidens had already risen, gathering in small groups to prepare their meals as their training time approached. Su Yuan, what has happened to the rebellious moon? The lioness and her companions rushed over upon spotting him, eager to assist. Last night, the rebellious moon successfully awakened. She awakened successfully? This news sent Cat Knight's tail bristling with astonishment as she hurried to the rebellious moon's side, prodding and pinching her in disbelief. Curse it! How could she have awakened before me? I must find a monster to battle as well. Su Yuan gazed at the restless cat, Cat Knight, as he stuffed a piece of roasted meat into her mouth, which brought a measure of tranquility to the tribe. Have you heard about the phenomenon during awakening when one's hair changes color and the body expands? He inquired. A perplexed expression appeared on the faces of Lion and Long, who both shook their heads. Is there an ability among awakened warriors that allows them to grow in stature? He pressed on, but they merely shook their heads again. At that moment, the red fox, carrying a bowl of meat soup, approached to provide an explanation. In ancient times, several prophets within our divinely favored clan acquired knowledge regarding awakened warriors. Upon awakening, these warriors are categorized into 3 tiers. The ancestors classified them as low, mid, and high levels. Low-level awakened warriors merely possess enhanced speed and strength. Mid-level warriors can unleash formidable power, which is the category that Lion and Long belong to. The final tier, high-level awakened warriors, are capable of wielding magic akin to witches, although their sorcery predominantly manifests on the surface of their bodies for combat. Su Yuan nodded thoughtfully. This notion bore resemblance to the Western fantasy realms he had encountered in his past life. It was evident that beyond high-level awakened warriors, there existed further stages. However, he pondered the rationale behind such nomenclature. Did it truly stem from that divine knowledge? He posed his query to the red fox, who shook her head in response. I too am uncertain about what lies beyond high-level awakened warriors. This information was imparted to me by my mother. At the time, our Red Fox tribe only had mid-level awakened warriors. I have only encountered high-level awakened warriors while gazing at the snowy mountain range. The thought that high-level awakened warriors resided in the snowy mountain range furrowed Su Yuan's brow momentarily, but he soon relaxed. He had no intention of recklessly venturing into the mountains to meet his demise. He resolved to allow some time for his development. The outcome of future encounters would remain uncertain. While the group deliberated, the slumbering Ban Yu on the fur mat stirred awake. Her eyes filled with confusion regarding her current circumstances. "You're awake. Do you feel unwell?" they asked eagerly but anxiously. Ban Yu brushed off Cat Knight's meddling hand and, obediently, began to assess her own body. "No, just a bit hungry," she replied, prompting everyone to exhale in relief as they settled back down. Cat Knight, somewhat discontented, approached Ban Yu and inquired, "How did you suddenly succeed in awakening last night?" "Last night? Ban Yu began. But Su Yuan rushed over to cover her mouth, fearing that if the word got out, everyone in the tribe would come seeking awakening, which could lead to chaos in the wooden huts. However, Ban Yu shifted her tone, casting a scornful glance at Cat Knight as she retorted, "Why should I tell you?" How infuriating. I've decided not to hunt anymore. I'll just fight you here," Cat Knight exclaimed. Ban Yu, with a smug expression, replied, "I want to battle someone who hasn't successfully awakened. Otherwise, it would appear as though I'm bullying you." "Su Yuan, could you allow her to engage in combat with me? I yearn for awakening as well." Cat Knight, incensed, sought out Su Yuan. The commotion between these two had turned the place into chaos, leaving him quite exasperated. Why not let Cat Knight have a go? It would provide an opportunity to gauge the prowess of Ban Yu. At that moment, Chihu proposed a suggestion. After some contemplation, Su Yuan nodded in agreement, as he too was eager to witness how Ban Yu transformed into the formidable figure she had become. "Ban Yu, exercise caution," he advised. "No need. I am determined to defeat her," Cat Knight declared confidently, brandishing a bone dagger, while Ban Yu stood unarmed. The two, accompanied by Su Yuan and the others, made their way to the outskirts of the camp. "Let us begin. I shall hold back for you," Cat Knight stated, her frustration palpable. With a swift motion, she vanished from sight, only for Ban Yu to effortlessly raise her hand and block Cat Knight's incoming strike aimed at her wrist. Before Ban Yu could tighten her grip, Cat Knight reappeared, her agility markedly enhanced. In stark contrast to the helplessness she felt when relentlessly pursued by a giant python upon their first encounter, she now moved with such speed that she could leave after images in her wake. Could it be that incident truly enhances one's abilities? I ponder. Could it possibly be the blue spirit drink? Is it even capable of being transmitted through cultivation? Chapter 94, Let Us Depart. After several rounds of combat, the rebellious Yu became serious. The crimson runes on her forehead materialized, and her once lustrous white hair transformed into a vibrant scarlet. Her petite frame grew to match that of the lioness and her companions, while her delicate fingers adorned with seductive black nails sharpened into lethal points, piercing through the bone dagger in Cat Knight's hand. You cannot defeat me, and this tuft of tail fur shall be my trophy." Just then, the crisp sound of fabric tearing echoed as Yu stood frozen, clutching a handful of fur. Her clothing had been torn apart by the sudden expansion of her body during the intense skirmish. "Wow, just you wait. I will surely awaken successfully too." Cat Knight, indignant and clutching her tail, ran to Su Yuan, bursting into tears. Not far away, Yu reverted to her diminutive form, though her animal skin garments lay scattered on the ground. The cold wind sent shivers down her spine, prompting her to hastily gather the torn animal skin and drape it over her, though it barely concealed her petite body. Su Yuan rubbed his temples, speechless at the scene before him. It seemed he would need to purchase a resilient outfit for you from the system's shop. The craftsmanship of the White Rabbit clan was currently insufficient to create a sufficiently elastic garment, especially for someone like you, who grew by 4 to 5 centimeters each time she harnessed her awakening power, particularly since her original B level had escalated to a D level. Such animal skin clothing could not possibly withstand it. "All right, everyone, let's head back for now. We must finalize the members of the expedition team to the frozen wasteland today." Su Yuan tidied Cat Knight's somewhat disheveled hair from their earlier scuffle and handed you a set of elastic-fitting garments along with a large animal skin coat that could adequately cover her. The mention of returning to the frozen wasteland invigorated the group, gathering together after their morning meal. Apart from those who had escaped from the Red Fox tribe, Long and the others had a general understanding of the situation concerning the tribe, but they would need to explain it once more to Hong Shuang and her companions. "Chief, no matter how perilous it may be, we will stand with the tribe through thick and thin," Hong Shuang stated earnestly, expressing her unwavering resolve. "Yes, this time. The lioness and Husi cannot return, so I will need you, Hong Shuang, along with Long, Hui, and Lan Sha, to accompany me. Su Yuan contemplated various possible scenarios, realizing that those venturing to the frozen wasteland should be few yet skilled, although Lan Sha and Hui were not yet awakened warriors. Their combat prowess within the tribe was commendable, making them capable of handling special circumstances if necessary. Thus, this time, our party will consist of 6, myself, Long, Hui, Hong Shuang, Lan Sha, and you. I want to go too, Su Yuan, Cat Knight pleaded, her small head peeking out from her embrace, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, still bearing the weight of her earlier defeat by you. You cannot. The members of the Black Sheep tribe know you, so it is best for you to remain here in camp and protect everyone. Cat Knight's despondent demeanor mirrored that of Lion Prior, yet it was for the same reason. After much consolation from Su Yuan, Cat Knight finally agreed to remain at the camp to safeguard everyone. The conch shell gifted by Hai Yu was entrusted to Cat Knight by Su Yuan, and upon its sounding, she and Lion would be responsible for communicating and trading with Hai Yao. Naturally, the crux of the transaction was assigned to the Red Fox, otherwise. With Cat Knight's naive disposition, she might be easily swayed and end up expressing gratitude in vain. With the decision made, preparations would commence in the coming days. And soon we would embark on our journey. After 4 additional days of recuperation, Dasha's injuries had nearly healed under the dual ministrations of Su Yuan's nourishing milk foam tea and the Red Fox's care. The striking figure she now presented was a stark contrast to the beleaguered wolf that had emerged from the mountain's crevices. Had it not been for her offspring still in her grasp, Su Yuan would have hesitated to leave her in the camp, as the binding techniques used on the snow wolves would be ineffective against her. Unless he were to exchange a significant amount of points for modern ropes to securely bind her, such action would seem futile. It would be more pragmatic to eliminate her to unlock special items. Su Yuan's intent in keeping her was to bolster the tribe's strength. On the 5th day, the moment he had planned to venture towards the frozen wasteland had arrived. The morning greeted them with less favorable weather. Thick clouds shrouded the sky, and a chilling wind swept across the somber ice plains. Su Yuan rubbed his aching back, but refrained from disturbing the peacefully slumbering Cat Knight, instead retrieving the 2 snow sleds he had previously exchanged from a corner of the wooden cabin. By the time he donned his attire and reached the center of the camp, everyone was already prepared. The mountaineering backpack entrusted to the White Rabbit had been brought forth. The black backpack was bulging, with a black iron rod and his composite bow secured to its side. Upon spotting Su Yuan, the White Rabbit bounded over, her face alight with joy as she handed him the backpack. Su Yuan, I've packed the jerky and the medical kit you gave me inside. Oh, and I included a small clay pot I made, so we can cook soup on the way. Also, here is your fishing rod and bow. If we can't find game, we can always fish. Su Yuan, charmed by the obedient little rabbit girl, gently stroked her long ears, prompting her to retract her head at the ticklish sensation, though she quickly adjusted and leaned back in. The medical kit would remain at the tribe for everyone to rely on the White Rabbit for treatment. If matters became dire, they could always seek the Red Fox's assistance. I won't trouble the Red Fox too much, she assured. After extracting the medical kit from the backpack, the large bag had significantly more space. Yet Su Yuan found no essential items within. Any necessities could be acquired later from the system's marketplace. Su Yuan, shall we set off? The emotions of the awakened rebel moon had improved considerably over these past few days. Upon seeing Su Yuan, she rushed over, the others behind her also prepared. Which? Allow me to carry it. Gray strapped the mountaineering backpack onto his back, while the others opted for a lighter load, each merely carrying their own weapons. The direction lies that way. If we hurry for 7 or 8 days, we should reach our destination. Observing the anxious demeanor of the rebel moon, Su Yuan skillfully seized her tail once more, pulling her back. Do not rush. Traversing too hastily would waste time. Huh? But we cannot fly, can we? Su Yuan retrieved the previously taken sled board. With a little modification, it could easily be transformed into a sled. As for purchasing an actual sled, the exorbitant price promptly extinguished his desire to acquire several. The issue of power was also quite easily resolved, since he had already considered a sled. It was only natural to remember the sled dogs. He directed his gaze towards the 5 snow wolves nearby, still slumbering. One for each person would be just perfect. He exchanged for a few more sled boards, creating 2 holes at one end. Next, all that remained was for Hong Shuang to secure them to the snow wolves using spider silk, thus completing the task. For safety's sake, he could also tie a sled handle with spider silk through the 2 holes in the sled board, ensuring that even at high speeds, they would not be thrown off. It was hard to imagine the joy of sledding across the vast snowy expanse. By the trees, the 5 snow wolves, roused forcibly from their slumber, appeared somewhat dazed. However, upon catching sight of Su Yuan's face, they immediately stood at attention, lined up and awaiting orders. Chapter 95. It seems we've lost our way. Su Yuan arranged for several individuals to sit upon the sled, with their belongings securely fastened atop it. Is this truly feasible? Grasping the delicate thread tightly, Tenyu gazed with uncertainty at the oddly shaped board beneath her. You will soon discover whether it works. For now, your task is simply to sit still, hold on tightly, and do not fall off. Su Yuan, not participating in the sledding venture, calmly mounted the back of Deshuang. The snow wolf. Were it not for the diminutive stature of the few clumsy wolves, he would not have bothered to expend his points on such boards. Let us proceed in that direction, shall we? Shifting slightly, he glanced down at Tan Yu on the sled. Yes, we shall continue forward. And then we will see an endless expanse of glacier. After traversing a continuous stretch of white snow forest, we will arrive. My memory cannot be mistaken. Tan Yu asserted with confidence, recalling that her previous journey had unfolded in precisely this manner, albeit with an unfortunate detour into the lair of the ice spike spiders. Stubbornly, she had provoked those arachnids, ultimately being discovered by Su Yuan and his companions while she fled in desperation. Let us set off, Deshuang. Ensure those foolish wolves follow closely behind, lest they stray. A resounding howl from the wolf prompted the nearby snow wolves to perk up. As they tugged at the sled behind them, trailing after the departing figure of Lin Yu. Is this contraption truly reliable? I hope it doesn't. Before Tan Yu could finish her thought, a powerful force propelled the sled forward. Its speed so great that the stones at the camp's entrance caused the entire board to lift into the air, nearly flinging her off. Ah, slow down, slow down. My head is spinning. Fortunately, she was not the only one caught off guard. Behind the frantically running snow wolves, Lan Sha clung tightly to the handrail. Her previously seated form had now collapsed onto the sled, her body pressed down against the board, swaying in rhythm with the furious pace. Within the camp, the red fox emerged from the wooden gate, watching as the figures of the departing individuals gradually vanished into the snowy expanse, a sense of unease creeping into her heart. They must return safely. I shall await your return. How much longer must we wait? Are we to linger until we return to the camp? A day later, Su Yuan, irately tugging at Tan Yu's ear, glared at her. After a day of travel, a growing sense of disquietude began to surface. Tan Yu's initial conviction of this is the direction gradually shifted to uncertainty, transforming into, it seems to be this way, perhaps here. Now it had devolved to, this is not right. There should be a small hill here, a forest there was definitely a path. I distinctly remember it being like this, yet I was pursued by those ice spike spiders, so my sense of direction has been slightly askew. Tan Yu pouted, wearing an expression that implied the fault lay not with her but with the world itself, causing Su Yuan to feel a throbbing headache as he reluctantly released his grip on her ear and surveyed their surroundings. They had journeyed throughout the day and now found themselves at the base of a snow slope, adjacent to a stretch of unfrozen river. The waters mirrored the somber sky, presenting a scene devoid of vitality. Sighing, one of them remarked that the day was drawing to a close, suggesting they construct a snow shelter to rest. Dianyu, come with me to orient ourselves. The thick snow fog had obscured the sun for the entire day, rendering it impossible to discern direction by celestial means. Consequently, he reluctantly expended 300 points to acquire a compass. I was wrong. If you wish to tickle me, then do so. I shall not resist. The two settled upon a rock by the river, and Dianyu, previously so stubborn, now appeared subdued, willingly removing her boots. Her delicate, fair foot was placed directly before Su Yuan's legs. Oh, haraha! Su Yuan could not resist seizing the opportunity, tickling her foot's arch, his attention shifting from direction to her pristine white toenails. He recalled that just a few nights prior, upon successfully awakening and transforming into the great Dianyu, her nails had darkened, becoming sharp and crescent-shaped during her battle with the Cat of Night. Now, her white nails glistened like translucent jade, warm to the touch. The mechanism of her transformation was utterly perplexing to him. All right, put your shoes back on. We mustn't let the cold get to you. After a few playful moments that elicited tears of laughter from Dianyu, Su Yuan helped her don her boots and then retrieve the compass. Reflect for a moment. What time was it when we departed from the tribe? Wiping her tears, Dianyu pondered briefly before affirming. It was morning, and the sun was quite bright. Beiyu intended to return for provisions before we set off, but I pulled her away. There was a hint of pride in her tone. making Su Yuan's expression twitch slightly. He quickly pressed on, asking, which direction was the sun at that time? It was behind us, she replied. Thus, it could be inferred that the Black Sheep tribe lay directly opposite the sun's position. Su Yuan traced their current orientation in the snow, aligning it with the compass he held. He recalled witnessing the sunrise in the east at their camp. Hence, they needed to progress toward the east, circumventing the towering mountain of the Star Tribe to return to the desolate snowfields and locate the Black Sheep tribe. He glanced at the compass's eastern indication, which closely aligned with the direction Dian Yu had suggested for their journey, merely a right-angle deviation. If they continued down this path, they were unlikely to reach the land of death, but neither would they arrive at the desolate snowfields. As for where they might end up, that was left to fate. Now, I shall take the lead. Upon our return to the Black Sheep tribe, you must remain composed. I need to first assess their situation. If that shaman from the Wang Shuem mountain discovers anything, our chances of escape would dwindle. Su Yuan felt the need for caution, aware that in this fantastical realm of swords and sorcery, there were always those who might surveil others with crystal orbs, or those who questioned with magical mirrors. Thus, this undertaking must be approached with utmost prudence. With unwavering determination, Pan Wen nodded and assured, rest assured, I will never rebel again. I shall do as you say. Just then, a shadow emerged upon the still waters of the river behind them, faintly outlined against the oppressive hues of the sky. Sitting upon the stone, Pan Yue's pupils dilated sharply, a surge of danger causing her hair to stand on end as crimson runes flickered upon her forehead. Be cautious. Without a moment's hesitation, she transformed into her formidable form, embracing Su Yuan as she rolled aside. At that moment, a colossal black figure plunged towards them from the depths of the river. Boom! Pan Wei fell into the snow, cradling Su Yuan, as a massive fish-like creature shattered the boulder that had been in its place. Having failed its initial attack, the creature fixed its menacing gaze upon Su Yuan and Pan Yue, unwilling to concede as it propelled itself back into the river. Chapter 96. Have they dared to bully me? Su Yuan, are you all right? Upon hearing the commotion, Long and the others hastily set aside their snow bricks and rushed towards the riverbank. The enormous black silhouette that had loomed over the river had vanished, and the once turbulent waters of the unfrozen river returned to tranquility, save for a shattered boulder by the bank that bore witness to the earlier peril. We're fine. Thankfully, Dan Wei reacted swiftly. The two of them rose from the ground, their bodies dusted with snow, appearing quite disheveled. Dan Yue, still clad in her runes, glared furiously at the river's surface with her crimson eyes. That wretched creature. I shall deal with it. As she spoke, she seized the short dagger at her waist, preparing to plunge into the river. Her impulsiveness startled Su Yuan, who, neglecting to shake off the snow, grasped her tail to restrain her. This action had an immediate effect. Dan Wei quelled her fury and obediently returned to Su Yuan's side, although her expression remained one of indignation. Do not be hasty. Jumping in like that could lead to drowning or freezing to death. Yet, Dan Wei was unwilling to let the creature escape unscathed, tightly clutching her dagger. What if we devised a way to fish it out? Su Yuan scrutinized the expanse of the unfrozen river. Below the hillside, the water formed a large pool, but alas, there was no way to excavate a drainage channel. Otherwise, he would have gladly drained the river, teaching that monstrous fish the harsh realities of the world. Here, take this. If you happen to be pulled into the river, drink this immediately. To be on the safe side, Su Yuan exchanged several bottles of Snow Demon tea from the System S marketplace. The temperature of the unfrozen river, if breached, would soon render one's body rigid with cold. Additionally, he begrudgingly spent points on cod-flavored powdered mix to blend with the Snow Demon ginger tea. The combined 3 bottles cost him over 6,000 points. The others accepted the bamboo tube Su Yuan offered, and Long hurried back to the camp to retrieve the prepared rebar fishing rod. This was merely the first line of preparation. Su Yuan surmised that the creature was likely a beast endowed with intellect, necessitating a secondary plan. System: procure a pure iron short spear. A little over a meter in length would suffice, with barbs that are difficult to remove on one end. Such customized weaponry was not inexpensive. The spear, as thick as a rolling pin, cost him 800 points. However, having already expended over 6,000, this additional expense was negligible. They've dared to bully me. I initially intended to gather some wood for today's trade, but it seems I must take action against you. Dan Wei, you and Lanza build a snowman by the riverbank, draping it in a beast's skin cloak, and then plant this weapon in the ground with the pointed end exposed. That creature favors ambushes, and its underwater vision is not particularly clear. The second line of preparation will be to wait for it to strike first. Understood. After constructing the snowman, while Long cast the fishing hook into the river from the opposite bank, Su Yuan and the others concealed themselves behind a nearby rock, waiting in anticipation. Bubbles emerged from the surface of the unfrozen river, while Long gazed solemnly at the fishing bobber floating above, the runes on her forehead flickering faintly. At last, the creature lurking beneath the water could no longer contain itself, and the bobber was abruptly dragged underwater. Bring it up. Long instantly unleashed her awakened power, lifting the fishing rod high, pulling the creature from the depths into the air. Did we hook it? Bai Yue's expression brightened with excitement, and she transformed before charging forward with her short blade in hand. Upon approaching, she was taken aback. For the fish snagged by the hook was not the enormous monster they had anticipated. Instead, it floundered desperately upon hitting the ground, with a resounding crash. As the large fish was drawn up, a tremendous commotion erupted in the river, and the monstrous fish leapt out of the water once more. This time, Su Yuan clearly discerned the creature's identity. Hunter's Shadow Ice-Toothed Shark, juvenile Tier 3 low-level magical beast, inhabiting frigid regions, an exceedingly cunning ambush predator, moving with remarkable silence. Capable of inflicting lethal damage with its icy teeth at critical moments, its powerful bite can shatter most creatures of the same tier. Once again, they faced a Tier 3 low-level magical beast. The previous cave stone salamander was also a Tier 3 low-level beast. Yet this creature was a Tier 3 beast even in its juvenile stage, and it was evident from the description that it possessed formidable physical attack capabilities. As the ice-toothed shark soared upwards, it accurately targeted the snowman Su Yuan had built earlier, its crystalline teeth swiftly shattering the figure. Upon realizing it had been deceived, a spray of crimson erupted from its upper jaw, and bright red blood gushed from its mouth as its toothy maw became ensnared by the iron spear. I'll take care of it. Bai Yue dashed forward, leaping onto the ice-toothed shark before it could retreat into the river again, her short blade deftly piercing its eye socket. The excruciating pain caused the ice-toothed shark to thrash violently, but Bai Yue did not relent. She held tightly to the blade embedded in its eyeball, twisting it mercilessly. Block its escape. Don't let it flee back. The others surrounded the creature, attacking relentlessly, yet it writhed desperately, hoisting the iron spear lodged in the ground. And with one final twist, it leapt back into the river. Bai Yue. This time, Bai Yue did not allow it to escape. After consuming the ginger tea Su Yuan had provided, she clung to the ice-toothed shark as they plunged into the water together. Lansha, Hui, stay here to protect Su Yuan. We will assist. Long and Ho Shuang also drank the ginger tea before diving into the river, the bright red blood staining the unfrozen waters a deep crimson as the ice-toothed shark submerged. As a Tier 3 low-level magical beast, the ice-toothed shark, now trapped by the iron spear and unable to move, faced 3 awakened warriors wielding sharp iron weapons. Unaffected by the winter cold or the need to breathe underwater, Su Yuan felt some of his tension ease, with its mouth unable to close. The ice-toothed shark would likely have to evade pursuit within the river. Wait, a shark? What would a shark be doing in this mountain stream? This is bad. Dasha, you too, go help. If you can't catch it, pull them all up. Su Yuan's expression changed dramatically as he shouted to the nearby Linyue Frost Wolf. The unfrozen river is likely akin to the previous ice lake of the Starry Tribe, concealing a passage beneath that connects to the sea. It is through this channel that the shark must have made its way into this lake. Otherwise, such a diminutive unfrozen river would, at most, sustain the ice-toothed shark for merely a month before it succumbs to starvation. After Su Yuan provided her with ginger tea, De Shuang leapt into the river. Although the water is not her natural habitat, she adeptly paddled with her limbs, propelling herself downstream. In a certain part of the river, Tenyu remained unaffected by the currents, her breath heavy as she clutched the dagger embedded in the fish's eye. With her other hand, she lifted her beast-skin skirt, revealing a finely crafted steel knife strapped to her thigh, a gift from Su Yuan after their battle with De Shuang. Since that encounter, she had kept it wrapped in beast skin, always by her side. With a swift motion, she plunged the knife into the body of the ice-toothed shark. The blade penetrated a third of the way before meeting resistance, but Tenyu withdrew it and thrust it down once more. Gouts of blood erupted from her hand as the ice-toothed shark flailed in a panic, colliding violently with the rocky river walls. The iron spear lodged in its mouth only sank deeper with each convulsive movement, the agony rendering its bites increasingly feeble. Above, Long and her companion swam over. Meanwhile, not far away in the sea, the disturbances stirred an even larger shadow. Chapter 97. The young ones struck. The elders arrived in the unfrozen river. The trio resolutely surrounded the ice-toothed shark. although Hong Shuang and her companions were significantly weakened in the water. The shark was now merely gasping for its last breaths in their grasp. Seizing the moment, Hong Shuang pressed against the shark's tail, driving her blade into its flesh, creating a gaping wound and subsequently binding it tightly with the red silk from her abdomen. Now, the ice-toothed shark had no chance to struggle. It could only be dragged quietly towards the river's surface by the three. Suddenly, a bizarre sound erupted from the shark's mouth and from a shadowy tunnel beneath the riverbed. A colossal figure surged desperately towards the water, its massive form wedged in the dim passage. Each collision expanded the tunnel slightly, sending debris flying. The group above, including the rebellious Yu, sensed something amiss. The shadow broke free from the narrow tunnel, and the ice-toothed shark above screamed in desperation. The faces of several beast maidens paled as a formidable aura surged from below. Let go and run. Ultimately, Long released her grip on the ice-toothed shark, intending to pull Rebel Yu and Hong Shuang back to the shore. As the river's current began to frost over, the looming shadow surged upward, and the great frost joined Rebel Yu and her companions. The chilling mist emanated into the water, and ice spikes shot forth like arrows into the riverbed. The ice spikes struck the shadow, but De Shuang refrained from further assault, instead biting the silk that bound the shark, dragging the group and the fish back towards the surface. Beneath, the cries mingled with the sound of shattering ice, causing the entire river to tremble. The ice shards formed by the chilling mist were swiftly bitten through. The distance between the two parties diminished, and Hong Shuang seized the opportunity, turning to shoot a strand of red silk towards the advancing shadow. At a critical moment, the group finally breached the surface, and De Shuang immediately solidified the water beneath them into ice, while clutching the silk and tossing the group onto the shore. However, the ice layer offered no real obstruction. After hurling them to safety, it turned back, launching several ice spikes at the leaping figure. Clang, clang, clang. The ice spikes inflicted no harm upon the creature, yet they managed to repel its form back towards the riverbank. Seeing the group emerge, Su Yuan hurriedly joined forces with Lan Sha, Hui, and a few snow wolves to drag them up the hillside. The half-dead ice-toothed shark, now nearly devoid of strength, had a sharp iron spear lodged firmly in its mouth, and its body was riddled with cuts from blades. Its fins were reduced to mere scraps of flesh, hanging limply. At this moment, it lay at the edge of the snowy slope, still struggling feebly, attempting to return to the river. De Shuang, come back. Once everyone had retreated to the hillside, Su Yuan let out a sigh of relief. Rebel Yu and her companions appeared drenched, resembling drowned rats, but thankfully bore no injuries, merely showing signs of exhaustion. As long as they dried their clothes within the 3 hours of the ginger tea's effect, they would be just fine. You all rest a moment and keep watch over this shark. Su Yuan observed the returning De Shuang, who was shaking off the river water from its body. He affectionately patted its head and praised, well done. Later, I shall reward you with the flesh of a Tier 3 magical beast, a shark. Even Tier 3 magical beasts require sustenance. And upon hearing this, De Shuang joyfully licked Su Yuan's cheek. In the distance, a massive shark, nearly 6 meters long, glared menacingly at Su Yuan, attempting to propel itself onto the shore with powerful thrashes of its body. However, the natural elements rendered it incapable of reaching Su Yuan to deliver a lethal bite. Even as a Tier 4 beast, each time it lunged up the slope, Su Yuan had already retreated several meters with his companions. Should it manage to leap onto the vast snowy expanse, the roles of predator and prey could easily be reversed. Hunting Shadow Ice-Toothed Shark, an adult peak Tier 4 magical beast, thriving in frigid regions, known for its cunning ambush tactics, acute sense of smell, and silent movements, capable of perceiving nearby prey through resonance with the water flow. A formidable predator of the seas. Goodness, a peak Tier 4 adult beast. Cold sweat broke out on Su Yuan's brow, but observing the creature lying sideways on the ground relaxed his tense demeanor. Regardless of its tier, as long as it was on land and unable to walk, it could only watch helplessly as he retreated into the snowy wilderness. Listen here, old shark, your son initiated the attack without reason. My retaliation is surely justified. Is it not? Today, I shall not spare the fish. You may return and seek your mate to conceive another, perhaps, if fate permits. Your son could be reborn as your son tonight. On the slope, the ice-toothed shark, infuriated by Su Yuan's taunts, slammed its tail against the ground, sending clumps of dirt flying toward him. However, mid-flight, it was struck down by De Shuang's ice spear. Look at you, still angry. If you delay, your son may be reborn to another family, leaving you without a child. Su Yuan observed the shark's seething expression, its intent to kill him evident. Without hesitation, He returned to the slope to retrieve his compound bow and, with 300 points, acquired a Thunder King firecracker. This small device, akin to a wooden-handled grenade, had cost him dearly. Lan Sha, please tie this for me. After securing the Thunder King to his bow, he took a couple of steps towards the ice-toothed shark, which immediately opened its jaws, eager to strike him down. You want to leave without me showing some force, will you? The creature's demeanor compelled him to ignite the Thunder King and swiftly shoot it towards the shark's eye. As the arrow approached, it was bitten, and before the ice-toothed shark could react, a thunderous explosion erupted. The shark hastily opened its massive jaws, releasing a cloud of black smoke. Although it suffered no physical harm, the acrid scent was unbearable, and its mouth was stained with a charred residue. After expelling the smoke, the ice-toothed shark glared viciously at Su Yuan, as if etching his image into its memory. Once again, Su Yuan drew the bowstring taut before plunging back into the river. The fish's head lingered for a while, only departing the surface after witnessing the demise of its offspring. Finally, it left. Had it been able to traverse the land, it would have fled in haste. Su Yuan exhaled in relief. Prior encounters had been with relatively feeble magical beasts, yet the sight of the pinnacle fourth-tier ice-toothed shark unveiled the true terror of this world. The arrow struck its body as if it were child's play, and despite the formidable projectile being swallowed whole, it inflicted no harm whatsoever. It was only the acrid scent of sulfur compounds that prompted the creature to expel the missile in discomfort. When would the second-tier marketplace be unlocked? Perhaps there would be an opportunity to establish iron smelting within the tribe? This realm revealed no signs of iron ore, and Su Yuan possessed but a rudimentary understanding of metallurgy. He knew of high-temperature smelting, yet had never encountered the iron ore of this other world. After driving away the mature ice-toothed shark, he returned to the location of his temporary camp, where the mortally wounded shark lay in despair, ensnared by layers of spider silk, surrendering to its fate. Just moments ago, it had been formidable. Did it still dare to bite him? Now, it could barely rise. Unfortunately, the ice-toothed shark had fallen utterly silent. The last flicker of life in its eye glanced at Su Yuan before it succumbed completely. Chapter 98. Have I become the peeping Tom with the crystal ball? In the temporary camp, surrounded by the makeshift beast skin tents erected by Su Yuan to shield against the biting cold, the trio of Banyu, Long, and Hong Shuang huddled by the campfire, roasting beast meat, their garments dried beside the flames, creating a stunning scene that Su Yuan found no inclination to spoil by exchanging for a few pieces of clothing. Fortunately, the effects of the ginger tea he had consumed still lingered, allowing them to retrieve the roasted meat from the fire. Su Yuan, to try this meat and tell me how it tastes. Banyu offered him a sizzling piece of shark meat, glistening with juices. However, he had heard that due to urea, shark meat often carried a distinct fishy odor. He wondered if the magical beast shark of this other world possessed the same flavor. Taking the piece of roasted shark meat, Su Yuan sampled it, compared to the fish he had caught from the icy lake. This meat was denser and had a slightly coarse texture. A subtle, unpleasant odor only manifested after several chews, leading him to conclude that the flavor was not particularly palatable. After a single bite, he returned it to Banyu. Please, enjoy it. The taste is rather unappealing. If you dislike it, feel free to toss it to Deshuang and the others. I shall check on them and our catch for today. Su Yuan gently ruffled Banyu's small ears before making his way towards the cart-like ice-toothed shark. Not tasty. Banyu bit into the piece of meat that Su Yuan had returned. After a few chews, she too detected a faint flavor. Yet it was vastly superior to the raw beast meat she had consumed before. Long and Hong Shuang relished the meal heartily. The ice-toothed shark's flesh suited their taste far better, each bite flooding them with a surge of energy. Regrettably, Su Yuan, along with the nearby Hui and Lan Sha, could not experience this sensation. Su Yuan approached the carcass of the ice-toothed shark. Without the assistance of the white rabbits, the dissection had been rather haphazard. The fish's head had been severed, its skin peeled back, and several chunks of firm flesh had been cut away, leaving the remainder lying in the snow. System. Exchange the 10 highest value items from this fish for points, leaving half of the meat behind, prioritizing the unlocking of special items. As Su Yuan's hand made contact with the ice-toothed shark, the crisp sound of the system notification echoed in response. Ice-toothed mutated shark liver, 2,000 points. Detected rare items. Ice crystal shark teeth, shadow shark eyes, ice-toothed shark fins. Those two are considered rare items? Su Yuan mused, eyeing the uncut shark fin. Having never tasted shark fin in his previous life, he had contemplated trying it. Wait, if I cut off half, wouldn't that also unlock special items? With that thought, Su Yuan swiftly climbed up and sliced off 2/3 of the fin, leaving just a small section for the system. Naturally, the points earned would also decrease by 2/3. But he was unconcerned with such trivial amounts in exchange for unlocking special items. Alright, let the transaction commence. After the transaction, only the upper half of the ice-toothed shark remained, and one eye of the fish head had vanished, leaving the system with the more favorable choice of the remaining eye. Fortunately, the system did not unceremoniously confiscate all of the ice-toothed shark's teeth. It merely reclaimed one as a trade item for unlocking special merchandise. The remaining teeth, resembling crystals, were valued at around 1,000 points for the largest one, surpassing the worth of a snow demon's core. This array of teeth could facilitate numerous transactions with the system over several days. Alright, you can divide the remaining meat among yourselves, De Shuang. They are now your little subordinates, and you shall oversee the distribution of food henceforth. Su Yuan entrusted the remaining fish body and head to the 5 snow wolves, who were eager to approach but hesitated, glancing at De Shuang upon hearing his words. Their pitiful, tail-wagging demeanor starkly contrasted with their earlier bravado in the snowy woods. Awu De Shuang regarded them with a few glances, raising her head with pride, yet she did not impose any difficulties upon them. With a single call, the snow wolves eagerly followed in her wake. For animals, the scent of fish was not particularly off-putting. After consuming the flesh of the third-tier magical beast, the sharks, the 5 snow wolves seemed invigorated, as if under the influence of a stimulant. Their fur grew thicker, and their bodies slightly expanded. At this moment, Su Yuan approached the campfire with a bloody shark fin in hand. Put on your clothes once they are dry. We wouldn't want you to catch a cold. He touched the leather garments of his companions near the fire, which were almost ready, coinciding with the conclusion of their ginger tea time. Although the earlier breathtaking scene had faded, the night promised even more astonishing events. He needed to conserve his energy to overcome the looming threat of the great betrayal moon. Moreover, you may wish to try this. It lacks the peculiar taste of shark meat. Su Yuan handed the meat to Hong Shuang, the versatile spider lady of the camp, who excelled at roasting meat, brewing soup, weaving garments, and constructing snow shelters with remarkable ease. The temporary snow shelter had required little effort from Su Yuan, as most of the construction was accomplished by Hong Shuang and Wan Xia. System, open the special marketplace. Settling down, Su Yuan embraced the traitorous moon, resting his chin against her soft, furry ears, feeling a wave of comfort wash over him, the air filled with a gentle warmth. Shark Tooth Blade, for 1,000 points. Note, a unique dagger crafted from the teeth of the shadow ice-tooth shark. The blade effortlessly pierces through various defenses of foes, accompanied by freezing damage. Shark Eye Sensory Crystal, 10,000 points. Note, a magical crystal sphere made from the eyes of the shadow ice-tooth shark. Placing one's hand above it allows the sensation of all movements within a radius of up to 500 meters. Spicy Shark Burger, 1,800 points. Note, a delicious burger infused with the flavors of the frozen ocean, significantly enhancing agility for 1 hour post-consumption, enabling a brief state of levitation. This time, the quality is remarkably high. That diminutive dagger surpasses even the price of the largest ice hammer within the Ice Spike weapon system. Furthermore, that crystal ball valued at 10,000 points marks the second item he has exchanged for with a 5-digit point total. The first being the foundational magic tome he has yet to redeem. The Shark Eye Crystal seems quite advantageous, covering a radius of 500 meters. While 500 meters may not seem extensive when measured against a reference point, it encompasses a medium-sized industrial area, including factories, warehouses, and offices. Should he redeem it, he would no longer need to surreptitiously observe the little beast girls ahem. Wait a moment. Su Yuan snapped back to reality, scrutinizing the small print within the note regarding the crystal, and he stood there in stunned silence. The specific range is determined by individual mental strength. Chapter 99. Which came first, the river or the forest? Had it not been for the timely notice of the small print, Su Yuan would have nearly placed an order. After all, at this critical juncture when he was preparing to gather intelligence on the Black Sheep tribe, a surveillance device capable of covering a radius of 500 meters would prove immensely valuable, allowing him to glean information even from a considerable distance. System. With my current mental strength, how far can I sense using the Shark Eye Crystal? Current maximum sensing range, 50 meters, alas. A full 10-fold difference. Yet a sensing range of 50 meters is still quite useful. Regrettably, I lack the 1,000 points required for the crystal ball with a maximum range of 50 meters. Perhaps I shall redeem it when the need arises in the future. Su Yuan closed the system's marketplace. The 3 newly unlocked items were indeed useful, albeit somewhat overpriced, with the last hamburger being the only one that could be slightly justified. Above the snowy slope at night, the bright flames illuminated the faces of Su Yuan and his companions. Hong Shuang ladled out the simmered shark fin soup for everyone. The shark fins, which were the length of a forearm, had been cut into chunks the size of a thumb. The rich, aromatic broth, adorned with a few pieces of shark fin meat, whetted Su Yuan's appetite, though he seemed to have forgotten to bring his homemade chopsticks. As he pondered how to savor the delectable shark fin, a small hand offered him a piece of meat. Hiss, what an unyielding iron grip you have. Baiyu, are you not afraid of the heat? Should I blow on it for you? Observing her nonchalant demeanor, he noticed that the other beast girls, aside from Lanza, who had crafted a pair of gloves from spider silk due to the heat, and Hui, who was cautiously blowing on her piece, were all directly placing the meat into their mouths. Hu Baiyu, thinking Su Yuan genuinely feared the heat, blew on the meat before presenting it to him. Her delicate fingers, glistening with broth, appeared even more enticing than the shark fins themselves. Ah, Su Yuan, why are you biting my hand? The broth on her hand was simply too fragrant to waste. After a simple yet sumptuous shark feast, everyone returned to the snow house to rest. Due to the unexpected circumstances earlier in the afternoon, they had only managed to erect 2 snow houses. Under Su Yuan's arrangement, Lanza, he, and Baiyu shared one house, while Hui, Long, and Hong Shuang occupied the other. As for Deshuan and the others, they were stationed to guard the camp. Comfortably warmed by a layer of animal skin as they lay beside the bonfire, the weary snow wolves closing their eyes after a long day of travel. Inside the snow house at night, Baiyu felt no fatigue from the day's battle. Instead, she gazed at Su Yuan with renewed energy. They embraced each other while Lanza slept soundly beside them, dreaming of the delicious shark soup they had just enjoyed. Su Yuan, I wish to gain power once more. Lower your voice. Don't wake Lanza. Su Yuan tightened the animal skin quilt around him. The current conditions were far superior to when they first built the snow house, as he lay on a layer of insulation with another covering him, ensuring ample warmth. The 2 individuals fumbled for half the day, tormented by the absence of light in the darkness, and despite their sweat-drenched brows, they made little progress. Never mind, Danyu. You descend a little further. And remember, do not use your awakening power to transform. The fangs of the transformed Danyu are sharper than blades, capable of easily tearing through even the tough flesh of the shadow ice-toothed shark. This new experience left Su Yuan feeling utterly exhausted, and he awoke late the following morning, only to find that the campfire had already roasted several pieces of beast meat. Nothing else happened last night, right? Su Yuan scooped a bowl of river water with a wooden cup from the frozen river and sat in the camp brushing his teeth. After he finished, he pulled Danyu, who was preparing to eat, closer. Brush your teeth before eating. Brush my teeth? Danyu looked puzzled. The beast maidens rarely engaged in such an activity. Noticing that their teeth were in good condition and remarkably white, Su Yuan decided to let it be. However, today, it was imperative to ensure Danyu maintained her oral hygiene. When she was brought over, Danyu obediently sat before Su Yuan, only to find him pouring some white salt onto his fingers. Before she could react, he thrust it into her mouth. The coarse salt grains scattered across her pristine teeth under his gentle rubbing. Ugh. Wow. Ah. So salty. Danyu's expression transformed into various contortions as the salt dissolved into an overwhelmingly salty brine. She took a sip of water, then spat it out. No. What a waste. Salt was essential, and they usually replenished it by drinking beast blood or, if fortunate, finding fruits containing salt. In the Starry tribe, Su Yuan had been procuring salt from the system's marketplace. Although the water in the ice lake was connected to the ICC, its salinity was insufficient, and sometimes even distilling a jar of water yielded no salt. Consequently, after Danyu was fed a sip of river water, she swallowed it immediately. The intense saltiness caused her to grimace, and more importantly, her fluffy ears suffered. Watching her swallow, Su Yuan realized it was futile. He was uncertain about the cleanliness of the river water, which was why he intended for her to spit it out. Yet, she had consumed it nonetheless. I was wrong. It hurts so much. My ears are going to fall off. Boo-hoo. After a simple breakfast of shark meat, Su Yuan took out the compass and aimed it towards the eastern direction, which meant he would have to navigate around the small mountain to the other side. The sled was still being pulled by the same few snow wolves, with Su Yuan now leading the way, following Danyu's path. He feared he would become utterly lost in the vast expanse of snow. After another 2 days of travel, surrounded by endless white Su Yuan felt a strain on his eyes and decided to spend some points in the system's marketplace to purchase a pair of protective goggles. The Beast Maidens, accustomed to the snowy environment, had no need for such things. Danyu had been gazing at the snowy plains for over a decade without any issue. Ironically, it was he, the outsider, who found himself the most burdened. On the third day, Su Yuan finally beheld the forest that Tanyu had spoken of. Indeed, he did not encounter the glacier first, but rather the towering woodland that stood before him. The forest loomed high, its dense foliage imbued the mountains with vitality, and occasionally, glimpses of birds and beasts could be seen. Su Yuan glanced back at the approaching Tanyu, and, with a touch of exasperation, remarked, "Tanyu, are you certain that the glacier came before the forest?" "Absolutely. When I arrived, I first saw the glacier, and then this woodland. I remember it vividly. At that time, Beiyu and I even caught fish in the lake within the forest. I could not possibly be mistaken." Su Yuan rubbed his forehead, initially thinking that Tanyu had misspoken, only to realize she was recounting her experience in the order she had witnessed it. This was a relief. At least it meant he had not lost his sense of direction. Gazing ahead at the low-lying forest, he acknowledged that their journey had left them somewhat short on provisions. If they did not consider purchasing supplies from the system's marketplace, they would need to venture into the forest to replenish their resources, an opportunity to explore thoroughly, and perhaps even unlock some new, unique items. Chapter 100. The Beast-Eared Maiden fainted in the woods. Be cautious. There are likely many wild beasts lurking in this forest. The elevation of this woodland is not excessively high. The board behind the snow wolf has been temporarily removed and carried along, allowing the group of people and wolves to ascend the mountain swiftly. Su Yuan gazed at the leaves, still displaying vibrant green beneath the snow. This area, to be precise, has already departed from the realm of ice and snow. As they ventured deeper into the forest, he discovered lush green plants breaking through the fragmented snow, some familiar from his past life, while others were entirely unknown to him. Nevertheless, as long as they were non-toxic, Su Yuan would gather a few to stow in his backpack. After consuming meat for so long, he yearned to savor the taste of vegetables. These exotic vegetables from another world could not even be exchanged in the system's marketplace. He planned to toss these fresh, otherworldly greens into the pot during their meal. The 5,000-point appraisal function was indeed worthwhile. Otherwise, he would not have dared to collect these items. Rubbing his hands together, Su Yuan pulled out a sprouting bamboo shoot from the ground. According to the appraisal system, this snow bamboo shoot was non-toxic and exceptionally delicious. Su Yuan, "It seems there is a figure over there," someone remarked. "Is there a presence here? Be careful. It may be a scout sent by the Black Sheep tribe." Those who could run towards the icy wilderness were either the hunted or the hunters. Su Yuan was uncertain about the current situation of the Black Sheep tribe. If they had defeated another tribe, it was likely they would turn their attention toward the Red Fox tribe. Red Frost, agilely suspended from a tree trunk, glanced into the distance before descending and shaking her head. "Chief, that person is unconscious on the ground. She does not appear to be the enemy you mentioned." "Unconscious here? Wouldn't she freeze to death?" Su Yuan replied. "Let's go take a look." He placed the snow bamboo shoot into the climbing pack carried by Long and swiftly approached the figure they had previously spotted. At that moment, several small birds were attempting to peck at her. Whoosh! An arrow pierced one of the birds, sending the others scattering in fright, leaving only the unconscious girl on the ground. Su Yuan approached and turned her over. Her silver hair was fashioned into a thick braid that cascaded down to her waist, and on either side of her head were petite, rounded beast ears. The back of her ears was adorned with a layer of silver fur, interspersed with scattered black spots. Most notably, her left ear bore a small notch. A tooth resembling white jade was bound to her ear with a slender cord made from plant fibers, exuding a wild aura. The attire of this beast maiden was even more savage. A torn piece of animal hide barely concealed her chest, while her delicate belly button was frosted over. The ragged animal hide pants only covered a small portion of her thighs, leaving her legs largely exposed, and her fur boots were tattered, exposing several plump toes. What was most alarming was the multitude of scars marring her exposed skin, the majority of which had partially healed. "Is she dead?" Lansha poked at her plump cheek, causing a stream of green juice to flow from the corner of her mouth. "How tragic it is that this creature has vomited green blood." Su Yuan furrowed his brow, placing his palm on the unconscious beast girl's ample chest. The heartbeat was still present, albeit at a sluggish tempo. "What is this?" He peered into the girl's mouth, prying it open to reveal it stuffed with dark green plants. Sleepy snow moss, a toxic plant that causes weakness in the legs and confusion in the brain upon consumption. Excessive intake can lead to fainting and can be processed into a sleeping potion. This dosage must exceed mere overconsumption. She nearly choked to death. Did this fool not consider sampling a small portion first to test for poison? Su Yuan had no intention of allowing this white-haired snow leopard girl to perish. So he carefully extracted the sleepy snow moss from her mouth. Not only was it crammed inside her mouth, but there was likely a substantial amount lodged in her throat and even her stomach. However, he was utterly unprepared for the system notification that chimed as his fingers brushed against the green morsels. Detection in progress. Skip this. Just unlock the new item. Upon Su Yuan's selection, the green chewed matter in the beast girl's mouth vanished instantly, leaving the nearby companions, including the treacherous Yu, dumbfounded. The Divine One has a preference for chewed food? Sleepy snow tablets, seaweed flavor 200 points. Note, a tablet that aids sleep. Crafted from 8 medicinal herbs combined with sleepy snow moss. Consuming 1 tablet provides 10 hours of restful sleep. Do not exceed the recommended dosage. Up to 6 tablets can be exchanged daily. An unexpected gain. However, this item merely serves as a delightful trinket. Perhaps I shall use it someday if insomnia strikes. Gray, pass me the water. Su Yuan took the water from Gray, drank a sip, and poured it into the mouth of the white-haired beast girl. A few gulps of the cool liquid elicited some response from her. Cough, cough, cough. The weak cough echoed, prompting Su Yuan to halt his actions. After returning the water to Gray, he efficiently lifted the beast girl. Xin-Ku could only feel her eyelids growing heavy, unaware of what the few individuals in front of her were doing. She attempted to rise, but found herself utterly powerless. Suddenly, her mouth was pried open, and just as she was about to speak, a finger thrust deep into her throat. Gag! Everything she had previously consumed was expelled, the green liquid mixed with some viscous substance splattering all over Su Yuan's hand. Even the most beautiful beast girl is foul when retching. Fortunately, it seems this one had only ingested grass in recent days, avoiding any truly repulsive aftermath. Su Yuan instructed Gray to wash the goo from his hand before offering a few more sips of water to the beast girl, who was still gagging. Eventually, her eyelids fell, and she collapsed onto Su Yuan without finishing her words. Could she have died? Lan Sha curiously poked her head, but there was no response. Nonsense. Let's first find a refuge to rest. The accumulated snow and terrain of the mountains did not permit the construction of a snow shelter. So Su Yuan placed the unconscious beast girl onto De Shuang's back, and the group hastily searched for a nearby safe spot. As evening approached and darkness descended, it became evident that such a rugged area lacked any natural shelters like caves, and it was uncertain where the beast girl had been hiding these past days. After wandering for some time, Su Yuan observed a pile of rocks and called out to the others. Stop searching, there are likely no caves here. Tuan you all stack these stones, and Long, go chop down a few tree trunks nearby. Having failed to locate a natural refuge, Su Yuan decided not to press further. He recalled seeing a stone structure built during a wilderness challenge. This hollow in the mountains was quite suitable, and the scattered stones required no additional searching. After placing the unconscious beast girl and the supplies on the ground, Su Yuan began directing the others to shape the hollow. Once the ground was leveled, they laid down animal skins, stacking large stones on 3 sides of the hollow, aligning them with the inclined slope. When Long returned with the felled trees, they would be sufficient to cover the top, leaving only a gap wide enough for a person, which would be concealed with animal skins. Although the small stone shelter was modest, it could comfortably accommodate several people, and the chilly wind seeping through the stone crevices was hardly a concern, as the warmth generated from their closeness would suffice. The surplus branches and leaves from the trees would serve well as firewood for the night, while the excess could be used to provide De Shuang and the others with an additional layer of warmth. By the time the stone shelter was completed, darkness had already enveloped the surroundings, and the flickering light of the fire began to illuminate the night. A bright campfire flared to life amidst the shadowy mountain forest.